Long Live Summons Chapter 838 to Chapter 883. Sky Demon stood up. First, he stared blankly at the red-haired sky ghost's body split into two and fell from the sky, all the way to the bottom of the stargazing castle ruins. He did not need to see it with his eyes. Just from the telepathy of the twin brothers, he knew that Sky Demon was already dead from that slash. It had nothing to do with the body being split into two. What the opponent killed was only Sky Demon's soul. The moment the sky was torn apart, this result was already determined. When Little Winley flew towards him, he immediately woke up. Speed that he did not have before. Turn around and escape. Sky Demon could be enemies with anyone in the world, but he was the same as Sky Demon. He feared this little Lamia Loli from the bottom of his heart. That year, the image of the snake demon war god had already left an indelible mark of fear in his soul. Even after tens of thousands of years had passed, it did not decrease at all. Nan Bei, who came out of nowhere, madly pounced towards Little Winley. The loyal and devoted Nan Bei attempted to use his own life to cover Sky Demon's escape. Chi! Little Winley pointed with her blade and bound Nan Bei in midair. Under the gaze of Lionheart King, who shook his head and sighed, the little Lamia Loli used the simplest slash to instantly kill the scheming Nan Bei. In the face of absolute power, all schemes and plots were useless. After countless times of growth, Xiao Wenli, who could even pierce through the seal in the black hole space to save Empress Fei Wenli, was no longer someone that a mere Nan Shan could stop. Although there was still a certain distance between her and the serpent demon princess who was invincible in the heaven realm, the difference wouldn't be too big. What shocked the Lionheart King the most wasn't the little Lamia Loli who instantly killed Sky Ghost. It was the third young master who had not made a move yet. Lionheart King knew that the third young master was definitely the strongest one. It was just that he had not made a move yet, so he could not estimate the third young master's true strength. In the sky, the Gemini constellation shone with a brilliant light. More stars, as if listening to someone's summons, fell one after another, forming an incomparably vast starry sky labyrinth. In the eyes of the spectators, although Sky Demon escaped at an extremely fast speed, he never flew out of the starry sky labyrinth. No matter how Sky Demon persisted in flying in a straight line, he was making turns in the maze. Furthermore, when the Sky Demon stopped, the Lionheart King discovered that the Sky Demon ironically stood at the original starting point. In other words, the Sky Demon had been running for a long time, but he had never left the starting point. Little Winley did not give chase. She returned to Yu Yang's side. Accompanied by Fallen Beauty and Little Winley, under the Lionheart King's astonished gaze, Yu Yang grabbed a handful of stars in the sky. He flicked his wrist. It was even more casual than a child shooting beads. However, after those stars left Yu Yang's palm, they immediately sped up. They sped up by 1,000 times and shot into the starry sky labyrinth, shooting towards the Sky Demon. Their speed became faster and faster, turning from a speck of starlight to a long pillar of starlight. It was so fast that even the Lionheart King's eyes could not see it clearly. No matter how the Sky Demon tried to dodge or escape, those high-speed flying stars would always hit his body with incomparable accuracy. The Sky Demon roared. Regardless of everything, he overdrew himself, surpassing his original Heaven Stage Level 7 beginner, reaching the peak of Heaven Stage Level 7. He used an unprecedented strength to protect his body, using the wave inherent skill to protect his body, and took on the stars shot by Yu Yang. However, the Lionheart King was surprised to see that it was completely useless. The Sky Demon's body was as weak as cardboard, and those stars were like arrows, easily piercing through the Sky Demon's body. One by one, the stars pierced through the Sky Demon's body, making muffled popping sounds. Looking at the Sky Demon's expression, he could not believe it at all. Even though his body was pierced, and his arm was pierced, he still had a shocked expression of "this can't be real." Yu Yang raised his hand and condensed a star whirlpool that looked like a galaxy. He casually threw it. He threw the incomparably vast whirlpool that submerged billions of stars onto the top of the Sky Demon's head. The star whirlpool was spinning, and the Sky Demon's hair, skin, flesh, and bones were all crushed into pieces. Even his energy and soul could not struggle free. After a series of ups and downs, he was finally completely swallowed by the black hole formed by the whirlpool. Seeing this scene, the Lionheart King could not help but shiver. God, the term that flashed through the Lionheart King's mind was this kind of supreme existence. Seeing Yu Yang kill the sky demon in an instant with just a wave of his hand, the Lionheart King suddenly understood what the difference between him and the other party was. That was the difference between a human and a god. It was a realm that could never be approached, let alone surpassed. Even though the Lionheart King also knew that in order to kill the sky demon in an instant, Yu Yang had done a lot before this, such as seeing through the opponent's inherent skill, domain, and beast's weaknesses, thinking of a way to suppress it, and even spending a long time condensing the starry sky domain, and so on. He only killed the sky demon in an instant when the time was right. However, just this alone was terrifying enough. The Lionheart King admitted that even if he used all his strength, he would not be able to defeat a sky demon or a sky demon. If he did not break the shockwave domain, he might not even be able to achieve a draw. However, the shockwave domain was broken by the other party. The ripple inherent skill that did not assist in attack and the beast's weaknesses were also seen by the third young master. Even the divine beast Lamia that killed the sky demon was also owned by him. In today's battle at the Stargazing Castle, if not for the third young master, everyone would have fallen into despair under the shockwave domain of the sky demon and died without a burial ground. Third young master, Xianxia is here. I am willing to be your slave and listen to your orders. City Master Qian, flew over and hurriedly expressed his attitude. He was afraid that the Lionheart King would make the first move. The Lionheart King looked at him in disdain. Do I need to be so lowly? One must know that a servant will always be a servant, and a friend will always be a friend. The status of these two will never change. However, the Lionheart King also understood City Master Qian's actions. Seeing a big backer, of course he had to take the initiative. With Qian's heaven-ranked level 5 strength, how could he be friends with the third young master? He wasn't qualified. In the Lionheart King's heart, City Master Qian was not even qualified to be friends with the crazy Sky Execution or the steady Dragon Emperor, let alone the third young master. At most, he could be compared to the servants like Yonghui, Huaban, and Fei Huang. Maybe because he joined the third young master later, he wasn't as favored as the others. The Emperor of the Underworld flew back from the distant sky. The few great demon kings also returned from all directions. He nodded to Yu Yang. This meant that the enemies who escaped had all been eliminated. Yu Yang waved his hand, indicating that they should clean up the battlefield and not waste any good things. He smiled at the Lionheart King. There will be many opportunities to cooperate in the future. I hope that the Lionheart King can continue to cooperate sincerely and fight side by side like tonight. The Lionheart King was overjoyed when he heard this. His heart finally calmed down. He was really afraid that the other party would turn hostile. One must know that if they really turned hostile, he didn't have the confidence to escape the third young master's starry sky labyrinth. He also didn't have the confidence to avoid those high-speed flying stars. Even if he was at his peak, the Lionheart King felt that he couldn't defeat this incredible young man, let alone now that he was heavily injured. The other party was originally a divine race. Even if he could win, how would he dare to attack this kid? Not to mention the Supreme Dragon God. Even if the Demon Dragon knew about it, he wouldn't be able to escape from that guy's pursuit. That was the Demon Dragon, an existence that even the Central Shrine would have a toothache just by hearing about. Now that he saw that Yu Yang intended to join forces with him to challenge the Central Shrine, the Lionheart King hurriedly endured his injuries and solemnly saluted. Of course, the Lionheart King will follow the third young master's lead. After saying that, he looked at Qianxia with a rather pleased expression. Look, I'm his trusted friend, you're just a servant. The city master of Qianxia pretended to be confused. He knew his own worth. The Lionheart King was famous, so of course they were friends. If he could get a good job, it would be a great gift. How could he dare to compare with the Lionheart King, who was known as the strongest king-tier heaven ranker in the southern heaven realm? Queen Tailuan rushed over to thank him. Along with her was King Tailuan, who was on the verge of death. Although King Tailuan wanted to die, that was in the past. Now that the Sky Demon and Sky Ghost that were guarding him were all killed by Yu Yang, he didn't need to go to jail. After a conversation, Yu Yang learned from King Tailuan that there was a chance of successfully entering the Dark World spacetime crack. He also temporarily entrusted King Tailuan and his wife to the Lionheart King's protection and assigned a mission to the city master of Qianxia. Finally, he left with Sky Execution and the others. When the Lionheart King and the others rose into the sky and prepared to leave, they realized that the starlight rune circle on the ground of Stargazing Island was still flickering. It was getting brighter and brighter, and the energy was extremely unstable. Everyone flew with all their might and escaped dozens of kilometers away. They heard a loud noise behind them. The huge Stargazing Island collapsed for some reason, exploding into countless pieces and falling to the ground. The destructive shockwave chased them from afar. Although they were dozens of kilometers away, the Lionheart King and the others were still in a sorry state. Third young master is too incredible. King Tai Luan, who was beaten black and blue by the Sky Demon, let out a long sigh. The Lionheart King didn't say anything. He wanted to tell King Tai Luan that if he saw the Sky Demon running in the starry maze for half a day and still standing there, and that the third young master could kill the Sky Demon with a flick of the stars, he would probably be even more amazed. Destroying a Stargazing Island was child's play. The third young master probably didn't even display his true terrifying strength. The descendant of the supreme dragon god couldn't be described as incredible. The Lionheart King didn't say anything. This was a secret. No matter the reason, he felt that the fewer people who knew, the better. After returning to the Skirich Tower, the joy of killing the Sky Demon and Sky Demon made the Sky Execution, Dragon Emperor, and the others, who had been suppressing themselves, roar. The hard training with the War God Temple Elder had finally paid off. Although he didn't kill Sky Ghost and Sky Demon by himself, it would be a lie to say that he didn't feel a sense of accomplishment to be able to fight against Sky Ghost and Sky Demon and eventually emerge victorious. Even the Emperor of the Underworld, Great Demon King Baruth, and the others, who were in charge of killing the shrine guards, were cheering. Old Man Nangong was smiling in the joyous atmosphere. Quietly, he wrote a new legend of the Skirich Tower. As Yu Yang grew faster, more and more glorious records that were impossible to achieve in the past appeared under his pen. These were not only an honor that could never be erased, but also a wealth left for the future generations. With the guidance of the predecessors, the future generations would definitely be more determined to move forward. The rise of the Skirich Tower, under the influence of Yu Yang, was unstoppable. Tian Luo Palace. Really? You defeated the Sky Demon and Sky Demon, that's not bad. Little Wenli has already grown up, I'm so happy. The only one who could caress little Wenli's little head and make her happy from hearing praise was Fourth Mother. What about me, what about me? Xianxia also yearned for praise. You will be considered to have grown up when you don't depend on your brother. Fourth Mother smiled and gave the little girl a slap. Then I won't grow up. The little girl felt that lying on her brother's body was the most comfortable. As for whether she would grow up or not, it didn't matter. Haha. Fallen Beauty heard and couldn't help but laugh. I want to go to the Dark World, but I also want to take a look at the grimoire. Yu Yang mentioned the grimoire to Fourth Mother. It's good to go to the Dark World first. Pay attention to the fluctuations of the space-time crack. Sometimes it's very unstable. You have to be especially careful. I'm not very clear about these. As for the grimoire, it's not that easy to contract. Little fallen flowers, come and help me chop some meat. Tonight, I want to make a sumptuous meal to reward you all. Fourth Mother still avoided the topic of the grimoire, but actually supported Yu Yang to go to the Dark World. She also knows about the Dark World, she seems to be very familiar with it. However, regarding this point, Yu Yang was no longer surprised. He didn't know why Fourth Mother wanted to hide her identity and past, but he knew that she definitely had a reason. If Fourth Mother didn't say, he wouldn't ask. He believed that one day, Fourth Mother would tell him the truth. Or, it didn't matter if there was no truth, as long as their family lived together happily. Dark World. Yu Yang took the time to go there once. Although it was difficult to enter and exit, it was not a problem for Yu Yang who had the three-realm compass. With regards to the Dark World, he had a certain level of understanding. The races there had not completely changed for the better, nor did they become worse. It was just that the harsh living environment forced them to be more united. They were forced to hold on to hope. If they were not united and did not hold on to hope, they would not be able to live long in that kind of despairing dark world. What made Yu Yang speechless was that in that extremely harsh environment, after tens of thousands of years of adaptation, The exiled races had already become closely connected with their surroundings, forming a chain of life and even a chain of nature. If they were to be interrupted, the consequences would be unimaginable. In other words, even if Yu Yang had the ability to bring the exiled races out of the dark world, he could not do so. Otherwise, the dark world would be in danger of collapsing. Furthermore, Yu Yang was not so great that he would be so kind as to save the exiled races from the dark world at all costs. He was not some savior. To strangers, he would not do things without rewards or rewards. He would not do things without rewards and the danger of losing his life at any time. He would not do things without rewards. If something happened to him, what would happen to Fourth Mother, Bing Er and the others? What would happen to Wu Xia, Tigress and the others? Yu Yang had never thought of himself as a saint. Of course, he would not do things that were heartless. Just like the pig in the novels that Yu Yang had read before, he did not need a woman or a family. In order to cultivate, he cut off everything in the world and cultivated his whole life. In the end, after thousands of years, his strongest enemy could be killed with a single slash, a planet could be destroyed with a single punch, and he was invincible in the universe. In the end, he killed everyone in the world, leaving only one person who lived a lonely and immortal life. However, he was still a virgin. Please, that was not the world's strongest warrior, that was the world's strongest idiot. If that was the case, he might as well be a monk. The monks of the Celestial Empire had salaries, work clothes, iPads, Mercedes-Benz, BMWs, and could even keep a lover. Occasionally, they would have some fun, such as offering blessings to women who had lost their virginity. That was life. Therefore, if he really transmigrated, Yu Yang would definitely not be the kind of peerless master whose chrysanthemums were invincible, lonely, and self-masturbating. The legendary harem life was what he loved the most, after going to the dark world. Yu Yang had an idea. Since that place was a prison created by a powerful person in ancient times, it should be used as a prison. Sometimes, after killing too many people, one would get tired of it. Finding a place where they could not die and locking them up seemed to be able to adjust their lives. Therefore, after Yu Yang discussed with Xianxia and Tigress, they decided not to rush to rescue the exiled races of the dark world. If there was a chance, they would rescue a portion of them and use a replacement method. In the future, when they caught some fellows who could not vent their hatred without being tortured, they would throw them into the dark world and replace some of the original inhabitants of the dark world. This method is very appropriate. Even Fourth Mother, who had never asked about Yu Yang's work, praised him after hearing this idea. In the Western Heaven Realm, there is a middle-aged woman who asked me to find two people. Yu Yang remembered something and tried to get some insider information from Fourth Mother. I don't know them. How could I know people from the Heaven Realm? Fourth Mother rolled her eyes at him. Yu Yang almost said, how do you know about the dark world? Forget it, it's better not to say it. There was another person who might know some insider information. That person was the equally mysterious Her Majesty. Yu Yang pretended to be an obedient child and went to see her. He was first rejected, but with Yu Yang's thick skin, Her Majesty couldn't stand this rascal's shamelessness and summoned him. Of course, they were separated by a door. Speaking of the Heaven Realm middle-aged woman's request, Her Majesty muttered to herself for a long time. In the end, she suddenly became angry and chased Yu Yang out. You should ask Nan Gong about that kind of thing. Don't always act shamelessly here. Also, be more serious next time, don't laugh like a thief. After hearing this criticism, Yu Yang remembered that his smile also had a bewitching skill, which had a charm effect on the opposite sex. Faint. Her Majesty found out that he was laughing proudly just now. On the other side of the divine grimoire, Yu Yang suppressed his impatience and listened to Fourth Mother's words. Instead of hoping that the divine grimoire would recognize him now, he might as well work hard and summon the divine grimoire. Or, he could try to pass all 10 stages of the Heaven Realm's trial grounds. There, even Queen Vivian Li thought that there was a divine grimoire waiting for a new owner. Even though Yu Yang didn't know if he, who already had 2 grimoires, could get the divine grimoires. Recognition again, but at least he had this chance. If he didn't try, he would be letting himself down. The Skirich Tower was peaceful. Sky Execution and others, because they had tasted the sweetness of the pressure brought by the battle against the heavenly ghost, were still on the 5th floor of the heaven stairway, continuing to besiege the two divine temple elders. Elder Red Crane and Elder Chi Feng had long wanted to surrender like Yong Hui and Yu Su, but because of their pride, they were too embarrassed to take the initiative to propose it. They had been in a deadlock. Now Sky Execution and others needed practice targets. The two divine temple elders knew that this task was very depressing, but they could only grit their teeth and accompany them. They still had hope in their hearts, hoping that one day, the leader of the central shrine would return to the Skirich Tower and save them from the abyss of suffering. Well, everyone needed a little hope. No matter how naive and uncertain it was. Otherwise, they couldn't bear the pressure of life. Compared to Red Crane and Chi Feng, the fake Emerald Lord Peng Pei was even more miserable. The reason was that he had finally been remembered by Yu Yang. It turned out that he had planned to spend a lot of effort to make some friends and pull in a few firm allies during the process of watching the execution on the Tailuan continent, to stabilize his increasingly precarious position as a lord. Especially in the central shrine, he must have a good relationship with them. Who didn't want to, not to mention Elder Fish Eye, even the powerful heavenly ghost would die just like that. He was not mentally prepared at all. Everything was a failure. King Tailuan was rescued, and the entire central shrine's resident stargazing castle and the surrounding forces were wiped out. If he hadn't run fast enough, he would have become the target of this purge. The clown group was disbanded, and the last message from the clown was let's leave it to fate. In fact, the action of the clown being wanted by Captain Raging Flame for $1 billion had tempted him. Should he report it and receive a reward of 100 million? However, in the end, Peng Pei gave up this tempting idea. If the clown didn't die, then he would be finished. That guy was definitely a vengeful guy. As for the Lionheart King, if it didn't work, he had already withdrawn from the matter. The only one who could make some connections was the Tui King, Emo Chongqing. As long as he fully supported him, then he could still be the Emerald Lord. The physically and mentally exhausted Emerald Lord Peng Pei took the airship back to the Emerald Castle in the Emerald Territory. Before he entered the mansion, he ordered his capable subordinate, Yu Qianjun, send the radiant gem that I bought with a lot of money to the Tui King. If he is willing to support me in sending troops to destroy a few rebel cities, then I can give him the 15 cities in the south. The Tui King wanted the special ores of the 15 cities, but because he had just exchanged territory with the Lionheart King, it was not good to make a move immediately. In order to get support, Peng Pei reluctantly offered it. Sometimes, the effect of personally offering it was completely different from someone else taking it by force. It didn't matter if the territory was smaller, as long as it was peaceful enough. Those rebels were too troublesome. Fortunately, they had been greatly weakened and were no longer a threat. Otherwise, there would be no peace. Peng Pei flew down the gate of the city lord's mansion, ready to soak in a comfortable hot bath and enjoy the service of a handsome man. What was more important than having fun in a timely manner? At the thought of the handsome men bending down to receive his impact, City Lord Peng Pei couldn't help but feel his heart beat faster. There was a strange smell of blood wafting over. Strange, there shouldn't be such a smell usually. When Peng Pei saw the shadow that welcomed him, it was the wild bull who was holding the head of his most beloved handsome man. He was shocked. Wild bull, it's you? Are you surprised? You didn't expect me to come back alive to take revenge, did you? The wild bull was covered in blood and had a sinister smile on his face. What are you talking about? Peng Pei cursed in his heart. This guy wasn't usually so jealous. Stop pretending. I came back today to perish together with you. The wild bull hated Peng Pei who had betrayed him to the extreme. He didn't know that everything was controlled by Yu Yang, and he had never thought that the creation domain that he had comprehended in the gate of life and death could simulate everything. The wild bull only believed in what his eyes saw and ears heard. Towards Peng Pei, his former lover, the traitor of that day, he gritted his teeth and wanted to perish together with him. Peng Pei was shocked and retreated 10,000 meters away. However, the wild bull chased after him. The moment Peng Pei attacked his body with all his might, the wild bull revealed a sinister and terrifying smile. You really will kill me. You liar, die. The wild bull's body exploded with a loud bang. If not for Peng Pei's full strength attack, the wild bull wouldn't have exploded. He would have already summoned an extremely unstable volcanic beast in his body. Peng Pei felt great regret when he saw the wild bull's angry eyes before he died. If he had known earlier, he would have talked to him. After all, he was his former lover, everything was too late. Boom, the sky was filled with flesh and blood. The huge shockwave blasted the front courtyard of the Lord's mansion into a mess. The beautiful garden turned into smoke, the rockery turned into dust, the pond evaporated, and the ground caved in to form a huge pit. At the bottom of the pit, Peng Pei, who was covered in wounds and severely injured, roared like thunder, damn it, wild bull, you actually destroyed me, you deserve to die." Peng Pei's lower body was badly mutilated. He probably couldn't enjoy the beautiful man anymore, so he could only change his fighting style. Instead, he offered chrysanthemums to others. The wild bull's self-detonation, which destroyed his weapon, made Peng Pei extremely angry. He, who was heavily injured, suddenly felt that it wasn't safe. He quickly rushed to the airship that was still parked in the sky. Before he even entered, he immediately roared, "Qianjun, hurry up and watch over me. I want to heal my injuries. Order the servants to find the best doctor, quickly." Yu Qianjun bowed respectfully as usual and said, "Yes." At the same time, a sword pierced through Peng Pei's heavily injured lower body. "Even you betrayed me?" Peng Pei was stunned. "Qianjun did not betray the Lord." Yu Qianjun replied with a calm expression, "In fact, I have never betrayed you." "Peng Pei, you dog thief, you have such a day." The master of Black Wind City, who had been missing for a long time, circled around the side of the airship and punched Peng Pei's back with a heavy punch. Like a madman, he unleashed a storm of attacks. "You took everything from me, I admit it. However, don't even think about having an easy time. Listen to my explanation, Black Wind. This is a misunderstanding." Peng Pei was terrified. Usually, when Black Wind and Yu Qianjun teamed up, he didn't care too much, but now it was very dangerous. "If I still believe a word of yours, then I'm the #1 fool in Heaven Realm." Black Wind sneered. Like Captain Wild Bull, he only believed in what he saw. Fei Huang, Huaban, Smoke Flea, and the thick-skinned new Taran Lima and Qianhu City Lord appeared around the airship. A traitor like the fake Emerald Lord, a dog like this, would be letting himself down if he didn't beat it. It wasn't easy to get a chance to make a contribution, so who wouldn't want to do it beautifully? Moreover, Yu Yang had even moved a reclining chair to the wide balcony of the Lord's mansion. While tasting the Qi-Lan wine, he leisurely watched the battle under the gentle massage of his jade-green hands. How could they not do their best? Yu Yang did not care about the matters of the Emerald Territory. Bai Lu did not officially announce the succession of the Emerald Lord. She only announced to the outside world the news of the traitor being eliminated and the recovery of the Emerald Territory. Yu Qianjun, who had been lurking in the enemy's ranks and had never betrayed, was appointed by Bai Lu as the great commander, acting as the governor. The few loyal old subordinates who insisted on fighting also held important positions, taking charge of the Emerald Territory. Even the master of Black Wind City, who had been beaten miserably by Yu Yang and fled, was invited back by Bai Lu. He did not care about the past and became the assistant deputy commander who helped Yu Qianjun in government affairs. After all, Black Wind was more experienced. Moreover, he also had good connections. The Tauren relied on his strength, cunning mind, and thick skin to become the captain of the personal guard. As soon as the Emerald Territory was restored, other than the Lord of Qianhu City, the Lionheart King and King Tuayi took the initiative to send messengers to congratulate them. In the heavenly realm, everything was about strength. As long as one had super strength, everything would become simple. No one would care about the loser's right or wrong, not to mention that Peng Pei was a traitor who had rebelled against his master and had a bad reputation. Jade Wave Heavenly Lake. About 15 kilometers away from the Emerald Castle, there was an ancient extinct volcano. On the mountain, for tens of thousands of years, there was a clear heavenly lake that was warm in winter and cool in summer. This was Bai Lu's favorite place to swim when she was young. When everyone was still cleaning up the blood in the Lord's mansion, she suggested coming to this heavenly lake to play. Yu Yang originally wanted to refuse. It was good to swim with a beauty at night, but it was easy to get into trouble. One had to know that his control wasn't very good. However, Raging Flame was also secretly spying on the side. When she saw Yu Yang turn his head to look at her, she quickly looked away and pretended as if nothing had happened, which confused Yu Yang again. What's wrong with this female giant today? She didn't usually swim in the Heaven Stairway hot spring, isn't it just swimming? Forget it, I'm a man, what's there to be afraid of? Besides, Bai Lu's figure is super hot, it's not bad to swim with her, it's quite pleasing to the eye. Yu Yang nodded in agreement. He swam a few rounds in the cool and refreshing lake before returning to the reclining chair he had prepared earlier to rest. Inadvertently, he discovered that Raging Flame had yet to enter the water. She had only immersed her feet in the water and asked curiously, "You're not swimming?" Raging Flame lowered her head in silence. After a while, he replied seriously, "I'm thinking about a problem." Yu Yang really wanted to tell her that with her barely passable intelligence, it was best not to think about complicated questions, or else there would definitely be no answer. The words rushed to the tip of his tongue, but he held them back. Yu Yang ate his fill and found that Raging Flame was still thinking. He asked, "What is the problem? Why don't you tell me and let me think about it for you?" The female flame giant hesitated for a long time. "That's a very complicated question. I've been thinking about it these days, but I can't make up my mind." Yu Yang couldn't help but laugh. "If that's the case, I'm a little interested. How complicated is it?" Raging Flames didn't answer. Instead, she asked tentatively, "Do you think Bai Lu looks good?" "Yes." Not only Yu Yang, but as long as one wasn't blind, they would definitely answer this question. "Then do you like her figure?" Raging Flame asked again. Looking good and liking are two different things. "Forget it, I like it too, but this liking of mine is the appreciation of beautiful things. There are many kinds of beautiful figures. Hers is just one kind." Cough, actually, you're not bad either. Long hair is like flames. Ordinary women don't have such beautiful hair. Others. It's alright, but it doesn't quite match my aesthetic point of view. I'm a standard human aesthetic. The ancient dragon blood in your body needs a perfect fusion process. It might take a long time, but after being purified by the nirvana flames, it will gradually evolve towards a more beautiful side. A man is like this. Yu Yang forgot that Raging Flame was a female giant. He let it slip and hurriedly comforted Raging Flame. In the middle, he even listed a man's successful evolution as an example to encourage her. "Alright, I understand." Raging Flame nodded. "It's good that you understand. Now, let's talk about that complicated problem of yours." Yu Yang was very curious. What exactly was it that had troubled this female giant for so long? That's no longer important. Raging Flame stood up and slowly went into the water, swimming into the distance, ? Yu Yang sweated profusely. "Come down and swim with me for 2 laps. Bai Lu, who floated out of the water like a mermaid, raised her small hands that were like white orchids. "Are you sure? If I catch up, I'll spank your butt as a punishment." Yu Yang thought to himself, going into the water wasn't as simple as swimming. With a mermaid swimming with him, he had to take advantage of some oil. Without waiting for Bai Lu to react, he made a beautiful dive and dived into the water. When Bai Lu saw him coming, she cried out in alarm and immediately turned around to escape. She showed off her beautiful swimming posture and swam away quickly. Yu Yang's wolf heart was moved when he saw this. Even if he couldn't eat this little lamb that came to his door, he could at least touch it, right? After swimming for another half a day, Yu Yang, who had rubbed his hands with beauties and taken advantage of them countless times, saw that Bai Lu's interest in playing had waned and she looked a little tired, so he pulled her ashore. Raging Flame lit a bonfire and roasted a whole sheep. She then spread out a blanket and filled it with wine, as if she was preparing to camp in the wild. Yu Yang usually rested in the grimoire world and rarely spent the night outside. Seeing that the 2 girls were interested, he could only go with the flow. After a big meal, he drank dozens of cups with Raging Flame. Although the wine wasn't intoxicating, he was satisfied. Yu Yang pillowed his hands and looked up at the starry sky. He felt that it wasn't bad to occasionally enjoy this kind of life. Cultivation had to be persistent, but he also had to relax his body and mind occasionally. Bai Lu and Raging Flame thought that Yu Yang had already fallen asleep and were whispering. Yu Yang didn't listen to their conversation. His body and mind were in a state of rest. Occasionally, in Bai Lu's laughter, he heard 1 or 2 words like appearance, body, and change. Between women, the content of discussion was always about appearance and body, even the female giant Raging Flame was no exception. Before Yu Yang fell asleep, he could still hear Bai Lu encouraging him in a low voice, "Eat it. My father went through a lot of trouble to find this for my mother who was disfigured. It's a pity that my mother was so unlucky that she passed away before she could get it. It's completely useless to me. Eat it, nothing can compare to it." Before his consciousness completely fell into a deep sleep, he seemed to hear Raging Flame saying, "It doesn't matter if I become exactly the same." He didn't know how long he slept. Yu Yang felt as if he had slept for a century. When he opened his eyes, he suddenly felt something strange. His eyes seemed to be covered by something. Just as he reached out to open it, he found two warm and soft bodies lying on his left and right sides, pillowed on his arms. As soon as Yu Yang moved, the two soft bodies reacted. The left body trembled, while the right body bravely kissed Yu Yang's lips. While grabbing Yu Yang's hand to prevent him from removing the black cloth covering his eyes, she stuck her warm, sweet tongue into his mouth. Yu Yang couldn't help laughing at this action. With the Heaven Eye's divine vision, how could he be covered by a black cloth? However, the other party wanted to remain mysterious, so he didn't see the truth, so as not to embarrass the other party. What made him feel strange was that if a mermaid who didn't refuse to be molested while swimming dared to offer herself so boldly, then who was the other one? The one trembling on the left seemed to be exactly the same? How could there be two? If a mermaid could split into two, then what about a certain woman who had been troubled by some complicated problem for a few days? Where did she go? The other party seemed to be afraid that Yu Yang would guess, or change his mind. More initiative. Grabbing his big hand, he gently placed it on her slender waist. Yu Yang felt that her skin was smoother than silk and more exquisite than warm jade. Wherever his palm touched, there was not a single strand of hair. Without waiting for him to speak, the bold seductress on the right actually pressed the fragrant pile of snow on her chest on his face. The one on the left kept trembling. However, when the bold seductress on the right pulled Yu Yang's other big hand up and placed it on her chest, she did not resist, but only trembled even more. Yu Yang caressed the seductress on the left, not knowing if she was nervous or shy. He realized that there seemed to be a long soft hair hanging down from her shoulder. With a clear thought, he caressed it, wanting to use his fingers to feel who this long soft hair belonged to. The demoness on the left, who was trembling all over, immediately realized Yu Yang's actions. She immediately pulled Yu Yang's big hand down, preventing him from stroking her hair. She pressed his big hand forcefully against her towering breasts. Who was who? This question confused Yu Yang. And the bold seductress on the right made him unable to think. Just as he was about to sort out his thoughts, she actually bent down and took off Yu Yang's clothes, boldly inhaling and exhaling. Even when she was about to rest, she pressed the head of the nervous seductress on the left down, forcing the seductress on the left to open her mouth. Under such stimulation, Yu Yang decided not to think about the truth. Wouldn't the temptation in the dark be better? Under the clumsy service of the two seductresses, he had an impulse that he had never felt before. No longer caring about the truth, he randomly grabbed one of them and pressed her under his body. A great battle broke out. It was unstoppable. Yu Yang could not remember how many times he charged forward. Anyway, he did it to his heart's content. The two seductresses also seemed to know that he was strong and cooperated with him. In the end, when they could not bear it anymore, they even took turns to serve him with the clumsy ventriloquism that they had just learned. After an unknown period of time, Yu Yang excitedly ejected from the bold seductress's mouth. The next day, when Yu Yang opened his eyes, he found that the black cloth covering his eyes had long disappeared. The female flame giant was roasting meat in front of the fire. And Bai Lu sat beside her, whispering to each other, occasionally glancing at Yu Yang. The two of them whispered and laughed loudly, not knowing what secrets they were hiding. Everything was the same as last night, except that the night had been replaced by day. Yu Yang scratched his head. What should he say? Should he open his mouth and ask, or directly go over and express it with his actions? But the two seductresses last night did not seem to have the intention to reveal the secret. Would it make them feel awkward if he said it directly? Good morning. Yu Yang thought about it, but in the end, he did not ask the question in his heart. Some things were better kept a secret. It was more exciting and more tempting. Morning. Bai Lu's smile was beautiful. For some reason, Yu Yang suddenly thought of the bold seductress last night. He even remembered that he was released in her mouth. Bai Lu acted as if nothing had happened. She only went into the water carefully and waved at Yu Yang, just like how she invited him last night. Her laughter was like a bell, splashing water over. Hey, want to swim together? When Yu Yang heard this, he laughed. His smile was even brighter than the sun. Are you sure? If you catch up, you'll get a spanking. A few days later, Yu Bing, who missed her brother, and Anan, followed Yu Yang to visit the newly restored Emerald Lord's mansion. As the master, Bai Lv naturally entertained them well. After looking around, Yu Bing saw Raging Flame, who was cultivating hard to display the ancient dragon blood inheritance, and sighed, Sister Raging Flame's progress is too fast. Previously, she broke through from Heaven Stage Level 5 to Heaven Stage Level 6, and now, in less than a month, she has actually risen to Heaven Stage Level 7. When Raging Flame heard this, for some reason, her face suddenly turned red with embarrassment. Inan naturally understood what was going on. In fact, Raging Flame wasn't the only one who had improved. Bai Lv, who was originally only at the peak of Heaven Stage Level 3, had now risen by 2 levels and reached Heaven Stage Level 5. Yu Bing, however, didn't know the secret at all. She thought that Raging Flame had really trained hard to improve, and asked her enviously, "Can you tell me what you've learned?" "I've also been training every day, but my progress hasn't been fast." Raging Flame waved her hand in panic and embarrassment. "I don't have any experience, don't ask me." Yu Yang had just returned from listening to Smoke Flea's report. When Raging Flame saw it, she suddenly rushed out, smashing a large piece of the door and didn't notice it. Yu Bing was confused. What was going on? Anan was snickering. However, she wouldn't tell Yu Bing about this kind of thing, even if she and Yu Bing were a couple that said almost everything. Raging Flame refused to return to Tongtian Tower with Yu Yang no matter what. On the other hand, Bai Lv expressed that she hoped to visit Fourth Mother and Yu Yang's elders when she had time. In the end, under Anan's persuasion, Emerald Castle was handed over to Yu Qianjun and the others, and they all returned to the Heaven Stairway World Tree. After all, the matter of the Southern Heaven Realm could be put aside for a while. In the future, Yu Yang's main direction of attack would be the trial grounds of the Western Heaven Realm. There was no need for them to stay here anymore. After returning to the Stairway World Tree, Yu Bing once again asked Yu Yu if she was too stupid. Her cultivation speed was far behind that of Flame, who had just joined later. Yu Yu really didn't know how to comfort her. Fallen Beauty, who was passing by, gave her an idea to rest with Anan in the future. She also said that this way, Anan could help her level up together. Yu Bing happily went back to move the pillow and quilt. Previously, because of Yu Yu's advice, she, who used to live and eat with Anan, moved out of Anan's room. She also felt that after moving out, her cultivation speed was slower than before. It seemed that it was Anan, her little sister-in-law, who helped her improve faster. After figuring this out, Yu Bing was very happy. That's not good. Of course, Yu Yu knew the reason. It's nothing. It's better than some brother running into his sister's room in the middle of the night and instilling energy into her. Those who know him will understand that he is a good brother who loves his sister. Those who don't know might think that he is going to do something. Fallen Beauty suddenly asked with a smile, "Why don't you come to my room tonight? I still have a lot to tell you." No, no. Yu Yu was shocked and waved her hand to resist. "If you have something to say it here." "I really have something to say to you, not that kind." Fallen Beauty's expression was very serious. "Don't mention this topic." Yu Yu's cheeks flushed. Looking around to make sure no one was around, she whispered, "What do you want to say?" I might not be able to help you. You should ask Tian Fa or Wu Hen." "I've asked. Everyone's situation is different. I feel that you are closer to me, so I came to ask you." Fallen Beauty sent a telepathic message to her using a secret language. "I don't understand at all. You can slowly study it yourself." When Yu Yu heard this, she was embarrassed and waved her hand to deny the possibility of further discussion with Fallen Beauty. Fallen Beauty felt that Yu Yu should know something. If they could communicate secretly, both of them would improve. However, because of Yu Yu's identity, she refused to communicate. This made her sigh helplessly. Alright, you don't have to do this. Alright, I won't talk about this. You can continue working. I'll ask Xianxia and Wuxia. Maybe they can help me. They can't know. No matter how talented they are, there are people who don't know. Yu resisted her shyness and suggested, why don't you go to Anan? She should know something. Anan is too young. I feel like I'm a generation older than her. It's a little embarrassing to talk to her about this. Fallen Beauty looked a little embarrassed. You know how to be embarrassed? Then why did you come to me? Yu was speechless. Hee hee. Fallen Beauty shrugged her shoulders. Although she didn't say anything, her expression showed that she was the most talkative person in the world. Of course, she came to you. This made Yu speechless. That night, Impatience seemed to have heard something secret. She made a proposal. Yu Bing didn't understand, but when she wanted to participate, Yu stopped her. It made her feel that she couldn't participate because she wasn't strong enough. In the end, under Impatience's repeated coercion, Fallen Beauty, Red, and the others reluctantly expressed their willingness to participate. Could it be that Tianfa's proposal was related to her brother? With this thought in mind, Yu Bing entered Dreamland. However, when she opened her eyes, she saw her brother lying on the edge of the bed with his clothes on. He stretched out his arm, letting Enan lay on his pillow. She immediately felt a burst of happiness in her heart. It turned out that her brother didn't participate in the proposal at all. He just came to rest with her after he finished his work as usual. Shoo! Yu Bing raised her finger and signaled Yu Yang to continue to sleep with Anan. She didn't want to wake Anan up. She just needed to get up and cultivate quietly. She tiptoed over Anan's body. Then, she took out the quilt and gently covered Yu Yang with it. Although she knew her brother wasn't afraid of the cold, it was still uncomfortable to sleep outside the quilt. Her mother wasn't around, so she had to take care of her brother for her mother. After washing up, Yu Bing sneaked in quietly and let her brother see her face and see if she was in good spirits. When Yu Yang gave her a thumbs up and made a cheering gesture, she was instantly filled with joy. She immediately closed the door and went out to cultivate energetically. Today, with her brother's encouragement and the good influence of resting with Anan, Yu Bing felt that her state of mind and energy had improved a lot. So, she strengthened her confidence and started a new day of cultivation. Speaking of hard work, she was never inferior to anyone. Yu saw this scene from afar and smiled slightly bitterly. This little girl's heart was too pure. Moreover, the more she went through Yu Yang's purification and guidance, the purer her heart, body, and energy became. Under this kind of cultivation with no distractions and full of motivation, it was hard for Yu Bing's improvement not to increase rapidly. Yu thought about it again. Actually, this was a good thing. Having a pure heart wasn't a bad thing. Advancing by leaps and bounds was a good thing. If no one said it, who else would know? Thinking about herself, besides. Yu's face heated up. She hurriedly wiped away some images that flashed in her mind and became her serious self again. 3 days later, Yu Bing followed her brother back to Tianluo Palace to see Fourth Mother. She proudly reported to her mother, "Mother, I advanced by another realm. I thought it would take a long time to break through, but brother is my lucky star. I succeeded the moment he came back. And this hairstyle, brother personally helped me comb it. He said that it looks good to have an ahog on my head. Mother, don't you think so?" The little girl's face sparkled. That bright smile could make 100 flowers close their eyes in shame. On top of her head, a strand of hair was deliberately revealed. It proudly soared into the sky. He looked exceptionally spirited and full of vigor. Fourth Mother smiled and gently touched her head. "You're already growing up, why do you still need brother's help to comb your hair? But with a strand of hair sticking up, it's really different from usual. It looks quite funny, as long as you like it." Xianxia pouted. "What's so great about one strand of hair? I have a lot of hair sticking up." Yu Bing stared at her. "That's a mess. You didn't comb your hair in the morning and you still have the cheek to say that. Come, let me comb it for you." Xianxia found it troublesome and ran away, hiding behind Yu Yang. "I don't want to." After Yu Yang reunited with Fourth Mother, he went to see His Majesty to ask if His Majesty had gathered any information about Berry Sword Villa. who knew that His Majesty was really angry this time and refused to see him again. However, when Yu Yang was preparing to see Jun Wuyu, His Majesty sent someone to deliver a book. He didn't know which era it was from, but Yu Yang still couldn't recognize the ancient characters on the book even though he had grasped most of the knowledge inheritance. This made him sweat profusely. Jun Wuyu was much easier to talk to. Furthermore, he did things quickly. When Yu Yang returned from the southern heaven realm, he said that he had already sent someone to open a path to the hill where the ancient runes were. There are definitely ancient runes, but it might not be suitable for you. The old fox laughed gloatingly. You brat, you've always been very lucky. This time, you probably won't have a share. I've gone to take a look and also researched with Nan Gong and the others. I feel that it should be an ancient rune that is suitable for women. Even if I can't use it, I still have my sister. Yu Yang was a typical person who kept his goodies within his own field. Hey, not only do you have a sister, you also have a fiancé. Bring my precious daughter along to take a look. Maybe my Xianxia is also suitable for that ancient rune. Jun Wuyu was a father who treated his daughter as his darling. Of course, he wasn't the only one like this. There was also the Eastern Sky King. The Eastern Sky King was a person who wouldn't lose out at any time. If Yu Yang said that he didn't bring fallen flowers, he would fight with Yu Yang to the death. Can't you guys be a little more calm? The old fox covered his face as he couldn't bear to see Jun Wuyu and the Eastern Sky King's expressions. Big brother, one of you is the emperor and the other is the prince. In fact, he had studied it repeatedly. He felt that it was impossible for his daughter to fuse with that ancient rune, which was why he was so calm. Otherwise, it would be strange if he didn't grab Yu Yang's collar. When Yu Yang asked about the burial Sword Valley, Jun Wuyu said that it would be a little later. After all, the mountain-drilling earthworm wasn't omnipotent. Returning to the heaven stairway, Fallen Beauty and the others already knew about the inside information. They were too lazy to look at the ancient rune that couldn't possibly belong to them. Princess Sisai and Shui Wuxia also felt that it was impossible for them to form a contract with it. This was because the ancient rune's attributes had already revealed its true owner. It was just that they hoped that one day they would have the chance to fuse with it and gain some experience. On the other hand, Yu Bing, who knew nothing about this, followed behind her brother excitedly with her adorable ahog swaying towards the sky. Her energetic little face was sparkling. She was too happy and excited to go on an adventure with her brother. She didn't even notice the hints that Sickly Beauty gave her. This little girl is too lucky to have such a brother and such a good thing. Fallen Beauty laughed. Bing Heir is also very hardworking. Yu felt that this was the most important reason. Arriving at the place where the ancient rune was, Yu Yang followed the tunnel created by the mountain-drilling earthworm and came to a small underground space. The ancient rune was engraved on the obelisk in the middle of a large rune circle. Energy was everywhere. It shone brightly. The profoundness within was indescribable. The surrounding underground space had already been dug by the mountain-drilling earthworm, leaving only the pillar-shaped rock protected by the rune energy and the obelisk. Yu Yang had seen this kind of obelisk in the heaven realm before. There were many patterns on it, and some even maintained a certain amount of energy, but there were no ancient runes. As for this ancient rune, Yu Yang could tell the attribute and type of fusion at a glance. If he forcibly fused it, he could do it himself. But he, who had the creation orb and the world, did not need to fuse all the ancient runes into himself. While improving himself, Yu Yang also hoped that the people around him could improve as well. Only then would they be able to stay by his side forever. Moreover, even if he fused this ancient rune, it would not have the greatest effect on Yu Yang himself. It would be better to leave it for someone more suitable, such as this cute sister who was full of vitality. Ancient Forest, the attribute of this ancient rune, who knew what changes it would bring to her, who had the Titan Ancient Tree, Green Light Tree Demonis, and Intense Poison. Thinking about it, he was really looking forward to it, but her strength was still not enough. It was still too early to fuse it. After a while, when she reached a higher realm, she would definitely be able to do it. Very good ancient rune, right? Seeing that Yu Yang was silent, Yu Bing thought that this ancient rune was extremely difficult to fuse. Even her brother could not successfully fuse it for the time being. She was excited and regretful at the same time. regretful that she could not see her brother fuse this ancient rune with her own eyes. Excited because such a difficult ancient rune would definitely be very good. It would be of great help to her brother in the future. Of course. Yu Yang caressed her little head. I will work hard to train and help my brother. Yu Bing clenched her little fist and made up her mind. These ancient runes seem a little different. Shui Wuxia recorded the complicated ancient rune pattern and went back to study it with sickly beauty. She found something strange during the copying process. Yes, the usage of these ancient runes is different from what we have now. It seems to have a deeper meaning. Princess Xianxia was also interested. Recently, she had been trying to understand how to completely transform the Prison Emperor Divine Sword into her own divine equipment. Yu Yang wanted to help her, but she was rejected by her extremely competitive nature. However, she didn't reject Yu Yang's suggestion to name it in advance. She agreed to name the divine sword that had completely transformed into her Prison Tiger Divine Sword. Ancient runes, ancient rune pattern. She felt that she was excited. Ancient rune pattern. She copied it. Brother, what can I do to help? Yu Bing really hoped that she could be of use, even if it was just a little help. Brother, what can I do to help? Yu Bing would never tell her that this was actually the beginning of the rune fusion. Of course, Yu Yang would not tell her that this was actually the beginning of the rune fusion, just like the inheritance of knowledge. Although Yu Yang could not do that kind of inheritance of knowledge, it was still possible for him to imprint a set of ancient rune circle. Yu Bing cooperated completely. She trusted him without any distracting thoughts. This was also the key to success. Even so, it took him 2 whole days to complete the initial imprint. Yu Yang did not touch the most important ancient rune, ancient forest, for the time being. It would not be too late to wait for Yu Bing's strength and realm to increase. In these 2 days, Shui Wuxia and Princess Xianxia each had different harvests. What made Yu Yang most happy was that because they had been together for 2 days, when he was resting at night and waiting for Yu Bing to fall asleep, although the 2 girls were a little resistant to him cultivating intimately in front of Yu Bing, they did not refuse. Perhaps they were afraid of waking Yu Bing up, so they gave up after a little struggle. Even after they finished training, Yu Yang's wolfish hands touched and kissed them a few times. They only rolled their eyes at him and did not get angry. They would never behave like this normally. This could be considered as a small reward for this journey. Yu Yang was very satisfied with the 3 of them getting along with each other in public. If there was one, there would be 2. Now that there was a successful start, he believed that it would get better and better in the future. In the future, he would find the 2 of them to train together. He believed that it would gradually become a habit and everything would come naturally. Returning to the heaven stairway, Yu Yang decided to go to the Western Heaven realm alone after discussing with the Night Empress and the other girls who had returned. With the experience of Queen Vivian Li, he was very confident that he could pass the 4th stage, the 5th stage, the 6th stage, the 6th stage, the Demon Valley without any help. If he passed all 3 stages, he would return to the Heaven Stairway and use everyone's strength to break through the 7th stage, the Human Valley. Using the 3-realm compass, Yu Yang first returned to the Conqueror City. He found that Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the others were being drilled to death by the veterans in the city. Seeing that these fellows were even more tired than dead dogs, Yu Yang expressed his deep sympathy and condolences to them. Then, without looking back, he headed towards the ancient training grounds. At the periphery of the training grounds, he met an acquaintance. Snake-Hair Demon Man Master Eternal Wind from the 4 great clans. The current Master Eternal Wind was even more miserable than when he saw him in the Earth Demon Temple, because he was surrounded by the death warriors of the Central Shrine. This was not the worst. There was a Deputy Palace Master level expert who was currently suppressing the snake-haired devil man and beating him up in a frenzy. Further away, there was a group of Dark World corrupted warriors standing at the outermost periphery like slaves. Although they had the most people, their status was as low as ants. In front of the army of the Central Shrine, they were not even qualified to raise their heads. All of them bowed their heads and no one dared to make a move. In the most conspicuous place of the training grounds, there were rows of wooden stakes. On top of them, there were iron chains. On the iron chain, there were many human heads hanging down. These were all mercenaries who had tried to enter, or those who had escaped and failed to pass the checkpoint. Like the friends of Lord Ling Yun and the others, the three big teams of 8 Desolation, Battle Song and Snowfield, they were almost completely wiped out. Their heads were all hanging on the iron chains. Even the few powerful leaders were no exception. If it wasn't for the brutal slaughter and arrogant display, Yu Yang's anger wouldn't have been ignited. These people had nothing to do with Yu Yang. However, the arrogant killing of the Central Shrine's death warriors made Yu Yang feel extremely disgusted. Because of this, Yu Yang decided to meddle in their business and let the Central Shrine's death warriors have a taste of their own medicine, so lively. Yu Yang floated down from the sky. Everyone, including the Vice Palace Master who was in the middle of a fierce battle and the snake-haired demonic man who was continuously being defeated, did not notice when he had arrived. "It's you?" The snake-haired demon man finally recognized Yu Yang. On the contrary, the fierce-looking Vice Palace Master did not recognize Yu Yang at all. In his information, there was no such person as Yu Yang. "How did you become like this? Did you change your profession to a beggar?" Yu Yang landed beside the snake-haired demon man and looked him up and down. Seeing that the snake-haired demon man's embroidered clothes had turned into beggar's clothes, he knew that he had been beaten badly. If this young master Eternal Wind of the Dugu family was at his peak and had the painful mirror, it would not be difficult for him to fight. But now, it was definitely difficult. "It's a long story." The snake-haired demon man sighed. Suddenly, he thought of something and grabbed Yu Yang's hand. "Is the painful mirror with you? Do you want to go back?" Yu Yang forgot to tell this guy that once a treasure was in his hands, it would be difficult to get it out. "No, it's not that." The snake-haired demon man's reaction was out of Yu Yang's expectations. He shook his hands. "Actually, it's like this. I always thought that it was the curse that caused me to become a snake-haired demon man. But when I lost the painful mirror, I suddenly realized that the power of the curse in my body was gradually fading. Although I can't recover my original appearance, the power of the curse is indeed weakening. I can tell you with certainty that the change in my body was caused by the painful mirror. You might not believe me when I say it like this, but I'm telling you with all my sincerity, you can't use the painful mirror too much, otherwise you will definitely become like me. That semi-god equipment looks harmless on the surface, but there must be some kind of unknown curse power in it. If you use it too much, the curse will accumulate. Don't covet it because it's a semi-god equipment. Oh right, the one you picked up is that little girl. Go back and tell her. I definitely don't want the painful mirror back. Tell her to throw it away as soon as possible and not use it." Yu Yang looked at him strangely. "You came back because of this? I didn't know that you were so great." The snake-haired demon man retorted unhappily. "If I wasn't worried that the cool little girl would turn into a lamia, I wouldn't have come back here to suffer. Didn't you see? I was almost killed by that guy just now." Yu Yang couldn't help but feel a little touched. This guy was worth befriending. At least when he knew that the treasure was harmful, he would come back to inform Yu Yang. If it was someone else who knew that the stolen treasure was cursed, they would probably be gloating. Of course, Yu Yang looked like he didn't care at all. He waved his hand. "I'll tell her what you said. What other good news do you have?" The snake-haired demon man felt dizzy and rolled his eyes. "I'm serious." "Be serious, you really have to tell that little girl clearly, otherwise it'll be too late for her to turn into a lamia. If she likes mirror-type treasures, I can think of a way to find one somewhere and give her another one. But that painful mirror, you really can't use it anymore." Yu Yang dozed off as he listened. "You're so long-winded." This attitude made the snake-haired demon man almost explode in anger, stomping his feet in anger. "I've already told you, it's up to you whether you believe me or not. I'm leaving now, don't regret it." Yu Yang smiled and waved his hand. "Have a safe trip, I won't send you off." The snake-haired demon man was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. "I've never seen someone like you in my life. It's not like I like that little girl, why are you jealous? I just feel that she's like my sister." Hearing this, Yu Yang's attitude immediately improved, and he held his hand. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" The snake-haired demon man was even angrier, and struggled to free his hand. "Get lost." The fiendish deputy palace master, who had been standing on the opposite side for a long time, suddenly took 2 steps forward and laughed coldly. "Have you guys said enough? If you have, it's almost time to send you on your way." "Shut up." Yu Yang and the snake-haired demon man shouted in unison, "This has nothing to do with you, go away." That vice palace master did not argue. He only condensed an energy wheel and slashed it towards Yu Yang. The ground cracked. The mountain peak was also split into two. Snake-haired demon man finally remembered how he was beaten up by his opponent just now. He hurriedly pushed Yu Yang away and sent a secret message, "This guy is a vice palace master. His strength cannot be underestimated. Let's split up and retreat. Let's meet at Tianhua region's White River City. I still need your help. At most, I'll treat you to supper." Yu Yang felt that if this guy waited for him to show up, he would definitely be covered in cobwebs. However, he did not say that he was going to challenge the trial. Instead, he nodded with a sneaky smile, indicating that he would definitely show up. Ha ha ha, let this guy wait until his body is covered in mushrooms. Anyway, he would not go to White River City for a few months. Originally, Snake-Hair Demon Man wanted to be the boss and stand up to stop the Vice Palace Master so that Yu Yang could escape. Who would have thought that Yu Yang would kick his butt, sending the Snake-Hair Demonic Man, who was about to become the leader, flying? Not just anyone could be a boss. Snake-Hair Demon Man was kicked, but he was not angry. Instead, he was a little touched. He did not think that it was a big problem for Yu Yang to stay behind to stop the enemy. After all, Yu Yang had charged straight into the Earth Demon Palace. It would be impossible if he did not have some ability. Although Snake-Hair Demon Man did not think that Yu Yang could win against that Vice Palace Master, it should not be a problem for him to resist for a few minutes. Most importantly, staying behind to stop the enemy was also a form of confidence in his strength. Remember to keep the appointment, I really have something important to do. Even if I have to bring that cool little girl along, it's fine. The snake-haired demon man did not forget to remind Yu Yang to keep the appointment as he ran away. So long-winded. This was Yu Yang's reply. The Palace Death Warriors and the Dark World Corrupted Warriors all flew up. They wanted to stop him, but it was useless. No matter how miserable the Duga clan's young master Eternal Wind was, they could not stop him. In the end, everyone's anger was focused on Yu Yang alone. If he hadn't appeared, even if he hadn't captured young master Everlasting Wind alive, he would have beaten him to a pulp. Young master Everwind had run away, so no matter what, this brat had to stay. With him as a hostage, the escaped young master Everwind would come to negotiate with him sooner or later. Rumble. That deputy palace master launched several powerful attacks in a row, but he couldn't even touch a hair on Yu Yang. Even if Yu Yang didn't use his true strength, just his speed alone was not something they could catch up to. He was wearing Elder Yumu's acceleration gloves on both of his hands, and Elder Yumu's winged wind silver boots on his feet. He was also wearing the platinum-ranked Flying Eagle helmet that Yu Yang had casually forged to deceive Heaven Realm warriors. Disregarding the quasi-god equipment Extreme Speed Ring, disregarding Yu Yang's mysterious 3 styles, disregarding the teleportation skill that Yu Yang was proficient in, and disregarding the control of the world creation domain, it was just a set of acceleration equipment. It was enough to make the other party cough out his lungs. Chase, chase, chase. Yu Yang teased his opponent for a few minutes. He was a little tired of it. In the process of blocking, he secretly condensed a ball of super-concentrated star explosion energy. Boom, a mushroom cloud rose up from the ground. The flames and explosion created a shockwave that swept across the ground. Those who were blocking in the central area, those deity templars and Dark Realm fallen warriors, who were below heaven ranked level 3, didn't even have a speck of dust left. Even the small captains of heaven ranked level 3 and above were heavily injured and on the verge of death. That fiendish deputy palace master was burning with anger. He wanted to tear Yu Yang into pieces. He had never thought that the little mouse that he had been chasing would suddenly transform, causing him, an old cat, to burn its whiskers. When he saw Yu Yang rush into the central region of the trial grounds and teleport into the Rain Valley, the first stage of the trial grounds, he was seething with anger. In his entire life, he had never seen such an arrogant human being. Surrounded by thousands of people, he killed hundreds of deity templars in one strike and still dared to rush into the forbidden trial grounds of the central shrine. He was simply looking for death. If I, Shindu, don't hang your head on this metal chain, I will ask for forgiveness from Master Jiwari and demote myself to the position of Deputy Palace Master. the deputy palace master roared to the sky. He pointed out the 50 elites of the deity Templars to search for and obstruct communications. After making 200% preparations, he suppressed the anger in his chest and chased after Yu Yang into the trial grounds. If he didn't kill this human brat, he wouldn't be able to quell the anger in his heart. At the same time, he wouldn't be able to escape the responsibility of the deity Templars. No matter if it was for public or private reasons, he had to get this brat's head and hang it on the metal chain. Only then could he wash away the shame of today. Ah! As soon as he entered the Yugu, the deputy palace master who called himself Shindu realized that this brat did not run away. He had actually ambushed him at the entrance and killed one of the deity Templar's elite guards in a second. Under the deputy palace master's curses and unreconciled roars, Yu Yang, who was extremely fast and familiar with the route, continued to increase the distance between him and Yu Yang. The more he chased, the further the distance between him and Yu Yang became. After a few minutes, under the helpless gazes of the deity Templars, Yu Yang disappeared like smoke. Other than gritting his teeth and glaring at Yu Yang, the deputy palace master who called himself Shindu couldn't do anything else. Happy playtime always passed very quickly. When Yu Yang stepped into the second stage, the Wind Valley, there were only 30 people left by the deputy palace master's side. 20 of them had been killed by Yu Yang in the Yugu, becoming one of the tragic skeletons on the roadside of the Yugu. When Yu Yang stepped into the third stage, the Sand Valley, there were only 10 people left by the deputy palace master's side. When Yu Yang entered the fourth stage, the Desire Valley, other than deputy palace master Shindu, who chased after him, the remaining 50 deity Templars elite guards were all buried in the middle of the chase. They became human targets for Yu Yang to provoke the deputy palace master's anger. If Deputy Palace Master Shindu knew that there was a garrison Deputy Palace Master in front of him who was frightened by Yu Yang's creation domain's gate of life and death to the point that he had no choice but to surrender, he wouldn't be so hot-headed as to chase after Yu Yang. In reality, Deputy Palace Master Shindu's parents and teachers gave him the name Shindu in hopes that he would examine himself and not be impulsive. He had to maintain modesty and prudence at all times, not be stubborn, and not act arbitrarily. Unfortunately, Deputy Palace Master Shindu was completely unable to understand the deep meaning behind the names given by his parents and teachers. Basically, he had made all the mistakes that he shouldn't have made. The fourth stage, the Desire Valley. After entering this stage, no one would be able to leave before completing the test. This was also a special world with all kinds of special restrictions. Once violated, anyone would be reduced to a member of this place, and would never be able to leave. I've finally caught up to you. Kill, kill, kill. I've finally gotten the head. Weren't you very arrogant? Show me how arrogant you are now. Ha 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 ha. In Yu Yang's creation domain, Deputy Palace Master Shindu completely didn't realize that he had long been a chess piece that Yu Yang had intentionally lured, and was even feeling pleased with himself. He thought that Yu Yang was already exhausted, so he launched a frenzied attack on the illusion. After the illusory reflection of the creation domain life gate, in addition to Yu Yang's intentional misdirection, Deputy Palace Master Shindu successfully killed the exhausted Yu Yang. He looked up to the sky and laughed, extremely pleased with himself. However, he didn't know that the real enemy was behind him, and was using him as a chess piece to explore the path. With Yu Yang's strength and intelligence, even without the guidance of Queen Vivian Li's experience, it wouldn't be a problem for him to pass through the Desire Valley. However, he liked things that were simple and easy to do. If he could use Deputy Palace Master Shindu as a chess piece to open the path, and he could advance calmly from behind, why wouldn't he do such a good thing? Yu Yang, who was hidden at the back, quietly observed Deputy Palace Master Shindu's performance in the Desire Valley. After a wild and complacent laugh, he vented the depression in his heart. Deputy Palace Master Shindu then started to seriously size up this Desire Valley. At the entrance, there were 2 huge stone statues with severed heads. They seemed to be a man and a woman hugging each other, but their heads were chopped off by someone. The 2 huge stone statues with severed heads were filled with a terrifying resentful energy. This resentful energy merged with the power of the laws in the surrounding space. Looking around, other than the 2 stone statues with severed heads at the entrance who were wearing some stone carving clothes, everywhere else was naked. Countless stone statues the size of small hills, some in the shape of humans. Some in the shape of beasts, and all kinds of strange creatures, were all doing all kinds of mating postures. Even some trees seemed to have been pruned into such a state. Everywhere was filled with naked desire. What made Deputy Palace Master Shen Du even more frustrated was that in this space, whether it was the wind that blew past, the flowers that he smelled, or the invisible wave of energy, all of them were extremely stimulating and tempting. It made him impatient and wanted to find someone to vent his desire on. Damn it, this is the Desire Valley, a very dangerous place. Looks like I have to be especially careful. Deputy Palace Master Shen Du had heard the warning from his superiors. Ah, save me. In the forest not far ahead, a panicked cry came from afar. Yu Yang, who was quietly resisting the law of desire, did not move at all. He knew what was going to happen from Queen Vivian Li's experience of clearing the trial. Because of this, in order to avoid some trouble, he purposely lured Deputy Palace Master Shen Du, a chess piece. Deputy Palace Master Shen Du, who was completely unaware of his chess piece, immediately flew towards the source of the sound. He discovered that a few ugly centaur monsters were currently surrounding a beautiful girl, intending to rape this pitiful girl. Shen Du did not immediately go forward. Instead, he estimated the strength of both parties and scanned his surroundings. He discovered that the centaurs in front of him did not even have the strength of Heaven's stage. There were no enemies in the surroundings. Thus, with a loud shout, like a god descending, he landed in front of the disheveled girl. With a wave of his hand, he instantly killed those ugly centaurs. What happened next was, of course, the beauty falling in love at first sight. She immediately threw herself into his arms, putting on a battle that was not suitable for children. After the deed, the girl begged Deputy Palace Master Shen Du to save her sisters. Out of disdain towards the strength of the ugly centaurs, and secretly drooling over the girl's sisters, Deputy Palace Master Shen Du once again descended from the heavens and attacked the centaur encampment tens of kilometers away. He saved 10 different but sexy and beautiful girls. At the same time, another great battle ensued. In Deputy Palace Master Shen Du's time, he spent 3 days and 3 nights fighting bitterly until his legs were weak and his waist was numb. Finally, he subdued the 11 girls and obtained the admiration of the 11 girls. However, in Yu Yang's vision, this fellow did not even leave a kilometer away. Not even 10 minutes had passed. There were no women at all. Everything was an illusion created by the law of lust. The only similarity was that this fellow's legs were weak. This kind of indulgence in the illusion was similar to the illusion of the gate of life and death. Once the consciousness acknowledged it, the body would be damaged accordingly. Not only that, this kind of immersion made him sink deeper and deeper into the law of desire. In the end, it became harder and harder to wake up. Although Vice Palace Master Shen Du had great strength, his ending was already decided. He would not be able to extricate himself. The illusion of lust continued. In order to obtain more women, to enjoy more pleasure, and to obtain the qualification to lead with countless women by reaching the top, Vice Palace Master Shen Du fought day and night. In the day, he conquered enemies like a god of war and plunder even more beauties. At night, he burned the midnight oil to fight. This kind of day and night battle did not make Vice Palace Master Shen Du feel tired at all. On the contrary, he felt extremely satisfied and proud. If it was not for the faint thought of leaving in the depths of his heart, he would even be willing to live here forever. Here, almost all the enemies were weak. Even if there were a few strong enemies, they would not pose any threat to his life. At most, they would make him worry about the women behind him who made him unable to be happy being attacked. More and more subordinates worshipped him. More and more women came to him because of his reputation. Their goal was to obtain his outstanding seeds. Outside, Vice Palace Master Shen Du was just a Vice Palace Master. But here, he was the emperor, an unparalleled emperor. There were more than 1,000 concubines in the palace, but none of them made him tired. All of them made him feel incomparably happy. Vice Palace Master Shen Du liked this kind of life. Although he would have to leave in the end, he decided to become the master of the entire Valley of Desire. He would win the reward and bring all of the women away. Before that, he would not consider anything else. Vice Palace Master Shen Du did not know that there was someone behind him quietly watching everything. He did not know that Yu Yang was using him as a mirror to try and break the law of desire. He only lived in the illusion world that he saw. In this illusion world, he exterminated countless centaurs that did not exist. He also personally killed a powerful black dragon and even defeated a strong opponent. In Yushindu's world, a full 10 years had passed. There were more than 100,000 loyal subordinates who swore to follow him. There were also more than 10,000 women in the harem. Every one of them was a heavenly beauty. Every one of them was good at pleasing others. Every night, they could bring him unparalleled happiness. However, in Yu Yang's world, only 2 days had passed in the Valley of Desire, not even 3 days had passed. The only similarity was that Vice Palace Master Shen Du had already emptied his body in the frenzy of pleasure. Under the law of desire, Vice Palace Master Shen Du was depleting the energy in his body at an astonishing rate. This kind of wear and tear, in the midst of the intense pleasure and the appearance of mistakes, gave Shen Du the feeling that he was improving again and not retreating little by little. Your Majesty, this concubine admires the most, and now, we are only 2 steps away from the final summit. The first girl he saved had already become Vice Palace Master Shen Du's most beloved concubine. She was his source of happiness. Almost every night, she would think of all kinds of ways to make him happy. What she was talking about was defeating the last 2 strong opponents. They were Shen Du's competitors, the temple elders who had entered earlier than Shen Du, Dark Ginseng and Smoke. Yes, although they used to be this emperor's companions, they have always been dishonest in the alliance. They have caused trouble behind our backs many times, and even stabbed us in the back. This time, this emperor will not tolerate them anymore. Breaking the alliance is inevitable. There will only be one final victor, and that is this emperor. They did not care about our friendship in the past, so don't blame this emperor for being ruthless. History and glory will always be written by the victors. Vice Palace Master Shen Du had initially formed an alliance with Dark Ginseng and Smoke, the 2 temple elders, and defeated many opponents. Now, it was time to turn hostile. As the emperor, he did not hesitate to make a decision that he would not have made in the past, and that was to kill his former companions. Your Majesty is wise. This concubine will forever follow your Majesty. After that girl expressed her loyalty, she had some concerns. Your Majesty is invincible, but once the battle starts, there will be 2 opponents. If your Majesty can absorb more energy, then your chances of winning will be 100%. Understood, I will use that secret power. The secret power that Vice Palace Master Shen Du mentioned was to accept the sacrifice from the desire altar, have sex with the god of desire, and obtain divine power. What he needed to do was to use his invincible thing to defeat the god of desire that had descended. Everything happened as he wished. In the eyes of Yu Yang, who was watching from afar, everything did not exist. Even the 2 temple elders, Dark Ginseng and Smoke, had died a long time ago. Their souls had sunk into the Valley of Desire, becoming one of the resentful curses. In Vice Palace Master Shen Du's illusory world, the naked goddess of desire had descended. She was so beautiful that words could not describe her beauty. Vice Palace Master Shen Du, who had slept with countless women, was extremely excited. When the goddess of desire asked him if he was willing to sacrifice everything to her, Vice Palace Master Shen Du agreed without hesitation. The battle broke out. Vice Palace Master Shen Du was in bliss. His soul floated out of his body, and along with the souls of countless people who had failed, his consciousness was destroyed forever. All that was left was desire and the pain of being immersed in resentment. After failing to pass the trial, the nomological power immediately took effect. As punishment, Vice Palace Master Shen Du's body turned into a huge rock. Together with the stone statues formed by his thoughts before his death, they formed into one of the thousands of stone statues or tree statues that were having sex. Beside him, Smoke and Dark Ginseng, who had entered the Valley of Desire earlier, were the 2 temple elders who had turned into stone statues. The 3 of them were exactly the same. They had all died in the illusion of desire, died from endless greed, and sank into oblivion. If Vice Palace Master Shen Du had a shred of clarity, a shred of self-reflection, and a shred of self-control during the entire process of falling into oblivion, he, who was extremely powerful, might not have ended up like this. Unfortunately, his name was Shen Du, and his actions were completely different. Yu Yang saw the entire process. Only when he saw Vice Palace Master Xianxia turn into a huge rock did he slowly stand up. He, who had never been confused by the illusion, and had never struggled in his desires, as long as he used his feet to step over the group of huge rocks formed by the losers and reach the end of the Valley of Desire, he would be able to successfully pass the trial and leave the Valley of Desire. However, Yu Yang, who had comprehended the creation domain in the door of life and death, was not willing to leave just like that. In the Valley of Desire, he felt that other than the temptation of the nomological power of desire, there was also an extremely strong power of hatred. This was an existence that even Queen Vivian Li did not understand. Queen Vivian Li had been in a hurry and did not think much before directly reaching the end and passing through the confusing Valley of Desire. She told him that as long as he shed a drop of virgin's tear or a drop of virgin's blood at the end, he would be able to successfully pass the fourth trial, the Valley of Desire. Yu Yang knew the answer to passing the trial. However, he was not satisfied. He hoped to observe with his own eyes and use the chess pieces as a mirror to find the truth of the power of hatred in the Valley of Desire. At the end of the Valley of Desire, there are two kneeling stone statues with severed heads. They are exactly the same as the two stone statues at the entrance. They are both headless men and women. The drop of blood drips onto the palms of the man, while the drop of tear drips onto the palms of the woman. The effect of the two seems to be the same. I was in a hurry to pass the Valley of Desire, so I did not study it carefully and passed with a drop of tear. If you do not prepare in advance, there will be many women on the way to the Valley of Desire. They are all the reincarnations of those who have lost their minds and lost their minds. It is said that as long as you obtain the love of those women, you will be able to pass. However, there is no guarantee, so you should prepare yourself early. This was Queen Vivian Li's experience in passing the Valley of Desire. Virgin's tears, blood, I have them all. Yu Yang was a little puzzled as he opened his hands and muttered to himself, but what is this resentful power? Can you feel the existence of hatred? A girl's voice, as clear as the sounds of nature, rang out from behind Yu Yang. Yu Yang's soul felt as if it had been struck by lightning, and his body shook violently. He did not sense that there was a woman behind him. This was impossible. Under the protection of the creation domain, with his heaven eyes' divine vision, even a god would not be able to get behind him without him noticing. Moreover, there was the power of the minor laws surrounding his body. It should be impossible for other wills to enter the space within 100 meters. Why, who was it that was able to do this? Yu Yang instantly unleashed his sovereign's will and regained his composure. He turned around calmly and looked at the person. It was an indescribably beautiful woman. Compared to her, the goddess of desire who had seduced Xianxia previously was like a firefly compared to the bright moon. It was a pity that this woman only had a head. The part below the neck had been chopped off by someone. Even so, her face was suffocatingly beautiful. Even Yu Yang, who was used to seeing beauties and had the sovereign's will, could not help but feel a ripple in his heart. If not for the guidance of Zhizun, Queen Vivian Li, and the many ancient experts of the World Tree, which allowed Yu Yang to reach the God realm and reach the perfect sovereign realm, he would not have been able to resist the temptation of the other party. This was just a head. If she had a body, Yu Yang felt that even his sovereign's will might not be able to resist it. It was too terrifying. Yu Yang had never thought that a woman could be so terrifyingly beautiful. This kind of devastatingly beautiful face was the most fatal poison to any man. If this woman said that she wanted to fall in love with him, any man would give up everything in the world and willingly fall under her skirt. Are you afraid of me? The beautiful woman smiled slightly. Her smile instantly made the world lose its color. Ah, you're the source of that hatred. Yu Yang felt the other party's inconceivable existence. His sovereign's will was immediately shaken and shocked. No, you're the energy source of the entire Valley of Desire. No wonder I couldn't sense your existence before. You're the law of the Valley of Desire. No, the law of the entire Valley of Desire is not the law of desire. It exists to seal you, but you turned it around and assimilated it into the law of desire. Heavens, who exactly are you? My name is Pandora. I'm a person who died 100,000 years ago. I don't remember the past at all. All that's left is endless hatred. The beautiful woman smiled and asked, "Are you satisfied with this answer?" "Oh right, I seem to be born with the ability to predict death." Do you want to know the day of your death? It seems to be today? Is that so? Yu Yang appeared very calm. You're going to die today, aren't you afraid? The beautiful woman who called herself Pandora asked curiously. This isn't real. Yu Yang laughed. How could he die for no reason? Not to mention himself, even a normal person wouldn't die just like that. You don't believe me? Actually, my prophecy is quite accurate. In these 100,000 years, there hasn't been an exception. I also don't know why I have this kind of prophecy ability, but once I say it, it will become the truth. Many people didn't believe it, but without exception, they all died. I remember that not too long ago, there was also a human male who was much stronger than you. I told him that he would die within a year. Pandora even gave Yu Yang an example. He died within a year? Yu Yang asked. I don't know. Pandora shook her head. According to the people who came in 3 years later, that very strong human male had indeed died. As for whether he died within a year like I predicted, they didn't ask him clearly. What was that very strong human male called? Yu Yang asked again. I think he was called Zhan Feng. When Pandora said this, Yu Yang sweated profusely. Who was Zhan Feng? That was the famous prison emperor. What did you predict that Zhan Feng would die from? Yu Yang was starting to believe the other party's prophecy ability, but he was still a little curious. It should be self-destruction. Pandora expressed that she wasn't too sure. Then what will I die from today? Yu Yang asked again. This, you should have died from the resentment energy in the Valley of Desire. Pandora was more certain about the cause of Yu Yang's death. Why would I die of resentment? Yu Yang was curious. You are a little different from others. Your body seems to be automatically absorbing the power of resentment. This power of resentment has existed since ancient times. There were countless people who failed to pass the trial, and the power of resentment before they died was endless. It is not something that your body can contain or dissolve. In addition, the power of resentment here has fused with the laws. Absorbing the power of resentment is equivalent to devouring the laws. The laws that maintain the existence of the Valley of Desire will naturally cause a backlash. I estimate that it won't be long before your body explodes and you die within a day. Pandora carefully analyzed the cause of his death for Yu Yang. I see. Yu Yang was not surprised by this answer. There was indeed a black hole-like existence in his body that could devour energy. Moreover, there was also a world that was constantly absorbing energy. The cause of death has been found. What do you plan to do? Pandora was puzzled by Yu Yang's calmness. What do you mean? Yu Yang didn't understand. Aren't you scared? Pandora felt that this brat didn't look like someone who had already received news of his death. Logically speaking, his brain shouldn't react so slowly, right? Or was it that he was born with no understanding of death? Do I have to be afraid of this? Yu Yang asked a little uncertainly. That's death. Pandora was about to faint. If you die, won't you be scared? Yu Yang asked back. I've already been dead for 100,000 years, what's there to be scared of? Pandora expressed that she was already used to it. I'm not dead yet, what's there to be scared of? Yu Yang shrugged his shoulders and spread his hands. Not only was he calm, he was also optimistic. You're not dead yet, right? Pandora was speechless. Walking along the two sides of the giant stone statues, Yu Yang walked forward. Gradually, there was a shade of trees. However, these trees were very strange. Each of them was twisted like a human. The tree on Yu Yang's left side looked like a woman, while the tree on his right side looked like a man. The more he walked, the more they looked like. When he was about to reach the end, the trees that Yu Yang saw were no longer trees. Instead, they were treants that looked like trees. On the left side, there were women, and on the right side, all of them were naked without a single thread of clothing. Looking at them, they were extremely alluring. These treants, no matter if they were men or women, when they saw Yu Yang walking over, they all cried out loudly with tears streaming down their faces. Help! Yu Yang, who was still in his invisible state, turned around and looked at Pandora curiously. Can these treants see me? Pandora had been floating behind Yu Yang the whole time. She smiled and said, any challenger who enters the Valley of Desire, no matter what treasure or skill they use to hide themselves, it's useless. As long as it's not a law, nothing can hide. Yu Yang asked again, can these treants see you? Pandora denied, I'm not a law. Other than you, there are very few challengers who can sense the power of resentment. Others don't know of my existence. I beg you, save me. Bring me out of here, I can give you everything. Beside Yu Yang, there was a treant girl. Of course, there was more than one woman on this tree, but they seemed to have fused with the tree trunk. Although their bodies could move to a certain extent, they could not leave the tree trunk. A treant girl who could speak pleaded bitterly. She extended a slender arm towards Yu Yang, trying her best to pull him back. However, the moment she extended her arm out of the tree, the sunlight shone on it, and her slender arm immediately caught fire, causing the treant girl to scream in pain. If you are willing to save me, I can be your slave, and even offer you my chrysanthemum. The treant boy on the other side also begged Yu Yang with all his might. I'm sorry, I'm not interested in your chrysanthemum. Yu Yang added, furthermore, I will die today. Could it be that you have already violated the law? The treant girl's expression turned ugly. Although it was unintentional. Yu Yang nodded his head in admission. Scram, you're simply wasting my time. The treant boy's expression immediately changed when he heard that Yu Yang had violated the law. Why are you getting angry with a dead person? Let's wait for the next challenger and have some fun first. Not far from the treant boy, there was another treant boy. He slowly wriggled and slid down the tree trunk. His skin wriggled on the tree trunk that was dripping with mucus. It looked extremely disgusting. When the two bodies merged together, the two treants no longer cared about Yu Yang's dumbfounded gaze. They immediately hugged each other and began to fight. For a moment, the two treants' cries shook the heavens, and they panted like cows. However, the surrounding treants turned a blind eye to them, as if it was a common occurrence. Many treants who had been aroused also followed suit. Very quickly, the two treants on both sides began to tremble. Yu Yang was sweating profusely as he watched. Only the treant girl whose arm had been burned off by the sunlight looked at Yu Yang with tears in her eyes. You will die today. Can you give me a piece of love? As long as I can obtain love, I can leave this place. Before you die, I will accompany you for a day and let you enjoy the most happiness before you die. I can even leave behind my seed and give you a son in the future. Since you are going to die, don't you want to leave something for this world? Do you still want to have regrets in your last moments? I can satisfy you and let you leave in bliss. I will love you and remember you forever. In the future, I will bring your son to live a good life and teach him how to be a good person. I will let him become the most outstanding warrior in the heaven realm. I will come here to pay my respects in the future. Yu Yang seemed to be very kind today. He moved closer and asked, what do I have to do to save you? Pandora blew a breath of air in dissatisfaction behind him, hinting him not to be so stupid. In the Valley of Desire, no one could be trusted. Yu Yang was completely oblivious to this. His face was still as if he was the Holy Virgin Mary who was the savior of the world. The tree girl was moved to tears and sobbed non-stop. In the end, she suppressed her excitement and said with a trembling voice, as long as you give me a kiss, I can regain my freedom. I have regained my freedom and can give you all the happiness I want. In a day's time, we cultivated our love. If not for your urgent time, I can stay here with you for a few years, or even for a lifetime. You don't know how touched I am. I love you, I will love you for the rest of my life. As long as you give me my freedom, I will love you for the rest of my life. Kiss? Kiss where? Yu Yang moved closer again, his eyes inadvertently sweeping across the tree girl's snow-white breasts and the private area where her legs were spread wide open. I can touch you too. The tree girl seemed to be shy and lowered her head, not daring to look at Yu Yang. Her voice was also trembling a little. When Yu Yang heard this, it was so easy to touch, he pretended to cough seriously and tidied up his clothes and combed his hair. He almost took out a mirror to see if he had become more handsome. In the end, he took out the noble gesture of a gentleman sacrificing himself to save others and touched the tree girl's breasts. When Yu Yang retracted his hand reluctantly, the tree girl immediately smiled. Her body struggled fiercely on the tree. With a plop, she fell to the ground. When she crawled up from the green sticky tree sap, Yu Yang suddenly flew to the tree trunk and stuck to it. The more he struggled, the deeper he sank into the tree. Yu Yang cried out in shock, "What's going on?" The tree girl who fell under the tree giggled, "Of course it's to replace my position. Of course you don't know that in this place, anyone's freedom must be exchanged with another person's freedom. Maybe in the future, when another fool falls for it, you will be free. Before that, I will be leaving first. My dear fool lover, let me teach you a lesson here. Never trust strangers easily, and never promise strangers anything easily. In this trial ground, there is no one who dies faster than a good person." Yu Yang's expression was filled with fear. Suddenly, he thought of something. "Didn't you say that you would love me forever? And that you would give birth to a son and a daughter for me?" When the tree girl stood up, she actually turned into a middle-aged man. He laughed out loud, "Fool, in the Desire Valley, singular men become women, singular women become men. The men and women you see change every day. If you only look at appearances, fool, you will still help others earn money even after being cheated. Moreover, if it wasn't like this, would you believe me? Ha ha ha, you can slowly queue up. I reckon that after a few thousand people have passed by, it will be your turn to seduce the challengers. Actually, there's nothing bad about enjoying the days of being a man or a woman here. At least there's fun every day. If you're tired of playing with men, you can play with women. If you're tired of playing with women, you can let others play with you. As long as there's someone on the tree, if you're tired of playing with them one-on-one, you can come at them all together." Yu Yang turned into Aunt Xianglin. "I'm really stupid, I know it's fake, I'm really stupid, I still believe others." That middle-aged man laughed maniacally. "Slowly repent, I was also like this, you just have to get used to it. Brothers and sisters, I will definitely trick more fools to replace you here. You guys wait patiently, I'm leaving." Ignoring the surrounding Trent's words, that middle-aged man hurriedly flew out. Before he left, he even used his heel to hook onto the backpack that Yu Yang had placed on the ground just now. He actually wanted to take Yu Yang's luggage as well. After flying for 100 meters. Suddenly, everything shattered into pieces. It was as if a mirror had been shattered, and the scene had completely disappeared. It turned out that the middle-aged man who had flown 100 meters away was still the Treyant girl on the tree. The tear stains on her face had not dried yet. As for Yu Yang, who was stuck to the tree trunk, he was still standing in the middle of the tree with a smile on his face, as if he had not moved at all. The small backpack that he had put down was still on his back. Illusion? The Treyant girl's face changed. Wrong, to be precise, it's the reality of an illusion. This is a high-grade item, it's normal that you don't know about it. Yu Yang opened his backpack and took out a lot of red phosphorus crystals. He threw them one by one on both sides of Lin Meng's path. There was one every few meters. Actually, this wasn't his backpack. He had taken it from Vice Palace Master Shendu's storage ring. Originally, he thought that it was some kind of treasure, but who would have thought that it was actually some high-purity red phosphorus crystals? This made Yu Yang a little disappointed. What do you want to do? Not only the Treyant girl, but all the other Treyants also panicked. It's very simple, barbecue. Yu Yang's face was full of smiles. Under the sunlight, his smile was as dazzling as a deity descending to earth. The weather is so cold, if I don't warm myself up, I'm afraid that you will catch a cold. Before he finished speaking, the sky was filled with a storm. Every snowflake was as sharp as a blade. Furthermore, this kind of freezing air that was close to absolute zero was not something that the Trent's sealing power could withstand. The red phosphorus crystals on the ground were the exact opposite. Under the fluttering snowflakes, they ignited the heaven's fury fire lotus one by one. The stored fire energy exploded, spewing raging flames all around. Ice and fire intertwined, all the Treyants in Shumeng held miserably in pain. However, Yu Yang's face was full of smiles, as if he had heard the world's most touching music. Actually, you can scream a little louder. Spare us, spare us, spare us. Countless wails burst forth amidst the burning flames and cracking ice. We were wrong, spare us, please be merciful, spare us lowly people. This small punishment is nothing, continue saying that you love me, continue lying to me. Even if I am cheated by you, I will still help you count the money. I am very obedient. Yu Yang raised his hand and thousands of lightning bolts appeared in the sky, falling down like raindrops. The treants were instantly struck into charcoal. However, under the confinement of the ancient code, they would not really die. Their skin regrew on the tree trunk, but the pain was unavoidable, making these treants live a life worse than death. Really, it's fine if you don't fall for it, but why do you have to punish them like this? Pandora was originally angry, but seeing the treants in such a miserable state, she could not bear to do it. Anyway, I have nothing to do. Moreover, aren't I going to die today? Since I'm going to die, I'm definitely in a bad mood. Isn't it reasonable to torture them? Yu Yang expressed that he had his reasons for doing so. Why do I feel that you are in a good mood? Pandora was very puzzled. Because I verified something. Yu Yang smiled. This time, it was a real smile, a very proud smile. What did you verify? Pandora was curious. These losers do indeed have resentment. When I tortured them, they did emit a lot of resentment. However, even the resentment accumulated over 100,000 years is not even 1% of the Valley of Desire. The real source of resentment is you, beautiful Pandora. Yu Yang asked in a tone like a friend discussing, do you remember who chopped off your beautiful head? No, I don't remember at all. Pandora thought strenuously, and finally shook her head, my mind is blank. Forget it, that's not important. I don't have time to meddle in other people's business. Yu Yang gave up on searching for an answer. Don't you still have a day? Pandora comforted, you were very optimistic just now. That was just now. Yu Yang expressed that a person's mood could change. Pandora was speechless. Even if it could change, wasn't it a little too fast? When he reached the end, there was indeed a headless male and female stone statue that Queen Vivian Li had described. This was the exit. Yu Yang didn't drip any blood on it. He realized that he was still within the law of the Valley of Desire. His entire body was immersed in resentment. The black hole and the world in his body were frantically swallowing this kind of energy. He couldn't be sure if his body would explode in the end, but he knew one thing, he had not truly passed the trial. Queen Vivian Li and the prison emperor could reach a simple agreement, but he couldn't use the same method to pass the trial. This was perhaps the one and only headache of his body. Pandora looked at this brat laying out a sumptuous feast and asked curiously, what are you doing? Yu Yang didn't even turn his head, let's eat. If I don't eat to my heart's content now, don't tell me I'm going to starve to death later. Pandora was speechless. In the end, when she saw this brat eating and drinking to his heart's content, lying on the grass leisurely basking in the sun with a drumstick in his hand, she suddenly had an idea, since you're going to die, can you give me a chance to fall in love? I've never liked a guy before. You seem to be a little different from others. You're quite interesting, it's such a pity to die like this. Can you let me remember you for the rest of my life? The drumstick that Yu Yang was chewing on dropped to the ground. He sweated profusely. I say, Pandora, there was a treant who said the same thing to me just now. Seeing that Yu Yang doubted her, Pandora became angry, I'm serious. Yu Yang acted as if he didn't hear anything. He poured some water to wash his hands and wiped them on his body. He replied her without raising his head, didn't you say that you can't trust anyone in the Valley of Desire? Pandora really wanted to bite this brat, I'm an exception. Yu Yang was really afraid that she would bite him. He raised his hands in surrender, but he still held back his opinion, why do you suddenly have such a senseless thought? How is it senseless to be in love? A certain beauty who had died 100,000 years ago was going crazy. It's not senseless, it's just silly. A guy from another world commented. A certain beauty was completely speechless. While Pandora was angry, Yu Yang started to try to save himself. After all, he couldn't just watch himself die like this. Regardless of whether it was useful or not, he had to try. Yu Yang first summoned his grimoire and controlled the small world in his hands. Then, he converted all the resentment energy that it had absorbed. The Nirvana flame pillar rose. The resentment energy in the world would automatically be converted into chaos energy, but the process was too slow. Yu Yang took the initiative to use Nirvana flame to purify it, speeding up the process. The negative energy, under Yu Yang's nirvana flame, was like snow falling into hot soup. Especially when Yu Yang was torturing those dirty treants, the resentment energy that he absorbed was easily purified and turned into a strand of insignificant chaos energy that did not have any consciousness. The new world absorbed all energy. However, even if it was elemental energy, it would convert it all. Other than chaos energy, no other energy could exist forever. Yu Yang felt that it was similar to the newly born divine weapon, the creation orb, that he couldn't control. However, Night Empress and Jizun had both said that only by using the world creation orb to open up the world and give birth to true life, could the world be considered truly complete. Just like the summoning grimoire, from the bronze grimoire all the way to the silver and gold level, continuously evolving. The world inside the summoning grimoire could provide a place for its master to live and live, but the rules were not set by the master. The master must conform to the rules of its existence. Yu Yang's world was different from the world creation artifact. If he could really create a world, then Yu Yang would be the god of that world, the only ruler. The nirvana flame blazed endlessly. The resentment energy released by the trance was quickly converted by Yu Yang. However, compared to the resentment in the Valley of Desire, their resentment was like the difference between an ant and an ocean. Compared to the hatred accumulated by the losers in the past 100,000 years, the resentment these treants let out when they were tortured was like a huge difference between a tree and a forest. Yu Yang could purify their resentment in a minute, but to purify the accumulated resentment of all the losers, it would take at least a month. And to purify all the resentment energy in the entire Valley of Desire, disregarding the backlash of the rules, it would probably take more than a year, or even more. Now, there was all the time left for Yu Yang. Only one day. What could he do in one day? Could he purify all the resentment energy that was as endless as the sea? Even a fool would know that it was impossible. But Yu Yang did not stop. The nirvana flame continued to burn, concentrating on purifying the resentment energy in his body. "Why are you so stubborn?" Pandora asked curiously. "Because you are not me, so you cannot understand me." Yu Yang replied with a smile. Pandora saw his smile and was stunned for a while, as if she was thinking about something. Finally, she frowned slightly. "Your smile is a bit like mine." Yu Yang's jaw dropped to the ground. "I'm a guy, no matter how much I smile, I won't look like you." Pandora rolled her eyes at him coquettishly. "I'm talking about your charm. You don't feel much when you keep a straight face, but when you smile sincerely, you will emit some kind of unknown energy that attracts others, just like me. Of course, I'm stronger than you. No matter if I laugh or cry, angry or happy, I'm equally attractive. Although I don't remember who said that, I'm very sure that someone said that about me, saying that my charm is boundless." Yu Yang scratched his head. "According to what you said, I should also feel happy?" Pandora asked curiously. "You're not happy?" Yu Yang shook his head and spread his hands. "There's only half a day left to live, and there aren't any beauties around. What's the use of smiling even if I look good? There's no one around. Can't you show me your smile? It's tiring to smile too much, and my face cramps easily." She swore that she would never talk to this brat again, but 10 minutes later, Pandora realized that he was still doing useless things. She had no choice but to throw all her perseverance out of the window. Pandora realized that she was always soft-hearted when she met this brat who made her not know whether to laugh or cry. Regardless of whether he was right or wrong, she could not do anything to him. Pandora floated closer and looked at the Nirvana's flame on his arms. She retreated a little in fear. "I didn't expect you to have Nirvana's flame. However, even if you have this Nirvana's flame that can purify everything, to completely purify the resentment in the Valley of Desire, it will probably take a few months." Yu Yang denied. "A few months won't do, at least a few years. Furthermore, it has to be under the condition that the power of the ancient code does not backfire." Pandora felt strange. "Then why are you still doing such useless things?" Yu Yang heard her and laughed. "I have to do something, right? There's still half a day before I die. Wouldn't it be too boring if I don't do anything while waiting for my death?" Pandora, after another half an hour, Pandora could not take it anymore. "Since I'm waiting for my death, why not chat with me? Although you have things to do, it's boring for me to watch from the side." Without waiting for Yu Yang to reject, she asked, "Tell me about you, I'm really curious. What kind of place and what kind of parents gave birth to a little monster like you?" You're completely different from others. Yu Yang broke into a sweat. Actually, I'm not a wild Ultraman, don't look at me like that. What's an Ultraman? A creature that likes little monsters and often acts gay in front of people with little monsters. Then what's gay? This question is more profound. I've only heard that it's related to Back Mountain and chrysanthemums, but I'm not too sure about the exact truth. Then let's not talk about this topic. Oh right, do you have a woman you like? I have a lot. A lot? You have a lot of women? I can't tell that you're this kind of person, aren't you even able to resist my charm? The problem is that some women have charm that I don't want to resist, and some women have charm that I don't dare to resist. It's hard to tell in a short period of time. Love is a very complicated thing. Some stupid experts say it's some kind of chemical reaction, and some say it's an arrangement from a previous life. Anyway, everything is muddled, but one thing is clear, I like her, and she likes you. A certain guy from another world rarely spoke the truth. Could it be that when a person is about to die, his words are kind? Is that so? I seem to understand a little. A certain great beauty who had been dead for 100,000 years and never had a chance to fall in love frowned cutely. What do you understand? A certain guy from another world directly categorized a certain woman as a love idiot. If you don't die, will you fall in love with me? It's boring to fall in love with a natural idiot like you, but I can consider pushing you down. What's pushing you down? It's when a man and a woman do that. You're not a natural idiot, you're a natural blind. A certain guy from another world got angry. Oh, I understand now, it's the intercourse between a man and a woman, right? That's too dirty, the Valley of Desire is filled with that kind of stuff, it's really disgusting. I don't know why I'm imprisoned here, but the things here make me hate it, I hate everything here. When Pandora got angry, her resentment immediately affected the entire power of the ancient code. Yu Yang shockingly sensed that every time she got angry, she would produce a large amount of negative resentment energy, and it would perfectly fuse with the power of the ancient code. Her thoughts were extremely pure, but the negative energy pervaded the entire Valley of Desire, causing the Valley of Desire to move towards an indescribable destruction. Pandora was very terrifying when she was angry, but she recovered very quickly. In an instant, she returned to her original natural idiot. She muttered with a bit of dejection, my head was chopped off by someone, I don't have a body anymore. Yu Yang felt that this Pandora's body seemed to have a special kind of destructive energy. It wasn't like the world exterminating wheel that could destroy everything directly, but it was a formless and subtle type of destruction. It was this kind of destructive energy that she unconsciously emitted that turned into resentment and then fused with the power of the Valley of Desire's ancient code. In the end, through her will, it was tightly connected to him. In other words, the reason why he couldn't leave was completely because she didn't want him to leave. The power of the Valley of Desire was completely under her control, and everything operated according to her will. It was just that she had never used this kind of power before. It was only until he appeared and attracted her attention that she wanted to make him stay. That formless destructive energy also continuously flowed into the Valley of Desire through the channel where he absorbed energy. The destructive energy emitted by this Pandora and the world where he was absorbing energy were like two magnets, firmly attracted to each other. If it wasn't for the fact that the two of them were so special, she might not have been beheaded by someone, and he wouldn't have died at all. Do you still remember who chopped off your head? Yu Yang asked. I don't remember. Pandora's mood became more and more dejected. It's fine even if you don't have a body. Yu Yang comforted her, I had a friend who didn't even have a body. In the end, I used Nirvana's flame to revive her. She turned into a ball of flames and lost her memories. You are much stronger than her now. In the past, I didn't feel that it was very troublesome. After 100,000 years, I would often sleep and occasionally think about the past in my dreams. Most of the time, I was sleeping and living a good life. But when I met you, I suddenly felt very reluctant in my heart. You are about to die, and I am left alone again. You are completely different from the others. There are many people who can find me when I pass the trial. Some of them will talk to me, and some of them will directly pass by. Everyone else seems to have nothing to do with me. I don't feel anything when they come or leave, but you are different. If you die, there will be no one to talk to me. This is the first time I've been so happy. Can you not die? The more Pandora spoke, the more sorrowful she became, and 2 lines of tears rolled down her cheeks. Isn't there still half a day's time? Yu Yang was very sweaty. He really wanted to say that it was because she subconsciously wanted to keep him that she became like this. But I don't want to only have you for half a day. I want you to stay forever. Pandora was crying into a mess. There are some things that you can't have just because you want to. Yu Yang sighed. I want it. Why can't I get what I want? Why am I the goddess of misfortune that everyone avoids? Why am I not the goddess of fortune that everyone likes? Why? Why do you have to chop my head off? Why do you have to trap me in this dirty desire valley? I hate all of you. Pandora had lost her rationality. The memories that were stored in the depths of her mind suddenly surged out, causing her to go crazy. Her angry screams resounded through the clouds. The entire Desire Valley's power of loss fluctuated. Boundless destructive energy engulfed the world. Yu Yang realized that the world in front of him was expanding at a crazy speed. The resentment energy was like a flood that was pouring in. He had become the target of attack, the target that Pandora, who had lost her rationality, vented her anger on. Compared to the resentment that she, the goddess of misfortune, had accumulated for 100,000 years. His nirvana flame was far from being able to purify it in time. With this speed, he would die in half a day. That joking prophecy was indeed correct. Above Yu Yang's head, a few 100-meter-tall pillar of nirvana flame rose. A fire phoenix that could incinerate everything. It flew around the pillar. When it reached its peak, it went back down. The originally surging hatred and destruction was instantly reduced by half. Pandora, who had lost her rationality, had regained her majestic divinity. Sensing that someone was going against her, she became even more furious. Her eyes were filled with anger, and a destructive divine power swept towards Yu Yang. The few 100-meter-tall pillar of nirvana flame became a needle in a torrent, and was insignificant in comparison. Yu Yang retreated a few thousand meters, but his body remained the same. The pillar of fire formed by the nirvana flame did not diminish because of the opponent's divine power. It was an inextinguishable nirvana flame, and even a god could not destroy it. Are you going to oppose me too? Pandora floated in front of Yu Yang and shouted angrily. Endless destructive divine power of disaster and the hatred that she had accumulated for 100,000 years merged together, forming an irresistible torrent that rushed towards Yu Yang. Stop. Yu Yang's creation domain quickly expanded, and an eternal will appeared under his feet. The divine power of disaster and hatred that could destroy everything in the Valley of Desire greatly slowed down the speed of his advance. Like a torrent that had met a steel gate, it was forced to stop. Although the peak of the torrent had not reached its peak, and more destructive power was forming, the momentum of the attack had already slowed down. The more it advanced, the slower it became. In the end, it stopped less than a meter in front of Yu Yang. However, Yu Yang was not optimistic. He could not maintain this state for long. Other than his soul being attacked, the divine power outside was accumulating at an extremely fast speed. Once the eternal will disappeared, it would be a disaster for him, after enduring for 10 minutes. The eternal will under Yu Yang's feet dissipated. The divine power of disaster and 100,000 years of hatred rushed towards him. Yu Yang made a gesture to condense the world exterminating wheel, but he stopped in the end. If he released the world exterminating wheel, he could definitely break through the divine power of disaster and hit Pandora. But even if he did that, he would not be able to save himself. Maybe, he needed to undergo nirvana. If I die, I die. Wasn't death the beginning of a new life? If he couldn't even comprehend the gate of death, how would he be able to comprehend the higher level innate invisible sword chi? How could he even talk about comprehending the immortal state? Gods were immortal existences. Only weak humans would be afraid of death. If he wanted to reach that realm, he would have to walk out of the realm of man and reach the realm of God. Although it was still a little early, wasn't this an opportunity on the path of cultivation? If he didn't succeed, he would die trying. Whether he could surpass himself, whether he could surpass his original realm and jump to the divine state, it all depended on this moment. Yu Yang slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, he chose to believe in his epiphany. He also believed that the Phoenix sisters had given him a unique special physique. The Phoenix could be reborn from nirvana. I, the lucky one who has the protection of the Phoenix sisters, can I also achieve nirvana rebirth? Let go of your thoughts, give up on your body, cast aside all distracting thoughts, break free from the shackles of the human realm, surpass yourself, and ascend to the God realm that you glimpsed before. Just when Yu Yang was prepared to welcome death and use it to surpass his current inherent realm, all the energy suddenly disappeared. The disaster god power and that terrifying 100,000 years of resentment had all disappeared. He opened his eyes and saw that Pandora had already regained her senses. She was looking at him with tears streaming down her face. Boo-hoo, I almost killed you. Why did it become like this? Don't tell me that the real murderer of the death that I prophesied was me? Pandora burst into tears. I couldn't bear to let you go, but it was the reason why you died. The thing that I wanted to obtain for the first time, I had to destroy it with my own hands. Now, I understand, I finally understand why they call me disaster. It turns out that I am really an unfortunate person. It's not that serious. Yu Yang smiled slightly. That smile was as bright as the sun. Aren't I still alive? If I woke up a second later, you would already be dead. Pandora's little face was a complete mess from crying. In fact, you woke up. Moreover, maybe I would use this opportunity to surpass myself. Who knows? Yu Yang felt a little regretful in his heart, but he was even more glad. Facing death, he was very calm at that time. However, when he thought about it later, it would be a lie to say that he wasn't a little scared. The destructive disaster god power was definitely not a joke. Other than the sword technique that the heavenly sword goddess used, it was stronger than all the powers that Yu Yang had seen in his life. After seeing the disaster god power, Yu Yang finally realized the huge difference between a human and a god. I almost killed you, and you still comfort me. Pandora cried even harder. Don't tell me that you want me to cry with you? Yu Yang expressed that it was impossible. You're always like this. The better you treat me, the more I can't bear to let you leave this place. The more impossible it is for you to live. Now, what should we do? Pandora was amused by Yu Yang's funny expression. She was crying and laughing at the same time. Her emotions were extremely agitated, and she couldn't calm down at all. Let me think. Yu Yang felt that he needed a little more time. There's no more time. There's only half a day left. My death prophecy is still in effect. You will definitely die. Pandora screamed excitedly. Please, just say it once. There's no meaning in repeating it. Yu Yang smiled calmly. You should be more optimistic. You should think like this. There's still half a day, not just a minute. What are you afraid of? There's plenty of time now to think of a solution. Furthermore, even if there's only a minute left, you still have a minute to live, right? I can't be optimistic. Pandora tried her best to be more serious, but in the end, she still smiled through her tears. You don't look pretty when you cry. Yu Yang took out a towel and gently wiped her tears. Quickly think of a solution. Pandora felt very comfortable in her heart, but she just had to vent her anger at him. This kind of inexplicable feeling made her feel strange. What was wrong with her? All right. Yu Yang thought for a while. Pandora waited as long as a year. She wanted to rush him several times. But she was afraid that it would disturb his thinking, so she could only wait anxiously and worry at the side. In the end, Yu Yang finally opened his mouth and asked tentatively, Do you already remember what happened in the past? Do you remember your past? The things that happened before you had a body? You don't need a lot, just some memory fragments will do. Pandora shook her head. I can't. I might remember some things when I lose control, but I can't remember anything from the past normally. Yu Yang kind of guessed that she would answer like this. Only when she was angry would Pandora recover her previous memories as the goddess of misfortune. Normally, she was just a natural blockhead with her memories sealed. Seeing that Yu Yang was silent, Pandora's eyes flashed a trace of sadness. She was very sad. She actually couldn't help him even a little. She could only watch helplessly as he walked towards death. What was more terrifying was that in the end, she was the one who killed him. After 100,000 years, in her deep sleep, she finally met a strange man. For the first time, someone could make her heart lively. For the first time, someone could make her feel comfortable and happy. For the first time, someone could make her feel sad. For the first time, someone could make her feel reluctant. For the first time, someone could make her not know whether to laugh or cry. For the first time, someone could make her hate and regret. Could it be this is love? Was this the love that he said could not be described in words but was very clear in her heart? What should I do? What should I do to let him live? According to the death prophecy, he still had half a day to live. This was definitely not wrong. He was a powerful existence in the entire Desire Valley. Other than herself, no one else could kill him. Since it was like this, Pandora secretly made a decision. She no longer cried. Instead, she revealed a smile that could make heaven and earth lose color. That's right. We still have half a day. We should cherish it. Let's have a relationship in the remaining time. Tell me, what do lovers have to do? I don't have a body anymore. It's a pity that you can't push me down. But it doesn't matter. Maybe we can do something else. Who said that you can push someone down when you've just fallen in love? Girls should have self-respect. Yu Yang lectured Pandora, when you've just fallen in love, you can only hold hands. But I don't have hands anymore. Pandora sighed. Yu Yang forgot about this. Let's talk about what lovers can do. Pandora threw away her sadness and became happy. Her beautiful eyes were filled with longing. It's very boring. I don't know much about those things. Usually, couples will go somewhere for a date, such as a park or a quiet place with few people. They will also go to a Western restaurant to eat steak, or a coffee shop to drink a cup of coffee. After a few dates, they would go out to play, have a barbecue or watch a movie. Those who go to karaoke, dance, eat supper and then get a room are not considered real love. At most, it's just a way for both parties to satisfy their physical needs. Girls should have self-respect. We can't let our desires run wild. It's easy for the school belle to become a withered flower, and a withered flower to become a withered flower. Look at the losers in the Valley of Desire. They are all people who let their desires run wild. Yu Yang made a gesture. You and I can't be considered lovers. We can only be said to be friends who can chat. Of course we don't count. Nonsense. I'm teaching you a lesson, although I don't have any tuition fees. What do you usually do with the girls you like? Pandora was a little curious. Sweat. Yu Yang almost said something that was not suitable for children. In the end, he coughed. There are many things to do. For example, researching runes together, cultivating together, gardening together, reading together, doing experiments together, swimming together, and many more. Let's do it too. Pandora's eyes shone brightly, eager to give it a try. Hey, we are not lovers. Yu Yang refused. It doesn't matter. Not now, but maybe in the future. Let's do it once first. There's no time left. Pandora felt that she had to cherish the remaining half a day. Leave some time for me to write a few wills. Maybe I'll be the same as you after I die. At that time, it doesn't matter what you want to do. Yu Yang was too lazy to accompany her in her madness. Although there was a possibility of transcending the realm after death, there was also a possibility of using this opportunity to be reborn. But no matter what, it was still necessary to write a few letters to Xianxia and Tigress to calm their hearts. What Yu Yang was most worried about was not death, but being sealed in this valley of desire, just like Pandora. He called out the half-elf slave who had been living in the grimoire world to take care of his life and briefly explained the situation to her. He didn't care that her body was weak from crying. He stuffed the 3 compass in Xianu's hands. Go back and find Wuxia. Let her find Night Empress and Jizun to think of a way. Don't cry, I won't die. Maybe I'll just be sealed in this place. When I figure out how Pandora died, solve her resentment, and separate the power of resentment from the power of the law, maybe I can leave. Don't you listen to me? You must complete the mission, understand? Your mission is very important to me. The half-elf slave resolutely refused to obey. She cried in Yu Yang's arms and cried her heart out. Let this slave die for you. Master must not stay here, Xiaonu will never leave Master. If Master dies, Xiaonu will stay here and accompany you forever. Even if Yu Yang glared at her. Xiaonu also bravely looked at him. She, who had always been obedient, clenched her small fists and refused to listen to his advice to leave, showing a kind of stubbornness that had never been seen before. I said, I'll be fine. I just want you to bring a message, Xiaonu will never leave. Bastard, how many times do you want me to say it? Xiaonu won't leave, I won't leave, boo-hoo, don't chase Xiaonu away, okay? Master will be fine, Xiaonu won't leave either, we'll be together forever. Pandora was flabbergasted. After a long while, she muttered to herself, Is this love? No matter what, he couldn't let the half-elf slave leave. Yu Yang had to change his mind. Since she didn't want to leave, then let her stay. Letting her leave was a manifestation of his will to compromise with death. The will of a supreme being should be fearless. If he wanted to leave the Desire Valley, he must surpass life and death. What was the fourth level? He was determined to surpass Fei Wenli, clear the level, and obtain the final approval. How could he let the fourth level of the Desire Valley be difficult, not to mention the protection of the Phoenix Sisters, and not to mention Nirvana rebirth? His state of mind should take a big leap. The divine power of disaster, 100,000 years of resentment, and the power of the law of the Desire Valley, was it really impossible to defeat? Why was Pandora sealed here? There must be a reason for her. The person who sealed her must have some deep meaning. As long as he could realize that, not only could he leave this valley of desire, but he could also unseal Pandora, allowing this natural days who had suffered enough from being sealed to regain her freedom. Well, it doesn't matter if you stay. Yu Yang agreed, and the slave cheered. Her tear-stained face was full of smiles and tears, like the first appearance of a rainbow after the rain. She embraced Yu Yang passionately and kissed his face passionately. As long as he was willing to let her stay by his side, she didn't care even if she died in the next second. If she had to leave him in exchange for her life, she would rather not. Master is the best, woo-woo. Before the half-elf slave could finish her words, she was pressed on his knee by Yu Yang and spanked a few times. You are forbidden to disobey my orders again. This is not the end. When we get out, I will settle the score with you. Yu Yang tried hard to pretend to be a fierce slave owner. I know. The half-elf slave was not afraid at all. She stuck out her little pink tongue cutely. Yu Yang couldn't do anything about this kitten-like slave. If he didn't drive her away, she would be more obedient than anyone else. On the contrary, she was more stubborn than anyone. Yu Yang completely let go of the knot in his heart and entered the expanding world. He pondered in the endless resentment, hoping to find the key to solve this problem. As long as he successfully realized the truth, he would have a chance of survival. Otherwise, he would have to take the risk in the midst of death to see if he could transcend life and death and step into the godly state. There was still half a day left. Yu Yang hoped that he could take the initiative. Only by working hard and walking out of the Valley of Desire could one be considered a true success. Otherwise, how could he have obtained the recognition of the later stages in the world? Yu Yang fell into deep thought. He put away the nirvana flame that could purify resentment and merged his aura with the power of resentment. He did not resist at all, allowing more resentment to enter the world and search for the truth. When Pandora and Xianxia saw that Yu Yang had already started his self-rescue measures, they naturally didn't dare to disturb him and watched quietly. After a while, Pandora looked away. He looked at the half-elf slave. While he was admiring the other party's hot figure, he couldn't help but ask, "What did you eat growing up? Why are your breasts so big?" Xianxia lowered her head and shook her head shyly. "I don't know, maybe it's natural. In fact, it's not very good to be too big. It's okay to walk, but it will sway a lot when running. It's better to be like Mistress Wuxia, which is the most perfect. Of course, Mistress Xianxia's is also good-looking. Everyone's is good-looking, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's good to be big. Her Highness Xiaoyi's is not big, but it's also very good-looking." Pandora felt that she would definitely not be weaker than the other party if she still had a body, but now that it was gone, she was still envious. She asked again, "Does he always hit you?" Xianxia was even more embarrassed. She reached out and secretly rubbed her buttocks. She was really hurt by Yu Yang just now, and it had been burning. If Pandora didn't ask, she wouldn't have cared too much. She was more happy that Yu Yang agreed to let her stay. No, this is the first time you punished Xianxiu. Master has always been very gentle. He never scolds or hits people. It's just that this time Xianxiu didn't listen to him obediently, which made him angry. Xianxiu felt that this punishment was nothing at all, and it wasn't very painful either. It was just a little burning and a little weird. It's quite scary when he's angry. Pandora recalled the situation at that time and blurted out, "At that time, I was really afraid that he would hit me too." He won't. Xianxiu comforted her instead. "Sigh, it's impossible for me to get hit even if I want to, my body is gone." Pandora sighed with a little sadness. If the head is chopped off, what about the body? Xianxiu was a little puzzled. Didn't they say that the divine body would never be destroyed? If the head was chopped off, the body should still be there. The body might have become the disaster divine power. Ah, yes, I remembered something. It seems that because my disaster divine power was too strong, it was chopped off. Pandora exclaimed. Isn't it a good thing to have strong divine power? Xianxiu was even more confused. I don't know, either. It was just a memory fragment that flashed through my mind. Forget it, don't think about it anymore. 100,000 years have passed, and I'm already used to living without a body. Sigh, you have a body. Why don't you lend it to me? I want to borrow your body and hold hands with him. Just now, he said that couples in love start from holding hands. Pandora suddenly had a whim. But, Xianxiu hasn't held hands with Master yet. Can you wait until Xianxiu holds hands first before you borrow? Xianxiu was easy to talk to, but she felt that some things had to be done by herself first. Eh? You haven't held hands with him for so long? I thought you had already been pushed down by him. Pandora was surprised. No, I'm just a slave by Master's side. My main responsibility is to take care of Master's daily life. Xianxiu was so shy that her hands kept shaking. In fact, she also wanted to serve Yu Yang in a more comprehensive way, but she never had the chance. Seeing that Yu Yang was still thinking quietly in the world, the two of them continued to chat. The more they talked, the more they got along. This was probably the reason why the two of them were so similar. Pandora asked about Yu Yang, and Xianxiu told her everything she knew. Pandora listened with great interest, and from time to time, she could even recall some memory fragments because of Xianxiu's topic. From Xianxiu, Pandora learned about Shui Wuxia, Princess Sisai, and City Lord Fallen Flowers, Yu Bing and Yu Yu, and every little bit of Yu Yang's life. She suddenly felt emotional and sighed. Actually, people like you are much happier than us. I remember a long time ago, when I still had a body, because I was constantly emitting disaster divine power, anyone who got close to me would be unlucky, and everyone would stay far away from me. Like you and him, standing in front of me and chatting without reservation, it seems like there has never been a time before. Everyone hoped that I would fall, hoped that my divine power would never appear again. Although I am not sure if this has anything to do with my head being chopped off by someone, I know that I am unlucky. Xianxiu waved her hand. It doesn't matter, Xianxiu is just a female slave, it is Xianxiu's honor to talk to you. Pandora looked at her. It doesn't matter if your master wants me to kill him? Xianxiu was silent at first, and after a while, she shook her head. That is not what you want to do. Besides, it did not happen. Xianxiu believes in Master, he is the most outstanding and unique person in the world, there is nothing that can stump him. This time, he will definitely be able to pass through. I believe in miracles, and Master is the one who creates miracles. Before this, I have witnessed it countless times, so I believe in him, whether in the past, present, or future, I will always believe in him. It was Pandora's turn to be silent. Time passed by minutes and seconds. The day was coming to an end. Night gradually fell. Yu Yang, who had been quietly searching for the truth, had now started to make his move. He slowly waved his arms in the world, and bit by bit, he separated the power of resentment and the original power of the law in the Valley of Desire. Although the speed was slow, the fact that it was a successful separation confirmed that Yu Yang had found the right method. With enough time, Yu Yang would be able to break through the restrictions of the Valley of Desire, and break through the threat of death from the resentment, But even Xianxia could see that there was not enough time. Just another 10 minutes, and the death that Pandora prophesied would come. It was too late. Xianxia did not cry, nor did she shed tears. Instead, she gave Pandora a bright smile. I have to go. It was nice to meet you, Pandora, goodbye. A silver dagger appeared in her small hand. This was the dagger that Yu Yang had given to Xiaoyi. When Xiaoyi returned to the Gufeng continent, she wanted it to protect her chastity. She was deeply afraid that she would be caught and humiliated while spying for information, so she specially asked for this dagger from Yu Yang. After that, Xiaoyi returned safely and returned the silver dagger to Yu Yang. Today, Xianxia took it out as a quick tool to accompany its master on his journey. Is it okay to die for him? Pandora understood what Xianxia wanted to do. She definitely wanted to die for love. Yes. Xianxia smiled and nodded, then shook her head. I still believe in Master. But, I want to be prepared first. When Master is gone, as his personal slave, I naturally have to accompany him. No matter where he goes, I will be by his side to serve him. Although the issue of identity makes me a little embarrassed to say it out loud, but I do like Master. He is my life. With Master, Xianxia has the whole world. Without Master, even if you give me the whole world, Xianxia will not feel happy. Death is nothing to me. Even if everyone fears death, it will not be able to take away happiness from my heart. Happiness? Happiness that even death can't take away? Pandora's expression changed. In an instant, she seemed to have a complete epiphany. The supreme divine power emerged. The entire Desire Valley was once again filled with the terrifying divine power of disaster. 100,000 years of resentment churned like a storm on the surface of the sea. However, Pandora's expression was one of joy from awakening, not anger from losing reason. Pandora exhaled softly and let the gentle energy wrap around the little half-elf slave, so that she could be safe and sound in the violent resentment energy. She showed the world's brightest and most touching smile to Xianxia. Thank you, for letting me understand what love is. 100,000 years ago, I once made an extremely vicious vow. I cursed those fellows who rejected me in the heaven realm. In order to complete the calamity, I was so angry that I incessantly chopped off my own head and refined my body into the world's most difficult to dispel calamity god power. Through the god war, I fell dozens of the gods that you speak of. However, the ancient god told me that when I meet true love, I will understand what is hatred, what is love, what is sacrifice, and what is eternal life. Now, I'm starting to understand a little. What I, who used to be the goddess of misfortune, lacks is true love. You can ignore death and protect your own happiness for the sake of your lover. You, a human, can do it. I can do it too. When he wakes up, please tell him that I once appeared and loved him. In his life, I'm just a passerby. I'm also an idiot who doesn't even understand love. However, I'm just like you. I'm hopelessly in love with him. I'm willing to give up everything for him. Happiness, even death can't take away happiness. It won't slip through my fingers. Don't forget me, even if it's occasionally, please think of me. Goodbye. My happiness. The little half-elf slave saw Pandora disperse her divine power and disappear in front of her little by little. Her heart was filled with grief. She wanted to stop Pandora's departure, but it was useless to struggle. No matter how she moved, she couldn't break through the protective circle that Pandora had placed on her. In the face of the little slave's dissuasion, Pandora, who was aware of life and death, smiled. The immeasurable divine power of disaster dissipated. However, Yu Yang's world had already expanded to a radius of 10,000 meters. Before the divine power of disaster could disappear, it was crazily devoured by the world. Normally, it would be impossible, but now that Pandora's divine deity had dissipated, her divine power of disaster continued to turn into an ownerless energy turbulence that spread, and the world devoured it without any resistance. Pandora's strange behavior, Yu Yang, who was originally focused on separating the power of resentment and the law of desire, immediately noticed it. Yu Yang was slightly stunned, and then reacted. He was furious. Even if you want to sacrifice yourself for me, you have to ask me if I agree or not. When was it your turn to make your own decisions? Does my life need someone else's sacrifice in exchange for it? No, never. Stop, without my permission, don't even think about making your own decisions. Did I say you were allowed to commit suicide? If I didn't say so, you're not allowed to die. Yu Yang was furious to the extreme. He gave up on the decomposition of resentment and the laws and sped towards Pandora. Goodbye, I've already realized the meaning of death and sacrifice. Goodbye, you must be happy. Pandora's voice and smile dissipated in the divine light. At the last second, she was still in her most beautiful state. She didn't want the moment she left to give him a feeling that it wasn't perfect enough. She had to be in her most perfect state. She had to say goodbye to him at the most beautiful time, giving him an eternal beautiful memory. Yu Yang rushed over frantically. He rushed into the divine light and tried his best to stretch out his arms, as if he was hugging the dissipating Pandora. When he realized that his actions would only accelerate the dissipation of her divine sense, he immediately raised his sword angrily towards the sky. Xianxia. Yu Yang had never unleashed such a powerful Xianxia before. His sword soared into the sky, cutting apart the heaven and earth, separating the laws of the Valley of Desire from his own world in an instant, intending to let Pandora break free from the seal of the Valley of Desire. Yu Yang, who was doing his best to protect Pandora's remnant consciousness, forgot about the danger he was in. Pandora's 100,000 years of accumulated resentment was like an endless torrent, pounding on Yu Yang's body. Yu Yang felt as if his soul was shaken and his internal organs were shaken to the point of almost exploding. He spat out a mouthful of blood that formed numerous flowers of blood that splattered in the air. Seeing Yu Yang risking his life to be severely injured by the resentful energy, Pandora, who was dissipating, could no longer maintain her smile. A tear rolled down her cheek silently. She had sacrificed herself for him, and he had risked his life for her. Was this the true love that the ancient gods spoke of? Hei Huizong. With regards to the heavy injuries on his body, Yu Yang raised the Hei Huizong sword without a care. He stabbed the sword into the ground, allowing the sword energy to penetrate deep into the ground, completely separating his world from the Valley of Desire. If Yu Yang did not save Pandora and used the three-realm compass at this moment, he would most likely be able to escape from the laws of the Valley of Desire. With two swords, he successfully placed himself in a special space, a world that was completely his own consciousness. If he escaped from the Valley of Desire, he believed that the death prophecy would be broken. However, Yu Yang did not do that. He did not leave. Instead, he used all his strength to unleash the third sword strike, White Xianxia. Countless rays of pure light flashed in his hand. The White Xianxia sword did not cause any harm to the dissipating Pandora's consciousness. Instead, it wrapped around the constantly dissipating divine light. Yu Yang's body ignited with nirvana flames. He did not know if he could use nirvana flames to resurrect Pandora like the spirit of heaven fire, but he had to give it a try. Even if there was only 1 in 10,000, or even 1 in 100 million chance, he would not watch Pandora die in front of him. Come back to life. Yu Yang roared. In order to protect Pandora, Yu Yang forgot everything else. However, the 100,000 years of resentment energy instantly drowned him and knocked him down. Blood spurted out from his mouth. As he fainted, Yu Yang roared in his heart and instinctively summoned the divine grimoire that he had never successfully summoned before. He did not know why, at the critical moment of death, he still summoned a grimoire that he could not summon even at his peak. This had nothing to do with reason. It was completely an instinct to hold on to hope. Hope, he would definitely succeed. People could never be without hope. As long as there was hope, they would definitely succeed. Let her come back to life. Come back to life. Yu Yang fell into a deep dark world and fainted. The entire Valley of Desire changed. An indescribable divine light shone down, as if a god had descended. It was far more oppressive and intense than the goddess of misfortune, Pandora. All the living creatures in the Valley of Desire instantly fainted. Some especially depraved and sinful treants were directly annihilated by this divine power, even their souls were obliterated. The code of the Valley of Desire clashed with this divine power, creating a ripple that could not be seen by the naked eye. Both sides were entangled in the ripple, and for a moment, they were evenly matched. No one was able to suppress the other. Divine light blossomed from Yu Yang's body. The light was 100 times brighter than the sun, and it was impossible to see if there was a divine grimoire inside. The clear cry of the phoenix resounded throughout the entire world. Two balls of Nirvana's flame pierced through the divine light and entered Yu Yang's body, healing his heavily injured body at an extremely fast speed. Pandora's 100,000 years of resentment energy exploded. Together with the world that caused the divine power of disaster to explode, they formed a strange energy that could destroy the entire world. Immediately after, the code of the Valley of Desire's power also triggered the greatest backlash. If these three energies exploded, not to mention Yu Yang, Xianxia, and Pandora's remnant divine senses, even the entire Valley of Desire would be destroyed. A sword appeared. It was 300 meters tall, dark and narrow, without any light. It stood between the heavens and the earth, absorbing all kinds of energy. When it rotated, it could go against the laws of the heavens and the earth. Everything in the world could not be attacked. This was the true Guizhong sword. Yu Yang's Guizhong sword was also rather powerful, but compared to this sword, it was like comparing a mountain rock to the peak. If Yu Yang's Guizhong sword was a river, then this Guizhong sword was a river, a vast ocean. One sword stopped the divine power of disaster, 100,000 years of resentment and the Valley of Desire's operation. One sword completely separated the three energies. It was a mysterious and marvelous strike that separated the three types of explosive powers. Yu Yang might have needed a year to complete this arduous task, but he had completed it with a single strike. Guizhong sword continued to operate. Xianxia appeared again. Compared to Yu Yang's Xianxia sword, it was thousands of times more dazzling. The world's purest and coldest energy appeared in the form of Xianxia sword. Pandora's 100,000 years of resentment, like a clay ox entering the sea, completely melted in the pure brilliance, and gradually turned into non-attribute chaotic energy. The Xianxia sword that could expel evil, break filth, slay demons and slay evil, danced in the air, melted the 100,000 years of resentment, and pierced into Pandora's dissipating divine sense light ball. This sword carried Pandora's divine sense light ball, waved along the way, merged with Yu Yang's blood that was sprayed in the air, and lightly pierced into the dull Xianxu's eyebrows. Xianxu's body shook slightly, and then a divine light burst out. Xianxia sword disappeared. Only 100,000 years of resentment remained. And the Guizhong sword also disappeared in the instant that the disaster divine power was completely transformed. The second, larger chaotic energy followed the first chaotic energy and rushed into Yu Yang's body. The world outside Yu Yang's body rapidly shrunk from 10,000 meters to 100 meters, merging with the domain. The world creation orb did not need Yu Yang's consciousness to drive, and flew out automatically. It absorbed the two chaotic energies and compressed them into an infinitely small point, like the origin of the universe. The power of the Valley of Desire, which was originally caused by the collision, completely occupied the whole world. Without any hostility, it was as if it had never collided, as if it had never been combined with resentment, and was affected by Pandora's will. It quickly returned to its original state when the Valley of Desire was created. My head hurts. When Yu Yang woke up, he found himself back in the grimoire world. Xianxia was lying on his chest. In her dreams, her lips curled into a smile, as if she was dreaming of something happy. He did not die, and returned to the grimoire world? He remembered that before he fainted, he instinctively summoned the divine grimoire. Could it be that the Phoenix sisters came out to save him? Yu Yang tried to sense it again, and was so surprised that his jaw almost dropped. The world creation orb was shining brightly. Unknowingly, it had obtained tens of times more chaotic energy than Yu Yang himself. Furthermore, it had shrunk to an infinitely small point. The world had also shrunk, but it was very different from before. Unknowingly, it had merged with the world creation domain. It, which had never listened to any commands, felt like it was one with its master, and was controlled by its master's will. The current Yu Yang could no longer figure out whether it was a war beast or a domain. Perhaps, this was the beginning of a person's innate divine persona. What shocked Yu Yang the most was not the change in his body. It was Xianxia. Now, she had a divine power that Yu Yang could not understand. It was purer than the divine power of the divine envoys and divine generals. It had some kind of divinity and was incomparably mysterious, but it did not seem to be the type to fight at all. What was going on? Pandora was resurrected in Xianxu's body, then what about Xianxia? How could her fragile body and soul accept Pandora's divine persona? Could she have been annihilated? Wow, Master is awake. Xianxia has been so scared, but now it's okay. When Yu Yang moved, Xiaonu, who was lying on his chest, seemed to have sensed it and woke up. She first rubbed her big eyes cutely with a little laziness, but when she saw Yu Yang, she immediately became energetic. She laughed and shouted happily, and even patted her chest to express her fear. Yu Yang was relieved when he saw that this little girl had not changed at all. She was still his cute little slave girl. What happened to your forehead? Yu Yang deliberately did not mention Pandora and only talked about the divine mark between Xiaonu's eyebrows. Eh? Xiaonu ran over to look in the mirror and shouted in surprise, my forehead is injured? Ah, it doesn't seem to be a scar. Oh no, I can't wipe it off. Yu Yang was speechless. That was the special mark of God, the unique mark of divine persona and divinity. Ordinary people wanted it, but did not have it. When Xiaonu wiped it hard, a consciousness that seemed to be sleeping in the soul was transmitted to Yu Yang's mind. Yu Yang immediately understood that it was Pandora, she was not dead yet. At least, her body and soul were not destroyed, and there was still a divine sense in Xiaonu's body. What happened? Yu Yang asked with his consciousness, but Pandora herself was not very clear. I don't know, I also thought I was dead, but when I woke up, I found that I was merged with Xiaonu. Perhaps, this is the meaning of eternal life that the ancient gods said. For Pandora's consciousness fluctuations, Yu Yang was a little nervous. Is it okay for you to be merged with Xiaonu? Why don't you think of a way? Pandora was happy. It's okay, I am afraid of loneliness. Being with Xiaonu is the best result. Besides, there is no goddess of misfortune in this world, only a love fool, Pandora. When Xiaonu's body adapts to the divine power, I will come out to talk to you again. When I wake up, if you don't think I am a fool, then teach me what love is. She fell into a deep sleep with incomparable sweetness. Yu Yang could feel that even though she was asleep, her heart was brimming with happiness. Perhaps, for 100,000 years, this was what she had been pursuing but could not get. She had been confused and crazy, she had been sad and resentful. However, after she came to terms with life and death, she finally got what she had been longing for. That was, happiness that even death could not take away. He passed the fourth checkpoint, Desire Valley. Yu Yang rested for a while and then stepped into the fifth checkpoint, Beast Valley. Regarding the Beast Valley, Granny Xia once described it like this: any warrior who could not use their own strength must cultivate the most primitive war beast to pass the checkpoint, from weak to strong. If the cultivated war beast was not strong enough to leave the Beast Valley, then the challenger would be trapped in the Beast Valley forever and become one of them. In addition to not being able to use their strength and only being able to cultivate war beasts, there was also the punishment of death. The war beast would die more than 3 times. The challenger would be punished by the law and directly become a war beast. If the challenger who transformed into a war beast still died, then the challenger's soul would be annihilated forever. Eh? With Granny Xia's information and Fei Wenli's tips to pass the checkpoint, Yu Yang even specially asked Elder Nan Gong to check the relevant information and learned that the war beast that the prison emperor cultivated in the Beast Valley was the flame battle spirit. Yu Yang, who had repeatedly discussed the gains and losses with everyone and made all the preparations, came to the Beast Valley. He thought that he could pass the checkpoint smoothly, but he did not expect to encounter a big problem as soon as he entered. The reason was that the spirit of heaven fire that Yu Yang originally prepared to use to pass the checkpoint had unexpectedly absorbed some disaster divine power and chaos energy and fell into a deep sleep. She automatically evolved without Yu Yang knowing. He could not wake her up for a while. Fortunately, Xue Wuxia was careful enough to remind Yu Yang to keep a backup, and let the Reaper Mantis, who cultivated extremely slowly on the heaven stairway, as a backup for unexpected needs. If it wasn't like this, then Yu Yang would have to be like the majority of unprepared challengers, and accept a beast egg with unknown potential. In that case, everything would not be under his control. Now it's up to you to work hard. Yu Yang stood in the Beast Valley fortress and reached out to caress the Reaper Mantis's wings. There were 2 options to nurture beasts in the Beast Valley. One was to be like Queen Vivian Li, directly using her own beasts and letting them walk through the gate of rebirth, which was restricted by the ancient code and could reverse time, turning them back into a newborn beast. The advantage of this was that they were familiar with their own beast's growth characteristics and could properly train them. Fei Wenli had used this method to train an extremely strong Arctic ice demon. In the end, it had swept through the Beast Valley and succeeded in breaking through. The other method was to be like the prison emperor, randomly choosing a beast egg in the Beast Valley, letting this beast egg hatch in the birth pool, then teaching it according to its aptitude. If one's luck wasn't bad, he could be like the prison emperor and nurture a raging flame battle soul, and successfully pass through the Beast Valley. Both methods had their advantages and disadvantages. Queen Vivian Lee's choice of method had the advantage of familiarizing herself with her own beast, rather than relying on luck. Although the method that the prison emperor had chosen had some elements of luck, as a strong warrior, it was still possible for him to find a beast with good potential among the countless beast eggs in the Beast Valley fortress. Furthermore, if the prison emperor's choice was successful, he would gain a powerful beast as a helper. On the contrary, Queen Vivian Lee's method required a powerful beast that had already reached its peak to start all over again and take risks again. Kacha, the Reaper Mantis caught the dragon crystal that Yu Yang threw over and chewed on it for the last time. It had no objections to any of its master's arrangements. Although it wasn't the smartest, nor was it the one that grew the fastest, and it hadn't even evolved to the level of a holy beast, it could instinctively understand that its master had never neglected it, and had even doted on it. It used its scythes, which had killed countless enemies, to hug Yu Yang lightly. The Reaper Mantis resolutely flew into the Gate of Rebirth. A burst of divine light flashed. The power of the ancient code in the Beast Valley immediately activated the Gate of Rebirth. Time flowed backwards, allowing the beasts that entered to be reborn. The Reaper Mantis's body quickly shrunk. The powerful energy contained in its body had been completely transformed into potential. Its body that had been refined by Yu Yang with innate chi and nirvana flame had also undergone a complete transformation with the help of the ancient code of rebirth. When the Reaper Mantis passed through the Gate of Rebirth, it flew through the U-shaped rebirth passage, turned around the rebirth corridor and returned to Yu Yang. It had already become a tiny dot the size of a finger. Furthermore, it had changed from a beast to a special beast. Its level had also changed from gold ranked to diamond ranked. It had become diamond ranked. Right now, it was preparing to say that it was her, small and exquisite like Thumbelina. After its rebirth, the Reaper Mantis had broken through the realm that it had been stuck in for a long time. Some parts of its body had already evolved. When it landed on Yu Yang's palm, the tiny and exquisite Reaper Mantis had evolved a human head and possessed a higher intelligence. Its body had not completed its evolution, so it did not look like a human yet. Other than the arms that looked more like a human, it still retained a few thin mantis legs and the golden wings on its back. However, what made Yu Yang touched was that she had actually separated her scythe-like arms from her body. It seemed like she wanted to turn this scythe-like mantis's arms into weapons. She separated the scythe-like arms that were still in their original form and placed them on her back, just like how a human warrior would carry two scythes on his back. Hiss, Yu Yang tore off a piece of cloth from his body and gently wrapped it around her body, making it her clothes. The Reaper Mantis that was as big as Thumbelina turned around. She looked very satisfied with her new body. She had finally evolved into a holy beast. Naturally, she was extremely excited. This was the greatest desire of all beasts, outside the fort. Dozens of ferocious-looking beasts were lurking around the entrance. Their eyes revealed a bloodthirsty glint. They guarded against each other while waiting patiently. According to the fort's energy waves, they already knew that a new challenger had arrived. It was not important whether the new challenger was strong or not. As long as the newly born weak beast was killed 3 times in a row, the new challenger would be punished by the ancient code and become their own kind. They knew that they had failed. Their bodies had turned into beasts and they were destined to never be able to leave this damned Beast Valley. However, they did not wish for a newcomer to pass under their watch. No matter who it was, drag him down with them. Let him become a beast and stay in the Beast Valley forever, becoming their companion. They could not bear this unlucky thing alone. They had to let more people fall into this pit of despair and fall into depravity forever. Other than the dozens of beasts that were transformed from failed challengers, they were lurking outside the fort, eyeing them covetously. There were also 3 heaven-ranked warriors riding on powerful beasts. They stood side by side and discussed the battle plan. They were also the ones who had failed to pass the trial, but they were different from the ones who had become beasts. They were a little luckier, as their beasts did not die more than 3 times. As their masters, they were not punished by the ancient code and could still maintain their original appearance. However, due to various reasons, their beasts were raised wrongly. After the beasts grew up, their abilities were flawed. For example, their intelligence was seriously insufficient. They were unable to pass the test and leave the Beast Valley. Without enough intelligence, no matter how strong they were, it was impossible to pass the Beast Valley. Yu Yang had known this secret a long time ago. Other than Granny Shaw's vague information, Fei Wenli clearly pointed out the location. In the Beast Valley, there were 3 wisdom fruits that provided beasts to grow. As long as they got their hands on them, not only would the beasts be able to pass the test, they would also grow to be a great help. Of course, there were strong beasts guarding the wisdom fruits. The difficulty was extremely high. If they ran over at the beginning, they would be courting death. Many challengers who stayed in the Beast Valley forever knew about the existence of treasures like the wisdom fruits. However, they did not dare to go. Because it was simply impossible to complete the challenge. There was only one result if they took the risk. That was the beasts would be killed instantly and the main body would become a beast. In fact, they would not even be able to become a beast and their souls would be annihilated. This newcomer has not come out for so long. The time is almost up. The Heaven Stage warrior riding a deer-shaped beast on the left said strangely. Newcomers are usually like this. They are cautious and don't know that there is a time limit. They miss the opportunity to leave the fort and let their beasts die. How many newcomers have done this over the years? The Heaven Stage warrior riding a unicorn flying horse on the right snorted disdainfully. Everyone, be serious. I hope there will be no more mistakes this time. Before this newcomer, there were already several people who broke through our encirclement. There were even 3 challengers who successfully passed the test. This is simply a disgrace to all of us. No matter what, we cannot fail this time. When newcomers leave the fort, their beasts are at their weakest. If they can't intercept successfully, it will be even more difficult in the future. Be serious, we must kill this newcomer's beast. The Heaven Stage warrior riding a flaming griffin should be the leader of the 3. He scolded angrily, causing the Heaven Stage warriors on both sides to quickly lower their heads and agree in unison. They did not dare to refute. In the Beast Valley Fort, there was a 3-hour protection rule. In other words, there were at least 3 hours for newborn beasts to grow safely. If they did not leave after 3 hours, before they walked out of the door and entered the real Beast Valley, the rules of the Beast Valley would directly kill the beasts in the fort. This was a kind of protection, but also a kind of pressure. Newborn beasts had to use the fastest speed to adapt to the harsh environment and face the threat of death. Otherwise, they would be eliminated. All newcomers were the same. No matter who they were, no matter what their master's identity was, no matter how strong their master was, the rules treated everyone equally. 3 hours were about to pass, and the last minute had already entered the countdown. Those beasts that were hiding outside the door were already prepared to jump out and cheer. A shadow appeared. Yu Yang, who no one knew what he was doing, finally walked out. What was different from the other newcomers was that there was no newborn beast beside him, other than a small box in his hand. There was nothing else. Could it be that newborn beasts were stored in this box? Not to mention a box, even if it was a mountain, the beasts that were hiding in the surroundings would trample it flat. They could not attack Yu Yang, but if there were newborn beasts in the box in Yu Yang's hand, once they attacked it, they would definitely die. In order to devour newborn beasts, they would become stronger and live longer. Dozens of beasts that had failed the challenge and turned, roared like thunder as they rushed forward. Their target was the box in Yu Yang's hand. The 2 cheetah-shaped magical beasts were the fastest, pouncing forward like lightning. Their sharp claws grabbed at the small box in Yu Yang's hand. However, tens of meters behind him, there was a magical beast with green skin that looked like a chameleon that stuck out its tongue. That blood-red tongue grew longer at an extremely fast speed. Just as the 2 cheetah-shaped magical beasts were fighting for the box, the long and sticky tongue struck the box, sticking to its target. It flew out 10 times faster than the speed at which it flew out. It retracted back. The chameleon magical beast did not wait for its companions to react and immediately bit the box in its mouth into pieces. Then, it chewed on it proudly. It could even speak. Ha ha ha, I'm still a little faster. I've already taken the first kill of the newcomers. You guys can fight for the second and third kills." The surrounding magical beasts had different expressions. Some were angry, some were disgusted, some were cold, and some were disdainful. The two cheetahs that rushed the fastest flew into a rage. "You gossipy woman." The female chameleon swallowed the pieces of the box into her stomach and used her slender claws to pick at the gaps between her teeth. She picked out a small piece of the box from the gaps between her teeth and spat it out. In the end, she let out a sigh. This kid's newborn beast is really too weak. There's almost no feeling of energy entering his stomach. Even if he absorbed all of it, it would only increase his potential a little. You two don't have to be too envious. At most, I'll reluctantly play with you for a few days. If you're willing to cooperate, we can go over there and have a heart-to-heart talk. 1 against 2 won't be a problem at all. Scram, who likes a slippery reptile like you? The two cheetahs were even more furious when they heard this. They looked like they were about to vomit. I don't like your rotten fur either. Continue playing with your eggs. The female chameleon sneered and spat a mouthful of thick green phlegm on the ground. Just as they were arguing, the magical beasts at the side saw that something was wrong. This kid's newborn beast was killed. Why was he still smiling? Was he stupid? At this moment, Yu Yang was indeed smiling. His lips were red and his teeth were white. His smile was as bright as the sun and made people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. He slowly retracted his right hand that was holding the box and took out another box from his pocket. This box looked exactly the same as the box that was swallowed by the female chameleon. It was just that the material was different. The previous box was bronze, this one was silver. Why did this kid have another box? If it was not in the previous box, then the newborn beast should be in this box. The female chameleon wanted to stick out her tongue and fight for it again, but this time, one of the two cheetahs on the left grabbed her tongue. The cheetah on the right hurriedly tried to grab the silver box in Yu Yang's hands. Due to the restriction of the Beast Valley's rules, Yu Yang couldn't protect the newborn beast, but no creature could harm him. No matter who it was that wanted to fight over the newborn beast, they couldn't use the master as a threat. They had to aim accurately, or else it would only be a waste of time. Just as the right cheetah was about to grab the silver box, a huge bear rammed into it from behind. Just as the bear was about to bite the silver box, a thick elephant trunk swung over, causing the bear to stumble back. An eagle descended from the sky. However, before Yu Yang could grab the silver box, a rhinoceros with sharp horns cleverly flicked the silver box away before Yu Yang could grab it with his claws. Unknowingly, an ugly swamp crocodile had crawled out from the ground. It opened its huge, sinister mouth that was covered in mud towards the silver box. A black shadow flashed. A long-armed ape grabbed the elephant trunk and swung over. With a nimble jump, it grabbed the rhinoceros' small tail and used it to leap up, dodging the eagle's beak. In midair, it did a somersault and lightly tapped on the rhinoceros' neck. Ignoring the rhinoceros' furious pursuit, it directly passed through the swamp crocodile's huge mouth and grabbed the crocodile's sharp teeth with one hand. While swinging its body, it extended its long arms and caught the falling silver box. Before the other beasts could react, it quickly opened the box and took out the item from the silver box. It stuffed it into its mouth and swallowed it without chewing. Ha 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 ha, speaking of agility, my evolved ape race is more agile. That ape laughed proudly. With a flash, it calmly dodged the elephant's furious stomp. It's you again, Samson. I really suspect that when you were training your beasts, you knew that it was impossible to pass the trial and purposely trained the newborn beast to be a monkey. Everyone, let's just kill this damned monkey. Is the monkey itching for a beating? This stinky monkey is as annoying as that shameless bastard. Because the second robbery also failed, many beasts were furious and cursed loudly. Although they had already become magical beasts, they were originally not like this. Every magical beast here was originally a powerful and intelligent heaven stage martial artist. If not for this, they would not have been able to pass the fifth trial, the Beast Valley. In the Beast Valley, many of the fallen residents who became beasts were actually friends and even relatives from the same family. In order to survive, in order to become stronger, they had no choice but to use all means to attack the newcomers. Swallowing newborn beasts was one kind. Fighting with each other, swallowing each other's demon nucleus and absorbing each other's energy was another kind. Of course, because the battles between beasts were usually the fishermen who reaped the benefits when the sandpiper and the clam fought. Without absolute certainty, they who cherished their lives would not easily start a battle, especially a life and death battle. After all, no one would have a second chance to start over after their lives were lost. Good skills. Yu Yang clapped his hands and praised repeatedly. Only when he opened his mouth did the beasts realize that there was something wrong with this kid. Twice in a row, the silver box containing newborn beasts was snatched and killed, yet he could still laugh. The elephant asked, "Good boy, you're really arrogant. You're just a heaven-ranked level 3 and yet you're so arrogant." What are you doing?" Yu Yang conjured a bottle of soy sauce and said with a smile, "If I said I was just passing by, would you believe me? Do you think I'm stupid?" The rhinoceros roared angrily. "Whether you believe it or not, I believe it anyway." Yu Yang shook his head again and again, his actions as arrogant as a certain official of the Celestial Empire. "Something's wrong with my stomach. It seems that what I just swallowed wasn't a newborn beast." The ape realized that there was no energy to absorb from its stomach. It steeled its heart and used its claws to grab its throat. With a wah sound, it spat out a pungent acid. It took a closer look and realized that there was no corpse of a newborn beast in the pool of acid that it spat out. There was only a black stone. This kind of stone could be picked up anywhere on the roadside at any time. I was wondering what kind of treasure it was. "It's just a stone." The cheetah boss laughed when he saw it. "Congratulations, Samson. You've been fooled by someone again." The cheetah boss rejoiced in Samson's misfortune. Not only the two brothers, the other beasts were also secretly celebrating their luck. They almost had the misfortune of being fooled by a newbie fall on their heads. "Brat, hand over the newborn beast." The ape glared angrily at Yu Yang. "I'm very obedient." Yu Yang took out another box from his pocket that was exactly the same as the first one, but it was slightly different. This was a golden box. Now, even though there were dozens of beasts surrounding Yu Yang, no one dared to rob him. Even an idiot would know that something was wrong. This brat first took out a bronze box, then a silver box, and finally a gold box. Why was he so calm and generous when he took out the box? There must be a problem. Now, no matter who it was, no one dared to rob it immediately. Being fooled was a small matter, but if this human brat who was smiling like a demon used this as a trap and schemed against them, then it would not be worth it. The beasts all looked at each other in dismay. In the end, the elephant asked, "Brat, what's the meaning of this box?" When Yu Yang heard it, he smiled. He smiled warmly, just like a leader of the Celestial Empire consoling a poor farmer. However, it scared the beasts around him. Their hearts were hanging in midair, and they couldn't help but take a small step back, preparing to run away if something went wrong. Although newbies were easy to bully, there were exceptions. Some newbies were abnormal. Not only would they fail to harm them, they would also be harmed by them. Could it be that this brat was one of those abnormal newbies? Yu Yang stretched out his hand and patted the elephant's thigh in a friendly manner, scaring the elephant so much that it trembled. Yu Yang acted as if he was meeting an old friend. He enthusiastically introduced the gold box in his hand to the other party. "Actually, this box is nothing special. It's just that it's called Pandora's box." Pandora's box? This name, it sounded like it was not to be trifled with. But thinking about it, it didn't seem right. According to the rules of the Beast Valley, not only could the owner not use their abilities, the treasure should also not be able to be used. Yu Yang seemed to see through everyone's confusion. He nodded and explained, "You've misunderstood. This Pandora's box is not my inherent skill, nor is it a treasure. It's a kind of divine power as compensation. I can't finish the story in 3 days and 3 nights. I'll pick out the most important one and tell you about it. It's about a goddess of misfortune called Pandora. She killed many gods. After she became enlightened, her divinity naturally made a kind of compensation, giving hope to any life that might be harmed." The beasts were all confused. They couldn't understand what Yu Yang was saying at all. Yu Yang nodded his head in understanding. "It's not strange that you can't understand. With your intelligence, it would be a little difficult to explain it clearly. However, it's not important whether you can understand it or not. You only need to know that this box carries the hope of the goddess of misfortune after she became enlightened. There's a kind of chaotic power in it that can greatly increase the power of the person who opens the box. The method of increase is not definite. Some can increase one's potential, some can increase one's level, some can increase one's battle power. Anything can happen. When the beasts heard this, they felt that it was a great thing. The ape that had opened the silver box and the female chameleon that had opened the copper box were both secretly pleased with themselves, beaming with joy. The cheetah brothers asked a question: what's the difference between the gold, silver, and bronze boxes? Yu Yang praised them. That's a good question. Actually, there's a big difference between these three boxes. The chaotic power stored in the gold, silver, and bronze boxes are different. The gold box has the most, the bronze box has the least, and the silver box is in the middle. Of course, other than the chaotic power that brings hope, there's also the divine power of disaster that brings misfortune. After all, it's a magic box that the goddess of misfortune unconsciously created in her sleep. It's impossible to open it without the divine power of disaster. If Yu Yang hadn't said that last sentence, everyone would have cheered thunderously. But when he said that, everyone was scared silly. The ape Samson was so scared that his whole body trembled, as if he was a sick person that had been thrown into ice water. He asked with a trembling voice, "Divine power of disaster?" Yu Yang patted his shoulder lightly and comforted him, "Don't worry. Although there's the divine power of disaster in Pandora's box, it's a matter of probability that it will explode. The probability of triggering the silver box is not very high. There's only a 9,999% chance of getting misfortune, but there's still a 0.1% chance of getting the chaotic power that represents hope. Compared to the gold box that has a 99,999 times chance of getting misfortune, the silver box has a much higher chance of getting hope." Just as Yu Yang finished speaking, the chameleon Bai Yi who was listening at the side was so scared that it took 3 steps back. It did not know how many times the probability of getting a disaster from opening the bronze box was, but the probability was definitely not small. It was very likely to be 999 times. But no matter if it was a gold, silver, or bronze box, opening it would only result in death. Even if it was 999 times the probability, who would be able to escape? The chameleon Bai Yi realized that its body was gradually changing. Its green skin that was always wet and slippery had unknowingly become dry. It became gray-white. Its scales were extremely itchy, as if it had been placed in a hot desert to dry. What kind of curse was this? One must know that its wet and slippery green skin was the evolution direction chosen by the war beasts. It was the most important camouflage. It could change its color, it could stick to the enemy, and it could also be used to resist attacks. It was the most important thing to protect its life other than its tongue. It should never be dry. How did this happen? It could not help but scratch. Countless thin scales floated in the air as it scratched. The demon beasts panicked and jumped away. They stayed away from the chameleon Bai Yi and the ape, afraid that they would infect the two with a disaster. Dehydration. The elephant made an authoritative judgment. Bai Yi has been hit by a disaster. There is a curse on its body that continuously dehydrates its body. If this goes on, it will become a dried corpse in less than 10 minutes. The chameleon Bai Yi screamed, "No, it won't. I will not become a dried corpse. I am a water and poison dual attribute chameleon. Even if it is a curse, it will not turn me into a dried corpse. My special skills and abilities, other than camouflage and long tongue to hunt, I also have poison secretion and skin shedding to escape. Even if it is a curse, it will at most shed a few layers of skin. I will not become a dried corpse." With its own heaven rank level 4 strength and that kind of special skill, no one would think that it would die, at least not from dehydration. But seeing is believing. Layers of scales peeled off and layers of skin were torn off. Not only was its body getting drier, Bai Yi's strength was also decreasing. When around 10 layers of skin peeled off, it had already fallen from heaven rank to a pitiful earth rank demon beast. After another 3 minutes, the female chameleon beast Wingbreaker couldn't even maintain her earth grade strength and directly fell below earth grade. Even if it didn't die, it had no chance of surviving. Earth rank strength was not enough. Any one of the demon beasts could easily kill it. Bai Yi fell to the ground, reaching out his hand towards the demon beasts. His dry mouth made him unable to make any sound. The cheetah brothers trembled in fear. The elephant was more loyal. He sprayed a burst of rain with his long trunk and stepped out a puddle on the ground for Bai Yi to immerse himself in, hoping that Bai Yi would suffer less pain before he died. However, all the magical beasts stared dumbfoundedly as the chameleon Bai Yi, who was submerged in the water, died of thirst right in the pool, right in front of everyone's eyes. The corpse quickly dried up and withered. Finally, it floated on the water like a piece of dry wood. The chameleon that was originally 3 meters tall and 6 meters long with its tail had shrunk into a black corpse that was less than half a meter long. Such a tragic scene made all the magical beasts' scalps go numb. However, the one who was the most afraid wasn't them, but the ape Samson, who had snatched the silver box with his agility. Now, he was almost paralyzed on the ground. "Save me, save me, save me!" The ape stretched out his hand towards his old friend. However, his friend simply couldn't avoid him. When he saw the ape Samson, it was as if he had seen a ghost. How could he extend his hand to save him? Furthermore, even if he wanted to save him, he didn't know where to start. The dehydrated Bai Yi would also die of thirst if he immersed himself in the puddle of water. His skin would also dry up and split apart. What else could he do to save the equally unlucky Samson? One of the baboons that was closer to Samson said with a trembling voice, "Samson, if you really can't take it anymore, I can help you free yourself. However, I can only do so much. I'm sorry, I can't do anything. I really can't do anything." The elephant saw that the ape Samson's skin wasn't dry up and quickly comforted him. "Samson, maybe you aren't cursed." Yu Yang nodded in agreement. There is indeed a certain probability to trigger the disaster divine power. Those who are lucky will also receive the power of chaos. This is for sure. Samson was like a drowning person who had found a life-saving straw. He grabbed onto it tightly and asked in surprise, "I'm not cursed by the disaster divine power. My body isn't dehydrated. I won't die, right?" Yu Yang shook his head. "Maybe, but I think it's more necessary to wait patiently. You must know that the longer the disaster divine power curse takes effect, the more powerful it will be. Before the final result is out, I'm not too sure. In addition, I can be sure that there isn't just one type of curse. There are countless of them. Dehydration is only one of them." "What? Wah. The ape Samson suddenly vomited. A large amount of clear water spurted out from his throat. His abdomen also quickly swelled up. It was as if he had fallen into the sea and been submerged for 2 hours before being scooped up again. In less than a minute, even his hands and feet were swollen. He clutched his neck and his eyes bulged out, looking like he was suffocating. But all the surrounding magical beasts could see that there wasn't a single drop of water around, including the water that Samson spat out. All the water was evaporated by the fire energy of the baboon. There was no water around, but that didn't mean that Samson's life could be saved. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Samson struggled in pain. In the end, he slowly suffocated to death. Under the extreme pain, his claws tore off his face, and a terrifying bloody hole was dug out of his throat. What was even more horrifying was that what flowed out of the bloody hole wasn't blood, but clear water that came out of nowhere. The baboon helplessly closed its eyes. It was Samson's friend, but it could only watch him die. It couldn't help at all. The elephant and rhinoceros also shook their heads and sighed. The curse of the divine power of disaster was something that no one could save. With Samson's powerful strength at the peak of heaven stage level 4, even if he was thrown into the sea and submerged for 2 to 3 months, he wouldn't drown. But in less than 10 minutes, he drowned, and even his corpse was swollen. What kind of curse was this? Drowned. It was the complete opposite of the chameleon's death. One died of dehydration, and the other died of drowning. "Everyone, please look over here. There's a golden box here. I wonder which friend wants to open it and take a look. Actually, my newborn beast is placed in this golden box. Since there's a newborn beast as an appetizer and the power of chaos as the main course, what are you waiting for? Come on, boss, do you want to open it and take a look? The chances of winning are extremely high. It's much better than the 6-winning lottery. There's a 100% chance of winning. If you succeed, you'll win. If you fail, you'll get a consolation prize from the divine power of disaster. Yu Yang held the golden box and waved it in front of the magical beasts, scaring them into a frenzy. One by one, they screamed and ran away. They ran as far as they could. No one wanted to take another look at this abnormal newbie. If they stayed beside this kid for another second, their lives would be in danger. When the magical beasts that were lying in ambush at the entrance of the fortress ran away, Yu Yang shook his head in boredom and casually opened the golden box. As expected, the Reaper mantis the size of Thumbelina was sitting quietly inside. She started to develop intelligence with her cute eyes, blinking at her master. This is the first lesson I'm teaching you. There is no problem in this world that cannot be solved with your brain. No matter what problem it is, there is a way to solve it. It all depends on how you use your advantage. When faced with difficulties, you must learn to think and learn to use intelligence to solve your enemies. Even if you have the strength to surpass your enemy, you still have to do this. This is because using wisdom to solve problems is much better than using brute force. Whatever you do, you will get twice the result with half the effort, not half the result with twice the effort, which is strenuous and unrewarding. Yu Yang revealed a smile. He used this time to teach the Reaper mantis who had just been reborn. Yes, yes. The Reaper mantis nodded excitedly. Stratagems are the most important embodiment of intelligence. If I didn't use 2 real boxes to deceive them and scare them out of their wits, how could I use a fake golden box to deceive them? So, you must learn to use stratagems. Also, you must remain calm at all times. Don't panic because of a disadvantageous situation. That is the worst reaction. Yu Yang taught the Reaper mantis that was still in the golden box as he walked. Unknowingly, they had already walked more than a kilometer away. Yu Yang only stopped when he almost bumped into the invisible deer-riding heaven ranker. Seeing the ferocious deer-riding heaven ranker in front of him, Yu Yang's first reaction was to close the golden box and hide the Reaper mantis. He even wanted to keep it in his pocket. The deer-riding heaven ranker laughed and pointed at Yu Yang with his halberd. No need to keep it, I saw it all. I say, kid, you killed 2 of them the moment you came out. You are still arrogant to teach your beast. Do you think that everyone in the Beast Valley is dead? I can't tell. You are so arrogant at such a young age. Now, what kind of bullshit intelligence are you going to use to plot against me? Calm down and let me see? Yu Yang turned around and wanted to run. But it was too late. The deer-riding heaven ranker's halberd flashed quickly. A terrifying cone-shaped shock wave shot out from the halberd. In an instant, the golden box in Yu Yang's hand was smashed into powder. If not for the fact that Yu Yang's body was protected by the ancient code, he might have been killed in an instant. In just a second, the golden box containing the Reaper mantis disappeared without a trace. Yu Yang looked at his empty right hand for a long time, unable to say a word. Ha 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 ha, kid, show me how arrogant you are. How can you be calm to teach your trash beast? In the Beast Valley, it is always the law of the jungle. Only strength is respected. Without strength, talking about bullshit intelligence here. Pfft, did your brain not recover from being beaten up? I have seen countless weaklings like you who think they are smart. Without exception, they all became beasts or completely died. Come on, show me how arrogant you are. Show me how arrogant you are. The heaven-ranked ranker who was riding on a deer-shaped beast scoffed at what Yu Yang had said to the Reaper mantis. Actually, I can be even more arrogant. Do you really want to see? Yu Yang, who had his head lowered, suddenly looked up and showed a bright smile. He took out a golden box from his pocket. He opened it gently. The thumb-sized Reaper mantis was sitting inside with a smile on its face. Yu Yang ignored his dumbstruck opponent and continued to teach the Reaper mantis. For the second lesson, I want you to understand a principle. Never believe in your eyes. Eyes are easily deceived by illusions. It will deceive you. You have to learn to use your heart to sense. Your heart is not easily deceived. Also, in the future, you have to pay attention to a problem. Never underestimate your enemy. No matter what environment you are in, no matter how much advantage you have to maintain your original battle mentality. Arrogance and complacency are the beginning of failure. The Reaper mantis listened attentively and nodded obediently. Yes, yes. The heaven ranker riding on the flaming griffin suddenly appeared behind Yu Yang. He sighed. What a terrifying newbie. How many years has it been since I saw such a newbie? Interesting. The lifeless beast valley finally has some fun. The heaven-ranked martial artist who was riding on the unicorn Pegasus appeared, his face covered in sweat. If it wasn't for his companion who was eager to snatch the credit and volunteered to fight, the person who would shatter the golden box would probably be himself. The consequences of shattering the golden box. He didn't dare to think about it anymore. Looking at the young man with a handsome smile on his face, he felt that this kid was 10,000 times scarier than a demon. Fight with this kid? No, even if he had 100 lives, it wouldn't be enough to kill him. Are the two of you here to kill newborn beasts? Yu Yang closed the golden box again. The heaven ranker on the back of the flaming griffin smiled but did not answer. The heaven ranker on the single-horned Pegasus swore to himself that no matter what, even if it was the leader's order, he would not break that damned golden box. Even if there really was a newborn beast inside, he would not take the risk. Just now, he saw his comrade, Bai Lu, make a mistake that he would never regret. It was a mistake that could cause a lifetime of regret. He looked at his comrade as if he was looking at a dead man. In the sky, the power of the ancient code was condensing. This was the sign of punishment after the challenger failed. If he remembered correctly, Bai Lu's beast giant horned deer had already died twice. If it died again, Bai Lu would become a demon beast. Boss, save me! Bai Lu cried out in panic, asking for help from the leading heaven stage martial artist. You are hopeless. The leader riding on the blazing griffin ruthlessly urged his mount to leave. Before he soared into the sky, he turned around and said to Yu Yang, I like interesting newbies. Right now, it's just the beginning. I look forward to your more exciting performance. Oh right, I forgot to tell you that before you had more than 10 companions who came to the Beast Valley. Actually, 3 of them have already left. The rest are looking for a chance to pass the trial. Maybe they will be happy to see you. Do you need me to bring you news? Is that so? Thank you for your kindness. I think it would be better for me to go by myself and give them a surprise. Yu Yang understood what this fellow was trying to say. He was trying to sound out Yu Yang's intentions, to see if he was acquainted with the other challengers. Although they aren't very friendly to me and are wary of me, rejecting new friends, please tell them that I'm very sincere and friendly. At the very least, I'm the friendliest among the 3 leaders of the Beast Valley's residents. Haha. This self-proclaimed friendly leader rode on the flaming griffin and flew into the sky, completely ignoring Bai Lu's cry for help. Dragon horse, for the sake of our friendship, help me. Bai Lu asked for help from the heaven ranker on the single-horned Pegasus. I'm sorry, I can't do anything. The heaven-ranked martial artist riding on the unicorn Pegasus retreated 100 meters away. The originally arrogant Bai Lu was now trembling in fear. Unbeknownst to him, a black fog had spread out from his body. Because of the protection of the laws, the black mist couldn't cause any harm to the white deer, but the heaven-ranked giant horned deer under the white deer wailed in pain. Surrounded by black fog, its body swelled up crazily like an inflated balloon. Its bulging belly was even rounder than an angry capybara, and its eyes and tongue were forced to protrude out of its body. The white deer sensed that something was wrong. It could no longer care about its beast and jumped into the air in fright. Bang, at the same second. The heaven-ranked giant antler deer, which Bai Lu had painstakingly nurtured, exploded into pieces. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. From the moment the curse took effect to the moment its body expanded and exploded, it took less than 10 seconds. What made the white deer even more afraid was that the nomological power that had been quietly condensing in the sky was now immediately reacting. His main body was no longer protected. The punishment of the laws had arrived on time, and there was no way to avoid it. A bolt of lightning struck the top of the white deer's head, charring him black and causing him to fall to the ground. Save me! The white deer stretched out his hand to his companion for the last time, but he could clearly see his hand gradually turning into a deer's hoof in the black light. No, no, oh my God, it's too scary. The heaven rank warrior riding on the unicorn Pegasus was so scared that he rode a few hundred meters away, afraid that he would also be contaminated by the black light. After the beast died 3 times, the challenger would no longer be protected by the laws. Under the influence of the laws, the challenger would directly transform into the beast he had nurtured. In front of Yu Yang, the previously arrogant Bai Lu. He twisted his body on the ground. His mouth let out a wail, and his body slowly transformed. A giant horn grew on his head, and his hands and feet turned into 4 hooves. His head and body also quickly transformed into the appearance of his original mount. Other than maintaining his original memories, the current white deer was no different from his previous mount. Even his strength was exactly the same as the mount he had nurtured before. If he still had his original strength, the leader would naturally not turn a blind eye. But after the white deer failed, he became a beast like a mount. It was normal that the leader no longer treated him as a human. In the Beast Valley, this kind of thing was common. Protect me. If you protect me through this week period, I will give you half of the wealth that I have obtained in the past. The white deer struggled in pain. In the face of cruel reality, he had no choice but to accept it. I want your deer retrieving treasured blade. The heaven rank warrior riding on the unicorn Pegasus, Long Ma, did not stand on ceremony and directly asked for the treasure. All right. The white deer who had transformed into a giant horned deer accepted the humiliation. Who would have thought? There was an unforeseen event. The white deer took out the deer retrieving treasured blade from his storage ring and threw it to the heaven rank warrior riding on the unicorn Pegasus. The heaven rank warrior took it and retreated. The white deer chased after him in despair. He immediately realized that he was still in a weak period and could not keep up with Long Ma. In that moment, he felt hopeless. His knees gave way and he fell to the ground. He wanted to cry but no tears came out. He, who was high and mighty, had only broken a golden box. Now, he was abandoned. Not only was the leader ruthlessly abandoned him, even Long Ma, who was usually afraid of him, took the opportunity to bite back. How could he accept this? A shadow covered the white deer's eyes. He raised his head and saw that it was Yu Yang, who was holding the golden box, looking down at him. You want to kill me? The white deer was shocked at first, but immediately reacted. His opponent was only a newborn beast and did not have the ability to kill him. A thought flashed through his mind. If he could obtain the energy of a newborn beast, he would be able to quickly recover from his weak period. Although he could not change back to his human form, he would still have powerful strength if he turned into a beast. Live on, I must continue to live on. How can I live on? Maybe. The white deer rolled his eyes and immediately came up with a plan. He crawled up and bowed to Yu Yang. As long as you don't kill me, I am willing to be your mount. Yu Yang was thinking. He felt that it was not bad to have a giant deer as a mount. The white deer was afraid that he would reject him, so he flattered him, saying that Yu Yang was the best master in the world and that it was a blessing to have him as a mount. He was willing to be Yu Yang's mount for the rest of his life. In short, he said all kinds of disgusting flattering words. As the white deer said this, he secretly looked at the golden box. Yu Yang gently opened the golden box and let the Reaper Mantis, who looked like Thumbelina, come out to breathe again. What do you think about getting a mount? Although this fellow looks a little disgusting, it doesn't matter if you use it in the Beast Valley. This way, you don't have to worry about finding a mount. Furthermore, you will have a helper in the early stages. The Reaper Mantis nodded in agreement, yes. Just as she nodded her head, a voice suddenly rang out. Seizing the opportunity, the white deer's whole body exploded with energy. Although it had just become a beast after being punished by the law and had not completely adapted to its body, using its giant horn to kill a newborn beast was still a piece of cake. The giant horn's power was like that of a herd of mammoths charging. The cone-shaped shock wave not only destroyed the Reaper Mantis, but also the fake golden box that contained the Reaper Mantis. Yu Yang was a little stunned as he looked in front of him. A pit that was more than 800 meters deep had appeared in front of him. On both sides of the pit, the trees had been broken and overturned. The ground was in a sorry state. This was the power of the white deer's sneak attack. Ha, I say, brat, you are really a newbie. You really know nothing about the Beast Valley. Childish you, let me teach you a lesson. Never trust your enemy and never lower your guard. In the Beast Valley, no one can be trusted. Do you think that I, the white deer, will be a mount that will listen to your orders? Pfft, I am the grassland king, a strong warrior that rules over an area. Why would I be a slave for a newbie like you? You are too naive. The white deer laughed. Also, let me tell you another truth for free. In the Beast Valley, when a beast kills its opponent, it will gain the energy of its opponent. If you don't kill your opponent, you will never be able to level up. I hope that a childish fool like you can live for a few more days. It's a pity that the second, third, and final kill will not fall into my hands. You can slowly find your random beast to reincarnate into. This is the Beast Valley, not heaven, ha ha ha. I think he has said it clearly enough. I don't need to repeat myself, right? Yu Yang took out another golden box and opened it. The Reaper Mantis had popped out. Yes. The Reaper Mantis nodded obediently. The white deer's laughter was cut off like a knife. He looked at the golden box in Yu Yang's hands in a daze. His brain was stiff. He could not think at all. Hiding in a small forest a few kilometers away, the heaven-ranked warrior, Dragon Horse, was holding his breath as he watched. When he saw this scene, he was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. How many golden boxes did this brat have on him? How did he change them? No, those were not important. The important thing was that he did not attack. Fortunately, he did not launch a sneak attack and did not covet the energy to defeat the newborn beast. Otherwise, he would be finished. Ah, you lied to me? You knew that I would launch a sneak attack, so you purposely lured me into a trap, am I? Right? The white deer finally understood a little. You are so smart. Yu Yang gave a thumbs up and praised the other party. I will fight you to the death. The white deer was completely enlightened. This brat had purposely opened the golden box and lured him into a trap. As long as he died, the fragile newborn beast would have its first victory and would gain its own energy to grow. The white deer did not know when he would die, but he knew that he did not have much time left. The shadow of death loomed over his heart. The white deer with red eyes rushed towards Yu Yang, and its giant horn once again swung towards the Reaper Mantis. Even if it died, it would drag one down with it. The Reaper Mantis jumped out of the golden box. Its small body faced the charging white deer, and the pair of mantis arms on its back flew over from afar. The mantis spun like the wind, and lightly hit the white deer's body. This kind of light attack did not cause any damage to the white deer that was in its heaven-ranked beast form. However, the law of the Beast Valley determined that the two were fighting. If one party died, then the other party's energy would become the opponent's spoils of war. The white deer rushed over, and was about to use its giant horn to kill the Reaper Mantis. Suddenly, it stopped. Its entire body shrank in pain, and curled into a ball. Just like the original giant antler deer, its belly swelled up, and all the energy in its body automatically gathered in its belly, no longer under the control of the white deer's will. Let me tell you the truth. If the disaster divine power does not succeed in cursing the target, it will not disappear. It will only lurk and wait for an opportunity. It can even lurk for a lifetime until there is a chance to curse the target. Please do not underestimate the divine power. It is actually the law of power controlled by the owner's will. It's just that the divine power is different, and the power is different. Do not think that the divine power will disappear so easily. Finally, I will give you and people like you who are eyeing me covetously a piece of advice: do stupid things once, don't do stupid things again and again. Yu Yang turned and left. When he turned, the white deer's body exploded. Flesh and blood splattered all over the sky and the ground. A huge head exploded from the middle, and a white magical crystal was thrown into the air amidst the blood. The Reaper Mantis caught it with its little hands and spread its wings agilely, flying around the splattering blood. It floated back into the golden box. Although she was a newborn, under Yu Yang's strategy, she successfully achieved the first kill. It did not matter if she killed it with her own hands. The most important thing was that she was recognized by the law of the Beast Valley. Scary. In the distance, the heaven-ranked warrior who was riding on the unicorn Pegasus and hiding in the forest used his trembling hands to wipe the cold sweat off his forehead. He had seen many newbies. But he had never seen someone as scary as this brat. The powerful and arrogant white deer was toyed to death by this brat. Until death, he was toyed within the palm of the other party. This brat was simply a pervert. Forget it, it was better not to provoke this kind of person. Let this brat go and harm those fellows guarding the back. What would happen to those fellows guarding the back if they met this perverted brat? He reckoned that this plague of bad luck would spread throughout the entire valley? If that was really the case, it might be a good thing for him to have such a perverted newbie. The news of a super strong newcomer in the Beast Valley quickly spread to the ears of the leaders. Here, other than the challengers who failed the challenge and had to stay in the Beast Valley, the residents of the Beast Valley, there were even more demon beasts who failed and could never rise again. The residents were stronger, and they had a slim chance of leaving. That was why they called themselves residents, not losers. Based on their different ideologies, these residents formed three major factions. However, in the Beast Valley, there were many losers who had already become demon beasts. In order to survive, they were forced to join the 5 loosely managed but closely allied demon beast groups. In the eastern part of the Beast Valley, the Great Grassland area. This was the main management area of the Lion King. The elephants, rhinoceroses, baboons, dead apes and chameleons that were lying in ambush outside the fortress were the Lion King's subordinates. Because he had directly faced Yu Yang, the Lion King received the news the fastest. The Lion King was the one who failed the challenge 20,000 years ago. After having no hope of leaving the Beast Valley, he spent most of his time improving his strength in order to live longer. Right now, it had already turned into a heaven-ranked level 7 Vajra lion. Although its body transformation and skill control were not the best among the 5 leaders, and it was even more impossible for it to reach the sovereign realm, its strength was undoubtedly the strongest. Other than it, no one else could reach the unprecedented heaven-ranked level 7 in its pure beast form. As for the other 4 leaders, even if they weren't as strong as the Lion King, they had evolved into some human-like forms, such as hands and feet, or perhaps they had gained a bit of enlightenment in the sovereign realm. There had never been a leader that could reach the 7th rank of the heaven realm in a pure magic beast form. Because of his seniority and strength, the eastern Great Grassland area occupied by the Lion King had always been the territory that the other leaders secretly envied. Under this premise, the number of demon beasts that surrendered to the Lion King was the largest, and the races were the most diverse. The elephants, rhinoceroses, and the dead apes were a part of it. Bai Yi and Samson both died from the curse, right? Are you sure that's not the ability of a newborn beast? The Lion King was a little suspicious. In the Beast Valley, the challenger's body, innate skills, and treasures were all useless. How could that newcomer use the silver and bronze boxes to kill Bai Yi and Samson? Could this be the ability of that little newborn beast? It's indeed a little suspicious. Leonis's advisor, long hair, stroked his beard and nodded. He was an old mountain elf. But how can a newborn beast have such great power to kill Samson and Bai Yi? A huge crow raised a question. Perhaps it's a newborn beast that entered the gate of rebirth, and its original unique talent doesn't change. What we should pay attention to is that the newborn beast always stays in the box and never comes out. Perhaps she is casting the curse from inside. Another short-tailed cat, who did not participate in the battle, guessed. Very suspicious. Old Mountain Elf nodded in agreement. That's not the case at all. The elephant spoke. Regardless of whether that newborn beast has such a powerful ability or not, it has nothing to do with killing Samson Pai. That newborn orc only increased his intelligence. Rhinoceros felt that it was a waste of his saliva to negotiate with these fellows. How do you guys explain the divine power curse in the box? The short-tailed cat asked back. That's right, treasures can't be used in the Beast Valley unless the beasts that are nurtured have evolved into holy beasts and mythical beasts. Don't tell me that the newborn beast was a holy beast the moment it was born? Another vulture flapped his wings and questioned Rhinoceros. I don't know either. Rhinoceros was speechless. If he knew, why would he come back to discuss? Wouldn't it be better to just go and kill that newborn beast? I know, Samson and Bai Yi were simply scared to death by the other party, haha. The 4 Aardwolf brothers laughed together. Bullsh****. The baboon who was Samson's friend was furious. Since you want to smell it, then I'll fulfill your wish. Pooh. A aardwolf turned his butt and released a loud smelly fart at the baboon, causing all the beasts to scatter. The baboon was even more furious. He immediately pounced on this vulgar fellow and violently beat him up. However, the other party had 4 brothers. Even if the baboon was stronger, he couldn't do anything to this opponent who had thick skin and strong vitality. Maybe it has something to do with the divine power of disaster. Divine power might be able to surpass the rules. The elephant raised a possibility. Extremely suspicious. Old Mountain Elf Longhair heard this and nodded his head repeatedly. Old devil, other than suspicious, what else do you have to say? As the other think tank, the crow couldn't stand Old Mountain Elf Longhair's fooling around. Then the smartest one, you will solve this mystery. Longhair spread out his hands and directly put down his burden. You. This time, the crow was also speechless. I will say a few words. The Lion King saw that it was really outrageous and decided to stand up to make a concluding speech. Since the boss had spoken, although the beasts were not united internally, they still had to give him face. They all put down their grudges and went forward together to listen to the Lion King's words. The Lion King scanned the beasts with eyes full of the aura of a king. When he saw the hundreds of beasts bowing their heads, he nodded his head in satisfaction. According to a lot of intelligence, only the person who breaks the box will be cursed. On the contrary, if the box is not opened, then it is safe. Here, I will point out a key point. How many boxes are there? Such a terrifying cursed magic box can't be many. It is very likely that there are only 3 boxes, gold, silver, and bronze. That makes sense. The number of magic boxes is very suspicious. Old Mountain Elf Longhair clapped his hands vigorously and flattered the Lion King. Even if there are only 3, there is still 1 golden box. The rhinoceros snorted coldly. There's no more. The 3rd golden box has already killed the resident's white deer. The eagle descended from the sky, indicating that he had seen it with his own eyes. That's great. Let's immediately chase after that arrogant newcomer and kill that newborn beast. The Coyote brothers were drooling. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws, wanting to devour the newborn beast. If not for the Lion King's words, they would have long set off before the beasts. Let's go. We won't go anyway. The Cheetah brothers had the opposite attitude. They refused to meet Yang no matter what. Only they, who had narrowly escaped death, knew how terrifying Yang was. Not only them, the elephant, rhinoceros, and the other beasts that had ambushed Yang refused to fight. Even the smarter crows and short-tailed cat, who had not participated in the ambush, felt that something was amiss. Divine power was not something an ordinary person could possess. Against such an opponent, they had to be careful. The Lion King pondered for a moment. Killing such an arrogant newcomer was undoubtedly more beneficial to his reputation and rule. It was just that there was a risk in personally taking action. If he did not handle it well, he would lose his life. Divine power was indeed a headache. It was better to send his subordinates. Anyway, whether they lived or died had nothing to do with him. Hence, the Lion King showed the demeanor of a leader and praised the extremely greedy and eager Aardwolf brothers. He also comforted the frustrated elephant and other subordinates, telling them to rest well. He even let the 2 think tanks, Old Mountain Elf, Longhair, and Crow, come up with a detailed battle plan. He let the Aardwolf brothers, Vulture, Short-tailed Cat, and the other subordinates that had the intention to devour the newborn beast attack one after another. He also said that whoever could kill this arrogant newcomer would be rewarded with 10 heaven-level magic crystals. Those who fought bravely would also be rewarded with 1 magic crystal. Under the heavy reward, the Aardwolf brothers, who were originally eager to hunt, were overjoyed. They immediately dashed away. Courting death. The baboon snorted disdainfully. Sigh, forget it. The rhinoceros comforted it. The Beast Valley lacks everything but fools. The Lion King pretended not to hear this complaint. Commanding his subordinates needed fools. Otherwise, if they were all smart people, how could he, the boss, survive? The Lion King left majestically and headed for the 7-star rock, preparing to participate in the gathering of the kings. The Lion King believed that not only him, but the other leaders would also know that such an arrogant newcomer had entered. They would definitely discuss it together. Moreover, more importantly, there were still more than 10 strong challengers at the back of the Beast Valley. They were thinking of ways to clear the stage. These fellows were not to be trifled with. If he did not turn the beasts that these fellows had nurtured into supplements, wouldn't he have been the leaders of the Beast Valley for so many years be in vain? An hour later, Yu Yang had just passed through a forest with the Reaper Mantis. Not even 100 meters away from the forest, he discovered thousands of mad wild bulls galloping towards them with red eyes. Their momentum was earth-shattering. The rumbling hooves could crush everything into pieces. What was even more terrifying was that these wild bulls that were automatically born in the Beast Valley had a barbaric charge ability. They could crush everything in front of them. Thousands of wild bulls carried the shockwaves of the barbaric charge, covering the sky and covering the earth. That kind of scene was definitely a doomsday type of destruction. The Aardwolf brothers were secretly showing off. The plan to drive the wild bulls and use their barbaric charge to kill the newborn beast was thought up by them. They were only pretending to be stupid. They were not really stupid, using a large area of effect to kill that newborn beast, whatever magic box, whatever God's power of disaster, they would not be able to do anything to them who were hiding behind. The strange thing was that not even 10 seconds after the wild bulls passed by, there was another strange phenomenon. The ground trembled. A violent earthquake shook the ground. The ground was distorted like a lunatic's mouth. Countless amounts of blood-red-hot magma gushed out from the ground. The ground had become hell. The Aardwolf brothers looked at each other and realized that something was wrong. It seemed that other than the four of them, there were other people who were also ambushing this newborn beast. Moreover, they were despicably backstabbing it. If not for the protection of the Beast Valley's rules, Yu Yang would have died long ago when the ground cracked and magma flew everywhere. How would he be able to leisurely barbecue chicken wings like now? Yu Yang, who was smearing honey on the chicken wings, realized that the sky had darkened. When he raised his head, the sky was already filled with dense dark clouds. A bolt of lightning exploded. What fell was not raindrops, but countless meteorites. The rain-like meteorites, carrying raging flames, smashed towards the ground with a rumble. Yu Yang was dumbstruck. Was this the legendary meteor shower? Biting on a chicken wing, Yu Yang clasped his hands together and piously closed his eyes to make a wish. When meteors fall from the sky, let a beautiful girl descend as well. Mainyo did not descend. Instead, not far in front of Yu Yang, hundreds of large tornadoes filled with wind blades appeared out of nowhere. Rocks and trees. Wherever these large tornadoes passed, everything turned to dust. When Yu Yang saw this scene, he couldn't bear it anymore. He immediately shouted, "The wind is blowing, it's raining, it's time to collect the clothes." In the distance, a few enemies who had come to ambush him all fell to the ground when they heard Yu Yang's words. They foamed at the mouth and their legs twitched. Originally, the Aardwolf brothers wanted to complain about the shameless last hit of their peers. Now that they saw it, he noticed that the tiny Reaper Mantis was like a fish swimming in the sea, happily flying up and down in the whirlwind, meteors, and lava, looking as though this game was really fun. His heart was instantly filled with jealousy. F***ck, what the F***ck, it was an elemental body. Using this elemental energy to kill this newborn beast was like spitting to the sky, asking to be humiliated. Facing the Aardwolf brothers' disdain, the Itachi scythe not far away stared back at them. Even if my whirlwind is useless, it's still 100 times better than the four of you driving bulls to ram people. With your IQ, you actually drove thousands of bulls to ram a newborn beast the size of a finger. I say, even if your talents are retarded, you will only become more stupid if you specialize in learning. You won't be this stupid even until you graduate. If you didn't expose your target early, we wouldn't need to attack in this open space. F***ck off, all of you. This Itachi scythe was not a subordinate of the Leo King. It was a capable subordinate of another beast group, the human-faced tiger. Its strength was far above the Aardwolf brothers. Once it spoke, although the Aardwolf brothers were unhappy, they did not dare to refute. They retreated further and pretended not to hear it. They were indeed anxious just now. If they had waited for Yu Yang to walk into the valley, the effect of their attack would have been much better. Even if they could not kill the tiny newborn beast, they could at least trap it inside. Fire! Another porcupine with thorns all over its body rushed out and shouted loudly. Its body tightened and shook. Almost 100 thorns on its neck shot towards the Reaper mantis like raindrops. No matter how the Reaper mantis flew around, it could not avoid it. The thorns shot by the porcupine all had the ability to track. Together with its unique talent, it was very powerful. Just as the Reaper mantis was about to be hit, a meteorite suddenly accelerated and fell. At the same time, it deviated from its original trajectory and happened to block in front of it. The thorns pierced deep into the meteorite and penetrated the rock, only revealing a small part of the thorns. The porcupine was cursing in his heart. Damn it, who was the one who spoiled his plans? Suddenly, he realized that the Reaper mantis was flying towards him in a panic. He was overjoyed and opened his huge mouth to bite the little thing. Porcupine felt something shatter in his mouth. While he was chewing, he suddenly felt that something was amiss. When it came to its senses, it discovered that there was a huge meteorite in its mouth. There were countless needles on the meteorite. What's worse was that the Reaper mantis had also attracted the giant tornadoes that could automatically track it. The porcupine did not even have the time to cry out before it was swept into the air. Seeing that it couldn't kill a newborn beast, killing a porcupine seemed to be a good idea. It simply soared into the sky and flew into the whirlwind, waving its sickle to attack the porcupine. A single lightning cross-slash left 2 bloody marks on the porcupine's neck. Porcupines were also extremely tenacious creatures, and their own strength was not bad. Although they were not Itachi-Scythe's opponent, they could barely protect themselves. It hurriedly rushed out of the tornado. Not bothering to counterattack, it immediately used its fangs to dig frantically. In an instant, it dug 100 meters into the ground and disappeared. The Reaper mantis saw that the opponent was killing each other and felt happy, clapping its hands. Behind her, a toad the size of a small hill appeared. It opened its horrifying mouth and breathed out thick smoke. The poisonous smoke could not open Pandora's box, but it was more than enough to poison a newborn beast to death. Forget about newborn beasts, even Itachi-Scythe and the 4 Aardwolf brothers dodged in panic when they saw the toad and the poisonous smoke. This toad was one of the leaders of the 5 great beasts, the Toad King. Although its level was not as high as the Lion King, its overall strength was not weaker than the Lion King. Especially with its body full of poison, one would die if they touched it. Itachi-Scythe and the Aardwolf brothers did not expect that it would personally kill a newborn beast. With the status of a big boss like the Toad King, personally killing a newborn beast, wasn't it too degrading? Whoosh whoosh. Although the Reaper mantis had high intelligence, its speech was not accurate. She said whirlwind as whoosh whoosh. The 2 mantis arms behind its back twirled around its body, and a strange scene appeared. All the dark green smoke that was spat out twisted into a ball, instantly forming a storm. It was sucked towards the sky and turned into a poisonous smoke tornado. The Reaper mantis who was in the middle of the tornado was leisurely, completely unaffected by the poisonous smoke. Itachi-Scythe was dumbfounded. He couldn't help but grab one of the Aardwolf brothers and shouted in disbelief, "That's my unique skill, Crazy Demon Wind Scythe." "Impossible, how can she know my unique skill?" That Aardwolf was grabbed so hard that he could not breathe. He thought to himself, how would I know what was going on, maybe she had secretly learned it. Of course, it did not dare to say such inconceivable words. After being ambushed by Itachi-Scythe, she had only seen it once, yet she had secretly learned Itachi-Scythe's unique skill. Even he himself felt that it was impossible and stupid to say such words. The Toad King charged into the poisonous smoke tornado with its huge body. It stuck out its long tongue and its black mouth that was filled with sharp teeth, crazily biting the Reaper mantis. Its body was so huge that when it opened its black mouth, it could completely swallow the entire poisonous smoke tornado into its stomach. Itachi-Scythe and the Aardwolf brothers felt that this fellow was too shameless. It was a dignified boss, yet it jumped out to kill a newborn beast and steal the first kill from its subordinates. Shameless was not enough to describe it, it was even more disgusting. Clang. Itachi-Scythe heard a familiar sound again. In the sky, 2 cross-shaped lightning suddenly appeared and streaked across the Toad King's thick lips. The Toad King's thick lips that were invulnerable silently split open into a huge cross-shaped bloody wound. That ugly and sticky tongue was also cut off. My unique skill, this is my lightning cross kill. Itachi's side shook the Aardwolf excitedly. That Aardwolf's neck bone was almost broken. Humph, insignificant skill. The Toad King's injuries were instantly healed. Its short and clumsy forelimbs suddenly transformed into the shape of a human hand. It took out a sword that was shining with a cold light. With a wave of its hand, the entire ground was frozen, including the lava that was still spewing out and the meteorites that were burning endlessly. The freezing energy even turned the flames into frost. The Reaper mantis that was floating in the sky immediately turned into an ice ball. Even Itachi's scythe and the Aardwolf brothers that were 1,000 meters away were covered in frost. The short-tailed cat that was 1,000 meters away was covered in frost. Its fur and beard had all turned white. He sneezed violently. In the end, everything that was frozen within 100 meters, the small trees, grass, bugs and the injured bison, were all turned into fine powder. So what if it's an elemental body? As long as you have absolute power, there's nothing you can't kill. It's just a newborn beast, don't make a fuss over nothing. The Toad King was now showing off. Its long tongue curled up and sucked the ice ball into its mouth. With a goo-doo sound, it swallowed it into its stomach. It then used its two different-sized arms, one long and one short, to pat its stomach and let out a complacent pew-pew laughter. Rumble, before it could finish laughing, its stomach suddenly exploded. The Toad King opened its mouth in discomfort and spat out a big pile of lava and meteorites, shaking off the frost on its body. Itachi's scythe realized that the Reaper mantis that was floating in the sky was still there. However, the lava and meteorites on the ground had been dug out by someone. Looking at the lava that the Toad King spat out, it should have swallowed it. However, it clearly swallowed the frost just now, so why did it spit out lava? Itachi's scythe felt strange. Whose ultimate skill is this? This kind of hallucination ability, this kind of space transfer ability, it's definitely not my ultimate skill. The Aardwolf saw that it was no longer shaking itself and shook its body strangely. It's also not mine. Itachi's scythe was furious. Shut up, there's no place for you to speak here. Itachi's scythe was furious. Shut up, there's no place for you to speak here. Itachi's scythe's face was filled with tears. It wanted to reach out to its brothers to ask for help, but those three useless brothers were like quails that huddled together. None of them dared to come over and look for trouble. I say, Toad, look at your silly face. It's really embarrassing to be one of the 5 major beast kings with you. A shadow with butterfly wings, a human head and a bee body quietly appeared. It raised both of its arms and threw the Toad King that was as big as a small mountain into the sky. Then, it fell from a height of 10,000 meters and smashed onto the ground. That shadow didn't stop there. It used its will to lift up a huge rock and smashed it on the Toad King's eyes. You poisonous bee, you're not a good thing either. The Toad King angrily puffed up its belly and jumped up. Although its body had suffered a series of attacks, it still didn't have any injuries. It was indeed worthy of being one of the 5 major beast kings. No matter how bad I am, I'm not like you. You don't even know that you're being toyed with by others. The shadow snorted. What? Eh? The Toad King slashed with its sword. The Reaper mantis in the sky turned into an afterimage and disappeared. Its real body had already disappeared. Looking again at Yu Yang, who was leisurely eating chicken wings at the side, it didn't know when he had already slipped away. The Toad King immediately realized that it had been fooled. With its abilities as a beast king, it had ambushed in front and attacked from the back. However, it couldn't do anything to a newborn beast. It was really a great humiliation. Not only that. The reason why it fought with you was because it wanted to steal your skills. When that newborn beast matures, I hope it only cares about passing the stage. Otherwise, the Beast Valley will only be left with the 4 major beast kings and one more stinky toad. The butterfly-winged shadow flapped its wings and soared into the sky. It turned into light spots and quickly disappeared. Want to escape? It won't be that easy. The Toad King sniffed with its nostrils and chased in a direction. You can't even kill a newborn beast. You're really trash. The Itachi scythe threw the Aardwolf, whose neck was almost broken, on the ground. He spat in disdain and turned to leave. The 4 Aardwolf brothers looked at each other. Actually, they really wanted to say, it's not like you can't kill that newborn beast. Moreover, the one who failed the most should be the leader-level Toad King, right? Of course, they wouldn't say these words that were asking for a beating. The short-tailed cat, porcupine, meteorite bat and earth and fire earthworm, the few groups of beasts that had ambushed them all left this messy battlefield one after another. If they knew that the arrogant newbie's newborn beast was an elemental body, and that it could steal its skills as soon as it saw it, they definitely wouldn't have come to ambush it. In this battle, not only did they not gain any advantages, they even offended a strong opponent in the future. If that brat had passed the stage earlier, it would have been better. If he was a narrow-minded person who bore a grudge for today's ambush and waited for that little guy to grow up, then he would come back to massacre them. That would be a tragedy. Another half an hour passed. The vulture that was hiding in the clouds in the sky finally went far away. After it left, Yu Yang walked out from under a layer of ice. He was holding a barbecue fork with 2 cooked chicken wings on it in one hand and a glass of frozen Qilin wine in the other. The Reaper mantis followed behind him, hiccuping. Its small face was red, as if it was already 70 to 80% drunk. It seems that you didn't manage to hide from that poisonous bee. Your invisibility ability is still far from it. Your first counterattack can barely be rated as passable. Yu Yang lectured as he bit on a honey chicken wing. Okay. The Reaper mantis nodded obediently and flew to Yu Yang's shoulder. It used its small fists to give him a light punch to please him. Bastard, hurry up and practice. Don't learn from Hui Tailang and flatter me. Yu Yang didn't fall for this trick. 3 days later. Itachi Scythe used 3 whole days to make up his mind. That was to follow that newbie, to follow that newborn beast. This was an extremely dangerous plan that could endanger his life at any time. Based on Itachi Scythe's personality, he would not do such a thing. However, curiosity overcame fear in the end. Even if it had to die, it still wanted to know how that newborn beast managed to learn its mad demon wind/scythe and lightning cross kill. One must know that this was an ultimate move that he used 1,000 years to understand. This kind of extremely difficult move, even he, who created it, studied it for 1,000 years. That newborn beast, no matter how smart she was, could she learn it in one glance? When such a deadly curiosity arose in his heart, the threat of death also decreased by a lot. After 3 days of mental torture, Itachi Scythe set off. He tiptoed and returned to the battlefield that day. From the battlefield as the starting point, he followed the direction that his heart felt the most and chased all the way. This chase made him very surprised. Not far from the battlefield, he could see some wild beasts lying on the ground. They were not strong, they were all Earth-rank vegetarian beasts. They were also the most basic source of meat in the entire Beast Valley. Many gazelles and other Earth-rank and below Earth-rank beasts were lying dead on the ground. They died in different ways, most of them were hit by lightning cross kill. Itachi Scythe was sure that this lightning cross kill was not very strong. It could only kill Earth-rank beasts. If it was used to deal with the peak of Heaven rank level 6 Toad King, it would not even be able to touch its skin. But 3 days ago, he saw with his own eyes that newborn beast cut open the Toad King's lips with a lightning cross kill. It also cut off a part of the toad's most powerful tongue. Itachi Scythe was sure that if he did it himself, he would not be able to do better. Because of that, he felt shocked. The problem was that the lightning cross kill that he saw now was not as strong as the one he saw 3 days ago. Even the technique used was far from it. Although this technique was used, it was obvious that it was done by a newbie. There were unstable energy ripples at the place of the kill. The depth of the ripples was different, and when cutting off the beast's head, it was not done cleanly. There were still some rubber bands left. Who did this? That arrogant newbie did it. Impossible, he was the main body, it was impossible for him to attack. Of course, there was another possibility. If he could unite with the beast and borrow the master's hand to attack, that was also possible. However, it was impossible for that to surpass the beast's abilities. The master was only assisting the beast's will. Strange, if this newbie skill was done by the newborn beast, then who was the one that killed the Toad King before? He walked a little further. The Itachi Scythe made a new discovery. Most of the beasts that had died seemed to be carnivorous magical beasts. At first, it didn't pay much attention to it, but after seeing more of it, it immediately realized this. After careful observation, Itachi's scythe was surprised to find that the newborn beast had improved. Furthermore, he had made great progress. The lightning cross slash, which he had not been very familiar with before, had improved to the level of proficiency in just a dozen or so kilometers of training. Among the 10 killed magical beasts, there were only 1 or 2 that were slightly flawed. Among the 100 killed magical beasts, there were even 1 or 2 perfect ones. More importantly, the magical beasts that he had killed now were mostly carnivorous magical beasts. They were stronger and harder to kill than the herbivorous magical beasts from before. After walking for around 50 kilometers, the Itachi scythe was shocked when he saw the corpses of the magical beasts that had fallen on the ground. Now, there were only 1 or 2 that were not perfect kills. The rest were perfect kills. If it was him, he might be able to increase his strength, but his speed and technique would not be better. In such a short distance of training, this originally clumsy newbie had actually caught up to him, the one who had created this unique skill. What kind of intelligent creature would be able to reach this level, 100 kilometers? The Itachi scythe found that the number of magical beasts that had fallen on the ground was decreasing. The newbie who had made great progress seemed to be comprehending along the way, and did not kill any beasts to practice. However, after careful observation, the Itachi scythe still found a few targets. The magical beasts that had been killed now were no longer the earth-rank magical beasts that were everywhere, but the powerful heaven-rank magical beasts. Moreover, this kind of killing was a super-perfect instant kill. For this kind of super-perfect instant kill skill, the Itachi scythe could certainly achieve this. In fact, this was also the secret unique skill that he had studied for 3,000 years. In the entire Beast Valley, except for the dead, no one knew about this super-perfect instant kill. As a secret life-saving unique skill, as a trump card, the Itachi scythe had never used it in front of others. That newbie had never seen him use it, so how did she learn it? The Itachi scythe felt dizzy. If the lightning cross kill was not created by him, then it could be said that the other party had learned it from somewhere else, and definitely did not know it now. In the entire Beast Valley, or even the entire Heaven Realm, only he knew the lightning cross kill. At least only he could attack like this. Then the super-perfect lightning cross kill that had never been used before. How did the other party learn it secretly? With these questions that gave him a headache, the Itachi scythe chased to a lake about 200 kilometers away from the original battlefield. He found that the newbie and the newborn beast were in front of him, and they were practicing. This kind of practice was not against magical beasts, but against the surface of the lake. The newborn beast that seemed to have grown a little bit waved its 2 mantis arms and flew down from the sky. A perfect lightning cross kill that made the Itachi scythe exclaim from the bottom of his heart appeared in the sky, and then imprinted itself on the surface of the lake, soundlessly cutting open a cross-shaped crack on the surface of the lake. The Itachi scythe knew that even if he did it himself, he would not be able to do it better. This kind of super-perfect instant kill was not something that could be easily achieved at any time. You're an idiot. You can't even learn this kind of lousy skill after so long. What did I say before? I'm not cutting open the surface of the lake. If the surface of the lake does not move, there should not be a single ripple, not to mention cutting open the entire lake. What I want is not this, what I want is to cut open the sky, to cut open the sky. Do you know what cutting open the sky is? You're simply an idiot. You're not allowed to cry, go, and practice immediately. If you can't finish the task today, you're not allowed to eat. Yu Yang's angry reprimand directly made the Itachi scythe confused in the wind. The Reaper Mantis wiped its tears and continued to practice. One after another perfect instant kill appeared on the surface of the lake, but it was still unable to achieve the requirement of cutting open the sky and not rippling the surface of the lake as requested by Yu Yang. The Itachi scythe was speechless. If it wasn't worried about the whereabouts of the rainstorm, it really wanted to jump out and grab that brat's neck, shake him again, and warn him not to be too strict. Just this alone was already a huge blow to it. If he could also cut open the sky and not rippling the surface of the lake, then it might as well commit suicide. He practiced it over and over again. Hour after hour passed. Until nightfall. The exhausted Reaper Mantis finally released a lightning cross kill that could cut open the sky, but because its strength was exhausted, it could not control its momentum. At first, the surface of the lake was not rippling, but when it lost control, it was immediately cut into 4 pieces. After more than 10 seconds, the lake water could not gather together. The Itachi scythe, who was hiding in the forest and peeking, dropped his jaw to the ground. Could it really cut open the sky and not rippling the surface of the lake? This can barely be rated as passable. You need to practice such a simple move for so long, and in the end, you still can't control it well. Did you even put in the effort to understand it? Forget it, let's rest for today. Tomorrow, we can't practice this kind of crappy move anymore. We must have higher requirements, and our time is very tight. Tomorrow's goal is to draw 2 roses in the sky and cross each other. Every petal requires 9 spatial slits, and the whole thing needs to be covered with a cross runic circle, replacing a simple cross. If it can be achieved, it might be of some use in battle. Alright, you're crying and laughing at the same time. You're the one who loves to cry the most. Hurry up and eat. Yu Yang was still not satisfied. He reprimanded it, and finally softened his voice, coaxing the Reaper Mantis to come back. After hearing this, the Itachi scythe was full of tears. He hugged the tree with both hands and smashed his head on it. He really wanted to kill himself. Although he knew that there was always someone better than him, but to let a newborn beast catch up with his thousands of years of practice in just a few days, and in the blink of an eye, the blow was undoubtedly heavy. The most important thing was not this. What really made the Itachi scythe want to commit suicide was Yu Yang's words. The ultimate move that he was proud of for thousands of years, in the eyes of others, was an unsightly crappy move. How could he live? Who was this brat? Even if he was abnormal, he couldn't be this abnormal, right? Shoo! Not far behind the Itachi scythe, there was a shadow riding on a unicorn Pegasus, softly calling the Itachi scythe, who was banging his head on the tree. Don't do this, you will alarm him. That guy is a murderous demon. Once he finds out, we will die miserably. The Itachi scythe was shocked. He looked back and found that it was a dragon horse. He asked curiously, "What are you doing here?" The dragon horse, who was riding on the unicorn Pegasus, put its index finger to its lips and whispered, "Isn't it the same as you?" Itachi scythe finally understood. It turned out that this dragon horse was also chasing after that abnormal brat like him. However, there was another question. He had let that newborn beast secretly learn his ultimate move, and then he came here out of curiosity. Why was this dragon horse here? How could the dragon horse not see the doubt in the Itachi scythe's eyes? He smiled bitterly. That shuttle flight, she stole it from me, even before you. With this, the Itachi scythe was suddenly enlightened. No wonder that little guy could easily dodge the attacks of thousands of wild bulls, the earthquake explosion, the meteor shower, the spiral hurricane, and even the porcupine and toad king's attacks. It turned out that she had already secretly learned the dragon horse's ultimate move, light chasing dance steps. No wonder it looked so familiar at that time. It was just that the difference between the two of them was too big. Furthermore, the battle was ever-changing, so he did not think in that direction. It turned out that the little guy had already secretly learned the dragon horse's flying technique, the unicorn Pegasus. No wonder she could move so easily. Looking at the Reaper Mantis that was happily flying around in the sky, the Itachi scythe could see that she had improved again. He felt that she was even more mysterious than the dragon horse's light-chasing dance steps. It was the same as his own ultimate move, lightning cross kill. After a few days of practice, she had completely surpassed him. For a moment, the Itachi scythe really wanted to hug the dragon horse and cry bitterly. Both of them were beasts. Why was there such a huge difference between beasts? The Itachi scythe was very excited. Just as he was about to speak, the dragon horse made a gesture to keep quiet, as if it was facing a great enemy. After the two of them hid their auras, in less than 10 seconds, a huge black shadow appeared in the sky and covering the sun. The Itachi scythe and the dragon horse both recognized it. It was the Toad King's right-hand man, the bat scarlet-eyed demon. Other than itself, this fellow also used its strong reproductive ability to give birth to close to 1,000 children with the ghost bats, vampire bats, demon ears bats and other wild beasts in the Beast Valley, forming an army of bats. Although it was not very strong, because it had many children, it could easily suppress and kill with its group advantage. Therefore, it could be considered a tyrant in the Beast Valley. What's wrong? The Itachi scythe was puzzled. Although the scarlet-eyed demon had the advantage in numbers, he was not afraid of it, let alone the dragon horse who was a resident. Why was it afraid to this extent? I'm not afraid of the scarlet-eyed demon, I'm afraid of that young man. You've only been here for half a day, so you might not know. I've followed him for 3 days, and the number of beasts and Julioju that died in his hands has already exceeded 20. As long as you're alone and discovered by him, there's no chance of survival. You don't know this, but he's basically a homicidal maniac. He specially uses our energy to level up that little guy's beast. He is the god of death sent by the heavens to judge us. The dragon horse looked at Yu Yang, its eyes revealing incomparable fear. How is that possible? He can't even do it himself. The Itachi scythe was completely confused. I also can't explain it, but look, the scarlet-eyed demon, that fool, will die very soon. When the dragon horse said this, it even swallowed a mouthful of saliva in fear. Itachi scythe could not understand. How could a person who could not make a move under the restrictions of the law be able to kill his enemies? Even if there was a Pandora's box, he had to make a move to open it. If he did not open the box, then the curse would not happen. In other words, even Pandora's box, which contained the power of calamity, was not invincible, was it? How could he kill more than 20 magical beast men and residents like himself? The dragon horse, who was riding on the unicorn Pegasus, looked at Itachi scythe seriously. He seemed to be observing if Itachi scythe was worthy of his trust. His expression was so serious. It made Itachi scythe's hair stand on end. Finally, the dragon horse made a decision. Listen, if you do not want to be his enemy and only want to watch from the sidelines, then remember my advice. Itachi scythe looked at the dragon horse's serious expression, and his heartbeat sped up. He swallowed his saliva, nodding, indicating that he was willing to listen to the advice and cooperate. The dragon horse muttered to himself and looked at the scarlet-eyed demon. Finally, it whispered into Itachi scythe's ears. You must remember one thing. Regardless of whether Pandora's box is opened, or if it appears in his hands, as long as that person says do not say that I did not warn you, you must not laugh, and you must not oppose, ridicule or have any other negative reactions. Even if you curl your lips in disdain, you are dead. After saying those words, unless someone dies, you must not have any other thoughts. I suspect that it was a revelation, a signal to activate the curse. As long as anyone responds to it, even the laws of the Beast Valley will not be able to protect their life. Itachi scythe's scalp went numb. What the hell, saying one sentence and someone will die, what kind of attack is this? But Itachi scythe did not doubt the dragon horse's words. A curse with divine power was naturally extraordinary. If it was like a normal attack, would it still be a curse? Now, let's see how this bat scarlet-eyed demon dies. Bats descended from the sky and stopped around the lake. Each of them had the strength of Heaven Stage. Although they were all Heaven Stage level 1 or 2, there were almost 1,000 of them, enough to make up for everything. The scarlet-eyed demon's own power was at Heaven rank level 4, far more powerful than ordinary magical beasts. It was only slightly inferior to the few remaining residents and Itachi scythe. With scythe strength at the beginning of Heaven Stage level 5, he really didn't want to provoke this scarlet-eyed demon. After all, its large group of children were too annoying. In the Beast Valley, only a few failed challengers like the red-eyed demons would mate with wild magical beasts and live happily in the Beast Valley. Like Itachi scythe and the others, even though they were in beast form. However, his heart was still that of a human, and he couldn't change his mindset. Not to mention reproducing with wild magical beasts, even his own magical beast form was extremely hateful. It was only because it had no other choice that it became a skunk. If it could be a normal human for another year, it wouldn't matter even if it died in the future. Of course, that was impossible. The consequences for the defeated challengers of the Beast Valley were irreversible. Or succeed. Or failure. There was no third possibility, no third choice. You're that arrogant newbie, right? He looked like he was asking for a beating. I don't care, your arrogance ends here. If you meet your master Scarlet-Eyed who has time to deal with government affairs, that will be the beginning of your tragedy. The bad Scarlet-Eyed demon saw that Yu Yang was about to speak and immediately gestured with his hand. Don't talk nonsense, I know what you want to say. Don't you want to brag about your strength and scare me with some rotten box? How many boxes do you have? I have hundreds of children, and none of them are afraid of death. Take them out, I'll open them all. Besides, how many boxes can you have? You killed a few idiots just now, and you think you can run amok in the Beast Valley? Let me tell you, that's because you haven't met your master Scarlet-Eyed yet. Otherwise, your arrogance ends here. I promise I won't take the box. Yu Yang smiled and shook his head. Mother **Cur, if you don't take the box, do you think I won't know what you're up to? You made an agreement with the guys who came in earlier. This Pandora's box might have been left for you by them. What are you pretending for? Do you think I'm stupid? You're just a bean sprout, how can you have a box with divine power? It's all because of that box that Ji Wuri left for you. Do you really think you're a god? You're the crazy one. If you're not the disciple of that pretentious prick, Ji Wuri, then you're the disciple of that pretentious prick, Zhonghua. Otherwise, you're the disciple of that sneaky cook. Other than the three of them, no one else has the ability to protect you. Do you think I didn't do any research before coming here? Heh, I'm so smart, I won't be intimidated by your little tricks. I'm impressed. Other than that, I have nothing else to say. Yu Yang clapped his hands and praised. Itachi and the dragon horse looked at each other. They did not expect this Scarlet-Eyed demon to be so cautious despite his scummy appearance. At the very least, he had done some research before coming here. However, wasn't his attitude a little too arrogant? He didn't even confirm the truth and rushed to a conclusion. At this moment, when they looked at the Scarlet-Eyed demon again, it was as if they were looking at a dead person. Between the Scarlet-Eyed demon and Yu Yang, one was arrogant, and the other was calm and composed. Even a blind person would know who would win. Although the bat Scarlet-Eyed demon looked arrogant on the surface, he did not rush towards Yu Yang recklessly. After all, he still had some scruples. Pandora's box had killed Pai, Samson, and the white deer. That was not a lie. He first rolled his eyes, then raised his voice and sneered, I've already found you guys, come out. Itachi and the dragon horse looked at each other again. It couldn't be, both of them had always felt that their invisibility ability was their most satisfying skill. Whether it was Itachi's wind summoning technique or Dragon Horse's light-stopping step, they were all first-class invisibility skills. How could they be discovered by the Scarlet-Eyed demon when they were hiding here so early? Both of them were discouraged. Just when they were about to show themselves, they suddenly heard a laugh from afar. Two shadows of different sizes appeared at the lakeside. Itachi and the dragon horse recognized these two shadows. One of them was the Scarlet-Eyed demon's archenemy, the flying dragon lizard. The other one was the Scarlet-Eyed demon's friend, Big-Eared Rat. Of course, because of the flying dragon lizard's appearance, Itachi and the dragon horse also noticed that there was another shadow that slid into the lake. Looking at its figure, it should be the flying dragon lizard's friend, the flower belly python. Brother Scarlet-Eye, there's no smell of outsiders. This brat's helper should not be here. Big-Eared Rat approached the Scarlet-Eyed demon and reported quietly. You want to snatch the first kill, but you're afraid of death. You might as well hide in your mother's pants and come out only after she dies. The flying dragon lizard sneered. It had a personal grudge with the Scarlet-Eyed demon, so it was already lucky that it did not attack immediately. You want to snatch the first kill with just a rotten lizard like you? Let me tell you, this brat's beasts have already been taken by us. The Toad King has ordered that whoever tries to snatch it will fall out with us. Aren't you arrogant flying insect? Come and snatch it. Let's see if you have the guts. Don't think that I, the Scarlet-Eye, will be afraid of you just because you hooked up with that sneaky guy, the flower belly. Why don't you ask around? Among the 5 forces, your side is the weakest. If it wasn't because your boss always shows filial respect to the Lion King and us, your side would have been annihilated long ago. The Scarlet-Eyed demon waved his hand, and the bats that filled the sky flew up and screeched. The sound of their wings flapping resounded throughout the lake. Other than talking about the Toad King, what other abilities do you have? If you have the guts, fight me one-on-one. Using the Toad King as an excuse, you're a coward. The flying dragon lizard was not afraid of the scarlet-eyed demon, but it was still a little afraid of the Toad King. Come, do you think I, the Scarlet Eye, will be afraid of you? I'll settle you first, then I'll snatch the first kill. Big-eared rat, help me look out, don't let anyone snatch it. Yes, brother Scarlet Eye, you can rest assured. Just as the two sides were about to fight, Yu Yang, who was so bored that he was about to fall asleep under the tree, yawned. He let out a long yawn and said indifferently, "You guys can fight, but don't disturb my sleep. Otherwise, don't blame me for not warning you." Itachi Scythe never thought that this abnormal brat would actually use such an indifferent attitude to say such a thing at this time. Itachi Scythe's heart froze when he heard this, and immediately turned to look at the dragon horse. Unexpectedly, when he looked, he saw that the dragon horse was trembling all over, its face deathly pale. Immediately, he felt a chill in his heart. Could it be that, without any rituals or incantations, without any restrictions, even if he said it in a casual tone, the curse of the god of disaster would still take effect? If that was really the case, then a lot of people would have died. Itachi Scythe no longer looked at the scarlet-eyed demon and the flying dragon lizard, not daring to think too much about it. He immediately forced himself to enter an ethereal state. Any negative emotions were suppressed, and he maintained neither sadness nor happiness. He heard a burst of laughter beside his ears. The laughter came from the scarlet-eyed demon, the flying dragon lizard, the big-eared mouse and the flower-belly python that was bubbling on the water's surface. Ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter. What did you say just now? Don't what? The flying dragon lizard laughed until tears flowed down. It's don't blame me for not warning you. Yu Yang explained patiently. Haha, what? Can you say it more clearly? The flying dragon lizard understood, but it pretended not to hear clearly. Don't blame me for not warning you. Yu Yang repeated. I still can't hear you clearly, say it more clearly. The scarlet-eyed demon didn't want the flying dragon lizard to have the upper hand, so he purposely opened his mouth to tease Yu Yang. Surprisingly, Yu Yang wasn't angry at all. Instead, he smiled and said again, "This is the last warning, do you want to laugh me to death? Don't blame me for not warning you. Who do you think you are? Continue to scare me." The scarlet-eyed demon held his belly and laughed. Hearing Yu Yang say it 4 times, Itachi Scythe and Dragon Horse opened their eyes at the same time. They wiped their cold sweat at the same time. While suppressing their heartbeat and fear, the two of them stared at the lakeside, waiting for the strange phenomenon to happen. The disaster divine power must have already shown its power. The young man saying "don't blame me for not warning you" should be the signal to open Pandora's box. The scarlet-eyed demon and the others' laughter should be the key to open it. These fellows thought that they could show off their power and tease the other party, but they didn't know that this kind of behavior was suicidal. How would the scarlet-eyed demon, big-eared mouse, flying dragon lizard and flower-belly python die? Would they be dehydrated, drowned or exploded? Itachi Scythe and Dragon Horse stared at the scene without blinking, afraid that they would miss the most exciting scene in their lives. The scarlet-eyed demon and the others were still laughing crazily. There was nothing strange at all. A gust of wind blew. Countless hairs scattered in the air. Itachi Scythe and Dragon Horse immediately stared at a target, big-eared mouse. They saw that this idiot who didn't know that death was coming, and was still laughing crazily, was aging rapidly. The hairs on its body were visibly turning white, its skin was wrinkling, and it started to shrivel. The most exaggerated thing was, when big-eared mouse laughed crazily, its teeth loosened. As a sign of health and strength for big-eared mouse, the pair of big ears had curled up. Haha, my teeth are falling off, brother Red Eye, look, even my teeth are falling off, caca, cough cough, this is so funny, cough cough cough, I'm dying of laughter. Big-eared mouse realized that it had lost a tooth, and thought that it had fallen off from laughing too much. It became even crazier, and even picked up the tooth to show off to the scarlet-eyed demon. The flower-belly python in the lake had turned into stone. It sank to the bottom of the lake. Only the scarlet-eyed demon and flying dragon lizard were still laughing crazily, not knowing what was going on. This mocking laughter came from the lakeside, rushed out of the forest, and resounded through the clouds. It sounded extremely sarcastic. you're laughing your teeth off? Ha ha ha, you're laughing your teeth off? I'm dying of laughter, ha ha ha, huh? No, your face, ha ha, how did your face turn into that of an old man? The scarlet-eyed demon was still laughing, but it realized something was wrong. The big-eared mouse was now an old man with one foot in the grave, the kind that would die in the blink of an eye. Cough cough. The big-eared mouse could no longer laugh, and fell to the ground. The flying Japalura's laughter. Like a knife. It froze in fear, as if it had fallen into an ice cellar. For the big-eared mouse to suddenly become like this, something must have gone wrong. According to the reports of the deaths of Bai, Samson, and the resident white deer, the big-eared mouse must have been cursed by the god of disaster. The flying Japalura broke out in cold sweat as it thought of this. In a moment of desperation, it could no longer care about the first kill, and roared, "Flower belly, something's wrong, let's retreat." But the entire lake was empty, and there was no one to answer it. The flying Japalura scanned the area with its eyes, and found that other than the reaper mantis, who was treading on the surface of the lake like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, there was no sign of its ally, not even a sign of life. Could it be? At this time, even an idiot like the flying Japalura knew that the situation was not good. It looked to its side, and the scarlet-eyed demon was still laughing crazily, and the more it laughed, the louder it became. Even the scarlet-eyed demon himself realized that something was wrong, and could no longer control himself. The lonely laughter, in the dead silence, traveled far, far away. This time, the laughter was no longer filled with mockery, but with anxiety, anger, and fear. This kind of uncontrollable laughter was 100 times worse than crying. The scarlet-eyed demon squeezed its throat, but could not stop the laughter from coming out, and it seemed that if it forced itself not to laugh, the laughter would explode its lungs, and leave a hole in its chest. The reaper mantis flew to the head of the dying big-eared mouse. Although the big-eared mouse knew that it could not make it, its murderous intent was still there. Before it died, it raised its claws, and struck the reaper mantis, intending to drag the reaper mantis down with it. This strike had exhausted the last of its energy. The big-eared mouse's claws slapped weakly on the reaper mantis's rotating arms, and died. The corpse quickly withered and became weathered. A gentle breeze blew across the surface of the lake, and in less than half a minute, the big-eared rat was reduced to a corpse. The reaper mantis waved its mantis arm lightly, bringing up a green magic crystal. She happily caught it. The flying dragon lizard trembled as it watched. When it saw the reaper mantis charging towards it, it couldn't help but release a shockwave. In the eyes of the two bystanders, Itachi and Dragon Horse, a perfect cross-shaped lightning instantly appeared in front of the reaper mantis. Spatial rend, the soaring dragon lizard's shockwave was perfectly cut into 4 halves. The lightning kept slicing through the shockwave and retreating. However, it was so ingenious that it did not injure the soaring sky dragon lizard's skin. All the power of the attack vanished before the soaring sky dragon lizard. The red-eyed demon, who was still laughing maniacally, had already ordered its hundreds of children to attack the reaper mantis. However, its main body was struggling amidst the laughter, trying to escape. The reaper mantis moved faster than the speed of light, cleverly passing through the swarm of bats. He dodged the attacks one by one. He nimbly blocked the path of the scarlet-eyed demon. Seeing this, Itachi and Dragon Horse looked at each other and smiled bitterly. The super-perfect lightning cross instant kill and the light pursuit dance steps were the ultimate skills that Itachi the Scythe and Dragon Horse were proud of. Now, they were able to use them on the same person. In fact, the student had even surpassed the master, completely surpassing the original creator. Seeing this scene, it would be strange if Itachi and Dragon Horse didn't feel bitter in their hearts. The reaper mantis did not want to kill the flying dragon lizard and the scarlet-eyed demon. She only wanted to be like the white deer and the big-eared rat, to have the laws recognize the battle between them. Only then could the reaper mantis obtain the energy of the flying dragon lizard and the scarlet-eyed demon under the laws of the Beast Valley, and use it to level up faster. The white deer allowed the reaper mantis to get the first kill. The 20 over magical beasts in the middle, as well as the double kills of the flower belly python and the big-eared rat, became her energy source to level up. Later on, the flying dragon lizard and the scarlet-eyed demon would be added. Everything was going according to Yu Yang's plan. Get lost, ha ha ha, it's still too early for you to kill me, ha ha. Although the scarlet-eyed demon's tone was firm, its heart was in a mess. It attacked crazily. All kinds of ultimate skills: sound wave attack, reverse slash, spinning attack, scarlet-eyed light ray, bat smoke, flying formation, all kinds of attacks came one after another. However, it was useless. It was just a last-ditch effort to speed up its death. Looking at its panicked attacks, it could not even use 10% of its usual power. If it wasn't for the Reaper Mantis blocking it, it would have escaped like the flying dragon lizard. Ha 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 ha, the bats in the sky were killed by the Reaper Mantis one by one, but the scarlet-eyed demon, whose speed was getting slower and weaker, could not care less. It fell head first to the side of the lake, using its arms to support itself. It kept dipping its head into the water, hoping to use this method to hold back its laughter. Gurgling, gurgling, bubbles appeared. Even with its head in the water, the scarlet-eyed demon could not help but laugh crazily. It used mud to seal its eyes and nose, but its laughter still reverberated in its lungs. When it accumulated to a certain extent, it broke through the mud and laughed even more crazily. It laughed until the scarlet-eyed demon almost suffocated. It laughed until its whole body convulsed, but it still could not stop. The scarlet-eyed demon became angry and forcefully stuffed a pile of rags and other things into its throat. Then, it stuffed its mouth and nose tightly. Its body finally stopped convulsing because of the laughter. The laughter seemed to have stopped at this moment. Yu Yang whistled as he roasted a lake fish happily, adding seasonings from time to time. The scarlet-eyed demon did not exist in his eyes at all. In the sky, hundreds of bats fell like rain. Finally, death won over the craziness. The bat children who would rather die than retreat were scared out of their wits by the Reaper Mantis's massacre. The remaining dozens of bats abandoned their father, the scarlet-eyed demon, and fled in all directions. The scarlet-eyed demon on the ground also wanted to stand up and escape. However, as soon as it moved, its chest exploded. The power was so great that it was enough to blast a huge bloody hole in its chest. As if it had to howl in pain to escape, the scarlet-eyed demon frantically dug out the rags in its throat, trying to vent its unbearable pain by howling in pain. However, when it opened its mouth, it laughed crazily, ha 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 ha. Ah, spare me, ha ha ha. Grandpa Scarlet-Eyed, what did you say? Yu Yang pretended not to hear it clearly. Spare me, ha 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 ha, ha ha ha. The scarlet-eyed demon laughed so hard that blood splattered from its mouth and nose. Originally, it would not be able to laugh after its lungs exploded. However, the truth was that it could not stop laughing even in death. Yu Yang used the same attitude that the scarlet-eyed demon used to tease him, and placed his hands next to his ears to listen. What did you say? Louder. The scarlet-eyed demon did not have the strength to speak anymore. It laughed as it twitched. Countless pieces of its internal organs flew out from its bloody hole due to its laughter. The scarlet-eyed demon shed tears. At this moment, it only wanted to die quickly. However, the only thing it could do was to continue laughing, laughing until it died. As it waited for its death for 10 minutes, its heart had almost jumped out of its body, but it was still laughing painfully. Tears of regret and blood stains mixed together. If the scarlet-eyed demon could choose again, it would definitely rather commit suicide than become enemies with Yu Yang. However, there was no chance for a second chance in life. At the very least, it would not have a second chance for a person who had committed such a heinous crime, deserved to die, and was also brutal. At the same time, at the 7-star cliff, a place where only kings could gather, there were close to 100 beasts surrounding the dying flying dragon lizard. At this moment, the flying dragon lizard's skin and muscles looked as if they had been peeled off by a knife, separated from its skeleton. Other than its head, its entire body was covered in white bones. What incantation did the newbie say? The Lion King, Toad King, and the human-faced tiger were all present, and they questioned the flying dragon lizard that had escaped. No, incantation. The flying dragon lizard's pupils dilated and scattered. What exactly is going on? How did it become like this? Who did it? Dragon lizard, what do you want to say? Who's the enemy? The flying dragon lizard's boss, Eagle King, had arrived. Seeing his subordinate's miserable state, he could not help but be furious. Perhaps because his boss had arrived, the flying dragon lizard's eyes moved, and it gathered its strength before dying. It said weakly, "Don't say anything." Before it could finish, the flying dragon lizard skeleton loosened, and the skin on its head seemed to be peeled off by a knife. Blood gushed out. The flying dragon lizard, which only had its head left, turned into a pale skeleton in front of everyone's eyes. The horrifying scene made the surrounding beasts all take a few steps back. They were deeply afraid that they would also be affected by the curse of this divine power of disaster. The Lion King advised Eagle King to calm down. When you were fighting at the back, another newbie came to the fortress. He should be a disciple of Jiwuri or Xianxia. Before the dragon lizard died, he said that Scarlet Eye had investigated the newbie's identity at the back of the Beast Valley. Brother Toad also confirmed this. I don't know if that newbie got a treasure from Jiwuri or Xianxia. It's a curse-type treasure that can be triggered, called Pandora's Box. There are 3 kinds: gold, silver, and bronze. It's fine for him to open it himself, and it's usually harmless. But once it's triggered, the victim will be affected by all kinds of divine power curses. Bai died of dehydration, Samson died of drowning, White Deer exploded, and the dragon lizard even said that the big-eared rat's curse was aging. The poisonous wasp king with a human face, butterfly wings, and bee body had also arrived. Seeing such a miserable state, he shook his head and sighed. I don't know why you must provoke him. That young man gives me a very terrifying feeling. He's the same as Jiwuri and Xianxia, we can't provoke him. Not to mention these higher-ups of the central shrine, even the demon doctor Wei Jinglu, Ghost Eye King, and Six-Pan King have caused us a lot of trouble. I don't understand why we have to be enemies with them. They only want to pass the test, and have no intention of starting a war with us. Now, you guys have attacked crazily and killed their beasts, forcing them to form groups to protect themselves and declare war on us. Even if we win this battle, it will be a Pyrrhic victory. The problem is, even if we want to stop now, the other party isn't willing. The human-faced tiger also felt that this couldn't go on. Ghost Eye King and the others haven't trained their beasts yet. We still have a chance. The Toad King was the greediest among the demon beasts. If it wasn't for Burning Wind and Wan Mo who haven't passed the test in the central shrine, they would have counterattacked long ago. What they are truly afraid of are the 2 hall masters who are second only to Jiwuri. Also, that newbie is equally dangerous. The 3 leaders of the residents have already expressed that they don't care anymore. If you guys continue to die, other than becoming nourishment for the newborn beasts, there's no other possibility. The poisonous wasp king announced that he wasn't willing to provoke Yu Yang anymore. At the same time, he also ordered his subordinates not to offend this future enemy. We really shouldn't touch that newbie for now. At least before we understand Pandora's box, we shouldn't act recklessly. But we must keep the demon doctor and Ghost Eye King here. We need to strengthen ourselves. The residents are getting stronger and stronger. If we don't do our best, we will be exterminated in the future. The human-faced tiger said worriedly. Isn't it because you guys are stupid to provoke Jiwuri and Xianxia? In the end, your subordinates suffered heavy casualties. The poisonous wasp king said angrily. Don't be noisy. We still have a certain advantage now. The Lion King quickly calmed them down. Yes, if the residents lose their beasts again, they will still obediently become our subordinates. That demon doctor, Ghost Eye King and the others have already lost their beasts twice. As long as we put in a little more effort, they will completely lose the qualification to pass the trial and become our subordinates. If we miss this chance and don't kill them, wouldn't we be letting ourselves down? The Toad King tried his best to persuade the demon beasts to participate in his battle plan. Don't worry, we still have enough time. Those guys' beasts haven't truly matured yet. Even if they did, it won't be easy to pass through the Beast Valley. They aren't like Jiwuri and Xianxia, who are almost like gods. Leonis pacified the leaders and barely managed to gather the beasts who had differing opinions and were like scattered sand on the same front. After the beasts dispersed, the Lion King was thinking about another question. What was the don't say that the dragon lizard said? Was this sentence a curse, or was it not a complete sentence? If he could figure out the truth of the curse and kill that abnormal rookie, it would undoubtedly greatly enhance his prestige as a leader. Of course, it was very dangerous. In the Beast Valley, there had been many strong challengers. Those people were terrifyingly strong. Once provoked, it was equivalent to suicide. Since there was no hope, it was better to be content with the status quo and not think too much. Otherwise, it would bring about a fatal disaster. In the Beast Valley, because of the terrifying curse triggered by Pandora's box, the entire place was filled with a wave of panic caused by the divine power of disaster. Within a radius of 100 miles, other than the unintelligent wild beasts, no one else dared to provoke Yang. Even the skunk scythe and dragon horse, who had been chasing, only followed from afar. They didn't dare to come within 10 kilometers of Yu Yang's activity center. Time passed day by day. The Reaper mantis also grew day by day. Now, if she included the wings on her back, she had already grown to the size of a palm. The resident white deer, the red-eyed demon, the big-eared mouse, the flower-belly python and the flying dragon lizard were nurtured with energy. Especially the first 4, as well as the 20 magical beasts that were killed during the ambush, the Reaper mantis not only obtained battle energy, but also magical crystals. It was like a volcanic eruption for the initial growth of the Reaper mantis. With such a boost, it was hard for her growth to slow down. Every day, the Reaper mantis had a new breakthrough. Every day, there was a new advancement. In the entire Beast Valley, other than the skunk scythe and dragon horse who had been following and observing along the way, no one else knew that this newborn beast's growth had already surpassed everything. Her growth speed was much faster than the beasts that the other challengers had nurtured. 100 times faster. Or even 100 times faster. Even if there were countless powerful people who came to the Beast Valley to challenge, Yu Yang's growth of the Reaper mantis could be said to be unprecedented. As for the skunk scythe and dragon horse, Yu Yang had already noticed them long ago, but he just ignored them. Sometimes, keeping 1 or 2 chess pieces would become the key to a good game. Not only did Yu Yang think this way, he even taught the Reaper mantis this way. Yes. The Reaper mantis nodded obediently. This time, she didn't completely understand. However, she had already memorized Yu Yang's words in her heart. What she didn't understand now, she would definitely understand when she had higher intelligence in the future. It was the 15th day since they entered the Beast Valley. The Reaper mantis, who was cultivating under the waterfall, shone with a 7-colored brilliance. The energy light pillar above her head crashed into the waterfall and caused the waterfall to flow in reverse. Countless splashes shot towards the sky, forming an incredible scene. The shockwave spread in all directions. This energy ring spread extremely quickly, but what was strange was that the surrounding flowers and trees were not harmed. The grazing deer, goats, cows, and horses were not startled, only raising their heads at the same time, gazing at the energy light pillar rising into the sky with reverent eyes. The Itachi scythe and the dragon horse, who were resting under the shade of the tree, woke up from their dreams. They jumped to the top of the tree and looked at the golden energy light pillar that was pointing to the sky from afar. That golden light pillar was even higher than the small mountain with the waterfall hanging from it. It was even higher than the peak of the mountain. Although they were separated by more than 10 kilometers, the energy wave and majestic will still greatly shocked Itachi scythe and dragon horse. After a long time, they saw the golden light pillar disappear. Itachi scythe swallowed his saliva with difficulty. In 10 days, that newborn beast grew into a quasi-holy beast. After becoming a quasi-holy beast, she became a holy beast in just 5 days. The 5 major beast kings could not reach the holy beast realm in their entire lives. Unexpectedly, she achieved it in just half a month. What kind of potential does she have? Dragon Horse's voice trembled as it guessed, maybe, she was originally a holy beast. Impossible, no one would risk a holy beast. If a holy beast entered the door of rebirth, what if it was destroyed in its newborn stage? Itachi scythe waved his hands. He has Pandora's box and the protection of the disaster divine power. Why wouldn't he dare to take risks? Moreover, a person like him is not just a holy beast. I think he might have another divine beast. Otherwise, he would not be so familiar with cultivating a holy beast. Furthermore, cultivating a holy beast is obviously not the end. Hearing Dragon Horse's words, Itachi scythe became silent. It seemed like that was the case. It was not as simple as cultivating a holy beast to pass the test. If he wanted to pass the Beast Valley, he could have left for the various tests after 5 days ago. With the intelligence of that newborn beast, the various tests after that would probably not be a problem for her, who had already become a quasi-holy beast. The quasi-holy beast was not satisfied and cultivated until it became a holy beast. It had only been half a month, how could the other party give up? Divine beasts were that newcomer's ultimate goal. In the Beast Valley, were there any challengers who could nurture divine beasts? Scythe looked at the dragon horse with a doubtful gaze. The dragon horse shook its head continuously. It had been trapped in the Beast Valley for thousands of years. It had never heard of anyone being able to raise a divine beast in the Beast Valley. Never. If this newcomer could really nurture a divine beast, what would happen to the Beast Valley? It was estimated that all the residents and the magical orcs who had been turned into magical orcs would not be enough to cultivate a mythological beast even if they were added up. Eh? Dragon Horse signaled Itachi to hold his breath. This was not to guard against the vulture that often circled in the sky to spy for information. Although that fellow was gathering intelligence for Leonis, it never dared to get too close. Most of the time, it hurriedly flew across the sky. As long as it discovered that the target on the ground was still there, it would immediately return. The Itachi scythe slid into the canopy. Apart from merging with nature, he also put on a cloak of invisibility. An afterimage streaked across the sky, its speed as fast as a meteor. With the eyesight of the dragon horse and the Itachi scythe, it was actually very difficult for them to catch this shadow. However, what the dragon horse discovered was the huge target in the shadow's hand. It was the vulture whose body was made of stiff wood. With a human head, butterfly wings, and a bee's body, this was one of the 5 magical beast leaders, the poisonous bee king. However, why did the poisonous bee king capture the vulture alive? Not only did it capture the vulture alive, what the dragon horse and the Itachi scythe did not understand was why it flew over the waterfall. Could it be that it was not afraid of the curse of the divine power of disaster? Today is really a good day. Another guest has come. At the sight of the small pool beside the waterfall, Yu Yang was leisurely washing his feet with clear water while lazily lying on a rock to bask in the sun. He was enjoying the gentle massage of the Reaper Mantis's soft fists on his shoulders. Occasionally, he would even open his mouth to eat a crystal grape that the Reaper Mantis fed him. There are many kinds of guests. The poisonous bee king threw the vulture whose body was made of stiff wood on the ground. What kind of guests do you belong to? Yu Yang asked with a smile. I am different from the previous guests who came to die to help your beast level up. I belong to the kind that can be trusted and cooperated with. The poisonous bee king landed on the rock beside Yu Yang and pointed at the vulture whose body was stiff but not dead. He smiled lightly and said, "This is my first meeting gift to you. If you are willing to trust me, I will show more sincerity. You can trust me. Before your beast evolves into a divine beast, I will do my best to help you achieve this wish." Alright, can you tell me the reason? Yu Yang laughed and said, "Don't tell me that you are the living Leifeng of the Beast Valley who naturally likes to do good deeds for free. I only want one thing." The poisonous bee king's expression suddenly became serious. What is it? Yu Yang asked. At this moment, the dragon horse and the Itachi scythe who had sneaked 3 kilometers away pricked up their ears. They wanted to know what kind of deal the poisonous bee king would make with this young man. Was it to assassinate the Lion King and take the position of the leader of the 5 major beast kings? Or was it to defeat the double-headed black dragon that was guarding the wisdom fruit and obtain the wisdom fruit to increase his intelligence? No matter what the conditions were, they believed that it would be an earth-shattering deal that would change the entire situation in the Beast Valley. The poisonous snake king pondered for a while. In the end, it said something that almost made the Itachi scythe and the dragon horse scream, "I want freedom. I don't want anything, I just want freedom." Freedom, this was something that every poor person in the heaven realm did not lack. Even those ant-like subsidiary races that were below Earth rank had freedom. Perhaps those people's freedom was discounted and could not be considered true freedom. However, even that kind of discounted freedom was a luxury that all life in the Beast Valley yearned for but could never obtain. The Beast Valley had everything and did not lack anything. The only thing that they did not have was freedom. The dragon horse and the Itachi scythe thought that they had forgotten this phrase, but now that they heard it, they could not help but burst into tears. When a person had freedom, he would never know how precious it was. When that person lost his freedom, only then would he understand how precious it was. Freedom. This was something that anyone could have. However, once it was lost, it could not be exchanged for even the entire world. It was so precious that there was no treasure in the world that could be exchanged for it. There was nothing that could replace it. Only those who had lost their freedom would understand that a person could have nothing. They could have no money, no house, no comfortable life, no wealth that could rival a country, no fame that could shake the world, and even the wonderful love that everyone yearned for. However, they could not lose their freedom. Those who had freedom would never understand the pain of losing it. Those who lost their freedom were the abandoned children of fate. They were the products eliminated by time. They were the sand in the river of history. They were the most painful and despairing existence in the world. That kind of terror could only be described with one word. Total darkness. Yu Yang laughed. Do you think I will agree? Even if I agree, do you think I have a way to give you freedom? This is the Beast Valley. The poisonous bee king covered her face with her hands and sobbed softly. You are the proud son of the heavens. You will never understand how hard it was for me to struggle all these years. For 6,000 years, in order to survive, I changed from a kind woman who never killed to a poisonous bee king that the Beast Valley was terrified of. The number of people I killed all these years was several times more than the number of people I knew in the first half of my life. However, even in the most desperate times, the desire for freedom had never left my heart for even half a second. It was the light that illuminated my arduous journey. In order for me to obtain freedom, my father and husband both fell in front of me. They used their lives to open a bloody path for me, and at the same time, they placed their hopes on me. In order for me to smoothly advance on the path of freedom, my chaste mother compromised and served the enemy for decades. It was only when I grew up and had the power to protect myself that she committed suicide in front of me. Yu Yang still shook his head. I sympathize with your experience. However, the Beast Valley has its own rules. I'm sorry, I can't help you. The poisonous bee king quickly wiped away her tears and waved her hands. Regarding this, I know a secret. About 6,000 years ago, before I had fully matured, when I was extremely wary of everything around me, a godlike man came to me. He told me a condition. As long as I could form a contract with a holy beast and become a beast under the holy beast's command, I could leave with him. However, I was still a resident at that time. Because I was wary of that godlike man, I rejected his good intentions in the end. At that time, I was still a resident with 2 chances. I had to commit suicide and become a beast to form a contract with him. I missed it. Who would have thought that I would wait for 6,000 years? Yu Yang asked curiously, then how did you dare to trust me? Do you think I am trustworthy? The poisonous bee king paused for a moment. If I were to become enemies with you, it would indeed be a very scary thing. You are not a kind and humble gentleman. On the contrary, your decisive attitude and the way you treat your enemies like ants makes people tremble from the bottom of their hearts. However, if I could become your friend, I believe that it would be a very fortunate thing. For my freedom, I am willing to take the risk and trust you this once. After all, you are the best partner I have met in these 6,000 years. There is another reason why I am willing to trust you. The poisonous bee king stared into Yu Yang's eyes. That day, that godlike man, his aura was very similar to yours. Maybe you two are not relatives, but you two are definitely the same person and came from the same place. What's the name of that person you are talking about? Yu Yang asked. That godlike man is called Zhan Feng. I have heard that his enemies call him Prison Emperor. The poisonous bee king could never forget this name and the back view that sighed as he left. It's him again. Yu Yang was a little unhappy. Why did Prison Emperor have so many people who knew him? It had been 6,000 years, but they still couldn't forget him. He was really a sentimental person. However, since he was related to the Prison Emperor, Yu Yang was embarrassed to reject him. No matter what, the Prison Emperor Divine Seal that he usually used to smash chestnuts, the Prison Emperor Divine Sword in Tigress's hands, and the Prison Emperor Divine Staff in Wu Xia's hands were all left behind by that guy. If he didn't give him any face after getting these treasures for free, it would be a little unreasonable. Forget it. I will just treat it as doing good deeds to build up my character. Yu Yang raised his last question. Your parents and husband have died here, and you have been trapped here for 6,000 years. Even if you have any relatives, they should be dead by now. Is there still any meaning in going out? The poisonous bee king's eyes flashed with longing. I promised them that I would definitely bring their ashes back to my hometown to be buried. I also promised my mother that I would definitely pass the clan's important keepsake to my sister, pass the throne to her, and let her lead the bee clan to glory. If my sister is no longer here, then the throne will be passed on to her descendants. Not only do I carry the hopes of my family to live on, I also long for the day that I can leave this place. Even if it's just for one day of freedom, let me see the sky of freedom outside, see the home that I once lived in, then I will die without regrets. Die without regrets as long as I have freedom for one day. This sentence caused Yu Yang's Jizun willpower to tremble slightly. Maybe he couldn't help with other things, but this kind of hope and belief that she had held on for 6,000 years, and he could agree to it with just a nod, was worth considering. Woo woo woo. Hearing the poisonous bee king's words, the reaper mantis was extremely touched, and its small face was a mess of tears. Dragon horse and Itachi scythe also cried like rain. If it wasn't for the fact that they were afraid of exposing their tracks, they would have cried out loud. Freedom, this was the freedom that they didn't even dare to dream of. If they could regain their freedom, as long as they could live happily under the sky of freedom for one day, then they could really die without regrets. In their blurry eyes, the two of them understood the glint in each other's eyes at the same time. I want freedom too. Poisonous Bee King suddenly used a secret transmission. Yu Yang even used some heaven runes to help with the conversation. Dragon Horse and Itachi Scythe, who were watching from afar, were dumbfounded. Needless to say, they could not hear the secret transmission. However, they could not understand the heaven rune circle that they could see clearly. Actually, Dragon Horse and Itachi Scythe did not know anything about heaven runes. They could recognize a lot of individual heaven runes, but after forming a circle, they could only stare blankly. What were they discussing? It must be about cooperation. The problem was, how would Poisonous Bee King and this young man cooperate? What kind of plan would they have? They talked for about 10 minutes. The Poisonous Bee King, who had finished negotiating with Yu Yang, spread its wings and flew away from the waterfall area. Intentionally or unintentionally, it glanced at Dragon Horse and Itachi Scythe, scaring them so much that their hearts almost stopped beating. Poisonous Bee King's strength was as high as Heaven rank level 6. It was definitely not something that Dragon Horse and Itachi Scythe could fight against. It was not impossible for it to capture them as a gift like vulture. Fortunately, Poisonous Bee King only glanced at them casually and quickly flew away. On the other hand, the Reaper Mantis killed off the unlucky and numb vulture. Anyway, this was an energy tonic sent by Poisonous Bee King. It would be a waste if it was not used. In order to become stronger, Reaper Mantis trained very hard, hoping to reach the standards of its master. Of course, she also understood how big the gap between Holy Beast and Divine Beast was. It was a chasm that could not be crossed. Other than hard work, it also needed enough luck. Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen Duo, Jiang Ying, Hong and Ah Man were all extremely talented, but they also paid a lot of blood and sweat to get to where they were today. She still had a long way to go to catch up with Duo, Hong and the others. Not to mention little Winley, who was born with a diamond grimoire. Let's follow the plan. Yu Yang let Reaper Mantis stop training for a day and brought her through the waterfall towards the middle of the Beast Valley. Dragon Horse and Itachi Scythe looked at each other. Should he continue to follow, or should he give up? If he gave up now, his life would be guaranteed. If there were no accidents, he could continue living in the Beast Valley. However, what the two of them wanted now was not safety, but something that they yearned for even in their dreams, and that was freedom. They did not know if they could obtain freedom if they followed this young man. After all, they were not the venomous Wasp King, and they were not the person that the young man had promised to help. If she followed behind him, she might one day become a tonic like vulture. However, if he didn't keep up, freedom would leave him forever. For the sake of the freedom that they yearned for but could not obtain, the two of them gritted their teeth and nodded at each other. For the sake of the slim hope, they would fight it out. Beast Valley. Of course, it was not a valley, but a huge independent world. It was even larger than the Rain Valley, Wind Valley, Sand Valley, and Desire Valley combined. Strictly speaking, it could be divided into 5 major regions. Apart from the three regions with relatively vile environments that very few people set foot in, the other two regions each had two kinds of governing forces that were equally matched. They were the residents led by the three leaders, and the magical beast man led by the five beast kings. Lion King, Eagle King, Human-Faced Tiger King, Toad King, and Venomous Wasp King were the five beast kings. Each of them had a different number of magical orcs under their rule. They gathered together for their common interests with a lax management style. Among them, Lion King was the strongest, while Eagle King was the weakest. Because each beast king had different strengths, the magical orcs that failed and became magical orcs would seek refuge with different people. The more ferocious carnivorous magical orcs mostly sought refuge with Lion King, while the flying magical orcs were more willing to seek refuge with Eagle King. Of course, there were also many examples of vultures that volunteered to serve Lion King. According to the classification, ferocious beasts mostly sought refuge with Lion King, birds preferred Eagle King, reptiles mostly sought refuge with Toad King, aquatic beasts were the subordinates of Human-Faced Tiger King, and insect-type beasts were the symbol of Venomous Wasp King. Other than the five major factions, there were also some stragglers in the Beast Valley. They were either not strong enough to gain the recognition of the five major factions, or they were strong enough to survive on their own. The five major factions had a total of more than 3,000 magical beasts. However, less than half of them could be directly commanded by the Beast Kings. After all, most of the magical orcs were just nominal. The number of residents was less than 1,000. They were under the control of the three leaders. However, they were generally stronger than the magical orcs. Hence, in terms of authority, the residents had more authority than the magical orcs. In the initial region of the Beast Valley, there were mainly the Beast Valley Fortress and the activities of some stragglers. The living conditions there were the easiest. At the same time, the resources and training environment there were far inferior to the middle region of the Beast Valley. As for the back region, there was the Blood Flower Forest where the Beast Valley's teleportation gate was located. That was a death zone that no one dared to take lightly. The living conditions there were extremely bad. Many residents clearly knew that there were wisdom fruits in the Blood Flower Forest. If they could obtain them, it would allow their beasts to develop intelligence and successfully pass the trial. However, they did not dare to go there. This was because there was a two-headed black dragon guarding the wisdom fruit. If one did not have enough power, going there to obtain the fruit would only be sending food to the two-headed black dragon, improving its diet, eh? The Itachi scythe and the dragon horse chased after him. They followed Yu Yang's figure from afar and entered the middle region that they rarely entered. At dusk, Yu Yang seemed to be unaware of the danger around him as he slowly walked forward. There was a wild poisonous python that had been lying in ambush at the back of the forest for a long time. It suddenly launched a sneak attack, intending to swallow the Reaper Mantis whole. It opened its bloody mouth and bit down fiercely. The Itachi scythe and the dragon horse saw it and wanted to warn it. However, they were afraid that if they did so, they would not be of any help to the battle and would instead expose themselves. Whoosh, the Reaper Mantis waved its mantis arm that was gradually evolving into a blood scythe. In the sky, it drew two diagonally crossed rose patterns. The wild poisonous python paused. Its long neck seemed to be frozen in time as it froze in midair. In an instant, the two roses passed by. In an instant, its head was separated from its body. There was a perfect cut at the place where the neck was broken. Dark red blood sprayed out crazily. Heaven ranked level 2, it was instantly killed by the Reaper Mantis, its huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang. Blood rose, oh my god, she really changed my lightning cross kill into the shape of a crossrose. These two blood roses that cut through the sky and killed the enemy in an instant, are really too beautiful. Itachi Scythe looked and could not help but mutter to himself. It was the creator of the lightning cross kill. On that basis, it had researched to the realm of cross instant kill. Itachi Scythe thought that was already the limit of battle skills. He did not expect that in just 5 days, this little thing, under the guidance of that young man, had reached the realm of cross blood rose. This made him, who had researched this ultimate skill for thousands of years, really want to bang his head on the ground and die. Even between people, there was a difference. But there was no need for the difference to be so big, right? Yu Yang shook his head with a little dissatisfaction. Although the blood rose was successful, it was still far from his requirement of every petal required 9 spatial cuts, and the whole thing was added with the cross rune circle. But today was a holiday. The attack just now was just a counterattack outside of training, so he did not criticize it strictly. He stretched out his big hand and caressed the Reaper Mantis's little head after it was reborn. After the Reaper Mantis became a holy beast, its body had completely transformed into a human. Its insect limbs no longer existed. She looked like a petite and adorable little human. The only difference between her and an ordinary human was that her wings were preserved. Her golden wings had evolved into rainbow-like wings of light. At first, she thought that her master would give her a harsh criticism. Who would have thought that he would just caress her little head? This time, she was really touched. She couldn't help but stick out her little pink tongue mischievously. Then, she happily flew onto Yu Yang's shoulder and lightly pounded his shoulder with her little fists. She had learned bad things from Hui Tai Ling, who loved to flatter. One must know that other than Grey Wolf, no one else liked to flatter Yu Yang like she did. The Reaper Mantis was encouraged by Yu Yang to actively hunt and train its fighting skills. Except for the blood rose. There was also the deer-cutting lift that was secretly learned from White Deer and improved by Yu Yang, the Mad Demon 18 slashes that was secretly learned from Itachi Scythe, the Sonic Boom and Reverse Finger Spinning Strike that were secretly learned from Red-Eyed Demon, and even the Berserk Explosive Flames that was secretly learned from Toad King's Ice Sword Storm. The fighting skills that she secretly learned, after improvement and understanding, were completely better than her master. It was just that some of the attributes were opposite, and not necessarily the same as the original creators. Dragon Horse and Itachi Scythe also noticed one thing. That cute little thing had been learning a mysterious skill, which seemed to be taught by that young man. But she had never used it, and they did not know if she deliberately hid it, or if she had not reached the basic standards to use it. 3 days later. Everything was calm, as if everyone had forgotten about Yu Yang. Even the poisonous bee king that had sneaked over and boldly discussed cooperation with Yu Yang was nowhere to be seen. Dragon Horse and Itachi Scythe felt that something was wrong. This did not seem to be peaceful, but a bit like the calm before the storm. Should they retreat to avoid getting themselves into trouble? After a mental struggle, Dragon Horse and Itachi Scythe finally clenched their teeth and persevered. Freedom was like the dawn, luring them, making them unwilling to turn around and leave. And there were 2 people who did not feel lonely in their hearts. Although they were not best friends, standing on the same side, they seemed to be able to comfort each other and share their fears. If there was only one person, then they would definitely not be able to persevere anymore. Yu Yang came to the middle section of the Beast Valley, brought the Reaper Mantis, and came to the real first test of the Beast Valley, the Spirit Beast Hall. This was the first test of the War Beast, and it was unknown how many War Beasts of the challengers had been eliminated here. The first test was actually very simple, there were only 3 things to do. This was what all the challengers and War Beasts knew, but they were unable to complete it. It was obvious that they could not complete it. The first thing the War Beast had to do was to enter the Spirit Beast Hall of the first test and take out the token that represented the War Beast's identity. This had to be done by the War Beast alone. No matter how strong the master was, he could not provide any help. This was also the most difficult test. Welcome, welcome. When Yu Yang brought the Reaper Mantis to the first trial hall, the Toad King was already waiting in front of the hall. It patted its belly and let out an extremely unpleasant laughter that made people want to vomit. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that other people's farts were 100 times better than its laughter. It's you, this toad? What do you want? Yu Yang knew that this fellow definitely didn't have any good intentions. I came here with good intentions to remind you that if you fail the first trial, your beast will be punished by the law and die. The first trial is the place where most challengers fail. Young man, I wish you good luck. The Toad King's ugly lips kept opening and closing, letting out a burst of laughter. It didn't wait for Yu Yang to speak and immediately turned to leave, as if it was afraid that Yu Yang would cast a curse. Before leaving, it even turned back and pretended to remind him, although the law of the Beast Valley will protect the challengers, but even if it's in the chest hall, it's not a safe area for beasts. This is the information I'm giving you for free. If there's something in the chest hall that attacks your beast when it's pushing the chest, don't blame me for not reminding you, ha ha ha. The Toad King laughed loudly as he left, bringing along an extremely unpleasant stench. Yu Yang muttered to himself. In the end, he signaled the Reaper Mantis to enter the chest hall to participate in the trial. Dragon Horse and Itachi Scythe, who were hiding at the back, were anxious. Should they tell him the truth in the chest hall? If they appeared now and told him the truth in the chest hall, the Toad King and the others who were lying in ambush would definitely find out. However, if they didn't go out and tell him, if that little guy failed the trial, Dragon Horse and Itachi Scythe were caught in a dilemma. If this young man failed, then what freedom was there to talk about? Hope definitely couldn't be destroyed in front of him. It wasn't easy for such a young man to come. Dragon Horse signaled Itachi Scythe not to appear. After all, as a resident, he still had one chance for his beast to die. He decided to stand out and tell Yu Yang about the trap in the Great Spirit Beast God. Even if he would be attacked by the Toad King and the others afterwards, he couldn't care less. Itachi Scythe also gritted his teeth. It stared at the direction where the Toad King disappeared. If the Dragon Horse was attacked, it wouldn't hesitate to rush out to stop it and help it escape. In the past, it would have been impossible. But today, it was on the same side as the Dragon Horse. They had to fight for the hope in their hearts, for the freedom that they dreamed of. What are you doing here? A beautiful and melodious voice rang out behind the Dragon Horse and the Ferret Scythe. Although the voice was as beautiful as the sounds of nature, the two of them felt a chill run down their spines. It was as if there was a chill running down their spines from the back of their heads all the way down to their heels. It was the venomous Wasp King. Her hands were gently pressing on the backs of Dragon Horse and Itachi the Scythe. With her strength, as long as she wanted, she could turn the two of them into stiff living dead like vulture at any time. The poisonous Wasp King's stinger was one of the best in the Beast Valley. As long as one was hit by it, death was certain. The Dragon Horse and the Weasel Scythe were both stunned. All of a sudden, they didn't know what to do. The poisonous Wasp King suddenly retracted his hands and snorted, hiding your head and showing your tail. You think that your tracking technique is very covert. In fact, it's not even a fart. Even a blind person can see through it. However, I am in a good mood today. As long as you don't meddle, I can temporarily leave my head on your necks. Remember, look more, talk less, don't do anything. You don't need to speak here, and it's not your turn to speak, understand? There seemed to be a shadow flashing in the distance. The poisonous Wasp King immediately stopped talking. He held his breath, as if he was invisible. Standing behind the Dragon Horse and the Weasel Scythe, it was as if he didn't exist. Compared to the Dragon Horse and the Weasel Scythe, their concealment ability was many times stronger. The poisonous Wasp King moved silently and disappeared quickly, as if he had never appeared. The Dragon Horse and the Weasel Scythe were covered in cold sweat. This battlefield would be a dialogue between experts. With their strength, other than watching, they might not be able to change anything. A tall shadow rushed over from afar. It was a 6-meter-tall Cyclops. The Cyclops had the strength of a heaven-ranked level 4. Although it wasn't very high, from the flickering light in its eyes, one could tell that its intelligence wasn't low. At the very least, it was smarter and more cunning than a normal Cyclops. The Cyclops didn't even look at Yu Yang and directly rushed into the Spirit Beast Hall. Yu Yang felt a little strange. Did they need to queue up for the Beast Valley's test? There were actually people fighting over it. The Dragon Horse and the Weasel Scythe knew what was going on. In the Spirit Beast Hall, there were hundreds of chests of different materials, distributed in the upper, middle, and lower levels. Among them, there were 5 types of chests that were the most precious. Opening it would allow one to obtain a badge that represented the beast's identity. The higher the grade of the 5 elements chest you opened, the higher the grade of the token you obtained. Of course, the higher the level of the chest, the harder it was to find and open it. The best chests required the help of a companion to open some specific mechanisms. For example, there were some spatial doors that would automatically close after entering. If a single beast entered, it would never be able to come out. In this way, it needed a trustworthy companion to open the door from the outside. Similarly, there was another kind of space door that would not open again once someone entered it. There was even a type of spatial door that would not open if someone stood on top of some mechanisms. It could be said that the Spirit Beast Hall was a place where it was easy to trap the enemy and required the support of a companion to test. Unless it was the easiest to get a normal badge from the first level of the Spirit Beast Hall. That way, the reward would be the least. Moreover, it was easy to be punished. In the first level of the Spirit Beast Hall, there were many wooden chests. Some of these wooden chests needed to be placed in a certain shape in order to successfully open the door. If it was placed incorrectly, or if the wooden chest was broken, the consequences would be very serious. There was a 50% chance that the ancient code would randomly send 10 wild beasts from the Beast Valley in. There was a 30% chance that lightning would fall. There was only a 20% chance that they would be safe and not be punished. The dragon horse and the weasel scythe didn't need to guess to know that the Cyclops definitely wanted to ambush them on the first level, deliberately luring them to break the chest. If this didn't kill the enemy, then it would rush to the second level and stand on top of some mechanisms to block the way. It might even run into the third level spatial door in advance, not letting the enemy enter and forcing them to choose a normal badge. This kind of trick had been used many times in the Beast Valley. Everyone knew how to harm others, but no one had a good solution. Maybe it's not just the Cyclops. It's just a target that the Toad King purposely exposed. The dragon horse wasn't worried about the Cyclops. Maybe she has a solution. The weasel scythe comforted himself. That little thing had extremely high intelligence. How could the identity test of the Spirit Beast Hall be difficult for her? Even if there was a Cyclops messing around, she would probably be able to pass the test easily. She was an existence that could become a holy beast in 10 to 15 days. It wasn't an ordinary beast at all. Moreover, this was only the first stage, and it was also the easiest to pass in the first stage. Yu Yang calmly sat on the steps of the Spirit Beast Hall. He took out a mat and slept comfortably. He didn't look like the master of the beast, but more like a lazy examiner. The Reaper Mantis tilted her head and thought. After a while, she slowly flew into the Spirit Beast Hall. No one told her what to do, and no one could help her. In the Spirit Beast Hall, she could only rely on her own hard work. The Toad King's huge shadow flashed in a faraway direction. It was confirming the Reaper Mantis's movements, confirming that she had entered the Spirit Beast Hall, and immediately left with a peace of mind. According to the dragon horse and the weasel scythe's experience, they realized that the ugly Toad King didn't really leave. It only hid in the second test of the first stage. In reality, that was indeed the case. The Toad King had already prepared a foolproof plan to destroy the Reaper Mantis. He had set up layers after layers of obstructions, each more fatal than the other. In order to kill this sacred beast with limitless potential, in order to wash away his humiliation, and to re-establish his prestige as the Beast King, the Toad King had already decided that he would not rest until he killed the little Reaper Mantis. Spirit Beast Hall. Other than the Cyclops that rushed in, there was also a shadow that peeked its head out. Seeing that Yu Yang was sleeping soundly, it also sneaked in quietly. The Reaper Mantis didn't care about the Cyclops or her. It only maintained its cautiousness and sneaked in quietly. The space inside was surprisingly big. Other than the necessary passageways and corridors, most of the space was separated into rooms. These rooms were similar, but the door numbers were different. In every room, there were boxes of different sizes. The Reaper Mantis tried to use her thoughts to move a big box out. In the end, what made her feel strange was that the other room's door was closed. And when she put the big box back, the other room's door opened again. These should be houses with balanced weights. The Reaper Mantis got this answer. When she walked to the front of a mechanism bridge, she immediately understood why there were boxes in the room. These boxes were used to increase weight. When she put a big box on the mechanism at the end of the bridge that looked like a broken bridge immediately extended by 1 meter. The Reaper Mantis threw a stone, but in the end, it was mercilessly shattered by the laws of space. Looks like, other than moving enough boxes, it was impossible to cross this mechanism bridge using any other methods. If she didn't use the mechanism bridge, she could use another path. There were many corridors here. Among them, at the end of a corridor, the Cyclops just happened to poke his head out and took a look at the Reaper Mantis. The Reaper Mantis remembered her master's teachings. No matter what situation she encountered, she must be calm and vigilant. She must observe her surroundings and use her wisdom to formulate a strategy. Combining her brain and hands, defeating the enemy was 100 times easier than using brute force to defeat the enemy. Thinking of this, her eyes became determined. On her little face, a sunny smile that Yang usually had appeared. Any enemy who saw this smile would feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. Because this smile was actually 100 times more terrifying than the smile of a devil. Come on. The Reaper Mantis clenched her little fist and gave herself a boost. She floated towards the corridor where the Cyclops disappeared. With her master's teachings. In this world, what difficulty could she not face? She must work hard, she must work harder than Red, a man and Duo. She must catch up with them as soon as possible. She must not let her master down. Come on, come on. With a strong fighting spirit, the Reaper Mantis began to move. Turning around the corridor, the situation was different from when she first entered. In the spacious space, there were obvious traps, a freezing pond, and flame nozzles in the shape of a beast's mouth. According to the terrain, she had to avoid triggering the traps. After triggering the traps, the consequences would be dire. Not to mention the Reaper Mantis, even an idiot would not fall for it. Only an idiot who was blind would fall for such an obvious trick. The most obvious flaw was that there would be shallow footprints every certain distance on the ground. Those were the footprints of the Cyclops. These footprints had an obvious attempt to cover up. Most of them were made by tiptoeing on the ground. The Cyclops was so tall, yet there were only a few footprints. If one did not observe carefully enough, they would not have noticed. The Reaper Mantis followed the footprints and flew slowly. She realized that there were faint traces of her flight behind her. Even though she was floating without flapping her wings, the flight path was still clear. The Reaper Mantis fell into deep thought. Could it be that all living creatures would leave traces behind when they passed through? Leaving a trail seemed to be useless, and it would even expose the target. Why did this happen? The test in the spiritual beast hall was definitely not useless. There must be some secret that needed to be unraveled. Carefully moving forward for tens of meters, it turned into a winding tunnel. The Reaper Mantis did not trigger any traps, and the Cyclops did not see it either. However, there were actually two choices in front of it. Two entrances to the long corridor. Both entrances had traces left behind by the Cyclops, as well as traces of her flight. What was going on? Even if she had returned to the starting point, she should have only walked through one corridor. One of the entrances must be fake. But which one was fake? The Reaper Mantis fell into deep thought again. Roar, roar. The roar of the Cyclops could be heard from one of the corridors. Following that, a black object flew over. The Reaper Mantis dodged instinctively. There was a loud rumble. The black thing that smashed into the ground was a heavy boulder. Before the Reaper Mantis could see it clearly, another black object flew over at an even faster speed. The boulder seemed to be a weight-measuring mechanism. Once it exceeded the weight, the door outside would be automatically closed. This thought flashed across the Reaper Mantis's mind. She immediately reacted and condensed an energy ball in her hand. It flew towards the second black object. Hidden in the darkness, a sinister smile appeared on the ugly face of the Cyclops. This smart alecky little guy was dead for sure. Even if she was more careful and cautious, without experiencing the mechanisms and traps of the Spirit Beast Hall, how could she know the cruelty of this place? The faint light emitted by the energy ball illuminated the sinister face of the Cyclops, as well as the true body of the second shadow. It was a wooden chest that the Cyclops had moved away at some point in time. Due to the fragility of the wooden box, let alone an energy sphere, even a sneeze from a heaven-rank magic beast would shatter it. The energy ball flew over and hit the wooden chest. The Cyclops saw that it was a fait accompli and was certain that nothing would change. Only then did he quickly retreat. His speed was 1,000 times faster than when he had been walking on his feet. Once the wooden box was destroyed by the energy ball, the shockwave would definitely trigger the mechanisms that were clearly exposed. With the power of the mechanism, as well as the punishment of breaking the wooden box. That little guy was definitely dead for sure. As the Cyclops retreated, it even threw out a dozen wooden boxes that it had secretly stored away with an ingenious force. If the wooden boxes exploded at the same time, even if there was only a 30% chance of being struck by lightning, he would definitely be hit. The Cyclops was secretly pleased. Why did the Toad King specifically choose him to kill? The reason was simple. It was because he was smarter. Who could have imagined that under such an ugly and foolish appearance, he was actually so meticulous in his schemes? In the familiar Spirit Beast Hall, he did not know how many newborn beasts he had successfully killed here. The Spirit Beast Hall was simply his best hunting ground. Boom, an earth-shattering explosion occurred in front of him. The thermal shock wave from the explosion, as well as the rubble, even flew towards the door of the room that the Cyclops was retreating from. Success, the Cyclops was overjoyed. She dared to use such a powerful energy ball in the Spirit Beast Hall for a test? She was simply courting death. It suppressed the urge to go out and see how the little guy would die, and stayed in the room. When the series of explosions gradually died down, the sounds of thunder and lightning disappeared, and there seemed to be the roars of a group of beasts. When all the sounds disappeared, the Cyclops whistled and walked out of the room. It could conclude that the newborn beast was definitely dead. Because this was a very simple reasoning. When the wooden box was broken by the energy ball, the shockwave of the explosion not only shattered the wooden boxes that were flying towards it, but also triggered the obvious mechanisms and traps. The power of the mechanisms and traps was already enough to heavily injure the little guy. In addition, the boxes had a 30% chance of being struck by lightning. As for the cries of the beasts, it was even simpler. Those were wild beasts that had a 50% chance of being randomly teleported in after breaking the wooden boxes. As long as the target died, those beasts that were randomly teleported in would be teleported away. This was why they were quiet for a while. Without even looking, the Cyclops knew that the cautious little guy was already dead, died under its ingenious plan. How many beasts had it killed in this corridor of the mirror house? 100 or 200? The Cyclops could no longer remember. Right now, it only wanted to get out as soon as possible, find the Toad King, and collect its share of the reward. That was 100 high-quality heaven-rank magic crystals. With that reward, he would be able to break through and advance from heaven rank level 4 to heaven rank level 5. He would also be able to survive in the Beast Valley with more power and safety. Haha, the Cyclops laughed proudly as it inspected the masterpiece that it had painstakingly set up. It enjoyed the glory of victory and the pride of its superior intelligence. When it was laughing the happiest, suddenly, its laughter was like a knife cutting through. An unbelievable scene. It appeared in front of its single eye. Xiao Budian, who was already doomed to die, was still alive and well. Under her feet, there were more than 10 wooden boxes, and all the triggered mechanisms were still there. Other than a huge rock that had been smashed into pieces, nothing else had changed. How was this possible? It clearly saw the energy ball explode on the wooden boxes. As if seeing through the one-eyed giant's confusion, the Reaper Mantis revealed a smile similar to his master Yu Yang's after his rebirth. Her little hand condensed an energy ball that emitted a faint radiance. Through this weak light that wasn't glaring at all, the Cyclops suddenly had a trace of understanding. Why did this little guy condense an energy ball? Her main purpose was not to attack, but to illuminate. Through the light, she could see that the second object she threw was a wooden box and not a huge rock. Then why did she use the energy ball to smash the wooden box? The Reaper Mantis gave the answer. With a point of its small finger, a wooden box flew up and floated in the air. The energy ball flew over with a whoosh. After hitting the wooden box, not only did it not explode, but it also refracted. The energy ball bounced off the wooden box like a bouncy ball, bouncing back and forth in the corridor. However, it was very ingenious and did not hit any of the traps. In the end, the energy ball that had been flying for a long time returned to the hands of the Reaper Mantis, as if it had never been thrown. The Cyclops understood now. This energy ball was under the opponent's control. As long as this little guy was willing, she could do whatever she wanted. It would not explode or smash the wooden box. If it couldn't smash the wooden box, then where did the shockwave, gravel, and thunder that triggered the traps come from? It even heard the roar of a ferocious beast just now. That was not an illusion. The Reaper Mantis smiled again. She turned her body and kicked the energy ball that was floating in the air. The energy ball smashed a hole in the ground where the huge rock had been. Gravel flew in front of the Cyclops. The energy ball exploded and a shockwave from the explosion spread out. However, just like the ripples on the surface of water, no matter what obstacles it encountered, it would not cause any impact. Instead, a second ripple would form and spread out again. This was the shockwave that the one-eyed giant saw and felt. When it was dumbfounded, it raised its head and looked again. It realized that every time the Reaper Mantis flicked her fingers, there would be a loud explosion of different sizes in the shockwave field controlled by her will. These explosions were also controlled by her will. Although the sound was earth-shattering, it miraculously did not cause any impact. The Reaper Mantis pointed her fingers continuously. Every time she pointed, there would be a bolt of lightning exploding in the energy field. It was not the sound of a wooden box being smashed. As for the roar of 100 beasts, it was an exquisite golden whistle in the mouth of the Reaper Mantis. When she took it out and blew, there would be all kinds of beasts roaring one after another. This is the golden whistle that commands the beasts. It is the treasure of the poisonous wasp king. Where did you get it? The Cyclops shouted in shock. Hee hee. The Reaper Mantis did not reply. Her smile made the Cyclops feel like a fool. The fight between the Beast Kings was the eternal theme of the Beast Valley. It turned out that it had become a pawn of the Toad King. No wonder it promised 100 heaven-ranked magic crystals as a reward. It was a reward that it never intended to pay. The Cyclops felt bitter in its heart. Between the Beast Kings, no matter who won, as a pawn, it would not have a good ending. It would not benefit it no matter if this smart little thing was killed or if she escaped. The Cyclops wanted to speak and withdraw from the battle. Suddenly, it saw the murderous intent in the eyes of the Reaper Mantis. This little thing was angry. Not good. The Cyclops originally had absolute confidence, but after the Reaper Mantis's perfect deception, it realized that her true strength was far beyond its estimation. If it were to fight with her in this mirror house corridor, it was hard to say who would be the winner. Retreat. No matter if it won or not, there would not be a good ending. It was better to retreat. The Cyclops did not want to continue fighting. Relying on its familiarity with the terrain, it quickly bypassed the traps and fled to the other end of the mirror house corridor. When it turned the corner of the corridor and was about to turn out of the main hall and leave the Spirit Beast Hall, it suddenly saw the strange scene that the Reaper Mantis saw when it came in. Why were there two entrances to the corridor in front of it? It was clearly leaving. Could it be that the little guy had seen through his trap and had reset the layout of the corridor? Crack, crack. The Cyclops stopped in its tracks and heard a cracking sound under its feet. It looked down and realized that there was a wooden box under its feet. The worst thing was, it was broken. The Cyclops jumped up in shock. Pack pack. It realized that there were also pieces falling on its head. It looked up and saw that there was also a wooden box hanging above it. It smashed it with its head. No, not only did it fail to set up the enemy, it was also set up by the enemy. An energy ball hit it. It did not reflect like it did when it hit the wooden box. Instead, it created a strong impact, causing the shocked Cyclops to take 3 steps back. When the Cyclops steadied itself, it realized that it had stepped on a trap in the mouth of a beast. Raging flames shot up to the sky and hit him right in the face. The Cyclops was blinded on the spot. It was an excruciating pain. Its huge body that was on fire stumbled and struggled in the corridor. One by one, it stepped on the traps that would not fall for. Flames, poisonous smoke, lightning, and frost. The Cyclops fell for all kinds of traps. No one was spared. At the exit of the long corridor, the Reaper Mantis smiled and gave a cool back view to the one-eyed giant who fell into his trap instead of his scheme. She picked up the golden whistle and blew it gently. The magical beasts that were teleported in lost their minds as soon as they heard the whistle. Their eyes turned red and they all pounced on the Cyclops. That little one crossed the bridge. Looks like One Eye failed to stop her. Hidden in the tunnel, there was a black shadow waiting for a chance to sneak attack. After hearing the reminder from its companion in front of it, it coldly snorted with a little disdain. That one-eyed guy always thought he was smart. He deserved to die. With his pitiful little cleverness, once the plan he came up with was seen through, it would be a dead end for him. The mirror room corridor wasn't a must-kill location. In this Spirit Beast Hall, acting alone was the most fatal. Keep a close eye on her. When that little one comes over, I'll lure her into the dead house. Once I come out, activate the mechanism. The person in front immediately nodded, understood. We've cooperated with this ambush tactic more than 100 times. There's definitely no problem. The Reaper mantis flew over. The shadow that was hiding in the dark flashed. Its ferocious mouth spat out a dark green venom. Wherever the venom touched, smoke came out and corroded everything. But the sneak attack was ineffective. The cautious Reaper mantis dodged it easily. Ball. After dodging the sneak attack, the Reaper mantis threw out an energy ball. Through the weak light of the energy ball, she saw a slender black shadow entering a tunnel. She didn't know what mechanism it triggered, but one of the boxes at the bridgehead moved away. The bridge behind the Reaper mantis quickly retracted. Looks like there's a mechanism here too. I have to get control of it, or else I won't be able to go back. The Reaper mantis pondered for a moment before giving chase. It tailed the skinny black figure in front of it and chased after it into the passageway. After about a minute, there was another sound. The broken bridge that was retracted rumbled as it extended its steel rails and reconnected itself. The one that stayed outside saw that the plan was a success and was overjoyed. As long as the mechanism of the dead house was reset, the door could be closed. Once the door was closed, the creatures in the dead house would fall into the death trap and die for sure. It flew to the control handle of the mechanism to close the door and anxiously waited for its companion to come out. According to the plan, its companion would come out within 10 seconds after the bridge mechanism was reset. The opponent would be a few seconds or even 10 seconds later and be locked in the dead house. As long as it pulled the control handle, the mission issued by the Toad King would be completed. 10, 9, 8. Normally, his companions would come out after 7 or 8 seconds, but for some reason, they were a little slower today. The unexpected turn of events made the guy outside very anxious. A slender shadow flashed by the door. The man who had been waiting anxiously recognized this as his partner. He immediately pulled down the control handle, and in an instant, the door of the House of Death closed. The death traps inside were activated, and the creatures left inside would be burned into a pile of bones by the raging flames. Those with weaker bodies would not even have their bones left. Seeing that his companion had returned safely, the fellow who stayed behind couldn't help but grumble. I say, withered snake, can you be a little more serious? This is very dangerous, and I almost thought that the plan had failed just now. The withered snake that lured the Reaper mantis into the House of Death laughed out loud. How is that possible? I'm a veteran who has been training for a long time. That little one was too cautious just now, so I had no choice but to lure her further away. In terms of timing, I am very accurate. In any case, don't make it so dangerous next time. The guy who stayed behind was still a little dissatisfied. Alright, big-eyed monkey, don't complain, I'll give you an extra heaven rank mana crystal. You get 11 and I get 19. How's that? Isn't that good enough? The withered snake spat out his forked black tongue and collected some residual aura in the air. There's no one's aura outside, and everything is safe. Our plan is 100% success. Now, let's go get some remains for the Toad King. I hope that little thing still has some bones left, so that the Toad King can't act shamelessly. Come to think of it, how could that idiot one-eyed believe that the Toad King would offer a reward like 100 heaven rank mana crystals? You have to know that merely offering a reward of 30 mana crystals is already the most generous thing that the Toad King has ever done in his entire life. There's indeed no one around, but don't we need to wait for a while? Maybe that little thing is especially tenacious, and hasn't died yet. The guy who stayed behind just now said worriedly. Don't worry too much. A creature that can survive in the House of Death for 10 seconds doesn't exist in the Beast Valley. Even if the Toad King went in, it would turn into a dead toad in a few seconds. It's a pity that that fellow is cunning, and refused to go in even if it died. Otherwise, I would have sent it on its way long ago. The withered snake laughed sinisterly, and used the control handle to open the door of the House of Death. The smell of burning flesh wafted out. The withered snake and the big-eyed monkey looked at each other and smiled. Usually, this was the smell of the beasts that they worked together to kill. It would be abnormal if there wasn't any. They took a deep breath, and the withered snake laughed. The authentic smell of burning corpses, this is my favorite. The bridge was broken again, and there wouldn't be any new challengers coming in. There wouldn't be anyone coming to disturb them anymore. The two beasts walked into the house of death side by side without any worries. Working together and trusting each other was the basis of their cooperation. Usually, they would take turns to draw lots to lure their enemies. As the party who risked their lives, they would get more shares. During the process of collecting the corpses as evidence, both parties agreed that they must participate together, in case someone tried to monopolize the corpses and activated the trap. Because the withered snake and the big-eyed monkey cooperated happily and trusted each other, they used the House of Death and their tacit understanding to kill almost 100 strong enemies, even though they weren't very strong. The big-eyed monkey was carrying an old and dirty corpse bag in his hand. He had to collect some evidence to report back. More importantly, he had to clean up all the corpses in the House of Death before he could trick his next prey. Otherwise, the House of Death would be full of corpses. Even a fool would be suspicious. That's strange, why aren't there any corpses? Could it be that they were all incinerated? The big-eyed monkey searched for a long time, but couldn't find any corpses. What's so strange about that? That little thing was originally small, and its bones were all incinerated, so it's definitely possible. Or maybe it was blown to some corner by the firestorm. You have to know that once the door of the House of Death is closed, the firestorm inside will engulf everything. I remember that there were 2 mammoths that came here once, and their corpses were also blown thousands of meters away by the firestorm. Let's look around again. If we really can't find it, then forget it. The withered snake didn't care. It saw with its own eyes that the little thing was behind it. Even when the House of Death was closed, she didn't have time to leave. Rumble. A familiar sound came from afar. The withered snake and the big-eyed monkey looked at each other in confusion. What was going on? It sounded like the sound of a bridge being reconnected. Oh no, once the bridge was reconnected, the control handle outside the House of Death would be pulled down. If someone pulled the handle, the door would close. The consequences would be unimaginable. The big-eyed monkey and the withered snake couldn't care less about looking for corpses anymore. They ran out frantically. When the two of them rushed to the bridge control lever inside the House of Death, they were shocked to find that the Reaper mantis was waiting there with a smile. Its eyes looked as if it had seen an old friend. It even waved its hand affectionately, as if to say, "Long time no see," to the two friends. It also seemed to be saying, "Hurry up. Stop it." The withered snake and the big-eyed monkey understood what pulling down the bridge control lever meant. If this little thing ran outside and pulled down the control lever of the House of Death's door, any life that was trapped inside would be turned into ashes. The withered snake and the big-eyed monkey used all their strength to pounce on the Reaper mantis. However, their crazy fatal attacks all missed. With a flash, the Reaper mantis shadow disappeared, and its real body appeared at the door of the House of Death 3,000 meters away. If it hadn't condensed a faintly glowing energy ball in its hand, the withered snake and the big-eyed monkey wouldn't have discovered its existence. Both the withered snake and the big-eyed monkey were scared out of their wits. They had never thought that the door of the House of Death would become the door to their hell one day. Even though they sprinted with all their strength, the big-eyed monkey, who was slightly slower, was anxious. Big-eyed monkey, who was slightly slower, was anxious. If he fell behind, he would definitely die. It acted quickly and grabbed the withered snake's tail, hoping that its companion would help it. Even if it was just a little faster, it was better than nothing. The withered snake was furious. It had already wanted to run away from the House of Death, but now the big-eyed monkey was dragging it down. Without hesitation, it swung its tail and hit the big-eyed monkey on the ground. Then, using the force, it shot forward at high speed. With the help of its companion's body, the withered snake's speed increased by a little. It was confident that it could escape from the House of Death in 3 more seconds. 3, 2, when it was about 100 meters away from the door of the House of Death, the door of the House of Death instantly closed as the Reaper mantis waved goodbye with a smile. The withered snake hit the door in despair. It was only 1 second away, just 1 door away, but it was the difference between heaven and earth. The difference between life and death. A firestorm erupted and swept through the entire House of Death. No. The withered snake and the big-eyed monkey, who had used this trick to kill almost 100 beasts, howled miserably as they were burnt to ashes in the flames. In front of the control handle, there was a beast that looked like a flea, laughing with its ugly mouth. Its small eyes revealed a kind of pleasure of revenge. The mission that the poisonous bee king gave me has been completed. Because of your trust and cooperation, I have avenged my great enemy. The two enemies, the withered snake and the big-eyed monkey, have also been turned into ashes. I will take my leave now. Please continue to work hard. The flea bowed respectfully to the Reaper Mantis, then jumped onto the bridge and quickly left the Spirit Beast Hall. Do your best. The Reaper Mantis waved goodbye to the flea who came to help. After successfully killing the withered snake and the big-eyed monkey, she encouraged herself and continued to advance to the second and third floor. She wanted to get the best brand, even if there was no one to help. However, to a smart person, sometimes the enemy was the best companion. The help of an enemy was no less than that of a companion. You must continue to work hard, you are the best. The Reaper Mantis, who had been reborn as a human, clenched her fists cutely and flew to the next floor with a face full of determination. Although the test was very difficult and the various traps were very dangerous, they did not scare her at all. Furthermore, this dangerous Spirit Beast Hall was also the best place to train and grow. The Toad King, who was enjoying a massage from a few female beasts, received a piece of bad news. A lightning lizard quickly came over. It reported that newcomer's beast has already come out from the Spirit Beast Hall. When the Toad King heard this news, it immediately flew into a rage. Damn it, a dozen of people who boasted that they were the best assassins in the Beast Valley. They had the advantage of time and place, yet they couldn't even kill a little thing. Rice buckets, they are all rice buckets. I knew that I couldn't believe this group of people who only knew how to boast, but I still mercifully gave them a chance. I didn't think that they would completely disappoint my expectations for them. When these fellows, I will hang them all on the gallows. Let's see if they still have the face to continue boasting. That lightning lizard was sprayed with smelly saliva by the Toad King, but it didn't dare to wipe it off. It only weakly reported, "King, I'm afraid those fellows won't come out from the Spirit Beast Hall, because they are all dead." The Toad King was stunned. All dead? The lightning lizard was so scared that it didn't dare to raise its head. There shouldn't be anyone left. That little thing came out from the Spirit Beast Hall. Not only did she obtain the Gold Order badge from the third floor, she even leveled up. If she didn't kill a dozen assassins who attacked her, how could she level up? The Toad King was unable to restrain its anger and cursed, "Damn it, those fellows not only couldn't kill her, they instead became her energy to level up. Damn it, is there anything worse than this in this world? King." The lightning lizard didn't dare to report anymore. Could it be that there's something even more damnable and disgusting that this damned news is going to happen? Say it, I don't care about hearing bad news anymore. Could it be that there's something worse than a dozen assassins dying? Say it, I'm listening. Let all the bad things come at once. The Toad King was so angry that its entire body trembled. It used its greatest endurance to not throw the reporting lightning lizard into its mouth and eat it. Because they were worried that the other party would blame them, the human-faced Tiger and Eagle King sent their subordinates to clarify their innocence. The Poisonous Bee King and Lion King's subordinates even directly pointed out that you were the one who ordered them. King, from what I see, the Lion King and the Poisonous Bee King both have the intention of joining hands with this super strong newcomer. After the lightning lizard finished speaking, it immediately ran. It was really afraid that the Toad King would swallow it in a fit of anger. Instead, he let out a burst of laughter that sounded worse than crying. That's normal. That newcomer rose too quickly. It would be strange if they didn't do something. However, he won't be so lucky next. This king will personally take action. What Pandora's box? That brat definitely won't be able to enter the third Rolling Stone test field. So what if he has the power of disaster? After that, if they think I am just one, I am of beasts, it is king of the five. Of the king of the king of the king. 2. From of taught. From, King Toad. In fact, rivers of blood would flow in the Beast Valley. Because of this, she had been in danger many times. Luckily, with her own high intelligence and Yu Yang's guidance, she had passed the danger without any mishap. With the gold token, Reaper Mantis could finally get rid of the status of a newborn beast and become a high-level elite beast of Beast Valley. Obtaining the token was only the first task. The second task was to test the beast's reaction time. This task had 3 choices: easy, normal, and hard. The easiest was archery. As long as 3 arrows hit an apple within 100 meters, and the piglet on top of the apple remained unharmed, the beast would pass. The normal challenge was spear throwing. After the test began, 10 different powerful bouncing mushroom balls would be thrown into the sky. This would be repeated 5 times. If all of them hit the target without a single mushroom or spear missing, it would be considered as a pass. Because the strong bouncing mushroom balls would collide with each other in midair, it was very possible to change their flight path. Hence, not many beasts could successfully complete this normal challenge. As for the hard challenge, it could be said to be one of the most abnormal tests in Beast Valley. Since the beginning of history, in Beast Valley, there had never been a person who completely succeeded in the hard challenge. Never, even if they knew that there would be a wisdom fruit as a reward after completing this test, very few people tried it. This was because this test was too difficult. It was so difficult that the challengers didn't even have the courage to try it. This challenge was like this. The master and the beast had to cooperate. The master had to use a slingshot, or rather, a slingshot-like launcher, to shoot his beast out. On the other hand, the beasts were like cannonballs. Under the restrictions of the ancient code, they could not use any skills or powers, unless they successfully passed a test. Then, the ancient code would temporarily reward them with a skill that could help them hit their target. If it hit the target wrongly, failed, or hit the wrong place, then the beast that acted as the cannonball would die a horrible death. Each time was harder than the previous. Under the condition that it was guaranteed to succeed 10 times, only then would it be able to pass the hard challenge and win a wisdom fruit. In the past, the prison emperor had tried this hard challenge before. However, after shooting it 3 times, even if he managed to pass all 3 tests, he was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat and didn't dare to continue. Queen Vivian Li was slightly better. She tried 6 times. And all of them were successful. However, on the 7th time, even her enemies advised her not to try again, in case this historical record was destroyed. She was the first person in tens of thousands of years to complete the 6th beast cannonball test. Of course, she wasn't the highest record in the history of the Beast Valley. It was said that 100,000 years ago, there was an extremely intelligent senior who had fired the beast cannonball 9 times and all of them were successful. At that time, the companion of the intelligent bewitching person also advised him not to try again, otherwise all his efforts would be in vain. After thinking for a day, the intelligent bewitching person took the risk and tried again. In the end, he failed and didn't get the wisdom fruit reward. He even let his beast die miserably once. What? That brat wants to try the beast cannonball? Is he crazy? When Toad King heard this news, he was dumbstruck and couldn't believe it. Is this true? Lion King, Eagle King, and Human-Faced Tiger were also in disbelief. Must he challenge this beast cannonball? It's impossible to succeed. On the surface, Poisonous Wasp King came to congratulate him, but he was secretly trying to dissuade him. As for Itachi Scythe and Dragon Horse who were staying nearby, they couldn't hold it in anymore and rushed forward to dissuade Yu Yang. They had never seen anyone succeed in trying. Even that godlike Jiwuri only tried twice and left with a sigh. Beast Cannonball was no different from suicide. On the 2 sides of the testing ground, there was an ice pond on one side and a fire pond on the other. Further away, there were sharp walls, poison wells, and quicksand whirlpools. In short, as long as the beast cannonball made a mistake and landed outside the testing ground, it would definitely die. No matter how strong the beast was, once it entered the testing ground, the rules of the Beast Valley would deprive it of all its abilities. As long as it failed, it was equivalent to watching the beast die. Even if it was the first test out of 10, it would still be extremely difficult to pass the difficult level test. Under the situation where there was a tall tower between them, they had to fire the beast and let it smash into a tall tower made of wood, stones, and spears like a cannonball. There was a little pig inside the tall tower. The challenger only had one chance to fire, so they had to get rid of the little pig that was protected inside. If the tall tower didn't fall and the beast didn't die, it would still be considered a failure. In other words, they had to succeed. There was no possibility of failure or retries. Be quiet, is this very difficult? I think it's very simple. Go away, don't be a hindrance. Yu Yang kicked the Itachi scythe and the dragon horse away. Do you really want to make a beast cannonball? The poisonous bee king secretly asked the Reaper Mantis. Yes, yes. The Reaper Mantis nodded cutely. She had absolute confidence in her master. Even if it meant death, her trust would not waver. Yu Yang wasn't like the others, who comforted and encouraged the Reaper Mantis. He didn't do anything at all. He directly lifted the Reaper Mantis and placed it on the slingshot's launcher. The Reaper Mantis's body was surrounded by a shining spherical shell of light using the power of the ancient code. It looked like a small cannonball. Actually, no matter how big or small the beast was, the power of the shot would be the same. Moreover, during the process of shooting, the beast's inherent skills and power were useless. Other than becoming a beast cannonball, the beast couldn't do anything at this time. Perhaps, keeping the trust in its master and cooperating with each other to shoot was the best way for the beast to perform. The Toad King and the Lion King had not rushed over yet. They were a little far away. However, the Eagle King and the Poisonous Bee King were there. There were also other beasts and more than 10 residents. Everyone looked at Yu Yang as if he was a madman. In the Beast Valley, there was not a single person who could use the beast cannonball in 100 years. This brat was really crazy. They hoped that he would not fail too quickly. Otherwise, there would be nothing to see. Other than the Poisonous Bee King, the Itachi scythe, the dragon horse and a few others, the rest, no matter if it was the beasts or the residents, all thought that Yu Yang would fail in one shot. In the history of the Beast Valley, would there be a lack of fools who failed in one shot? Some extremely stupid fellows thought that they were infallible and chose the most difficult test. In the end, the moment they fired the cannonball, they found out that the beast was killed by them. Moreover, it died a horrible death. Don't you want to calculate it? The Itachi scythe did not care about exposing himself. He wiped his sweat and advised, actually, there is no time limit. You can calculate it slowly. That's right. It's not bad to calculate it clearly before firing. The strength, angle, direction, and so on must be calculated carefully. The dragon horse also tried to persuade him. Is there a need to calculate such a simple thing? Yu Yang's face was full of disdain. What an idiot. That beast is dead for sure. Seeing that Yu Yang was so arrogant, everyone knew that there was no good show to watch. Arrogant fellows like Yu Yang were usually the worst. Wanting to succeed without careful calculation? This was even harder than waiting for a pie to fall from the sky. Even if it was calculated, it might not succeed. 3,000 years ago, there was a wise man who calculated for 3 days and 3 nights. He also experimented for 1 day and 1 night to ensure that there was no mistake. Then, he fired the beast, but he still failed in the end. There had never been a person who could succeed without careful calculation. It was definitely impossible. Even the easiest thing to shoot an apple, he had to calculate the angle, strength, and direction of the wind. The Itachi scythe and the dragon horse originally wanted to persuade him again. Unexpectedly, Yu Yang was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he pulled the slingshot and shot the Reaper Mantis with a whoosh. The Reaper Mantis, which was wrapped in the light of the ancient code, drew a parabola in the distance. It flew past the first tower and smashed into the middle of the second tower. The entire pagoda shook and collapsed with a rumble. The piglet inside was as dead as it could be. It turned into ashes and smoke. The Reaper Mantis, which was wrapped in the light of the ancient code, was instantly teleported back to Yu Yang's palm. Could it be that he had succeeded? Was it that simple? Everyone's eyeballs fell to the ground. Was it a stroke of luck? Impossible, my eyes must be playing tricks on me. It must be a coincidence, this is definitely not strength. If I were to say, if that brat tried again, he would definitely not succeed. This is completely unbelievable, I can't think, what is the reason for this? Oh my god. Is there something wrong with my eyes? You also saw that he succeeded? Is this true? Really? Sigh, I realized that my brain is a bit lacking. This success was too sudden, I was not mentally prepared at all. Did he really succeed? I wanted to say failure just now, failure had already rushed to my throat, but damn it, he succeeded. When the surrounding residents and beasts reacted, they all jumped up and down crazily as if they had been hit by a bomb, discussing spiritedly. Their expressions were filled with disbelief. Only the Eagle King and the Poisonous Bee King looked at Yu Yang with fear in their eyes. The two leaders with the strength of a king-ranked beast had enough eyesight to see that this was not a coincidence at all, it was completely a matter of strength. The reason why this young man succeeded was because he had enough confidence, otherwise, he would not be able to casually send out the beasts that he had painstakingly cultivated to Holy Beast. He definitely had the confidence, although they did not know where this confidence came from. Could it be that this young man's intelligence could not even stump the second most difficult task, which was publicly acknowledged to be the hardest? Itachi and Dragon Horse looked at Yu Yang blankly. They could not believe it for a long time. But after receiving the absolute confirmation of success, the two of them could not help but hug each other and cheer, tears of excitement gushing out. The current them had truly made up their minds, no matter what, they must follow this young man. He could definitely create miracles, he could definitely bring them freedom. The Poisonous Bee King's choice was not wrong. This young man with such extraordinary intelligence was indeed the most trustworthy. When everyone thought that he would fail, he could easily succeed. In the blink of an eye, it was on everyone's face. It was a resounding slap, boom. In the testing field, the power of the law had already reset the field. There were 3 towers protruding from the ground. Among them, the little pig that needed to be killed was in the middle tower. Other than that, there were also 4 huge rocks protruding from the ground, one in front and one behind, one on the left and one on the right, to ensure that there was no way to hit the tower with a straight shot. The most despairing thing was that the 3 pagodas were supported by tree stumps. Even if the pagodas were hit, they wouldn't fall. If the towers did not collapse, the little pig hiding in the middle tower would not die. Yu Yang took a look and placed the Reaper Mantis on the slingshot. Wait, this is different from before. Think carefully first. Itachi Scythe quickly stopped him. Even a blind man could see that these 3 towers were much more difficult than before. There's no time limit. You can use as much time as you want. If you need it, we can use it as a model and simulate it for you. The Dragon Horse was even willing to simulate a beast cannon shell for Yu Yang to practice first as a reference. It's such a simple thing, there's no need to go through so much trouble. Yu Yang pulled the string on the slingshot and let go. Whoosh, the Reaper Mantis that was enveloped in the light of the ancient code shot out like a cannonball. The onlookers were dumbfounded again. Was this brat really stupid or was he pretending to be? He fired it without thinking. Did he think he was a god? If he could succeed like this, who else would fail? If it was so easy to succeed, would there be so many failures in the Beast Valley? In that case, could the unprecedented and unbreakable record still be maintained? From the looks of it, if this brat wasn't born an idiot, he must have a screw loose in his head. Didn't he know what failure was? Without waiting for the onlookers to think too much, the ball of light that was enveloping the Reaper Mantis had already flown in a beautiful arc and landed at the base of the last pagoda. King-ranked leaders like the Eagle King and the Poisonous Bee King, as well as residents and beasts with special senses, could see that the ball of light that was enveloped in the Reaper Mantis sped up a little before it hit the base of the pagoda. Knowledgeable old beasts or old residents would definitely have heard of the second beast cannon shell test. In the second test, the beast that was enveloped in the ancient code would temporarily gain the skill Flying Collision, which could increase its speed and impact. However, no one knew why it would gain this skill and not something else. If the mystery of Flying Collision could be solved, then many smart people would be able to calculate the highest success rate. Rumble, the Reaper Mantis was like a cannonball. It first broke a supporting log. It then fiercely crashed into the base of the third pagoda, creating a deep pit. The third pagoda started to shake. Ah, not good. One of the oldest beasts exclaimed, the angle of the shaking is not enough, the force of the impact is not strong enough. Last time, Master Hong Lai failed because of this. It was really a coincidence just now. Toad King's subordinates were already impatiently feeling proud. Continue to move. Itachi Scythe and Dragon Horse looked nervous and almost held their breaths. Itachi Scythe even rubbed his hands vigorously, as if doing so would help to shake the pagoda. The poisonous bee king didn't look at the shaking pagoda anymore, but looked at Yu Yang. It realized that Yu Yang was smiling. That confident expression made the poisonous bee king stare blankly for a moment. Then it felt relieved. Why would he casually send his beasts out to die? He definitely had enough confidence. It was really stupid for it to worry for him. The third pagoda kept shaking. Toad King's subordinates kept shouting for it to stop. There were also other beasts that shouted for it to continue shaking. They felt that it would be too much of a pity to fail like this. It would be best if this brat could succeed once more, then they would see his painful expression in the more difficult tests. It was still too early for this brat to lose now. It would be best if he could lose 4 or 5 times. Then, it would be the best to see his bitter face. Let this brat be proud for a while more. The beasts that wished for the whole world to be in chaos jumped and shouted, causing a ruckus. Some of them even blew air towards the pagoda. Although it was useless, it made them happy. The pagoda gradually tilted, and in the end, it smashed into the middle pagoda. However, due to the lack of strength, the middle pagoda only shook for a while and didn't collapse. Failed, all the spectators started to despair. Toad King's subordinates started to shout wildly. What did it mean if the middle pagoda didn't collapse? That little pig wouldn't die. The challenge had failed. Just when everyone thought that failure was certain, suddenly, the third pagoda that collapsed slid down a little. Although it wasn't enough to collapse the middle pagoda, it successfully broke the middle pagoda's tip. That pagoda's tip fell down, staggered, and finally smashed into the middle of the first pagoda. With a bang, a few long pagoda spears were smashed into pieces. Those few broken pagoda spears became flying arrows. They flew. One of them cleverly pierced through the middle pagoda's window and nailed the little pig inside. The little pig was hit by the spear and immediately exploded. And the Reaper Mantis that was originally floating under the third pagoda's foundation was instantly teleported back to Yu Yang's hands. The spectators in the testing grounds were dumbfounded again. Wasn't this brat's luck too good? He was originally destined to fail, but his luck actually changed. There was still a broken spear that shot that little pig. If not for this move, this brat would have definitely failed. Needless to say, this was definitely luck. Even the smartest person wouldn't be able to calculate this point. None of the onlookers objected to this conclusion. Everyone thought that Yu Yang's luck had exploded. Even the Itachi Scythe and the Dragon Horse, who were scared half to death, didn't dare to guess that this was all part of his plan. Only the Eagle King and the Poisonous Wasp King shook their heads and sighed. In the eyes of these two Beast King rankers, if this wasn't planned long ago, then there was no such thing as a planned plan in this world. Not only was it planned long ago, it was also planned for the acceleration point and the falling point. If it didn't hit the round wood, if it didn't break the round wood supporting it, then the third pagoda wouldn't have collapsed towards the middle pagoda. If it didn't hit a little above the foundation, then the third pagoda wouldn't have smashed into the middle pagoda. If it didn't hit the top of the pagoda, then the top of the pagoda wouldn't have fallen onto the few spears that were used to block the cannonballs. If it didn't hit the spears on the top of the pagoda, then there wouldn't have been such a result. It was definitely not a coincidence. They were 100% sure that this was all planned in advance by this young man. It's just that his calculation speed was too monstrous. They didn't even see how he calculated. His seemingly casual action was actually more accurate than others who had calculated for a few days and nights. Facing such a monstrous and abnormal newcomer, the Eagle King and the Poisonous Wasp King were really speechless. When everyone thought that those sharp tower spears were used to block the cannonballs, this young man turned it around and used them to succeed. Just like that, he did something that others couldn't achieve even if they tried their best. You still want to shoot? The spectating beasts and residents all turned pale with fright when they saw that Yu Yang was preparing to shoot again. I'm going to faint. Some of the strong beasts couldn't even take it. Can't you let us take a breather? Some of the residents felt that their nerves were about to collapse. Let's take a break, there's really no rush. Even the Eagle King couldn't stand it anymore and tried to persuade him. The testing field opposite them had already been reset. 8 pagodas, 5 of them were on the ground, while 3 smaller pagodas were on top of the tall pagodas, supported by rocks. This time, it wasn't just one piglet that had to be killed, but 3. One cannonball had to cross 4 rock walls, destroy 5 pagodas, destroy 3 smaller pagodas, and kill 3 piglets. Was this possible? Even the world's craziest madman would shake his head and think that it was impossible. Yu Yang caressed the Reaper Mantis's forehead lightly and brought it to his lips. Through the light of the code, he kissed her lightly and then placed her on the catapult. Others only saw kisses and encouragement. Only the most focused poisonous bee king noticed that Yu Yang had actually said something to the little one. This was definitely some kind of battle strategy. To complete the second test, the beasts had to cooperate well. The third test was even more difficult, and naturally required cooperation. The poisonous bee king didn't know what Yu Yang had said to the Reaper Mantis. However, the Reaper Mantis was still smiling, obviously very confident in her master. When she placed the catapult on the catapult, she even clenched her fist in the light of the code, as if she was cheering for herself. Whoosh, Yu Yang didn't care about the expressions of the people around him and directly shot the Reaper Mantis, the cannonball. Different from the previous 2 times, he took a second to aim this time. The Reaper Mantis, wrapped in the light of the code, drew a perfect parabola and flew towards the target in the testing field. At this time, everyone looked at Yu Yang. They only had one expression. That was, F***ck, this brat was really a madman. When the Toad King rushed to the testing grounds, it realized there were thousands of spectators. The main characters, Yu Yang and the Reaper Mantis, were nowhere to be seen. It felt strange. Did that brat fail? Did he already leave to find a revived beast? That brat was crazy enough to dare to challenge the difficult level test so casually. It would be strange if he didn't fail. Thinking of this, the Toad King's heart was finally relieved. If he let that brat succeed, there was no need to mention the Lion King who was the king of the Beast Valley. Even the Eagle King, the human-faced Tiger King, and even the Poisonous Bee King who didn't trust anyone would stand on that brat's side and hit him while he was down. At which stage did that brat fail? The Toad King found its underling, the Lightning Lizard, and asked, pretending not to care. 10 stages. The Lightning Lizard's voice was trembling. What did you say? He only failed at the 10th stage? Ha ha ha, I dare say that he will fail. No one has been able to pass through the difficulty test. In all of history, no one has ever succeeded in the challenge. What virtue or ability does that brat who is still wet behind his ears have to dare to be so arrogant? The Toad King mocked and ridiculed on the surface, but he was shocked in his heart. No, it's not, it's not. The Lightning Lizard swallowed its saliva with difficulty. It secretly raised its head to look at the Toad King and said weakly, I'm saying, that person has already passed all 10 stages. Passed all 10 stages? How is that possible? The Toad King was shocked. It simply couldn't believe its own ears. That is what I saw with my own eyes. I don't dare to lie to you. Everyone saw it. The Lightning Lizard was already prepared to escape at any time. He couldn't. Moreover, that brat only used an hour. The Lion King's underling, the short-tailed cat, added. If I knew that the reward for passing all 10 stages was a high-quality wisdom fruit, I would have tried it even if I had to risk my life. The old mountain elf sighed. Even if it wanted to take the test now, it had already lost the qualifications. Only newcomers had the qualifications to take the test. Or perhaps, residents who had failed the challenge. For challengers whose beasts had already died and became beasts, other than jealousy, there was nothing else. Once they became beasts, they would never have the qualifications to challenge again. The Toad King heard that something was wrong. Wisdom fruit, what is this? Why haven't I heard of it before? The old mountain elf's long hair immediately put on the posture of I am the legendary sage with wisdom as vast as the sea. It stroked its beard and tapped the ground with its walking stick. It walked a few steps in an old-fashioned manner and coughed again. It was a pity that no one cooperated with it and flattered it by giving it a cup of tea or wine. Otherwise, it would have been even more imposing. The Toad King was seething with anger. What are you acting cool in front of me for? If not for the sake of Leonis, I would have killed you with a slap. or I would have swallowed you in one mouthful." Under the gaze of nearly 1,000 demon beasts and residents, Old Mountain Elf began to explain, "The wisdom holy fruit is an extremely rare item in the heaven realm. It is a treasure among treasures. In the heaven realm, it doesn't exist at all. It can only be found in the heaven realm, in the blessed lands and grotto heavens of the people closest to the gods. Only then would such a treasure exist." As soon as it said this, the magical orcs and the residents all revealed looks of worship. A few of them even cheered on the spot. Was that the sacred fruit of wisdom? No wonder it looked different from ordinary wisdom fruits. Someone asked in a low voice. The sacred fruit of wisdom was such an awesome treasure. How effective was it? Although the spectators saw that Yu Yang had just received this reward, the Lion King, Eagle King, Human-Faced Tiger, and Poisonous Bee King were all people who wanted to befriend them, so they didn't dare to rob him. Of course, the most important reason was that they were all afraid of Yu Yang's Pandora's box. That thing was not to be trifled with. Old Mountain Elf acted like a pretentious person, trying to show off. Finally, he looked around and said, "The wisdom holy fruit, as the name suggests, is a holy ranked treasure in the world. Its power is more than 100 times that of an ordinary wisdom fruit. It is said that if an ordinary beast with no intelligence eats it, it can also awaken its intelligence. If a beast with basic intelligence eats it, it can immediately increase its intelligence. If a beast with high intelligence eats it, it can slowly increase its level to a holy ranked beast. It is said that in the heaven realm, there are some holy ranked beasts that cannot increase their intelligence no matter what method they use. Under the situation where they are unable to become holy ranked beasts, they will pay a great price to find this wisdom holy fruit. Once they eat it, even if they are holy ranked beasts that cannot increase their intelligence, it is very possible for them to break through their spiritual barrier and awaken their intelligence to become holy ranked beasts." Hiss, when the audience heard this, they all forcefully sucked in their saliva. It would be a lie if they were not tempted by such a treasure. Even a person with a pure heart and few desires would drool in front of a treasure like the wisdom holy fruit. The Toad King's mouth turned into a waterfall of saliva. Hua la la. It flowed all over the ground. If it is already a holy ranked beast and eats the wisdom holy fruit, what would happen? Someone asked. Humph humph. Old Mountain Elf seemed to have the air of an expert. If a holy ranked beast eats it, it would be even more incredible. You must know that the more intelligent a beast is, the more benefits it would receive after eating the wisdom holy fruit. This is the complete opposite of a normal wisdom holy fruit. Are you saying that if a holy ranked beast eats the wisdom holy fruit, it would have a chance to become a divine beast? The guy who asked this question was so excited that his voice was trembling. Humph humph, the chance is quite big. Old Mountain Elf's words caused an uproar. If Xiao Budian, who was already a holy ranked beast, really ate the wisdom holy fruit, wouldn't the Beast Valley have a divine beast? If a divine beast ascended, would the Beast Valley still be the same? Many people who had offended that abnormal newcomer and murdered Xiao Budian would probably pay a heavy price, right? Now, the spectators looked at the Toad King. His expression was as if he was a god of misfortune. Everyone was afraid that they would get into trouble if they got close to the Toad King, so they couldn't help but retreat. Even the Toad King's subordinates, the Lightning Lizard, didn't dare to get too close to the leader. Firstly, the Toad King liked to eat people when he was angry, and secondly, misfortune was really contagious. They couldn't help but believe it. Especially that abnormal newcomer. He was most proficient in curses, and he was most proficient in using the power of calamity to torture people. Maybe, the Toad King had already been cursed by him. The Toad King's expression was as ugly as if it had been constipated for a month. It scanned the surroundings. Everyone was carefully guarding against it, afraid that it would explode after receiving such a huge blow. However, the Toad King suddenly burst into loud laughter. That extremely unpleasant laughter made the surrounding magical beasts and residents retreat a good distance away. Pay. You want to scare me with a mere heaven-ranked level 2 beast? So what if it's a holy beast? Didn't I have any holy beasts under me? If it wasn't for that raging inferno battle soul burning my heaven frog demon, why would I lower my body and become a toad? However, even if I become like this, I can still look down on weaklings like you. Other than the Lion King, there's also the first commander of the residents, Darius. Who among you dares to say that they are my opponents? The Toad King laughed madly towards the sky, his stomach shaking. See, you pitiful worms, I will let you see, whatever holy beast, whatever divine beast, they will all become my feces. If there really is a divine beast in the Beast Valley, it will be me. Ah, King. You are already a beast man. The lightning lizard weakly reminded its boss that the time for daydreaming was over. Beast man didn't even have the qualifications to participate in the test, not to mention obtaining the divine fruit of wisdom. Everyone thinks so, right? The Toad King laughed crazily. Its ugly body suddenly trembled. A foul-smelling mucus oozed out from the uneven and densely packed warts on its skin. Following that, from the poison sac behind the eye, a naked man drilled out of the white venom. He smiled evilly as he looked down at the stunned magical beasts around him. It was hard to believe that the Toad King was actually a resident and not a beast man. For thousands of years, everyone had been deceived by him. It turned out that he was a resident who could fight with beasts as one. The lightning lizard trembled in excitement. King, are you really a resident? Then why don't you become the leader of the residents and fight to be the Beast King? The evil man laughed coldly. Nonsense, my beast only died once, how can I not be a resident? As for why I want to be the Beast King and not the leader of the residents, the reason is very simple. Firstly, there are too few residents and they all have their own leaders. I can't recruit many people. Secondly, the Eagle King and the human-faced Tiger King are having a hard time fighting against the Lion King. My participation is exactly what they want. The old mountain elf walked out from the crowd. So what if you are a resident? Even if you can fight with beasts as one, it's still controlled by your consciousness. If your toad's intelligence can't be improved, it's useless no matter how strong you are. Can you be stronger than the Lion King? Without intelligence, you will never be able to leave the Beast Valley. After hearing this, the evil man laughed wildly towards the sky. He pointed at the old mountain elf's long hair and scolded coldly, "Get lost, old man. I will show you what a great plan is right now." An eagle-headed beast flew in front of the evil man and knelt down respectfully. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the devil-headed beast dug out one of its eyes, endured the pain and passed it to the evil man. The evil man asked, "Are you sure that you have used the eagle eye to copy that brat's movements?" The eagle-headed beast replied respectfully, "Absolutely." The evil man laughed loudly and drilled a bloody hole in his forehead, embedding the eyeball in his forehead. Countless white mucus and tentacle-like granules seeped out from the bloody hole and sealed the wound. The granules drilled into the eyeball and merged perfectly in a few seconds. The evil man laughed proudly. After waiting for thousands of years, it's finally here. Whether it's the fruit of wisdom or the sacred fruit of wisdom, I want it all. Now, the surrounding beasts understood a little. This Toad King had planned this from the start. Regardless of whether the opponent succeeded in the challenge or not, he would still benefit. If he failed, then the opponent's strength would be greatly reduced and he would no longer need to fear him. In the end, he would still not be able to escape from his sneak attack. Even if he succeeded like this, the Toad King would not suffer any losses. Instead, because the eagle-headed beast's eagle eye had copied the opponent's successful technique, he would obtain the sacred fruit of wisdom. If the Toad King obtained the sacred fruit of wisdom, then the Beast Valley would be finished. Blood would flow like a river and corpses would be strewn everywhere. The evil man waved his hand. After the giant toad jumped onto the slingshot, it immediately shrunk under the power of the law, turning into a beast cannonball. According to the eagle eye that replicated Yu Yang's firing angle and technique, the evil man shot the toad cannonball elegantly and perfectly. Rumble, the first shot was a success, a great success. It was exactly the same as Yu Yang's previous shot, there was no difference at all. When the toad was teleported back to the evil man's hands, not even a minute had passed. The surrounding beasts and residents all cursed in their hearts. Could this eagle eye really replicate it perfectly? With a successful precedent, sacred fruit of wisdom, just wait for me to eat you. Ahahaha. The evil man laughed arrogantly. Originally, the lightning lizard wanted to remind him that no matter how precious the sacred fruit of wisdom was, it was still for beasts to eat. If a human ate it, they would definitely become an idiot. However, it did not dare to step forward and correct him. It shrunk into a corner and quietly waited for the result. Whoosh, the second toad cannonball continued to fly out. The angle and technique was exactly the same as when Yang shot the Reaper Mantis. Rumble, just when everyone was disheartened and dejected, they prepared to leave, unable to bear to watch anymore. Suddenly, the short-tailed cat screamed, "No, no," although the supporting log was broken, the position of the base was wrong. The angle of the third tower's tilt was also a little different. Most importantly, the middle tower's tip fell down, but the first tower's short spear did not break. Wah wah wah, that little pig is still alive. It failed, the foolproof replication actually failed. Everyone looked up and were shocked to find out. That short spear did not break completely, it was only slightly stuck in the top of the tower. The middle tower's falling direction changed and smashed onto the ground. Crushed stones flew everywhere. One of the large round stones hit the toad in the law ball of light. That toad light ball immediately started to roll slowly, all the way to the lava pool at the edge. No, no, don't. The evil man was about to go crazy. He wanted it to stop, but the cruel reality made him want to fly into the testing grounds and personally save the toad that was about to die. He did not have the time to understand. It was clearly the same action, why did he fail? And why did that brat succeed? Right now, he had already accepted his failure, but he hoped that the toad would not fall into the pool and die. Once it did, the toad would have one last chance. If the Lion King, Eagle King, Human-Faced Tiger King, and Poisonous Wasp King attacked him together, then he would become a real magical beast. Then, he would really never be able to leave the Beast Valley. There was even the danger of death. No, no, no. The evil man roared crazily. It was unknown whether it was luck or some other reason, but that toad light ball had just rolled to the edge of the lava pool. It was still a hair's breadth away, but it stopped. It was extremely dangerous. But in the end, it did not fall into the lava pool. This made the surrounding magical beasts sigh. What a pity, it was so close, it was still that sharp-eyed short-tailed cat. It was still unwilling to give up. It pointed at the testing grounds and roared, "Look, the top of the tower has been shattered. That round stone is still rolling, it's rolling towards the toad, come on, roll over, knock down that dirty toad." Usually, the magical beasts would definitely not dare to shout like this. But now that they were too excited, they completely forgot that the Toad King was just beside them. All of them were jumping up and down excitedly as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They wanted nothing more than to rush in and give it a kick so that the toad at the edge of the lava pool would fall into the pool and die immediately. No, no, that was close, that was close. The evil man realized that the round stone was getting slower and slower. It stopped when it rolled to the side of the toad light ball. It could not hit it at all. He was wild with joy as he wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Rumble. The third tower, which had fallen in the middle, fell a little more. A few short spears that were used to block the warbeast's cannonballs were broken. One of them coincidentally flew to the edge of the round stone. Under the impact, the round stone quickly rolled and brushed past the edge of the toad light ball. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the toad light ball swayed a few times before it slowly tilted. Bit by bit, it fell diagonally towards the boiling hot lava pool. Even if the toad struggled crazily inside, even if the evil man in despair punched and kicked the slingshot launcher, it was of no use. He could not save the toad from its fate of failure and death. The magical beasts all cheered. They were even happier than if they had won a great battle. The short-tailed cat immediately shook its butt. Congrats, congrats, all the magical beasts started to sing the praises of the Beast King's ascension. It sounded especially ironic now. The old mountain elf Longhair stroked his beard with one hand as he used the tone of someone lecturing a junior. The same method, not everyone can succeed. The reason why other people can succeed is because they have a holy beast, while you only have a toad. Other people's holy beast knows how to cooperate, but your toad is completely idiotic. That's why, some things are predestined. Things that don't belong to you, even if you want to forcefully take it, you won't be able to. Haha. The Toad King was so angry that its whole body trembled, and it almost vomited 3 liters of blood. At this moment, it really wanted to find a piece of tofu and smash its head on it. At this moment, Yu Yang was the focus of everyone's attention. They were the four leaders: Leo King, Eagle King, Human-Faced Tiger and Poisonous Wasp King, as well as a group of demon beast residents like Ferret Scythe, Dragon Horse, Crow and the Cheetah Brothers. Their gazes towards Yu Yang were solemn, envious, jealous, shocked, hateful, happy and even worshipful. No matter what they thought, the four leaders wholeheartedly wanted to cooperate with this abnormal newcomer. At the very least, they wanted to coexist peacefully with him. It was unwise to provoke an expert who possessed a sacred beast and could possibly become a divine expert in the future. For example, Toad King jumped out to attack Yu Yang too early and fell into an awkward situation. The strong contrast created by Yu Yang was a huge deterrent to the Lion King and the Eagle King, the two leaders who had the intention to ally with the Toad King. As for Human-Faced Tiger, who wanted to maintain a neutral position and accumulate strength, he secretly sighed at his good luck. Human-Faced Tiger would never cooperate with Toad King for official or private reasons. He was also the one who paid the most attention to Toad King's success or failure. If Toad King succeeded, it meant that his strength would increase. If he failed, Toad King would very likely step down from his position as the second leader among the five leaders and be pushed out by Human-Faced Tiger, who was originally ranked third. Needless to say, Poisonous Wasp King, who had a secret agreement with Yu Yang, was even more so. The stronger Yu Yang was, the more intensely he retaliated against Toad King. This proved that Toad King's foresight was more accurate and the chances of successfully escaping from the Beast Valley would be higher. Poisonous Wasp King was definitely the happiest one. Of course, he would not show it on the surface. On the surface, Poisonous Wasp King and Human-Faced Tiger were the same, they both maintained a neutral position. How did you pass the difficult test? How did you do it? Even though Ferret Scythe had already seen his Reaper Mantis sister happily eating the wisdom sacred fruit, he still had a feeling of disbelief. No one had ever successfully passed the difficult test in history. He passed just like that. This was too unbelievable. Even though he saw it with his own eyes, he could not believe his eyes. Fortunately, this challenge isn't the most difficult one. Yu Yang smiled. His smile was filled with confidence. Actually, the content of these difficult tests, strictly speaking, compared to some of the games that Yu Yang had played before he came to this world, to a certain extent, there were certain similarities. The only difference was that if you failed in the game, you could try again, but if you failed this test, your beast would die. Furthermore, there was only one chance in every stage. The reason why Yu Yang had the confidence to challenge it was because he had now obtained the inheritance of knowledge and had fused with the great wisdom of countless realms under the world tree. He was no longer the same as before. Coupled with the Heaven Eye's divine vision, he had the ability to see through the truth. Yu Yang, who had reached the supremacy realm, could sense where the fatal point of each stage was. Even in the first 6 stages, Yu Yang was able to easily pass the stage even without the Heaven Eye's divine vision, the inheritance of knowledge, and the great wisdom of countless realms under the world tree, because he had fused with Queen Vivian Li's wisdom in the first 6 stages. To him, the process of Queen Vivian Li's success in the first 6 stages was basically a secret to pass. Of course, for the last 4 times, it was the result of Yu Yang's intelligence and the Reaper Mantis's teamwork. Even for the first 6 times, Yu Yang, who had Empress Fei Wenli's experience, was able to complete it perfectly. Under the circumstances where no one knew, he and the Reaper Mantis cooperated well and made 3 traps. At that time, there was an eagle-head monster that was using a special ability to copy his movements. Although Yu Yang did not know who sent it. But it did not stop him from making a move. Right now, Yu Yang, Lion King, Eagle King and Human-Faced Tiger did not know that the smart Toad King was already in big trouble. When the 4 kings and their subordinates heard Yu Yang's reply, they could not help but be in an uproar. This brat was really arrogant, but how to put it, he really had the ability to be arrogant. The difficult test was not something that anyone could pass. I can promise one thing, no matter when, my subordinates and I will not hinder the strong from passing the stage. Young man, although I no longer have the chance to leave the Beast Valley, I admire the outstanding younger generation, no matter when. I wish you success, continue to make big strides forward. Lion King very sincerely expressed the words of a senior. Venomous Wasp King secretly despised him. If not for Yu Yang and Tiny Tot turning the tables, would you say that? like Lion King, we all have good intentions. Eagle King did not mention the grudges between his subordinates. Moreover, he, who had been watching Yu Yang pass the stage, had a special kind of respect. He felt that this young man was inconceivable, and if he challenged him, he would definitely be overestimating himself. Young man, we do not doubt that you and your beasts can complete the third pushing stone field task, but you have to pay attention to the Toad King. That dirty fellow likes to trick people in the pushing stone field the most. The pushing stone field is a place that requires calculation, reasoning, solving puzzles and even patience. As the owner of the stage, you can only wait outside and cannot enter to help your beasts pass. Venomous Wasp King and I are willing to go to the pushing stone field and intercept the Toad King, but we are very regretful that we are unable to provide more help to your beasts. In many areas, you can only rely on yourself. Of course, with the holy beast's super intelligence, passing is only a matter of time. Human-faced Tiger passed a piece of parchment to Itachi Scythe, who then passed it to Yu Yang. On that parchment, it recorded all kinds of information about the pushing stone field. To others, this piece of parchment was. It was undoubtedly extremely precious. But Itachi Scythe knew that the Venomous Wasp King, who had truly allied with Yu Yang, would probably provide more and more accurate information. Human-faced Tiger was still a step too late. It seemed that the one with the best eyesight and the greatest determination in the Beast Valley was not the praised human-faced tiger, but the cold Venomous Wasp King who never trusted anyone. Yu Yang expressed his gratitude, exchanged greetings with the host and guest, and made a verbal agreement to cooperate. The four great leaders of the Beast Valley needed Yu Yang to restrain the demon Dr. Wei Jinglu and the Ghost Eye King who had yet to leave the Beast Valley. Especially the Central Shrine's Fire Hall Master Burning Wind, the Dark Hall Master Wan Mo, the Vice Hall Master Wei Wu and the three Temple Elders. They became the invading forces that the Lion King and the others were wary of. Towards these two groups of strong forces, the Lion King and the others did not dare to have any crooked ideas. They were afraid that these people would slaughter a large number of the Beast Valley's forces to nurture beasts. Fortunately, Jiwuri and Zhonghua went to chase after that Captain Cook. Otherwise, the Beast Valley would become a scorched land. I know the Demon Doctor and the Ghost Eye King, but I have only heard of the Six-Pan King, the Heavenly Water King and the Sea-Swallowing King. As for the few from the Central Shrine, I don't want to explain too much. They are all my targets. When Yu Yang said this, the Lion King and the others heaved a sigh of relief. They were really afraid that Yu Yang was from the Central Shrine. However, after seeing that Yu Yang did not look for Burning Wind and Wan Mo who were about to leave the Beast Valley after half a month, they secretly guessed that he might not be from the Central Shrine. The Lion King gave the other three kings a look. If he was not from the Central Shrine, then this young man might be from Captain Cook's side. He might also be from the Demon Doctor's side. No matter what, there was no problem with their cooperation. If he was from the Central Shrine, they were really afraid that he would turn around and wipe out the old forces of the Beast Valley. It's getting late, why don't we finish the mission at the stone-pushing field tomorrow? Tiger and Wasp, you two should also rest well and accompany the holy beast to the stone-pushing field tomorrow. Eagle and I will stay outside and work together to prevent that stinky toad from playing tricks. As the Lion King persuaded Yu Yang to rest, he signaled the Eagle King, the human-faced Tiger King and the Venomous Bee King to discuss in secret. Perhaps they needed to strengthen their cooperation. At the very least, they needed to discuss the details as soon as possible. Alright, see you tomorrow. Yu Yang did not summon his grimoire, but let the Reaper Mantis lead him back into the grimoire world. In the Beast Valley, due to the restrictions of the ancient code, it was impossible to summon a grimoire. However, if the beast had enough power to lead its master back to the grimoire world, then there would be no problem at all. Similarly, if the beast did not have enough power and intelligence to lead its master back to the grimoire world, then even if the challenger had a grimoire, it would be useless here. There were many residents who clearly had grimoires, but they were unable to use them. Seeing Yu Yang return to the grimoire world in an instant, the Lion King and the others were secretly shocked. This was definitely not as simple as the holy beast leading him. The Lion King looked at the human-faced tiger. The human-faced tiger pretended not to notice and shook his head, sighing, "It's at least a gold grimoire, maybe even a platinum grimoire." As expected of the most abnormal newcomer. The Eagle King was more straightforward and blurted out, "I dare to confirm with my eyes of eagle that it's a diamond grimoire, and it's already close to a holy grimoire. The faint energy and willpower it emits is enough to shock one's soul. So young, but he already has a diamond grimoire that's close to a holy grimoire." The Lion King thought, and couldn't help but re-evaluate Yu Yang in his heart. When Yu Yang returned to the grimoire world, the four kings discussed again. Each of them had their own thoughts, but they all agreed to further strengthen their cooperation with Yu Yang. After half an hour, Old Mountain Elf, Long Hair, Short-Tailed Cat and a group of beasts who had witnessed Toad King's scheme being destroyed came over. They happily reported this great news to the four kings. When the Lion King and the others heard the news, they were shocked. They were so shocked that they couldn't speak for a long time. Could it be? The human-faced tiger looked at the Eagle King in disbelief. "I'm not too sure, but it's very possible." The Eagle King thought for a long time. At that time, there was indeed a traitor of the eagle head monster, but I didn't pay attention to it because it had sided with Toad King for a long time. I didn't expect it to use Eagle Eye to replicate it. If Toad King's failure was really planned by that young man, then he's too scary. Hiss. Everyone thought along his words, and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This wasn't scary. This was simply a monster. Toad King was definitely not a stupid person, but to be toyed with like this and suffer a crushing defeat on the spot, if this wasn't a monster, then what was? The poisonous bee king was shocked, but also ecstatic. He snorted coldly on the surface, "There's nothing strange about this. To truly succeed, it requires the cooperation of both the master and the beast." Although Toad King used the identity of a resident to conceal it, once he separated from the beast, that toad would be nothing. How could a stupid beast understand true cooperation? Toad King's failure was already destined. Furthermore, I'm guessing that the other party might not have been scheming against Toad King. He only knew that someone was using a special ability to replicate, so he made this move and buried this trap. Toad King was just an impatient sacrifice. If he didn't jump out, the unlucky ones might have been the other residents, or even the three leaders of the residents. The Lion King was very happy. No matter what, Toad King's true face has finally been revealed. Furthermore, his strength has been greatly reduced. Our chance has come. Eagle, Tiger, and Bee, don't you think that there are too many kings? You should know that I'm a conservative. If that stinky toad falls, his territory and subordinates will all belong to you. I only want Toad King's sword as a souvenir. The poisonous bee king snorted in his heart. You want the sword because you're afraid that someone else would take it and increase your strength, which would threaten your current position. Freedom is the ultimate goal. You guys can fight for power in the Beast Valley. The poisonous bee king who had the hope of freedom. He didn't object at all. Eagle King and human-faced tiger also nodded their heads and agreed to this splitting plan. Yu Yang, who had returned to the grimoire world, was currently soaking comfortably in a steaming hot bathtub, enjoying the massage from the half-elf slave. In his mind, Pandora's telepathic communication was still transmitted to him. She had just woken up from her deep sleep, and once she woke up, she immediately looked for him to chat. There's no longer a goddess of misfortune in this world. There's only my lover, Pandora. You can call me Pandora from now on. Pandora was very happy now. After being purified by the heavenly sword goddess Xianxia sword, she had completely abandoned her previous resentment. Being a powerful but unfortunate goddess was not her desire. To be a happy lover. This was the ultimate dream that she had been searching for 100,000 years. Until she met Yu Yang, she finally understood what she needed and what the meaning of life was. In the grimoire world, Yu Yang, who had stolen half a day of leisure, put aside the troubles in the Beast Valley and enjoyed Xianu's massage in peace. In his mind, he was teasing the curious Pandora. There was no need to think about difficult tests to pass the stage, no need to fight against various enemies. In his own grimoire world, it would always be a peaceful home. Whenever he returned, there would be a cute and obedient Xianu who would welcome him with a smile. Her cheerful little face shone with happiness. Other than the delicious food that was always prepared, there was also hot water that was steaming hot. Even without orders, there would be a comfortable and considerate massage. Her soft, boneless fingers with just the right amount of strength could relieve all the fatigue in his body. Usually, he would have a lively younger sister, an understanding elder sister and a gentle wife to keep him company. After not seeing them for a while, Yu Yang suddenly missed them. After passing through the Beast Valley, he must go back. He must have a good reunion with them. Yu Yang's thoughts gradually calmed down as he exchanged a few words with Pandora. Pandora also knew that he was tired outside, so she did not disturb him anymore. She hoped to find a time and opportunity to discuss her matters with Xianxia. Just as she made up her mind, Xianxia just happened to gently cover Yu Yang with a blanket. Every time Master was tired, Xianxia would see Mistress Wu Hen or Mistress Fallen Flowers. They would accompany Master to rest, using their arms to hug him, so that he would not be lonely even in his sleep. Different from when he was awake, arrogant and confident, when Yu Yang was completely relaxed, he would reveal his innate nature that was not usually present. A kind of loneliness that no one could understand. Only at this time, the deepest part of his soul would open up. Even in his sleep, he would curl up his body like a lonely child. It was also at this time that his face would reveal a kind of innocence that would never appear when he was awake. Seeing him like this, no one would doubt it. On the contrary, everyone would understand. In fact, he wasn't born to be battle-hungry, and he wasn't as greedy as others thought. Everything he did during the day was nothing more than an iron gate in his heart for self-protection, a spiritual defense that was naturally vigilant. Apart from being by the side of the person he trusted the most, he would never be able to achieve such a peaceful sleep, nor would he reveal his true nature. The half-elf slave learned from sickly beauty and gently planted a kiss on Yu Yang's forehead. What an arrogant and proud person. I didn't expect him to be like a child when he's asleep. Pandora couldn't help but sigh. Eh? Xianxia realized that there was another voice in her mind. I've already woken up. I didn't die. I just fell into a deep sleep. Pandora quickly explained. Huh? Xianxia reacted and exclaimed joyfully, Pandora, it's great that you didn't die. I thought you were dead, and I even secretly cried. Should I tell Master immediately? If he knew, he would definitely be very happy. No, let him rest. Pandora found that she was very happy to see the sleeping side of Yu Yang. She found that it was like two different people. What's going on? Tell Xianxia quickly. Xianxia wiped her tears in surprise. Thank you, Pandora was very touched. Even if she was sleeping, because she was one with Xianxia, she had a certain resonance with Xianxia when she secretly cried when she missed her, and the surprise when she saw her. Xianxia's pure heart made her, the originally resentful goddess of misfortune, also couldn't help but be touched. She had never had a friend who would treat her like this, except for this lovely half-elf slave in front of her. She told the cause and effect of the matter. Although she didn't know who saved her, she knew that it was the guardian deity behind Yu Yang. Pandora didn't say much about some secret content that Xianxia didn't need to know, and she was only rescued a second before the divine sense disappeared, so she didn't know much. If she wasn't originally a goddess of misfortune, but an ordinary person, she would definitely be confused and inexplicable. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Xianxia imitated Yu Yu's usual way of comforting Yu Yang, holding Yu Yang's big hand and accompanying him, while listening to Pandora's story quietly. Finally, when she heard that Pandora was willing to be one with her, she agreed without thinking. It doesn't matter, Xianxia is usually alone. If Master is not around, Xianxia is also very lonely. So, if Pandora can be together, then Xianxia will not be lonely. If Pandora is together, Xianxia doesn't have to worry about serving Master well. With the strength of two people, it is definitely better than Xianxia working alone. Most importantly, Xianxia is very weak and can't give Master more help. If I have your strength, Pandora, Xianxia doesn't have to worry about not being able to accompany Master in the future. Pandora heard the voice of Xianxia. Even if she was a spiritual body, she couldn't help but cry. She was really touched. At this time, it was the half-elf Xianxia who came to comfort her, the goddess of misfortune. The two girls happily communicated with each other in their minds, telling each other about their own experiences, trying to harmonize their minds. Once our bodies have completely adapted to the divine power, we will be able to completely fuse together. Of course, although we will be sharing the same body, there are still two souls. We both have our own selves, but we are like twins, fused together. Perhaps this is the eternal life that the ancient gods talked about. I will never be separated from you. Of course, there is also him. In the future, I will no longer be lonely, and I will always obtain eternal life in this way. Pandora was very emotional. Then hurry up and start. When Master wakes up, we have to give him a surprise. In Xiaonu's heart, Yu Yang would always be the first in her life. Do you really not need to think about it anymore? Pandora asked. What are you thinking about? Xiaonu asked cutely. Thank you. Xiaonu, I'm really happy to know you. Pandora's heartstrings seemed to be plucked by the hand of God, trembling because she was moved. In the future, you will be alone. Don't be polite. Let's work hard together. We must make Master the happiest person in the world. Xiaonu's words made Pandora turn to Yu Yang involuntarily. In his sleep, he had been holding Xiaonu's hand, as if he was afraid that she would leave him. Seeing Yu Yang's quiet sleeping state, Pandora gave birth to a kind of gentleness. Indeed, no matter when, she must make this man in her heart happy. Then let's start? Pandora was a little excited. She thought that it would take a long time for Xiaonu to accept her, but she didn't expect it to be so smooth. Xiaonu's body had completely adapted to the divine power. It was also because of her pure heart, with no distracting thoughts other than Yu Yang's, that her heart was connected with Pandora and the disaster divine power that was purified by the Xuanhua sword, that she could inherit the divine power without any obstacles. Unlike Red and Jiangying, Xiaonu, who did not fight and did not have any mental barriers, could completely assimilate the divine power in her daily life. This was something that even Yu Yang did not expect at the beginning. As long as he merged with Pandora's soul and spirit, Xiaonu and Pandora would become one. They would become one, the same happy and worry-free goddess of misfortune. Perhaps they would not have the terrifying battle power that could even curse the gods, but they possessed a body of disaster divine power that was not inferior to anyone. Self-defense was definitely not a problem. Divine light shone through the entire grimoire world. Vast divine power. It could easily move mountains and overturn seas. But it could also be so quiet and gentle that even the sleeping Yu Yang was not disturbed. When Yu Yang woke up, he found a fragrant white jade body in his arms. She was not like fallen flowers or little Anan, who pillowed on his arm. Instead, she was like the impatience, who liked to let him pillow on her arm and feed him the shocking snow on her chest. She did not forget to seduce him at any time. But Yu Yang did not open his eyes. He also knew that the person who possessed the same shocking weapon was not the naughty impatience. She was very gentle and had a special aura of peace, just like a little mother. She was not like the impatience at all, but a little like Traceless. Or Yu, but they definitely did not have such a weapon. Yu Yang used his hand to rub it lightly. She, who was originally a little awake, became confused again. The feeling was very good, but it was a little unfamiliar. Who was she, who would have this kind of completely different but indescribably wonderful feeling? Yu Yang, who was not very well behaved when he was sleeping, could not help but touch her up and down before he even opened his eyes. It was not entirely out of lust. Initially, it was only because of curiosity. But the more he touched, the more he couldn't bear to let go of this gentle and beautiful person. When Yu Yang opened his eyes, he found out that it was actually Xiaonu, who was intoxicated and panting weakly. She had already turned into an obedient little slave. Master! Xiaonu's jade face was burning. Because of Yu Yang's caress, her entire snow-white body was dyed with a layer of extremely alluring crimson. She could not bear the embarrassment, but she could not bear to let go of Yu Yang. She could only desperately bury her head in his arms, hoping to avoid his gaze. Towards his invading hands, she was powerless to resist. It seems a little different? Yu Yang felt that something was wrong. Kiss kiss. Suddenly, Xiaonu kissed Yu Yang excitedly. In the spiritual world, Pandora and Xiaonu's combined consciousness tightly hugged Yu Yang. So that's what happened. Yu Yang suddenly realized that Pandora and Xiaonu had already fused into one. No wonder Xiaonu would be so proactive. It was Pandora's consciousness that was at work. It was the same person, but there were two different consciousnesses. One was active, the other was passive. One was curious, brave, and ignorant, the other was bashful. Because the two consciousnesses had different contradictory reactions, and they were displayed as one, it was more stimulating than any kind of temptation. Yu Yang's wolf blood instantly boiled. Originally, he did not have this plan to push her down. Yu Yang wanted to give Xiaonu a wonderful and special first experience. Now, wasn't this also a special first experience? The experience of two people fusing into one body. Perhaps there had never been a similar case since ancient times, right? Yu Yang could not continue thinking about it. He did not want to think about it anymore. He would directly eat the little lamb. He turned over and pressed down on Xiaonu. He leaned down and kissed her. The flames of passion were ignited like a volcano eruption. The stimulation of two souls in one body was beyond Yu Yang's imagination. The two completely different consciousnesses made his conquest sublimate again and again in the wonderful tolerance and spiritual resonance. It made him reluctant to let go. He asked for it again and again, completely forgetting that they were all first experiences, when Yu Yang woke up beautifully. It was already the second day after the pleasure. He jumped out of bed and found that the original traces of pleasure on his body had long been washed clean. He even wore pajama pants. Even the snow-white bedsheet with the little red flower blooming on it had been changed. Where was his cute and obedient Xiaonu? Where was the love idiot Pandora who kept exclaiming, "Is this love?" During the battle, he strode around the hall and found a little darling busy in the kitchen. Yu Yang did not see her for a long time. He could not help but poke his head in to take a look. He almost let out a wolf howl. The cute Xiaonu only wore a pink apron. There was not a single piece of clothing on her back. She was completely naked. The incomparably beautiful curves and the breathtaking scene of her naked body were all displayed in front of Yu Yang's eyes. "You're awake. Pandora told me to expose this for you. I feel very shy like this." Xiaonu heard the sound and looked back. She shyly lowered her head. "It looks good. Wear it like this." Yu Yang rushed forward. His wolf hands could not help but start moving again. "Wait for me to serve the pastries." Xiaonu found that a certain wolf had started to go berserk again. "It's too late." A certain wolf directly attacked. "I like this. This position is not good. Oh my god, this bad guy is too reckless. Xiaonu, let's do it together and defeat this bad guy." This was the counterattack declaration of a certain stupid love goddess. After resting in the beauty's gentle embrace, Yu Yang's exhaustion was swept away. Full of energy, he continued his journey in the Beast Valley. Beast Valley, stone-pushing field. The third test was different from the previous two, but it was an extremely difficult test. Although it was not as dangerous as the Spirit Beast Hall and the Beast Cannonball, and there was no time limit here, this stone-pushing field was the toughest test for beasts. Because it was a place that tested the intelligence of beasts. No matter how strong the beasts were, as long as they did not have enough intelligence, they would not be able to pass. For the stone-pushing field test, most of the time, the masters who stayed outside would also help to calculate the final answer. Even some stupid beasts, even with the help of their masters to cheat, would not be able to pass. The reason was the problem of execution. Without intelligence, they would not even be able to execute correctly. In the stone-pushing field, the question that was publicly acknowledged to be the most difficult was pushing the rock. Because of this, the third testing area of the Beast Valley was called the stone-pushing field by the challengers. If it was a question like collect 1 gold a day, double it the next day, how much gold can be collected in a month and 30 days, there were still stupid people who could use a long time to calculate it. But questions like wind and fire multiplied by water and fire equals fire, water and earth equals wind, 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 fire, water and earth. Ask what is wind, fire, water and earth. Even if the challengers and their beasts calculated until they died, they would still not be able to calculate it. They did not understand the method, they did not understand the technique, they did not have enough intelligence. In front of these questions, they could only lament their inadequacy. Even if they had passed the previous tests, in front of these strange tests, the challengers would not be able to do anything. The stone-pushing field also had easier tests. For example, multiply a certain number by 8 and add 9 equals 987654321. ask what is this number. However, even if they passed this test, they would only receive an evaluation of basic intelligence. The rules of the Beast Valley would not give them any rewards. If they wanted to receive rewards, they had to challenge the 10 difficult questions. Among them, wind, fire, water and earth was the easiest of the 10 difficult questions. Some challengers had calculated it, but it had never been made public. It had always been the secret of the Beast Valley. Among the top 10 problems, the most difficult one was to push a rock. On the surface, the question was very simple. Give the beast 20 round stones, and ask the beast to push the round stones. Every 4 round stones would be arranged in a straight line. At the very least, the 20 stones had to be arranged in 16 rows. 16 lines was the basic requirement. If he could get 18 lines, then the reward of the Law of Beast Valley would be doubled. If he could get 20 lines, then the reward of the Law of Beast Valley would be the Light of Wisdom Enlightenment. If he could get more than 20 lines, then the reward would be the Light of God Enlightenment. It was just that this attractive reward had never been met since the Beast Valley was established. Just like the second stage's Beast Cannonball, this rock-pushing stage had become a death stage for thousands of years. Anyone, at any time, could try. There was no penalty for failure, and there was no death. However, no one was able to pass this test. Don't be in a hurry to challenge rock-pushing stage. There are no restrictions on that. We can try other challenges first. For example, I know the answer to the question of doubling the amount of money a month. Long Ma and Itachi Scythe were the most excited witnesses. Actually, it wasn't just them. There were also many other beasts who had witnessed Yu Yang's 10,000-year unbroken record on the Beast Cannonball. They had also gathered outside the stone-pushing field, hoping to be the first to hear the good news. I think it's better to let her try it herself. Yu Yang smiled slightly. He did not accept Long Ma's good intentions, but let the Reaper Mantis calculate it herself. Yes, yes. The Reaper Mantis knew that her master had an answer given by the human-faced tiger, but she did not look at it. Instead, she opened up her own intelligence to try to think and calculate. 1 gold a day, double the amount on the second day. How much gold would she get in a month? The Reaper Mantis picked up a withered branch with her small hands and started calculating on the ground. At first, her calculation speed was very fast, and many magical beasts and residents were ashamed of their inferiority when they saw it. Gradually, her calculation speed slowed down. In order to be accurate, she checked her calculations carefully, not letting any of the answers be wrong, and also consolidating the calculations of the next step. This kind of checking was something Yu Yang used to teach Yu Bing, Yu Shuang, and the others. She had learned it from him, but her mind was not open at that time. She could only remember her master's words, and only now did she gradually understand it. After calculating for around 10 minutes, she finally got the real answer. In order to ensure that she passed in one go, the Reaper Mantis checked her calculations again. In the end, she looked at Yu Yang. Under his smiling gaze, she flew into the rock-pushing stage and came to the testing monument. She pushed the round stone as 536870912. The testing monument immediately flashed with a bright light, indicating that the answer was correct. The challenger had passed the test. There was a thunderous applause. Some of the beasts outside were excited and anxious. They couldn't see the answer from outside, and they couldn't understand the calculation method of the Reaper Mantis on the ground. They could only clap vigorously while looking left and right, hoping that someone who knew the answer would tell them the answer and help them. The losers who couldn't pass the test feel regret. Those who knew the answer snorted. Who would tell them the answer? If they had the ability, go and calculate it yourself. The successful passing of the first question greatly encouraged the Reaper Mantis. If she wasn't being cautious, she would probably be able to calculate the answer in less than 5 minutes. However, it wasn't too bad now. There were so many challengers, no matter if they had succeeded or failed, they all knew that this question was actually not easy to calculate. It was said that there was a guy who used 100 years' time to use the dumbest superposition method to accumulate the answer bit by bit. The difference between 100 years and 10 minutes was the difference in intelligence. Although not everyone used 100 years, it was a beast. In the entire Beast Valley, there was no need for a master. The number of people who could calculate this question could be counted with one hand. Do your best. The Reaper Mantis sister who successfully took the first step clenched her fists excitedly. The rest of the morning was her time to perform. One after another, the questions that the residents of the Beast Valley thought were impossible to calculate were successfully solved by her. One after another, difficult questions were solved with her hard work. Every time the onlookers and residents saw the little one succeed, they would applaud crazily. In the end, they would even shout crazily to cheer her on. The Reaper Mantis sister's goal was no longer simple questions. What she wanted to do was to solve the 10 difficult questions. The wind, fire, water, earth questions that had blocked countless challengers for thousands of years were finally solved by the Reaper Mantis after 2 hours of thinking and calculation. She flew into the testing monument. The crowd saw a ray of golden light shooting up to the sky and lingering for a long time. This was the special phenomenon of solving the 10 difficult questions. The spectators who thought that the little one would be defeated were completely convinced. Among the residents of the Beast Valley, the wind, fire, water, and earth were questions with a bounty of 1 million gold. Unfortunately, those who knew the answer were never willing to sell it. Who would have thought that, without the master's effort, the beast's own efforts would be able to successfully solve the 10 difficult problems that even the elite challengers were unable to solve? Although it was a holy beast, wasn't this little one too smart? Woo-woo. The Reaper Mantis flew out and pounced into Yu Yang's arms, crying tears of joy. The more she thought in the test, the faster her brain power improved. This was a formless growth. When she thought back to Yu Yang's usual teachings, and remembered how he was able to break through the barriers and seek knowledge on extremely difficult things just now, she couldn't help but tear up. Rather than saying that this was her wisdom, it would be better to say that it was her master's nurturing. Outsiders might not understand, but she knew what her master had given to her. Yu Yang stretched out his hand and caressed her little head. Good girl, don't cry. You've done very well. Furthermore, these tests are actually not that difficult. If not for the fact that we were pressed for time, I completely believe that you could have completed all of them by yourself. If Yu Yang hadn't displayed such an abnormal ability in the Beast Cannonball, then he would definitely be booed to death. Could the 10 difficult questions be simple? If these were simple tests, then there wouldn't be anything difficult in this world. However, no one in the crowd dared to doubt the words of an abnormal person who could clear all the tests in one shot with the beast cannon. This brat was a monster. Maybe to him, the 10 difficult questions were very simple. Although they did not completely believe him, the surrounding beasts and residents did not dare to object. Everyone was watching quietly. Only the dragon horse, Itachi Scythe, and the silent poisonous wasp king had firm confidence in Yu Yang. The three of them believed that Yu Yang would definitely not brag about such things. He would only say that because he was 100% confident. Remember the questions and do them slowly in the future. We don't have much time now, let's try to finish them in the afternoon. We still have special training plans at night. Yu Yang stood up and stretched his body. He sent a secret command to the Reaper Mantis. The Reaper Mantis did not understand at all. However, when she flew into the stone-pushing field and placed the correct answers according to Yu Yang's instructions, a golden light immediately rose. When she flew back, Yu Yang sent out a second secret order, as if he didn't need to think at all. Another golden light rose. Everyone looked at Yu Yang as if they were looking at a monster. It was not that they had not seen abnormal people before, but they had never seen a person as abnormal as Yu Yang. The 10 difficult questions were easier than eating beans to him. The surrounding people realized that if it wasn't for the time difference between the Reaper Mantis flying in and out, this brat could have passed all the answers in one go and made the golden light rise at the same time. It would be better if he had been calculating the whole morning. However, he was not. This brat had been sleeping the whole morning. Even the 10 difficult questions were told to him by the dragon horse and Itachi Scythe not long ago. What kind of brain and intelligence did he need to reach such a level? Was he still human? He was simply a god. No, he was even more monstrous than the legendary gods. If it was possible, the surrounding beasts really wanted to open up Yu Yang's brain to see if his internal structure was different from others. It was okay to have a difference in intelligence, but it shouldn't be that big, right? If that was the case, what would happen to those who thought they were smart do in the future? This kind of defeat in intelligence was a permanent injury. They would probably live in the shadow for the rest of their lives, never to be cured. I give up. Eagle King's face was full of tears. It was really infuriating to compare oneself with others. It was fine if the beast was smart, but the master was even smarter. How could he live like this? Long live. The dragon horse and Itachi Scythe were so excited that they almost fainted. They had never been so lucky in their lives to decide to follow this young man to pass the test. Only the poisonous Wasp King remained calm. In order not to expose the secret relationship between it and Yu Yang, it deliberately looked on coldly. The other beastmen and residents had already gone crazy. They shouted together, "Push the stone, push the stone, push the stone, push the stone." Yu Yang's confident smile was like the sun. All the beastmen and residents who saw this smile were excited. At this moment, no one saw Yu Yang as an enemy. They felt that he was their pride. Seeing that he was going to break another record, everyone was extremely moved. The record could not be broken by themselves, but it did not matter. It was broken in front of them. The young man who was going to break another record was standing right in front of them. When Yu Yang raised his hand, the whole place became silent. Everyone held their breath. They were afraid that if they breathed lightly, they would ruin the whole process of pushing the stone. After receiving Yu Yang's secret command, the Reaper Mantis's face was shining with excitement. She intentionally flew 3 more rounds in order to vent the excitement in her heart. When she gracefully danced down from the sky, the 20 round stones were mysteriously pulled into position, arranging them into a wonderful pattern. Immediately, the entire stone-pushing field was filled with a ray of golden light. This was not the end. The Reaper Mantis, under Yu Yang's command, continued to position the round stones. After the 16-round stone pattern was completed, the beautiful 18-round stone pattern was displayed in the stone-pushing field. For the second time, the golden light filled the entire stone-pushing field. 20, 20. Everyone was roaring, hoping that Yu Yang would continue to break the unbreakable record, lay out 20 lines of the pattern, and achieve the reward of the light of wisdom. As soon as Yu Yang raised his hand, the roars of all the spectators immediately became as sharp as knives. Even their excited gasps were suppressed. Everyone was waiting and watching Yu Yang's hands. Under his guidance, another record that was said to be unbreakable throughout the ages would be turned into dust and become history, witnessing miracles, and it was not the first time. Yesterday, today, and maybe tomorrow, they would continue to witness the miracles created by this young man. When the Reaper Mantis was bathed in the light of the law reward, everyone was cheering. Eagle King lost control of his voice and asked, You, how did you do it? Yu Yang did not answer and only smiled. How was he going to tell it? Was Yu Yang going to tell it that he had seen similar questions in the interesting mathematics and world number problems books before he transmigrated? Moreover, with the knowledge he had inherited and the intelligence he had gained from peeking at the God realm, it was a piece of cake for him to solve these questions. As the beastmen and residents were too crazy, Yu Yang could not handle them and had to return to the grimoire world for a while to calm down. This way, they could have the time to vent the excitement in their hearts. Otherwise, if this continued, they would go crazy. The most important thing was that the Reaper Mantis, who had been showered in the stone-pushing field's law and received enlightenment from the Sky God's radiance, was about to evolve again. She needed some time to adapt, to integrate the newly developed wisdom and digest the newly awakened abilities. With her rebirth in the Beast Valley, becoming a saint, and now being bathed in the divine light, the Reaper Mantis was undoubtedly the luckiest one. In fact, it had always been like this since she was born. Many of her siblings' eggs were broken, and only she had successfully hatched. Originally, with her qualifications, she would not be able to become a saint. Even if Yu Yang tried his best to nurture her. However, at the most difficult time, she ushered in the happiest time of her life. She entered the Beast Valley, was reborn, and started all over again. All her previous efforts turned into potential, and with her master's careful nurturing, she became a holy beast effortlessly. What was even more fortunate was that the first person that Yu Yang wanted to nurture in the Beast Valley was not her, but the spirit of heaven fire. Because of the Desire Valley, the spirit of heaven fire somehow absorbed the disaster divine power and the source of the world, and fell into a deep sleep, which coincidentally created a new her. If this was not luck, then what was it? When the Reaper Mantis sister fell into a short sleep, her face was still covered with tears of joy, like a white pear flower wet with rain. Beast Valley, stone-pushing field. A portion of the beastmen and residents had already left to report to their master. Most of them stayed where they were, discussing the various exciting miracles that had just happened. What surprised them the most was that Yang actually announced the answer in front of everyone. Although the best light of wisdom and radiance of the sky god could only be obtained once by the Reaper Mantis, and the subsequent challengers would never be able to obtain the same reward, the announcement of the answer made many people who had been regretting it for thousands of years sigh that they had no more regrets in their lives. At least, they knew the answer. If there were more challengers later, they could also use this as a condition to clear the stage and sell it at a high price in exchange for what they needed. Regardless of the reward, passing the test was still a must. With the answer in hand, there was no need to worry that no one would make a bid. Just as the magical beasts and the residents were excitedly studying the answers that Yang had announced, a dark cloud suddenly floated over and covered the sky. Eh? The Hawk King and the Venomous Wasp King stopped their research at the same time. Even the human-faced tiger who had just arrived was shocked. Even the slowest person would know that something was wrong. They raised their heads and looked at the sky. The Venomous Wasp King scanned the area, trying to find something wrong. The human-faced tiger clenched his fists tightly, his eyes glinting fiercely. This is very similar to Jiwori's descent of the Black Sun. Looks like it's those fellows from the central shrine. The Hawk King was stunned, but Jiwori has already left. Not only Jiwori, even Zhonghua has already left. The human-faced tiger sneered, they have indeed left, but there are still the two palace masters, Burning Wind and Wanmo Hawk, Wasp. Haven't the two of you realized something? What a good plan. You mean? Someone wants to make a move on us? The Venomous Wasp King frowned. Who is it? The Hawk King was shocked. Who isn't there? The human-faced tiger gritted his teeth and snorted angrily. Today is the day of the stone-pushing grounds miracle. The three leaders of the residents actually didn't come to watch. Among the 5 major beast kings, only the 3 of us are here. To be honest, I was also a little hesitant at the start. I felt that something was wrong. When I successfully cleared the stage without any hindrance, I became even more uneasy. I didn't expect that it was really like this. Once Titan Yu and his beast left, we, who had the intention to ally with him, immediately fell into a trap. You mean Boss Lion King? It can't be? He is a conservative and never had the ambition to expand. The Hawk King still didn't dare to believe it. The Lion King is indeed a conservative, but he won't just watch us rise. Today, even if he didn't have a part in this, he would at least allow it. We are in trouble. If we don't cooperate sincerely, I believe that the people from the central shrine will catch us all and become their energy to rise. The human-faced tiger said solemnly. Tell me, what should we do? The Venomous Wasp King decided to listen to the human-faced tiger's opinion. Can't we retreat immediately? The Hawk King was shocked. If it was you, would you let the enemy escape easily after setting a big trap? The sky darkened. It was the Black Sun beast that Jiwori left behind. After he cleared the stage in the Beast Valley, he didn't take it with him. Instead, he left it for Burning Wind and Wanmo. If it wasn't like that, would the Lion King avoid it? If it wasn't like that, would that toad dare to be so arrogant? The human-faced tiger was very smart. After some calculations, he immediately grasped the crux of the problem. All right. Behind a distant rock, an ugly head peeked out. That was the Toad King. Even though he died once from the beast cannonball, the Toad King was still an inhabitant and had one chance to survive. His attitude was just like what the human-faced tiger said, arrogant and domineering. He stood on top of the toad's head and clapped his hands. As expected of the smartest human-faced tiger, you hit the nail on the head. Seeing the Toad King appear, many beastmen and inhabitants turned pale in fright. This toad wasn't the scariest. The scariest was Jiwori's beast Black Sun. Because Jiwori needed to nurture this beast, who knew how many beastmen and inhabitants it had devoured. If the people from the central shrine had really joined hands with the Toad King, with the Toad King leading the way, the Beast Valley would probably be plunged into a bloody storm. The Toad King waved his hands forcefully. All of you, scram. I have no interest in fighting with small fries like you. Many beastmen and inhabitants heard this. It was as if they had been pardoned. He immediately flew up and fled in all directions in a sorry state, wishing that he could grow 2 more legs. The dragon horse and the ferret scythe were very smart. When they heard the conversation between the human-faced tiger and the eagle king, they realized that the situation was bad. Seeing the beasts fleeing in disorder, they immediately shouted, "Everyone, don't panic. If we do this, we will fall into the enemy's trap. If we want to live, we must unite and stay by the 3 leaders' side. We must join hands with the 3 leaders to resist the enemy. Otherwise, with our individual strength, we won't be able to resist the Black Sun. Moreover, with the Toad King leading the way, where can we escape to?" Hearing the 2's shouts, some of the more rational beastmen and inhabitants understood. Many people immediately returned to the dragon horse and the ferret scythe. There were also some who were hesitating. Most of the beastmen and inhabitants still believed in the Toad King's words. They wanted to take advantage of the chaos to escape. The dark clouds retreated. An incomparably huge black sun drilled out, shining with an incomparably strange and terrifying black light. This wasn't a real sun, but the beast Black Sun that Jiwari had nurtured. Black Sun, Heaven Stage Level 8, Special Type Giant Beast. Spherical, with a circumference of 5,000 meters. It has the ability to operate independently and absorb all energy and light. Its combat height is 10,000 meters. Within its body, there is a Heaven Stage Level 5 Dark Cloud Special Support Type Beast. Special skills: Weathering, Drying, Scorched Earth, Death Ray, Dark Cloud Covering the Sun, Energy Devouring Light Wave, Black Death Tide, Weeping Blood Rain Flying Flower. Of course, the terrifying Black Sun couldn't be nurtured in the Beast Valley in a few months. Even Jiwari couldn't do it. In fact, this wasn't the first time Jiwari had stepped into the Beast Valley. In the past, he had entered the trial grounds many times to kill Captain Cook, who had gone against the central shrine. Black Sun was a beast that he had nurtured the first time he entered. After thousands of years of growth, it had already reached the terrifying realm of Heaven Stage Level 8. Although it wasn't an intelligent type and wasn't a holy beast, its unlimited strength made it invincible in the Beast Valley. Of course, among the many beasts that Jiwari had, it was the weakest one. In order to protect the lives of his subordinates and allow Burning Wind and Wanmo to pass the trial smoothly, Jiwari left it behind. Zzz, the Black Sun suddenly erupted with an extremely dazzling black light. The world was completely filled with this terrifying light. No one could open their eyes, or even if they could open their eyes, they would become blind in this sea of black light. Thousands of light pillars shot out from the surface of the Black Sun. Those beasts that were fleeing in panic, as well as the beasts of the residents, would die under the black light pillars that were as dense as rain. Less than half of them could avoid the Black Sun, the black tide of death. The dragon horse and the scythe ferret dodged several light pillars. The rhinoceros, whose movements were slightly slower, was grazed by the light pillars and vaporized immediately. There was no way for it to resist. If the short-tailed cat hadn't pushed the rhinoceros at the most critical moment, and the ferret scythe had helped, the rhinoceros would have been killed on the spot. The black tide of death that erupted from the Black Sun was not something that could be resisted by physical defense. A war beast of Heaven Stage Level 8, not to mention a super-huge special-type war beast like the Black Sun, could easily kill the magical beasts in the Beast Valley. Of course, beasts like the Black Sun that could instantly kill the entire battlefield were rare in the Heaven Realm. It was personally cultivated by Jiwari. Naturally, it was extraordinary. If you think that you can kill us like this, then it's too laughable. Eagle King was furious. Who didn't have a life-saving trump card? He was a king after all. Is that so? I know, Eagle King, you have decent strength, but if you think that I only have this move, then you are wrong, very wrong. Please come out, the trap has been laid, the prey has taken the bait, please enjoy this feast of death. Toad King bowed respectfully. In front of him, there were already more than 10 terrifying shadows. Out of the dozen shadows, a few stayed where they were, while a few disappeared instantly. In the sky, a dark cloud rolled down as if it had a life of its own. It engulfed the entire land. Everything was shrouded by the dark cloud. Even Eagle King, who had supervision, couldn't see his fingers in front of him. Countless beasts and residents who had narrowly escaped the Black Sun's black tide of death were suddenly attacked by the dark cloud when they were on the brink of death. In the darkness where there was no light, screams rang out one after another. The human-faced tiger shot out a ball of energy. The energy ball shone for a few seconds in the dark world that was shrouded by the dark cloud. However, the Black Sun in the sky shot out a huge ball of black light, swallowing the energy ball that the human-faced tiger shot out. The world fell into darkness once again. The smart draconic horse and Itachi scythe managed to bring Rhinoceros, Short-tailed Cat, and the others to the side of the three leaders, Human-faced Tiger, Venomous Wasp King, and Eagle King. At this moment, staying with the three leaders was undoubtedly the safest. If they were alone, they would probably follow in the footsteps of those who had died. Move to the east. The situation was extremely grim. Eagle King made a decision without hesitation. I'll cover. Human-faced Tiger and Poisonous Bee King also felt that heading east was a good choice. 3,000 meters to the east, there was a pond filled with clear water. That was for aquatic beasts to moisten their bodies. The Black Sun was the strongest in the sky. When it shone on the ground, it was almost invincible. There was no way to fight against it. The only possibility was to enter the water. No matter what kind of light it was, once it entered the water, it would be refracted and its power would be greatly reduced. If they could escape to the east side of the pond and make the strongest Black Sun lose its ability to attack, then they would still have a chance to protect themselves. Toad King naturally heard the conversation between Eagle King and Human-faced Tiger. He laughed crazily. Good, what a smart idea. I really want to clap my hands. The problem is, can you guys escape to the pond that is 3,000 meters away? Under the black tide of death, under the light of death, you guys are all dregs. Haha, run for your lives. Let out pitiful cries and run for your lives painfully. The way to live is right in front of you. I will cheer for you guys. I hope that you guys have already successfully escaped into the pond after I kill all the remaining people. The Eagle King was so angry that his lungs were about to explode, but there was nothing he could say. Although it could not see the people, it could feel that there were two super powerful creatures in front of it. Although they couldn't compare to Black Sun, they weren't ordinary either. If he was not wrong, they should be the beasts that the two Central Palace Masters, Burning Wind and Wan Mo, had nurtured. They were the Inferno Tyrant and the Golden Goo Worm King. Not only did these two war beasts have a certain level of intelligence, they were also at Heaven Stage Level 6. The Eagle King was sure that if it were to fight one-on-one, it would be hard for it to deal with one of them. If both of them were to attack together, it would most likely be a disaster. The Human-faced Tiger had the same feeling. It, who was supposed to cover the rear, felt a sense of foreboding. Other than the Inferno Tyrant and the Golden Venomous Worm King, there were also several powerful beasts that were quietly surrounding them. Their abilities were not considered very strong. They only had the Black Sun and dark clouds in the distance, and the Inferno Tyrant and the Golden Goo King in the near distance. They were already at the limit of the limit. With the addition of the few of them, it would definitely be even more difficult to deal with them. What to do? Someone had to stand up and block the first wave of attacks so that more people could escape. If everyone relied on each other, the result would be total annihilation. What worried the Human-faced Tiger the most was the Silent Bomb, the Poisonous Bee King. If he had to choose the scariest one among the 5 Beast Kings, the Human-faced Tiger would definitely not choose the Lion King or the Toad King, but the Poisonous Bee King. It was the most ruthless, and self-centered existence in the entire Beast Valley. It didn't trust anyone the most. Even among its subordinates, not many were truly loyal to the Poisonous Bee King. That was because it would never truly trust anyone. For a person like the Poisonous Bee King, if it was said that it had no connection with the Toad King, the Human-faced Tiger would never believe it. What if the Poisonous Bee King was a chess piece buried in the group? Then it would be over. The Human-faced Tiger could trust the Eagle King or anyone else, but it didn't dare to trust the Poisonous Bee King. Now, someone has to stand up and join hands with me to resist the enemy. You guys also need to leave 2 or 3 people behind to help us. The Human-faced Tiger swallowed his saliva with difficulty. He was secretly on guard against the poisonous bee king as he suggested, those with special skills are prioritized. If it was a normal battle, many people would take the initiative to stand up. But now, staying behind to resist the enemy and letting their companions escape was equivalent to a dead end. The problem was, if no one stayed behind to resist the enemy, then the entire army would be annihilated. That was an even worse outcome. The Eagle King also swallowed nervously. Its rationality told it to stay behind, but the shadow of death shook its will. No one wanted to die. Under such circumstances, everyone wanted to escape. Even the Eagle King was no exception. The Beast Valley was never a place to display greatness. On the contrary, it had always been a gathering place for selfish people. No one trusted anyone else, no one was willing to sacrifice themselves for others. The three kings didn't speak. The dragon horse and the Itachi scythe felt that the air was even more suffocating than death. The enemy was slowly closing in. Those companions that escaped were killed by the black sun one by one and devoured by the darkness one by one. The magical beasts and residents that escaped alone were probably all dead. When the black sun killed those that escaped and turned around, it would be their time of death. The short-tailed cat, rhinoceros and a dozen magical beasts and residents gathered together were all silent. No one dared to say that they would stay behind. The poisonous bee king suddenly coughed, "Someone has to stay behind." "I'll stay behind." What? The human-faced tiger was shocked. Actually, it was waiting for the Eagle King to say something, not the poisonous bee king's stance. In its heart, it would be good if the poisonous bee king didn't immediately go over to the Toad King's side and attack it. Who knew that the poisonous bee king would actually say that they would stay behind to resist the enemy? It really couldn't believe its ears. This can't be real, right? "Bee, you really decided to stay behind?" The Eagle King's shock was no less than that of the human-faced tiger. "I know. Actually, everyone is a little afraid of me and thinks that I might be a traitor. Maybe in the past, I was a little unscrupulous, but now, we are at death's door. Maybe we will die in the next moment and become nourishment for other people's beasts. Why are we still fighting among ourselves? There's no meaning at all. Why should I stay behind? It's not because of greatness and sacrifice, but a necessary choice. I need to defend and face the enemy's attacks. You guys need to retreat and face the enemy at the same time. It's just that your battles will be closer to the pond. I don't mind fighting there." On the other hand, the tiger that is familiar with water battles can display more power at the pond. Furthermore, the most important thing is that the Golden Goo Worm King is an insect beast, so it's easier for me to restrain it. Tiger and eagle, it will be very difficult for you guys to fight against each other. Therefore, no matter what, I will stay behind. The poisonous bee king's words made the human-faced tiger and Eagle King both shocked and touched. Who would have thought that at the moment of life and death, the most selfish poisonous bee king would actually stand up and fight for everyone? The Lion King, who had always been everyone's protective umbrella, actually hid himself and disappeared. The human-faced tiger felt its eyes becoming hot. It really wanted to apologize. If it knew that the poisonous bee king had such courage and breadth of mind, it would have sincerely befriended the poisonous bee king a long time ago. Just now, it was still suspecting whether the poisonous bee king was a traitor and wanted to launch a sneak attack early. Now, compared to it, the human-faced tiger felt ashamed. He was a real man, he couldn't even compare to a selfish woman like the poisonous bee king. The Eagle King also felt his heart warm up and blurted out, "I will stay behind too. I will defend against the enemy with you. Let the tiger lead everyone and leave. My life will accompany you to the end. If I don't die, I am willing to be your friend, a true friend. We will never be on guard against each other or fight among ourselves in the future." The poisonous bee king rejected the Eagle King's request. "I understand your good intentions, but the retreating team needs someone to open up a path and cover the back. You and the tiger, who are the leaders, are the best candidates. Don't waste time, let's set off immediately. If someone is willing to stay behind, I really need 2 or 3 companions to help me intercept the enemy. I can only temporarily restrain the Golden Goo Worm King and the Inferno Tyrant. I hope someone will stand up and intercept the beasts behind." The Itachi scythe was so excited that he couldn't suppress it anymore. Its emotions erupted like a volcano, giving it the urge to vent its unhappiness. People like me are tired of living. It doesn't matter if I die sooner or later. As a man, I would rather die in battle than be scared to death. Count me in as one of the people who will stay. The dragon horse had lived in the Beast Valley for thousands of years. This was the first time it felt a surge of warmth in its heart. Before the Itachi scythe spoke, it was still a little hesitant. No matter what, it was still a resident. There might still be a chance if it was alive. But when the Itachi scythe roared, it felt the blood in its body boiling. It also stood up and shouted, "That's right, life or death, let the heavens decide. If you want my life, you can, but you have to pay a price." Other than the dragon horse and the Itachi scythe, the rhinoceros and the short-tailed cat also clamored to stay behind. At this moment, everyone seemed to have forgotten that the way of survival in the Beast Valley was selfishness. They seemed to have forgotten. Once they were killed, they would truly die. After a short and intense argument, it was decided that the poisonous bee king, the dragon horse, and the Itachi scythe would stay behind to block the enemy. The remaining dozen or so magical orcs, under the leadership of the Eagle King and the human-faced tiger, quickly fled to the pond. Once the human-faced tiger reached the pond, he immediately used the wavy slide and whirlpool return to rescue the poisonous bee king, the dragon horse, and the Itachi scythe from danger. "I already know your escape plan. It's very good, but have you decided to stay behind to block the enemy?" "Ha ha ha ha, I was wrong. I really shouldn't have asked you such retarded questions. Everyone knows that the people in the Beast Valley are the most selfish and afraid of death. Haha. Do you know why I am stronger than you? Why I can kill you, but you can only wail like pitiful worms? The reason is very simple. It's because I am very smart. I know how to form alliances and find friends to cooperate with, unlike you guys who naively think that by protecting yourselves, you can live a little longer. Haha, it's really ironic. People who want to live a little longer, people who don't trust others, ultimately cause their own deaths because they don't have friends." The Toad King, who had participated in the massacre just now, was now back in high spirits. It didn't know that in just a few short minutes, the Eagle King, the human-faced tiger, the poisonous bee king, as well as the remaining magical orcs and residents, had already undergone a completely different change. With the Toad King's past experience, not to mention that it didn't hear the conversation, even if it heard it, it probably wouldn't believe that it was true. Were there really fools who would sacrifice themselves for others in the Beast Valley? If it was true, they would have all died thousands of years ago, right? Boom boom boom, the Inferno Tyrant and the Golden Goo Bug King took turns to attack. After a series of heavy attacks, the Poisonous Wasp King struggled to hold on. It was in danger of being defeated at any time. On the other side, the Draconic Horse and the Weasel Scythe, who were responsible for staying behind to defend against the enemies, were also being beaten back by the Giant Bear and the two Golden Apes. They had no strength to fight back at all. "Let's go." The human-faced tiger suppressed the desire in its eyes and pounced toward the toad in a frenzy. "Follow me." The Eagle King also understood that if he didn't act decisively now, the Poison Wasp King, Dragon Horse, and Itachi Scythe would all be sacrificed in vain. It soared into the sky. The moment the human-faced tiger blocked the Toad King, the Flame Claw danced up and down. Even the Toad King, who fought as one with the toad, had no choice but to temporarily retreat when faced with the Eagle King who was attacking with all his might. The human-faced tiger acted according to the temporary plan that they had discussed earlier. He bounced backward and broke through the encirclement of the Toad King's subordinates. He led the short-tailed cat, rhinoceros, and other teammates that had temporarily united together and rushed toward the pond in the distance. If the wavy slide and whirlpool return could be used in time, then the Eagle King would definitely be saved. As for the venomous bee king, the dragon horse, and the ferret scythe, the odds were against them under the interception of the Inferno Tyrant, the Golden Goo Bug King, and the Toad King. "Hurry up." The human-faced tiger forcefully knocked away several intercepting shadows. While covering the retreat of his companions, he leaped high into the air. While dodging the black sun's death ray, he plunged into the pond that concerned everyone's safety. The will to survive allowed the human-faced tiger to erupt with power and speed that it didn't have before. Boom, it crashed into the pond, and no one had time to stop it. However, what scared the human-faced tiger out of his wits was that there was not a single drop of water left in the huge pond that was originally filled with water. The bottom of the pond was dry and cracked, as if it had been exposed to the sun for months. The human-faced tiger knew how powerful black sun was, but he had never imagined that it had the terrifying ability to instantly dry up a pond. Without water, the human-faced tiger couldn't use the wave slide, much less use the vortex return. The human-faced tiger, whose head was covered in sand, found himself in the middle of a dried-up pond. Dried up and cracked, the fish in the pond had turned into white bones. There was not a drop of water around. The human-faced tiger, who was battered and indignant, could not help but howl at the sky. Heavens, this was too cruel. The pond that held everyone's lives had actually dried up. Without the wave slides and whirlpools to return, wouldn't they all be annihilated? Ha 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 ha, what a fool! The Toad King let out a vomit-inducing laughter and mocked complacently. Now, you should understand, right? The little bug was destined to be unable to fight against the strong. No matter how cunning or stubborn it was of no use. Strength decides everything. In front of Hey and the two palace masters' war beasts, all your little tricks are so laughable. Cry, this is the only thing you can do before you die. I will kill you. The human-faced tiger wanted to tear the Toad King apart. Let's go. Hurry up and leave. I'll go save Wasp. Every single one that escapes counts. Eagle King emerged from the dark clouds and instantly understood how the human-faced tiger felt. I'll cover. The human-faced tiger's right-hand man, the loyal old official, the lightning claw cuttlefish, rushed ahead of the human-faced tiger and pounced towards the Toad King. However, the difference in strength between him and the Toad King was too great. With just one attack, the Toad King was heavily injured and retreated. The human-faced tiger's eyes were filled with tears as he supported his old subordinate. He clenched his fists and glared at the Toad King. He gritted his teeth and said ruthlessly, I'm not leaving. I'll fight this toad to death. If you don't want to leave, then come along. Before you die, you must at least take a bite of this toad's meat. All right. The lightning claw cuttlefish's 8 tentacles instantly attacked and tightly wrapped around the human-faced tiger's body. The electric light on his body flickered. The human-faced tiger was stunned. The strong electric current on his body caused the human-faced tiger's skin to quickly turn black. The pain on his body couldn't suppress the human-faced tiger's shock and pain. The human-faced tiger roared angrily, so, the traitor hidden in our group is you. Why? How many years has it been? I've treated you like a brother and shared everything with you. Yet, you repay me with betrayal? A cold and oppressive sword of ice swiftly pierced over. From front to back. The sword easily pierced through the human-faced tiger's heart. The Toad King, who was one with the toad, transformed into a human and attacked with a sword. He laughed heartily, fool, I really suspect that you've wasted your years in the Beast Valley. With your childishness, how did you manage to survive until now? I'm really curious. No matter how well you treat the cuttlefish, it's still your subordinate. No matter how many things you give it, it's only after you've picked out the best things. You and it can never be the same. You're one of the 5 great leaders, and it's just your assistant. In ugly words, it's just a lackey. Do you think it's willing to be a lackey? Especially someone like it who has accumulated strength for thousands of years. Do you think it'll really be satisfied with its current situation? Let me tell you, Tiger. You'll never understand why your subordinate would betray you. That's because you've underestimated the enterprising spirit of a small fry. When it has a chance to rise, it won't hesitate to betray you. As long as it abandons its past, it'll have a future. Tiger, you might not believe me, but I'll tell you the truth. The cuttlefish took the initiative to find me. It was also the one who came up with the plan. Otherwise, how would we know about your wavy slide and whirlpool return skills? How would you have dried up the pond beforehand? The human-faced tiger turned its head and glared at the lightning claw cuttlefish. The cold from the sword of ice spread from its heart. In a few seconds, the human-faced tiger turned into an ice sculpture. The lightning claw cuttlefish expressionlessly shot out 8 lightning bolts at the ice sculpture. The entire body of the human-faced tiger was shattered by the strong electric currents and lightning bolts. All that was left was a head that died with its eyes wide open. The head rolled on the ground. It rolled all the way to the feet of the Eagle King. Tiger. When the Eagle King saw the human-faced tiger's end, it couldn't help but howl at the sky. I'll definitely kill the toad and cuttlefish to take revenge for you. Shameless boasting. You can't even protect yourself and you still dare to spout such nonsense? The Toad King waved the terrifying ice sword and joined hands with the lightning claw cuttlefish to attack the Eagle King again. The Eagle King soared into the sky amidst dozens of attacks. It forcefully withstood a death ray from the black sun and its feathers flew for a long time. However, the heavily injured Eagle King quickly escaped from the stone-pushing field amidst mournful cries. With the heaven-soaring skill, it was almost impossible to take its life if it couldn't be killed in one move. Of course, the biggest target of the Toad King's plan wasn't the Eagle King but the venomous Bee King. After all, the Eagle King was the weakest among the 5 leaders. It also had an extremely powerful escaping skill. It wasn't wise to focus the attack on it. After today's heavy injuries, the Eagle King would probably need a long time to recuperate. The Toad King didn't think that the Eagle King would have a chance to turn the tables. The real threat was instead the venomous Bee King who had killed it with one strike. Leave quickly. The dragon horse heavily struck the Itachi scythe's back, sending the Itachi scythe flying 1,000 meters away. Let's go together. The Itachi scythe, who was covered in blood, still wanted to rush back. However, the dragon horse's body exploded with a ray of light and its speed instantly increased by 10 times. The unicorn Pegasus he was riding on had one of its legs broken because it had forcefully passed through the black death wave. Its body was also covered in cuts and bruises. A few black shadows attacked together and knocked down the heavily injured unicorn Pegasus. In the eyes of the Itachi scythe who was flying backwards, the dying unicorn Pegasus let out a long neigh. When the black sun shot the death ray in the sky, it exploded and committed suicide. I am a resident, I still have one more chance to transform into a beast. You want to risk your life with me? Let's die together. The dragon horse roared crazily. The unicorn Pegasus, whose body had been pierced by the death ray, suddenly exploded. A destructive shockwave soared into the sky and formed a huge mushroom cloud. Lightning hissed, and an oppressive shockwave spread out the moment the few black figures that were attacking him panicked and fled. The shockwave was like a giant beast that had its mouth wide open, swallowing all the enemies that were running away. Rumble, in the empty space outside the stone-pushing field, a deep and sunken pit appeared. Within 1,000 meters, all living beings were dead. Someone's severed limb, dripping with blood, fell in front of the Toad King with a plop, giving the schemer a huge fright. Maybe it was afraid that the short-tailed cat and rhinoceros would also go crazy and self-destruct. At the same time, because of the unicorn Pegasus' self-destruction, it created a gap in the encirclement. The short-tailed cat and rhinoceros actually escaped. When the black sun released the death ray to chase after them, a crow flew out of nowhere and scattered its black feathers, blocking the fatal attack. Let them run. They can run today, but they can't run tomorrow. Let's take down the bees today. The Toad King hopped closer to the poisonous Bee King that was suppressed by the black sun, the Inferno Tyrant, and the Golden Goo Bug King. He waved the sword in his hand and attacked. I would rather die than surrender. The poisonous Bee King charged towards the Golden Goo Bug King, whose attributes were the most suppressed. It stung the Bug King's body fiercely. This was its most poisonous stinger. It was incurable. Of course, this absolute poison stinger was exchanged with its life. After stinging the stinger, no matter how injured the poisonous Bee King was, it would use up all the life force in its body. It was also destined that the stinger could not be retracted like usual. It would stay in the enemy's body forever. The Golden Goo Bug King screamed when the poisonous Bee King stung it with all its might. The Toad King was extremely ruthless. It waved its sword and chopped off the half of the Bug King's body that was stung. The half of the body that was frozen after being chopped off could still continue to be poisoned. It instantly turned as black as ink. If not for the Toad King having such a sharp weapon and being so ruthless, the Golden Goo Bug King would have perished together with the poisonous Bee King's dying strike. The Bug King was severely injured. It wailed and returned to its master, Wanmo sighed. The Inferno Tyrant received a gem that shone like the sun from the Toad King and returned in satisfaction. He no longer looked at the poisonous bee king that was slowly dying on the ground. Even a blind man could see that the poisonous bee king was dead for sure. Its tail was completely broken off. The poisonous stinger was stuck on the half of the bug king's body. Even the poisonous bee king's tail was broken. However, the most fatal thing was not the injury. Instead, all the poisonous bee king's power was lost in that stinger and turned into poison that could kill the enemy. It was a pity that the Toad King had the sword in his hand. The Golden Goo Bug King did not really die. The Sun Gem is in our hands. We will leave the valley now. The few of you should be fine, right? It doesn't matter if it takes a long time. After passing through the Beast Valley, you can return to the shrine directly. The next few stages are not something you can help with. Palace Master Burning Wind, who was hidden in the darkness, took the Sun Gem and nodded at the black sun in the sky. He disappeared from the stone-pushing field with Mo, the Inferno Tyrant and the Golden Goo Bug King. Are you from the Central Shrine? The Poisonous Bee King asked weakly before it died. I wasn't in the past, but I'm smart and know how to adapt to the circumstances. I've gained the recognition of Lord Jiwori. In the future, I'll be the Deputy Palace Master of the Central Shrine stationed in the Beast Valley. Are you envious of me? Ha ha ha. With the support of the shrine and my status as a resident, I can leave the Beast Valley if my beasts develop intelligence. I will miss the foolish men and women who are buried in the Beast Valley. The Poisonous Bee King's pupils gradually dilated. It was already dead. It could no longer hear the Toad King's maniacal laughter. The laughter reverberated throughout the entire stone-pushing field. Contrasted with the corpses all over the ground, this arrogant laughter sounded especially ear-piercing. The whole plan was executed perfectly. Burning Wind and Mo, who had obtained the Sun Gem, would leave the Beast Valley and follow Jiwori to the next stage, the Demon Valley, to intercept the cunning Captain Cook. On the Demon Beast side, the human-faced tiger and the poisonous bee king died tragically on the spot. The Eagle King was heavily injured, leaving only the cowardly Lion King. On the residents' side, Darius had already successfully killed the two leaders with the cooperation of the Black Sun. With the garrison deputy palace master and 2 shrine elders, as well as the help of thousands of demon beasts and residents, how difficult would it be to dominate the Beast Valley and turn it into a division of the Central Shrine, ha ha ha. The Toad King couldn't think of any reason not to laugh. You seem to have forgotten someone? Yu Yang couldn't help but remind him after waiting for a long time. It's you? When the Toad King saw Yu Yang, it was stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. I didn't forget. Not only did I not forget you, I even specially designed a trap for you. If I didn't want to get the first kill reward for your beast, why would I need to give you the Sun Gem? If it wasn't for you, why would I need to borrow external help? Although your appearance disrupted my plans that had been going on for hundreds of years, it also made Burning Wind and Mo, the 2 palace masters, feel that there was an unstable factor, so they took the initiative to stay and clean up the Beast Valley. It can be said that thanks to you, I was able to enter the Central Shrine more smoothly. Do you want me to congratulate you? Yu Yang didn't seem to see the deputy palace master who was one with the giant bear, and the 2 palace elders who were one with the golden ape, slowly approaching him. Of course I know that your beast is an elemental body and a holy beast with high intelligence. It's very hard to kill it. Of course I know that, so I specially prepared a feast for it. The Toad King laughed coldly as it waved its hands. Its subordinates that were close to 100 quickly formed an encirclement. Its loyal subordinates even took out a type of black scepter and stuck it into the ground, forming an extremely strange black energy field. In this energy field, everything seemed to slow down. Even the laughter became intermittent. Yu Yang didn't need to look to know that this was the Wind Stop Runic Battle Formation. It was one of the 10 famous runic battle formations in Heaven Realm. It was also one of the trump cards of the Central Shrine's army. It was mostly used to surround and kill the enemy. The Wind Stop Runic Battle Formation, unless the hidden energy core was destroyed, the people inside the formation would not be able to leave. In other words, the people who had the true Wind Stop Runic Battle Formation's core crystal must be killed in order to successfully break the formation. Yu Yang looked at the Toad King. It was the only existence in the field that wasn't affected. The core crystal was naturally on its body. If he used Heaven Eye's divine vision, Yu Yang could see that in the Toad King's stomach, there was a shining gem that was connected to the whole formation. To break the formation, he had to kill the Toad King. In the Wind-Stop Runic Battle formation where the movement was slowed down by nearly 10 times, killing the Toad King whose body was not affected by any side effects was really a difficult problem. The Giant Bear, which was one with the Garrison Deputy Hall Master, and the Golden Ape, which was one with the 2 Deputy Hall Masters, were not completely unaffected, but it was relatively mild. They all had black staffs or wind-stopping crystals on them. The effect of the battle formation on them was probably not more than 10 to 20%. Even further away, the loyal henchmen in the encirclement also had crystals on them. They were slightly more affected than the Garrison Deputy Hall Master and the others, but it was only 30%. They were not like Yu Yang and the Reaper Mantis, whose mobility was reduced by at least 10 times. If I can't kill her with the combination of the Frost Demon Sword and the Wind-Stop Runic Battle formation, then I still have a treasure that I've never shown to anyone. That is, the energy-absorbing bracelet. The Toad King laughed wildly and put a colorful bracelet on the wrist that had turned into a human. The energy absorption bracelet was also known as the conversion bracelet. It could absorb the enemy's elemental energy and slowly convert it into another type of energy. During the conversion process, the enemy would not be able to use elemental energy. Some elemental beasts that had their elemental energy converted would even die on the spot. If a flame guard's fire elemental energy was absorbed and converted into water elemental energy or ice elemental energy, then the flame guard would definitely explode and die without a need to fight. On the contrary, if an ice puppet's ice elemental energy was converted into fire elemental energy, it would also die. To some beasts and beasts that did not rely on elemental energy, the energy absorption bracelet was not very useful. After all, its conversion speed was too slow. However, to pure elemental beasts and beasts, this holy ranked energy absorption bracelet was the most terrifying existence in the world. In the heaven realm, the energy absorption bracelet was a treasure that would cause people to turn pale at the mention of it. Most of the time, it was also called the Elemental Calamity Bracelet by the Heaven Realm warriors. The Reaper Mantis sister who had been reborn and converted into an elemental body would definitely have a headache against such a treasure. If it wasn't for the restrictions of the Wind-Stop Runic Battle formation, she could still fight back and forth or retreat. Now that she was trapped in the Wind-Stop Runic Battle formation and met with this energy absorption bracelet, as well as an extremely sharp and destructive Ice Frost Demon Sword, it had to be said that under the Toad King's calculations, Yu Yang had met with a thorny problem. Do you know why I didn't come to the stone-pushing field to stop you from getting the law's reward? Ha ha ha, because the more rewards that holy beast of yours gets, the more energy I would get after I kill it. This is the best way to groom it. When one's level, strength and intelligence have reached a certain level, there would be no use no matter how many there are. If I kill 100, no, even if I kill 1,000 beasts, the rewards I would get would not be as good as killing that little holy beast of yours. Do you know how long I have waited for this moment? Do you know how much effort I have put into setting up this perfect plan today? I have put so much thought into it. If the heavens don't reward me after I've done so much, then is there still justice in this world? The Toad King patted his belly, letting out a laughter that made one's hair stand on end. Yu Yang frowned, sweeping his gaze across his surroundings. He seemed to be looking for an opportunity to escape. However, the Toad King was very calm. He clicked his tongue and shook his ugly finger. Stop dreaming. In the Wind-Stop Runic Battle formation, apart from killing me, you will never be able to successfully escape. I can intercept you at any time, who are slower than a snail. Open your eyes wide and look around. Do you see clearly? They are all my people. The human-faced tiger and poisonous wasp king that cooperated with you are already dead. The Eagle King has escaped without a trace. The subordinates of the 3 kings have been taken over by me. Those that are unwilling to submit have long since become the wandering souls of my sword. Clever young man, everyone says how clever you are. But no matter how clever you are now, what can you do? The clever you, what can you use to fight against me? Yu Yang coldly snorted. What if I say I do? The Toad King laughed maniacally. As if it had heard the funniest joke in the world, it laughed until its saliva spurted out. It laughed so hard that it almost stopped breathing. Ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter. I'm really dying of laughter. What other abilities do you have? Quickly take them out for me to see. I know that you want to use Pandora's box. Yes, I know that you have it, but it's useless. Just now, before Burning Wind and Wan Mo left, they had secretly scattered spirit sealing sand in the air. Although this is a treasure with a time limit, in the next 10 minutes, you and your beasts will not be able to use any treasures. Young man, don't think that you are the only smart person in this world. I am not stupid either. I will definitely not let you take out Pandora's box, and I will definitely not be stupid enough to break it. Yu Yang was enraged and roared loudly. What? I will kill you. The Toad King laughed maniacally complacently. Anger. Rather than saying it's anger, it's better to say it's the verbal struggle of a weakling. Come and kill me, I'll wait. Come, I'm waiting to see how you kill me. Do you want a knife? Do you want me to stretch my neck? Ha ha ha. Just as the Toad King was laughing complacently, someone who couldn't possibly attacked. A giant shadow like a mountain. A terrifying power that could completely destroy a mountain fiercely struck the Toad King's head. With just one strike, the Toad King's head was smashed into pieces. The giant toad's eyes flew 1,000 meters away, reaching the edge of the wind-stop runic battle formation. Even the toughest toad's long tongue. It had already been broken into many pieces. The Toad King, who had lost its head, slowly fell down in front of everyone's eyes. In the end, with a rumble, it smashed onto the ground. You? The two temple elders who were one with the golden ape shockingly discovered that the one who attacked and killed the Toad King was actually the garrison vice palace master who was one with the giant bear beast. Why would the garrison vice palace master kill the Toad King? What was going on? The garrison vice palace master who had turned into a giant bear didn't say anything. He only leapt up high. A pair of giant palms. And then smashed down towards the two golden ape companions. Are you crazy? The two temple elders wanted to jump backwards to dodge, but they shockingly discovered that there was something strange behind them. Behind them, there was a shadow that stuck closely to them. They didn't know what kind of technique was used to control them. In an instant, the two temple elders who had turned into golden apes realized that they couldn't move at all. They could only watch as the giant palms descended. Boom boom, the two golden apes' heads were smashed into smithereens by the garrison vice palace master's giant bear palm. Consecutively killing 3 people, the garrison vice palace master who was one with the giant bear beast, whose body was stained with the blood of his companions, walked in front of Yu Yang with big strides. With the world's most pious and most respectful posture, he knelt down and kowtowed 3 times. When he stood up again, he spat on the Toad King's corpse with a face full of disdain. Idiot, do you think I would casually tell you that I am actually a spy? Everyone was shocked. Everyone was stunned. In the sky, the dark clouds gathered again. This wasn't the sign of the Black Sun's arrival, but the punishment of the Beast Valley's beast transformation after a beast died 3 times. When Yu Yang leisurely picked up the energy-absorbing bracelet and the Ice Frost Demon sword on the ground, a bolt of purple lightning struck down and struck the Toad King's corpse. The evil man who was one with the toad was still stunned by the garrison vice palace master's heavy palm. He couldn't escape in time and was struck by the lightning. Of course, even if he successfully escaped, he wouldn't be able to escape the punishment of the ancient code. From now on, the Toad King would truly become a toad. Once it died, it would be an eternal death, with no possibility of resurrection. Blood-colored rose. The Reaper Mantis sister caught the Ice Frost Demon sword that Yu Yang threw over and froze the Toad King who was still in a weakened state. At the same time, she also opened a bloody hole with a cross-shaped rose pattern on its stomach. The Toad King was scared out of its wits. It disregarded everything and wanted to escape. Even if it was frozen and its speed was as slow as a tortoise, it still forgot everything and turned around, wanting to escape death. A fist fiercely smashed into the Toad King's face, directly causing half of the Toad King's head to cave in. The dizzy Toad King saw the dripping wet human-faced tiger standing in front of him, looking at him angrily with all his hair standing on end. Human-faced tiger, wasn't it dead? Could it be that it was hallucinating before it died? Or was it the repercussions of the ancient code's punishment? The Toad King didn't have the time to think. Suddenly, it felt a needle stinging its spine. It opened its eyes with force, and when it looked, it was indescribably frightened. This time, it actually saw the dead poisonous wasp king with its own eyes. It was the poisonous wasp king that was stinging it. How was this possible? It was impossible. The wasp and the tiger were both dead. As a beast man, no matter who it was impossible for them to resurrect. I'm the same as you, a resident. I've never even died once. All my previous deaths were just an act. The poisonous wasp king laughed coldly. On the contrary, I'm a real beast. Human-faced tiger said while suppressing its anger. However, as long as there's water, I won't really die. Thank you for using the ice sword to kill me. Otherwise, I would have really died. Human-faced tiger thought for a bit, then added, the squid definitely didn't tell you this secret, because it also didn't know that I still had a final life-saving method. Clever Toad King, you're not the only one who knows how to set up a trap. Although you're very clever, others aren't fools either. Yu Yang smiled slightly. That smile was as bright as the sun under the gazes of the many dumbstruck beasts. However, for some reason, everyone felt that this brat's smile was even scarier than a demon's smile. Yu Yang didn't care about how the others were looking at him. He only slowly introduced to the Toad King, although I didn't know that the human-faced tiger's life-saving method was the stagnant water recovery, and its skills and attitude were all outside of my calculations, it didn't stop me from using the stone-pushing field to counter it once. Finally, I'll tell you another piece of good news. Actually, there are many ways to open Pandora's box. For example, the composition of your wind-stop runic battle formation can be one of them. Slowly enjoy the curse of the divine power of disaster. I think you'll like it. The Toad King was speechless. Its eyes were filled with despair and death. Beast Valley. Half a month had passed since they killed the Toad King. Today was the day that Yu Yang and the Reaper Mantis prepared to leave the valley. In half a month's time, Yu Yang and the Reaper Mantis had almost covered the entire back section of the Beast Valley. Even the two-headed black dragon that was guarding the wisdom fruit tree had gone over to greet them. As for the wisdom fruit, Yu Yang really didn't care too much about it. In Tong Tian Tower, there were many wisdom fruits that ripened every year. Not to mention the Golden Elves, Eastern Goblin Tribe, Sea Clan, Demon Clan, and Underworld Clan, even some small places produced them. If Yu Yang wanted to exchange for them with martial spirit pills, the king of each clan would definitely be able to come up with more than 100 wisdom fruits. The wisdom fruit was very precious in the Beast Valley. The Reaper Mantis was now a holy beast. After the enlightenment of the wisdom fruit and the god's radiance, its intelligence had already leaped to the level of a divine beast. However, its strength was still far from that of a divine beast. It was temporarily considered a divine beast, but not yet a divine beast. To the Reaper Mantis, eating 1 or 2 wisdom fruits was the same as not eating them at all. They were of little use to the Reaper Mantis. Therefore, Yu Yang did not have any idea about the wisdom fruit guarded by the double-headed black dragon. Instead, he used the martial spirit pill to make a deal with the double-headed black dragon. In exchange for the dragon's teeth that only changed in 1,000 years. It's fine to give the dragon scales for free, but also the dragon horns? The double-headed black dragon was very depressed. It really wanted to swallow this brat in one gulp, or burn him into charcoal. Unfortunately, this idea was destined to fail. As a dead guy that guarded the Beast Valley for tens of thousands of years, it had sharp eyes. It could tell that even without the protection of the laws, this brat was not below it. According to his potential and intelligence, this brat's future was limitless. Maybe it would need his help one day. The twin dragon black dragon bargained in the transaction. How about I give you another bottle of dragon blood, dragon horn, dragon scale, and dragon blood in exchange for 10 martial spirit pills. My dragon blood has a very pure primordial dragon bloodline. My father was a primordial dragon. You don't want to rob me? Yu Yang firmly objected. Then I'll change it to 8. The two-headed black dragon also knew that it would not be so easy to take him down. This brat's martial spirit pill was of the highest quality. If he missed it, he would definitely regret it. No. Yu Yang didn't bother to bargain and left immediately. What's the rush? Let's talk it out. The black dragon quickly stopped him. How about I use 2 bottles of dragon blood to exchange for 6 martial spirit pills, a pair of dragon horns, and 100 dragon scales? With so little, I can only trade for 1. Yu Yang finally made a counteroffer. However, this kind of counteroffer almost made the black dragon choke him to death. Do you think my blood is boiled water? The double-headed black dragon was furious. No matter what, it had the noble bloodline of the ancient giant dragon. If 2 bottles of dragon blood were to be exchanged for a martial spirit pill, it would be a joke. If you don't want to trade, then so be it. 2 bottles of dragon blood is nothing. If I have the time, I can kill one myself and fill 2 buckets with it. Yu Yang sneered. Don't be like this. How about 2 bottles of dragon blood for 5, and I'll use the moonstone to exchange for 1. The double-headed black dragon decided to take a loss. In any case, all these years, this brat was the only one who made it suffer. For the sake of a new realm, even if it knew that this was a loss, it would still accept it. The double-headed black dragon also took out a treasure that it had debated for a long time before finally deciding to take out. Look at this, dragon whistle. With it, you can control giant dragons and wyverns below heaven stage. Trash. Yu Yang's heart palpitated with excitement, but on the surface, he looked disdainful. Do you know what a treasure is? The double-headed black dragon almost exploded in anger. Although this dragon whistle was only a gold-ranked treasure, its use was boundless, far surpassing its rank as a gold-ranked treasure. If it wasn't for the restriction of being below heaven stage, this thing would be even more powerful than a holy-ranked treasure. For a super expert, the dragon whistle's direct help was of course very little, almost useless. However, a super expert would definitely have a group of subordinates, right? With this dragon whistle, he would be able to summon many giant dragons below heaven stage, or all kinds of wyverns, forming an army of dragon knights. By blowing this dragon whistle at any time, he would be able to summon an army of dragon knights to his side. The maximum number of dragon knights could reach up to 10,000. With this number and quality of a flying army in his hands, even a fool would be able to fight for a territory in the heaven realm. The double-headed black dragon had spent a lot of effort to snatch it from a challenger. It never would have thought that this brat, Yu Yang, would actually disregard the dragon whistle. This really made it unbearably angry. However, Yu Yang had his own reasons. I don't lack mounts. For someone of my status, what's the point of riding a giant dragon below heaven stage? He had lost all his face to his grandmother's house. Moreover, riding a dragon is not comfortable. It's not like I don't have any dragons at home. I have even more powerful ones. I'm already sick of riding them. If I have the time, I might as well ride a luxurious airship. The double-headed black dragon was speechless. It finally understood. Why did this brat not know what was good for him? The reason was very simple. This brat was basically the young master of a super big clan. He might even be the young master of that legendary clan. Since he was born, he didn't lack anything. Why would he care about a gold-ranked dragon whistle? With this dragon whistle, I can build an army of wyverns and have them follow me around. It's quite cool. The double-headed black dragon felt that it was too wasteful to keep this treasure. Rather than letting it be idle, it would be better to persuade this brat to exchange it. In order to increase the value of this treasure, the double-headed black dragon added another bargaining chip. If you are willing to exchange, I will give you a dragon contract that can allow you to contract a giant dragon. I need a dragon contract to contract a giant dragon? They queue up and eagerly beg me to contract them. Do you think I can contract any beast? It must be a beautiful beast. What giant dragon? Move aside. If I didn't want to make a dragon teeth puppet, I wouldn't make such a losing deal with you. Yu Yang snorted. This, with regards to Yu Yang's words, the double-headed black dragon somewhat believed him. This brat looked like a hedonistic son of a rich family. It was very possible that he didn't like to contract a giant dragon. Instead, he liked beautiful beasts. He was a prodigal, he was all like this. The more the double-headed black dragon looked at Yu Yang, the more he felt that this brat was a prodigal. Of course, it didn't care who Yu Yang was. If he wasn't a prodigal, why would he take out a martial spirit pill to exchange for something? Maybe his family had painstakingly refined this martial spirit pill and left it for him to use, but he didn't take it seriously. Thinking of this, the double-headed black dragon felt that it should take this martial spirit pill that was delivered to its doorstep. In the end, it lowered another level, 3 bottles of dragon blood, dragon whistle, dragon horn, dragon scales, and the indestructible dragon claw that I shed, plus moon gem and star stone, in exchange for 10 martial spirit pills. Yu Yang pretended not to hear it and slowly dug his ears with the end of his fingers. The double-headed black dragon was thick-skinned and not angry at all. 4 bottles of dragon blood, how about adding another bottle? A bucket of dragon blood is more like it. Yu Yang proposed a condition that made the double-headed black dragon want to kill him. A bucket of dragon blood? No matter how small the bucket is, it's enough to hold 10 bottles. What do you think my blood is? That's dragon blood, not spring water. Besides, if I let out a bucket of blood at a time, won't I die? The double-headed black dragon was going crazy. For a big guy like you, a bucket of dragon blood is nothing. At most, it's just menstruation. When Yu Yang said this, the people who were hiding in the distance to watch the negotiation all fell to the ground. I'm a man, okay? The veins on the double-headed black dragon's head popped out. I'm just making an analogy. Yu Yang suddenly put on a grinning expression. I've never seen a giant dragon bleed before. If you don't let me see it today, I won't give up. This time, not only the poisonous wasp king, dragon horse, Itachi scythe, and the others who were watching from afar, even the double-headed black dragon fell to the ground. They had never seen such a twisted person before. Who taught this child to casually let him out? This was simply a disaster to the heaven realm. However, the double-headed black dragon really believed it. Like this hedonistic young master who could get whatever he wanted since he was young, who had never failed in his wishes, he believed that he was the apple of his elder's eyes. He was overly spoiled, so it wasn't strange for his mentality to be a little twisted when he grew up. In order to satisfy Yu Yang's wish, and also for the martial arts pill that he was about to obtain, the double-headed black dragon could only sacrifice himself and let out a fountain of blood from his neck. There's nothing to see. After watching, Yu Yang curled his lips in boredom. If you say that again, I'll slap you. The double-headed black dragon felt that this child had been spoiled too much. It had to teach him a lesson. Alright, seeing that you're about to cry, I'll give you 10 martial arts pills. Yu Yang took out a mutton fat jade bottle and counted it. He found that there were as many as 11 martial arts pills. Just as he was about to pour one out, the double-headed black dragon was quick and snatched it away. Afraid that Yu Yang would turn hostile, it quickly threw out dragon teeth, dragon horns, and other things with its other claw, piling them in front of him. Finally, it hung the dragon whistle on Yu Yang's neck. It didn't even wait for Yu Yang to come over and had already put the moon gem and star stone into his pocket. Yu Yang was about to speak, but the double-headed black dragon held his hand tightly with its claws and announced with a face full of smiles, "The transaction is successful." The double-headed black dragon simply turned a deaf ear to Yu Yang's angry stare and scolding it for being a scoundrel. Silly child, you have to be a scoundrel when doing business. You can't eat a refined gentleman. It realized that it liked to see Yu Yang, this arrogant brat's dejected look. Seeing his drooping shoulders and listless appearance, it couldn't help but pat his shoulders with its claws and comfort him. Young man, suffering a loss is a blessing. You should understand this principle. Hey, where are you going? You don't want the dragon blood anymore? Are you really going to leave? You really don't want these anymore? Yu Yang was very sad, just like an innocent child who had been cheated by others. I don't want them anymore. Hearing his tone, the double-headed black dragon even felt a trace of guilt. Wasn't it bullying this brat too much? No matter what, it was still considered an old senior that was tens of thousands of years old. This brat was still a little bean sprout that had just emerged. Acting like a scoundrel to him was really a bit too much. Of course, it was impossible to return a martial arts pill. After thinking for a while, it spat out a ball of raging golden flames and passed it to Yu Yang. A child will always be a child, why are you crying? Here, you're quite pleasing to the eye, I'll give this to you. This is the dragon flame that I had condensed after thousands of years. It is the world's most powerful flame, an existence that will never be extinguished. Isn't the flame that will never be extinguished Nirvana's flame? Yu Yang expressed that even if it wanted to lie, it should at least be more professional. Nirvana's flame is one of a kind, it can only be found by chance. Other than that one, my dragon flame is indeed the most powerful. Anyway, it's a good thing. The double-headed black dragon's face turned red. It had boasted too much. Luckily, no one here had seen Nirvana's flame before. Really? Yu Yang was skeptical when he heard it. Of course, you can take it back and slowly study it. If your beasts can absorb it, then their strength will increase greatly. The double-headed black dragon then signaled the surrounding beasts to come over and help Yu Yang carry the dragon teeth and dragon horns back. It then found an excuse to rest and sent Yu Yang out of its dragon domain. After Yu Yang had gone far away, it laughed wildly. Pleased with itself. Brat, no matter how smart you are, how could you be a match for me, a 10,000-year dragon? The dragon teeth and the others were all replaced, they were not worth much at all. Dragon blood would also recover in a few days, so I could have as many as I wanted. It was just that the dragon whistle and dragon flame were a bit of a pity. However, with these 11 martial arts pills, I could at least level up by 1 level. Not to mention 11 martial arts pills, even if I had one, I would still be able to recoup my losses. The more the double-headed black dragon thought about it, the more pleased it became. That brat was indeed very smart and not easy to deal with. However, compared to itself, he was still far from being able to do so. When the dragon horse and the Itachi scythe saw Yu Yang's face that looked like he had suffered a loss, they felt a little strange in their hearts. They quietly asked the poisonous wasp king, "Is it really a loss? Why do we feel like it's a big profit?" The two of them asked very softly, not daring to let Yu Yang hear them. After the poisonous wasp king heard it, it rolled its eyes. "Did you guys become pig heads after dying once? Do you think that third young master would do a losing business?" The dragon horse and the Itachi scythe were suddenly enlightened, and hurriedly slapped their own mouths. They actually asked such a silly question, they were really getting worse as they lived. However, Yu Yang had a negative opinion, "It's really a loss. If it wasn't for the fact that you guys don't even have a bit of acting skills, if you guys could cooperate a little, I could at least extract double the profit. I already told you guys not to follow me, but you guys insisted on following me, causing that old fellow to see some signs and bite on it. If not, how could there only be such a small amount of money? Third young master, this is already a lot. If we cooperate with you and extract double the profit, that old dragon will definitely pull out his tendons and skin us alive. Even if we have that kind of acting skills, we will still feel guilty." Although the Itachi scythe felt that he was a bad person, if he really extracted double the profit, he would feel a sense of guilt. Maybe there will be heavenly punishment. The dragon horse thought about how to extract double the profit and immediately shivered. This is the quibble of the incompetent. Yu Yang directly looked down on it. If you don't have the ability, why do you still want to learn to talk about conscience? The dragon horse and the Itachi scythe looked at each other with tears in their eyes. Are you sure you won't leave? Before Yu Yang left the Beast Valley, he asked the human-faced tiger and eagle king once again. We don't have anyone to worry about outside. There's no difference between staying here and going out. Most importantly, after experiencing so much and being trapped in the Beast Valley for so many years, we are not used to the changes in the outside world. We can still do a lot of things here. Darius and the Lion King are both willing to split the Beast Valley into 3. Eagle and I can be considered as one side if we join hands. Although our strength is slightly inferior, we can still barely protect ourselves. As for our subordinates, there are still many residents and beastmen following us. If we leave, their lives will be in danger. The human-faced tiger smiled and shook his head, rejecting Yu Yang's invitation. Instead of going out to be an insignificant person, I would rather stay in this familiar Beast Valley and be a small leader. I am familiar with everything here. After living here for so many years, this is like my home. If I were to leave now, I would really miss it. We might go out in the future, but not now. Eagle King also expressed his gratitude to Yu Yang. Alright, it's up to you. Yu Yang nodded and turned to leave. The poisonous bee king, dragon horse and weasel scythe who were temporarily under the reaper mantis waved goodbye to the many beast men who were sending them off. Unlike the Itachi scythe and the other two, they could only contract and lead 10 magical beasts out of the valley. The cheetah brothers, the short-tailed cat, the rhinoceros, the elephant, and the other magical beast men went through a mental struggle before finally deciding on this. Some beast men like the human-faced tiger and eagle king had already made the Beast Valley their home and were unwilling to leave. For example, the old mountain elf Longhair. There were also some residents who had to let their beasts die once or twice before they could become beastmen. This made many residents shrink back. Only a resident called Wind Fox committed suicide twice and used his life to obtain one of the precious 10 places. The last place belonged to the Lion King's brain, Crow. If not for him when the Toad King went on a killing spree, Weasel Scythe, Short-tailed Cat and Rhinoceros would have died. When Crow found Yu Yang, there were no more objections to the 10th place. Brothers, goodbye. The dragon horse waved to its former friend. Thinking about how it would soon regain its freedom and all the things it had experienced in the Beast Valley, it was overwhelmed with emotions and could not help but shed tears. Goodbye. Almost all the magical beasts and residents came to send them off. Although there were only 10 of them who left this time, they brought a glimmer of hope to the residents and magical beasts of the Beast Valley. If there was another challenger like Yu Yang who could nurture a beast into a holy beast, then there was still a possibility of leaving. Those who remained in the Beast Valley knew that the possibility was slim, but at least they did not despair. Perhaps there would never be another abnormal challenger like Yu Yang. However, even if he couldn't nurture a holy beast and instead had an extremely intelligent beast, he would still have the chance to bring people away. Compared to a holy beast, the only difference was that he could bring 10 people away. Saint beasts could bring 10 people with them, but non-saint beasts could only bring one person with them at most. Even if they could only bring one person with them, there was still hope, right? After leaving the Beast Valley, Yu Yang and the Reaper Mantis returned to the outside of the Heaven Realm. The Poisonous Bee King, the Dragon Horse, the Itachi Scythe and the others all returned to their original forms in a burst of golden light, turning back into humans. The beast that was nurtured in the Beast Valley had completely disappeared, leaving only a magic crystal for the Dragon Horse and the Itachi Scythe. If not for the magic crystal in their hands, the Dragon Horse and the Itachi Scythe would even have a strange thought. Did they really stay in the terrifying Beast Valley? Was that all real? All of that, was it really not a dream? No matter what, they who had transformed back into humans were overwhelmed by joy. They could not help but hug each other tightly, cheering and shouting in tears, venting their excitement of regaining freedom. I say, Itachi Scythe, do you have anyone in your family? If not, where would you go to? That's not right. Why are you from the Skyfire tribe? Aren't you from the Night Wind tribe? The Dragon Horse shouted when it saw Itachi Scythe's real body. You lied to me too. You even said you were from the Earthly tribe. Who doesn't know that you are from the Forest Waterfall tribe? Itachi Scythe also felt that he had been cheated. What's wrong with them? Yu Yang was curious. It's nothing. The two tribes are just natural enemies. Skyfire against Forest Waterfall, not bad. I think they will fight later. The Poisonous Bee King did not change much. She was originally a bee woman. Before the Poisonous Bee King finished speaking, the Dragon Horse and the Itachi Scythe glared at each other, as if they were ready to fight. You guys fight slowly. Yu Yang yawned and waved his hand casually. I want to go back to sleep. You guys go do what you need to do. I'm leaving. How are we going to find you in the future? The Poisonous Bee King asked what everyone was thinking. Why don't you tell us a location? We will lead our tribe to join you. The Dragon Horse and the Itachi Scythe both felt that following Yu Yang was the best way to go. Who cares about your trivial matters? If you want to follow me out of the valley, don't even think about it. Get lost. Yu Yang was furious. Even if she was a nanny, this was not the way to do it. Furthermore, she didn't even have a salary. Who would want to work so tirelessly for no reason? Being the boss every day, do you think I am a vain fool like Fatty High? No way, Yu Yang reprimanded. The tearful farewell atmosphere immediately disappeared. Everyone was scared and ran away. No one dared to provoke the Yu clan's third young master. He had always been living with resentment for not fully exploiting the two-headed black dragon. At this time, whoever provoked him would be unlucky. When Yu Yang left, the Poisonous Bee King gathered everyone and whispered a secret, Conqueror City. He once accidentally revealed that he had a few companions training in Conqueror City. It's impossible to follow him. Think about your abilities. You guys are trash. You even need someone to carry you if you fail to pass the trial. If you have a promising younger generation in your tribe, you might have some hope. Alright, I'm leaving. You guys continue fighting. The poisonous bee king also disappeared into the sky with a whoosh. Everyone looked at each other. In the end, they all nodded at the same time. Only a fool would not follow the Yu clan's third young master. Even if they did not hope for their tribe to rise, they could at least be protected and continue to prosper. It's impossible not to fight, but you are too weak. I'm afraid you will fall after a few punches. That would be boring. Dragon Horse sneered at Itachi. I'm afraid that after 2 or 3 punches, you will be looking for your teeth on the ground. If you have the ability, compete with me in drinking. Whoever loses is a turtle. Itachi's strength was incomparable to Dragon Horse's. Moreover, they had gone through life and death together in the Beast Valley. There was no enmity between them. The two of them first punched each other's chest. When the other party opened his mouth in pain, they laughed loudly. At the same time, they held each other's shoulders tightly, like a pair of close friends. They laughed and scolded each other all the way. Rhino and the others who were prepared to watch the show looked at each other. If they don't fight, what should we do? Crow was the first to chase. Who knows what will happen in the future? Why think so much? Let's compete in drinking first. Wait, the remaining people also hurriedly chased after them. Since they were already out of the Beast Valley, there was no need to worry about their clan. Thousands of years had passed, let alone a few days. Let's celebrate first, Conqueror City. Yu Yan discovered that Fatty Hai and the others were being trained like dead dogs by the veterans. He could not help but feel pity. After training for so long, your improvement is so small. You guys have lost the face of Tong Tian Tower. For my face, I have to do something. How about I use the ancient dragon's blood to help you guys level up? Otherwise, I won't even dare to tell others that I know you guys. Fatty Hai was furious. Hey, I've obviously improved a lot. As a boss, I've already set an example and set an example. It's just that Yi Kong, that monkey's performance is terrible. Even if he's a lackey, he's still a disgrace to Tong Tian Tower. I'm definitely the one who performed the best. Look, my baby is almost a holy beast. The wind-breath seabird was really good. It had already evolved into a beautiful woman's head. It was a perfect beauty. It looked like a siren with a human face and eagle body, but it did not look evil at all. Instead, it had the majesty of a holy beast. However, her improvement did not have much to do with Fatty Hai. Although Fatty Hai had improved a lot, he could not be compared to Shui Tanlang. He was still far behind. Just as Fatty Hai was bragging about his future beautiful holy beast, the Reaper Mantis sister appeared. Her appearance made him dumbfounded. After a long time, he asked in disbelief with a trembling voice, "Is this the Reaper Mantis that specializes in eating wyvern's head? It can't be? What kind of adventure did she have? How did she become so small? And she even became a holy beast. I don't want to live anymore. You're such a bully. Do you think it's easy for me to raise a holy beast? How dare you attack me like this? Can't you let me be proud for a few days? If you do this, where will I, who is publicly acknowledged as Tong Tian Tower's most outstanding young genius, place my face?" Yu Yang was speechless. "Fatty, are you itching again?" Yi Kong could not help but want to beat him up. Hui Tai Lang also rushed up to help. Even Shui Tan Lang and Prince of Tian Luo could not help but point their middle fingers at Fatty Hai. They had seen people who needed a beating, but they had never seen someone who needed a beating as much as Fatty Hai. Tong Tian Tower having such a person was definitely a disgrace. The veterans were also stunned, but not because they saw the Reaper Mantis. They heard Yu Yang say that he would use the ancient dragon's blood to help Fatty Hai level up. According to their observation and judgment, Fatty Hai and the others' potential had already been fixed to a certain extent. Even if they could level up, it would be limited. Moreover, the foundation of their bloodline was very solid. It would be very difficult to change it with external help. Originally, they felt that it was a pity. Now that they heard that Yu Yang still had a way to level up, they could not help but be secretly shocked. Looking at Yu Yang seriously again, they realized that this brat was already very different from the first time he came to Conquer City. The current him seemed to be close to the god realm. Young people could improve very quickly, but it should not be to this extent, right? They wanted to ask, but Yu Yang did not give them the chance. He smiled mysteriously and used the 3-realm compass to leave instantly, returning to Tong Tian Tower. Only Hui Tai Lang, who saw the Reaper Mantis lightly pounding its fists to please Yu Yang, felt a sense of danger. It hurriedly followed and returned to Tong Tian Tower together. No matter what, the job of flattering its master had to be handed to it. It could not let that little girl snatch it away. As its master's most loyal beast, Hui Tai Lang would never allow others to challenge its exclusive job. In terms of performance, Hui Tai Lang was definitely number one. Berry Sword Valley, I'll leave it to you. If you find a suitable rune, it will belong to you. Yu Yang felt that it was time to give Hui Tai Lang a task, so that it would not be too idle. Awoo! Hui Tai Lang was almost excited when it heard this. Its master was always the best to it. It patted its chest, expressing that it would definitely do well. It would not go to Tianluo Palace anymore. It directly turned halfway, bid farewell to Yu Yang, and went to Dixia Palace. Without another word, it first looked for Shui Donglu, that old fox. He was going to take care of Berry Sword Valley. Tianluo Palace. When Yu Yang returned to Tong Tian Tower, the first person he wanted to see was not anyone else but Fourth Mother. It was a good thing that he got to know Pandora in the Valley of Desire, but when he thought about how he was almost killed by her disaster divine power and the law of desire, he felt a little scared. If he could not come back, what would happen to Fourth Mother, Bing Heir, and the others? How sad would Wu Xia and Xianxia be? Of course, all those assumptions were not valid. Just thinking about the situation back then, Yu Yang's heart throbbed as if he needed someone to comfort him. Who could release the negative emotions in Yu Yang's heart the best? Wu Xia, Qian Qian, Fallen Flowers, Inan, Sky La, Yu Yu, and so on, any one of them could do. Even Binger, Schwanger, Bauer, Niao Niao, these little Lolas that still needed Yu Yang to take care of, with them by his side, they would jump around, laugh and play around. Even if they didn't know how to comfort him, Yu Yang's heart would automatically return to a good state. However, there was no doubt that the person who could motivate Yu Yang the most and help him get rid of his negative emotions was Fourth Mother. The soft and weak Fourth Mother was as gentle as water, quiet and virtuous. She was born with a kind motherly nature. Even if she did not say anything and only looked at Yu Yang, she could also let him feel her firm support. That kind of confidence, that kind of encouragement, could not be described with words. As long as Yu Yang saw Fourth Mother, he would automatically know what he should do. As long as he saw her, Yu Yang's heart would always feel warm. He felt like a homeless child who had returned home. No matter what kind of blow he received outside or what kind of worries he had, they would all disappear without a trace in an instant. Yu Yang returned to the garden. Coincidentally, they saw Drunken Cat coming out of the teleportation portal as well. Both of them were stunned. What a coincidence. You came back at a bad time. Wu Xia and Qian have already accompanied Bing Heir to comprehend the ancient runes. Yu Yu has gone to visit her teacher. As for the others, they are busy cultivating in the stairway to heaven. No one has time to accompany you. Drunken Cat reacted quickly. Before Yu Yang could speak, she added, "Don't look at me. I don't have time either. His Majesty's birthday is coming up soon. I have to come back and prepare. I'm free." The little panda, Nyo, was afraid that Yu Yang would be disappointed, so she ran over obediently and hugged Yu Yang's arm. She looked up at him and said, "Shuang and I will accompany you. We are both free." Good girl. Yu Yang picked Nyo up and gave her a loud kiss on her smooth forehead. Go do your homework and play all day. Didn't you say you would come back to study with Shuang? Drunken Cat was like a strict mother. The little panda girl was so scared that she stuck out her tongue and did not dare to pester Yu Yang anymore. She hurriedly ran in and prepared to find Yu Shuang first. After she finished her homework for today, she would think of a way to sneak out to play with her brother. At the corner, she even stopped and made a secret gesture to Yu Yang, indicating that she would wait for her. Only when she saw Yu Yang nodding his head did she happily jump in. Drunken Cat saw this and was both annoyed and amused. How old are you? Playing with kids? Yu Yang retorted with a smile, only those with a child's heart will not grow old. His Majesty's birthday? Can I join? Drunken Cat snorted softly, there's no place for you. If His Majesty didn't invite you, you can't shamelessly come uninvited. Otherwise, you will only cause trouble for others. If not for Fourth Mother living here, it would have a negative impact on His Majesty's reputation if you kept coming. Yu Yang pretended to be confused. What negative impact? Drunken Cat almost used her hands to strangle him to death. In the end, she tried her best to control herself. Anyway, it's not good. Who doesn't know that you are a playboy in the Soaring Dragon Empire? Yu Yang was furious. Hey, His Majesty has 3,000 beauties in his harem. That old man Jun Wu has 3 palaces, 6 courtyards, and 72 concubines. Compared to them, what am I? I'm not even trash. Moreover, in Soaring Dragon Empire or Tong Tian Tower, which emperor doesn't have more than 100 women? Compared to them, I am a pure and faithful child. This was the guy from another world defending himself. You are a pure and faithful child? Drunken Cat almost fainted. Compared to other kings, I really dare to say yes. Yu Yang's skin was thicker than the city walls. Quibbling was nothing. How can you be compared to others? When Drunken Cat heard this, she suddenly became angry. It's fine if those stinky men are playboys, but you should be different. You should be a good example for everyone. Che, if that's a good example, I might as well not be one. Yu Yang waved his hands disdainfully. What? Drunken Cat stared at Yu Yang angrily. I just want to remind you that I am also one of those stinky men that you were talking about. Yu Yang raised his hand and replied weakly. Can stinky men be playboys? Drunken Cat grabbed this key point and questioned. Why can't they? Yu Yang blinked his eyes and asked back. You're really infuriating. Drunken Cat saw this brat's sudden change in attitude, and almost fell over. She pushed Yu Yang away and rushed to leave, shouting unhappily, Don't talk to me again, I can't be bothered with you. This girl. Yu Yang scratched the back of his head. He suddenly felt that this domineering sister was a little strange. She was not like this usually. Could it be that something happened? There was no one around, otherwise he would definitely ask clearly. When Yu Yang returned to Fourth Mother's residence, he saw that she was saying goodbye to someone. He was a little curious, who was looking for Fourth Mother. Fourth Mother turned around and saw Yu Yang. She was immediately happy. Her mood was extremely good. She asked Yu Yang to sit down with a face full of smiles. She gently combed his long hair and said happily, after the discussion of the elders, we finally decided on a date. If there is no news of the engagement for too long, it would be unfair to Wu Xia and Xianxia. Of course, you youngsters have your own ideas. If you don't want to have a wedding in public, we will also agree. However, you have to meet with the elders and settle the matter. It's not that we don't trust you guys, but us elders all hope to be able to have children and grandchildren as soon as possible. The war outside will never end. Tongtian Tower is peaceful now, so you guys should have a wedding. In the future, having a baby would be perfectly justifiable. How do you guys handle the wedding? The customs of each clan are different, so we don't care about this. Anyway, it's a matter for you youngsters. You guys can decide how to do it, whether it's simple or according to etiquette, we just want to confirm it. When Yu Yang heard this, he knew that he couldn't avoid it. He could only nod. Seeing that he had agreed, Fourth Mother was so happy that she couldn't help but hug him into her embrace. Her tears fell down one by one. Sanner, Fourth Mother's biggest wish in this life is to see you grow up, marry a wife, and have children. If you can bring back a baby for me in these 2 years, then Fourth Mother will have no more regrets. She originally thought that she would have to spend a lot of effort to get him to agree. Who knew that he would agree the moment she said it? She was pleasantly surprised. Why did he become so obedient after coming back from the heaven realm? Fourth Mother's heart moved and she understood a little. She immediately pulled Yu Yang over and wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes. She looked at him with her wet eyes. Sanner, did something happen in heaven realm? Tell me, you can't hide it from me. Yu Yang smiled. Actually, it's nothing, just a little accident. But it's okay, he told Fourth Mother about his experiences in the Valley of Desire and the Valley of Beasts. Through this kind of confession, the little bit of negative emotions that had originally appeared in Yu Yang's heart instantly vanished, turning into nothingness. Fourth Mother was pleasantly surprised when she heard this. She couldn't help but pat her chest to calm her heart that was about to jump out of her chest. She then lightly patted Yu Yang's head and rebuked him, since you have the best way to clear this stage, why do you still need to do unnecessary things? You're going to scare Fourth Mother to death by messing around like this. You're not allowed to mess around like this anymore. No matter what you do, you have to think about everyone else. If anything happens to you, how are we going to live in the future? Of course, this matter isn't entirely your fault. This is fate. Pandora meeting you is also a kind of fate. It's all fated. Sometimes we can't escape even if we want to. With Sister's blessing, we will definitely be able to turn misfortune into fortune in the future. Yu Yang suddenly buried his head in her embrace, as if he had fallen asleep. He gently closed his eyes. Fourth Mother's face was filled with infinite gentleness. Her long eyelashes also slightly closed. Gently caressing his black hair and caressing his cheeks, her voice was like the sound of nature under the starry sky. Sleep, Sanner. You have to bear all the responsibilities in the family. Fourth Mother knows that you have been very tired, but there's no other way. You're the only pillar in the family. Fourth Mother also wants to help you, but, sleep. With Fourth Mother here, you don't have to be afraid of anything. Everything will be fine. In her gentle motherly radiance, Yu Yang was intoxicated. He wasn't sleeping soundly. Instead, he had sunk into an indescribable spiritual world. Tranquil, peaceful, ethereal, worry-free. Was this Fourth Mother's heart? In such a peaceful spiritual world, even if he slept for 10,000 years, he wouldn't feel lonely. When Yu Yang woke up, he realized that he was lying on the long bench. His body was lying flat, his head was resting on Fourth Mother's knees. His arms were wrapped around her waist. He had slept like a child. Before he opened his eyes, he heard Drunken Cat's voice. He hurriedly continued to maintain his half-awake state. He could only hear her trembling as she pleaded, "Can you cross off my name? Fourth Mother, I don't want to marry him." "Why?" Fourth Mother's voice was as gentle as still water. "Wu Xia, Xianxia, and Fallen Flowers' names are all on it. If I want to be with them, how can I say it?" Drunken Cat's voice carried a hint of sobbing. "Is it related to the main wife?" Fourth Mother asked. "No, it's not." Drunken Cat hurriedly denied. "Wu Xia is the best candidate." Even Xianxia agreed on this point. "Then you don't like my Sanner anymore?" Fourth Mother purposely asked. "It's not that. It's just that my status is too different from his. Moreover, he always teases me. I don't know what he's thinking." Fourth Mother, my heart is in a mess. Can you let me think about it first? Can you help me persuade His Majesty? It's true that you care about me, but I want to make the decision myself. Oh right, you can't let him know. If things don't work out, I don't know how to face him in the future. Fourth Mother, you're the best. Help me. Drunken Cat anxiously pulled Fourth Mother's hand. She looked at her pitifully with red eyes. Fourth Mother knows what you are worried about, but it doesn't matter at all. Go back and think about it. Silly child, who doesn't know that this matter is absurd? But it is still a lifetime of happiness. Is happiness really so easy to find? If you care so much about what others think, won't your life be even more tiring? Wu Xia, Qian, and Fallen Flowers can all let go. Why do you have to be so stubborn? Silly child, you'll only suffer if you do this. Fourth Mother softly comforted Drunken Cat. She reached out and hugged her lightly. She comforted her heart a little. Drunken Cat's originally excited heart gradually calmed down. When she saw Yu Yang's face that was still sleeping soundly, she saw that the corner of his mouth was slightly curved. It was as if he saw something joyful in his dreams and laughed silently in his dreams. It was as if he could see through her heart and laugh at her on purpose. Immediately, her heart trembled. She couldn't control herself. Fourth Mother, I'm going back. Let me think about it first. Drunken Cat didn't dare to look at him anymore. She was afraid that if she looked at him again, she wouldn't be able to shift her gaze away. She stood up and ran away as fast as she could. What an awkward silly child. Fourth Mother couldn't help but laugh. After 3 days, Yu Yang didn't see Drunken Cat. On the other hand, the little panda girl Nyo played happily with Yu Shuang, the naughty little girl. At night, she, who was originally obedient, even climbed onto Yu Yang's bed with Shuang hugging him from both sides and making love. It was rare for Yu Yang to enjoy a few days of the peaceful life he had when he had just transmigrated to this world. During the day, he would accompany the 2 little girls to play crazily. From time to time, he would imperceptibly teach them all kinds of knowledge, allowing them to unknowingly learn many things that they couldn't learn in class. Sometimes, he would also go to the kitchen to help Fourth Mother wash the vegetables or cut the bones of the meat. Although this kind of messy behavior would most likely be chased out by Fourth Mother, Yu Yang was still very happy to do it. His most exaggerated behavior was to personally carry a large basin of water and wash Fourth Mother's feet with Shuang. He said it was to repay for teaching Shuang filial piety. Fourth Mother couldn't resist and could only agree in the end. On one side was Yu Yang, and on the other side was Yu Shuang, washing Fourth Mother's feet for the first time. Although Fourth Mother was smiling, she wiped her tears from time to time. Especially when she saw Yu Shuang, this little girl, sweating profusely and getting her whole body drenched in water, but still persisted. She was so touched that she hugged the little girl and cried. Drunken Cat hid in the corner and peeped for a long time. In the end, she disappeared silently. Yu Bing returned very quickly, accompanied by Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai. She still didn't know that the ancient rune was reserved for her by Yu Yang. She even excitedly reported to her brother that her 2 sisters-in-law helped her absorb the rune's energy and made a breakthrough in her realm. She felt that she was already taking advantage of her brother. She was even a little proud in her heart. Since her brother wanted to absorb the ancient rune, she naturally couldn't let him go too far. Helping him absorb the surrounding rune's energy was the only thing she could do. This was also progress, wasn't it? This was what Yu Bing was thinking. If she knew that the ancient rune was left behind by Yu Yang for her, she would definitely be terrified. It was precisely because he was worried that this little girl wouldn't accept the ancient forest that Yu Yang kept it a secret. Something doesn't feel right. Princess Sisai, who had sharp senses, expressed her suspicions. No. Yu Yang was a little speechless. Did you do something behind our backs? Shui Wuxia also used the smiling torture method to interrogate. In fact, she had the Book of Truth. As long as she saw Yu Yang, she would know a little bit. She said that just to cooperate with Tigress. Even if I had the guts, I wouldn't dare. Yu Yang hurriedly explained that he was actually a good boy who did good deeds without leaving his name. The problem is, your guts are bigger than the heavens. Princess Sisai saw through this little trick in one glance. Brother, confess and you'll be lenient. Even Yu Bing excitedly joined in the interrogation. Now that things have come to this, I have no choice but to say it. Actually, I agreed to their forced marriage in 3 months' time. You guys also know that I was alone previously. How could I be a match for the old fox and the others? I could only raise my hands and surrender. Yu Yang put on an expression that said it's not my fault to be a traitor. So it's like this. Congratulations, brother. Yu Bing was happy for her brother from the bottom of her heart. She also congratulated Princess Sisai and Shui Wuxia. Are there going to be wedding candies soon? The only reason why the little girl felt that marriage was good was because there would be a lot of wedding candies to eat. When she heard that her brother was going to get married, she almost drooled. Little girl, what do you know? Go away. Yu Bing reprimanded. In fact, her mind had always been blank about what marriage meant. For Yu Bing, who worked hard to cultivate and pursue her brother, marriage was something that she had never thought about. It was something that was too far away for her. However, she knew that if her brother got married officially, then her sisters-in-law would marry into his family. But, was there any difference? Now, her sisters-in-law were living and cultivating together with her brother. Yu Bing didn't think too much about it. She just felt that since it was something that the elders wanted her to do, and it was something that was beneficial to her brother, it must be right. When Princess Sisai and Xue Wuxia heard this news, they couldn't help but blush, even though they had heard some rumors before. Xue Wuxia recovered a little faster. She nodded to show her tacit agreement and calmed down. As for Princess Sisai, Tigress, perhaps she felt that Yu Yang had agreed too quickly and didn't ask for her opinion, or perhaps she felt that she was not mentally prepared when he said it in public. She raised her pink fist and gave him a hard punch. She didn't let him off easily. Who agreed to marry you? Yu Yang caught her fist. Tigress, do you still want to run away? This time, Xianxia's face became even redder, and even her neck was burning. She glared at him shyly. The children are watching. Let go of me. Hearing this, Yu Bing covered her face and pretended that she didn't see it. I didn't see anything, but the little girl was not as cooperative as her. She peeked through the gap between her fingers and burst out laughing. I saw it. My brother wanted to kiss Sister Xianxia. I saw it. Haha, I'll tell my mother. Yu Bing didn't wait for the little girl to make a fuss. She lifted her up and tried to hold back her laughter. Little girl, what are you trying to do? How can your brother be married? Nonsense. Oh right, I brought candied plums. If you don't want to eat them, I'll give them all to Nyonyo. I want them all. At most, I'll give a little to Nyonyo. Wow, sister is the best. Yu Shuang, this little girl, immediately flattered her sister when she heard this. Princess Sisai, who was forcefully kissed by Yu Yang, rolled her eyes at him snappily. The heroic female swordsman's face was flushed. She was half shy and half annoyed. What kind of feeling was this with the coquettish pout of a little girl? Yu Yang couldn't describe it. He only felt that Princess Sisai, this rouge tigress, had never been so cute before. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. This made Princess Sisai, who was too ashamed to show her face, crazily bite him. Xue Wuxia quietly stood on the other side of Yu Yang. She quietly looked at the man she loved. She didn't need to take the initiative. She only needed to wait for a while and he would turn around and kiss her gently. Just like how no matter how many girls with their own strengths appeared by his side, he would never forget that there was still himself waiting quietly. Because of fate, he couldn't possibly only belong to himself forever. However, there would always be a place for himself by his side. Just like in the deepest part of his heart, there would always be himself. Yu Yang turned his face and lightly touched her lips like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. The longing of the two was exchanged in this gentle kiss. Blending. It really makes people jealous. He's so gentle to Xuanyo, but he's completely different to me. Princess Sisai felt that the method of forcing Yu Yang to kiss her was more suitable for her. She wouldn't indulge him like how Xue Wuxia cooperated with him. However, seeing this brat being so affectionate, she couldn't help but protest. Come, Tigress, let me compensate you properly. Yu Yang put on a perverted look and acted like he wanted to hug her. Who cares? Xianxia punched him and sent him flying. At the corner of the wall, Drunken Cat's shadow appeared. It disappeared in a flash. Whether it was Princess Sisai with her sensitive sixth senses or Xue Wuxia with her limitless divine sense, both of them noticed it, but they didn't expose it. Everyone had their own little secrets, didn't they? At night, Yu Yang and the little girl took out a basin of water to wash Fourth Mother's feet. Yu Bing's eyes reddened in an instant. She had never washed her mother's feet in her entire life. She rushed forward excitedly and squeezed in between her brother and sister. She wiped her tears as she watered her mother's feet. Her tender little face was blurred by her tears. Not only her, even Princess Sisai and Xue Wuxia were stunned. After a long time, Xue Wuxia finally reacted and nodded towards Princess Sisai. She squatted down lightly and took the towel from Yu Yang's hands, gently wiping Fourth Mother's feet. On the other hand, Princess Xianxia was still a little hesitant. She waited until Fourth Mother, who was covering her face and crying, carried Xuan'er onto her lap. She then looked at Yu Yang and saw him nod his head. Then, she slowly squatted down and used her trembling hands to take over Yu Shuang's position. Yu Bing was crying her eyes out, sobbing as she helped her mother clean. Her actions were so clumsy and gentle, as if she didn't dare to use any strength, afraid that if she used even a little strength, she would make a mistake. In the shadow of the corner of the wall, Drunken Cat covered her face with her hands. She didn't make a sound. but her face was already full of tears. On the second day, Princess Sisai and Shui Wuxia bid farewell to Yu Yang. I want to go back and take a look. Don't misunderstand, I don't have any longing for that old fellow. Princess Sisai only didn't admit defeat verbally. Actually, ever since she got to know Yu Yang, her father-daughter relationship with Jun Wuyu had eased up a lot. She said that she wouldn't forgive that hateful father, but other than saying it to Yu Yang, she was no longer the stubborn Princess Sisai in front of others. After all, after going through a series of big battles, she realized that if she didn't treat her father better now, if another big battle were to break out, her father might leave forever. Even if she wanted to be filial, it would be too late. You really don't need me to accompany you back? Yu Yang looked at Princess Sisai and asked Shui Wuxia. Next time, let's forget about today. We aren't going back for a long time, we're just staying at home for a day or two to feel the atmosphere at home. Shui Wuxia gave Yu Yang a hug and whispered in his ear, we'll continue the interrogation when we come back. Don't think that you really managed to hide from us yesterday. No, don't touch me. Princess Sisai struggled with all her might, but Yu Yang insisted on hugging her. Although Yu Bing and Yu Shuang covered their faces and didn't look, they still peeked through the gaps between their fingers. This made her feel the most embarrassed. Isn't this teaching children bad things? Your Highness, the custom at my side is like this. The greeting gift is a hug and a kiss. Yu Yang expressed that he wanted to abide by the custom. Why don't you hug Fatty Hai? Princess Sisai punched him in disdain. Nonsense, the custom of hugging and kissing is only limited to beauties. Yu Yang snorted coldly. Where did this custom come from? Princess Sisai was speechless. He invented it himself. Shui Wuxia understood Yu Yang the most. Then I'll invent another one. In the future, whoever sees this hateful custom will be rewarded with a beating. Princess Xianxia wanted to punch Yu Yang again, but who knew that Yu Yang was already prepared this time. He parried Princess Xianxia's fist and rushed into her embrace. Chest to chest, face to face, he kissed her fiercely. If not for Princess Sisai biting his lips so hard that it hurt, he wouldn't have let go. Children shouldn't look. Yu Bing giggled as she covered Yu Shuang's eyes. It's just kissing, what's there to look at? I kiss my brother every day. Yu Shuang, this girl, expressed her disdain. She hugged Yu Yang and kissed him twice with a paw-paw sound. Her childish actions made everyone burst into laughter. At the corner of the wall, a shadow peeping at them flashed by. Indistinctly, they could even hear laughter. Whitestone City, Tavern. Because this was the place where Yu Clan's third young master rose to power, the tavern in Whitestone City had received a bounty from the Wu Clan Guild. It was completely renovated and a warrior's plaza was built. In the middle of the plaza, there was even a statue of a young man releasing an eagle, hinting that this was the place where Tong Tian Tower's #1 warrior, Yu Clan's third young master, rose to power. Not only did many mercenaries and ambitious youths from the Soaring Dragon continent come to Whitestone City for sightseeing. Even some of Tong Tian Tower's allies, such as the dwarves, taurens, orcs, golden elves, and so on, would come under the leadership of Tong Tian Tower's warriors, wanting to see the place where Yu Clan's third young master rose to power. Whitestone City's soil was said to be a souvenir among the various races in Tong Tian Tower. Gifting a portion of Whitestone City's soil was a wish for the other party's descendants to soar. If it wasn't for Jun Wuyu's strict order forbidding digging, the house that Yu Yang and Fourth Mother used to live in would have been demolished. Really? A mercenary like me, who only has one rotten life, can also participate in third young master's wedding? What? What did you say? Dragon Knight Corps? Those who pass the test can get a gold-ranked wyvern? Can join third young master's Dragon Knight Corps? A one-eyed mercenary had just returned from a mission with his companions. When he entered the tavern, he heard this news. He was so excited that he started trembling, spilling the wine in his hand all over the table. It's like a dream. The surrounding mercenaries could not believe their ears. When have I, Golden Tooth, ever lied? Do you think I'll get paid to lie to you? Moreover, who is third young master? His words are more effective than an imperial edict. You can doubt anyone, but you can never doubt third young master. Besides, you can't understand third young master's greatness and kindness. That's why you have such dirty thoughts to doubt him. Fortunately, you're here. If you were in Shangjing, you'd definitely be beaten up if you spoke ill of third young master. An old mercenary with 2 golden front teeth sat arrogantly on a chair. He, who was usually a scumbag, was now enjoying the honor of the tavern owner personally pouring wine for him. He was the one who brought the news of Yu Clan's third young master forming a Dragon Knight Legion to escort his bride. I'm not questioning the third young master. I wouldn't dare. I just couldn't react in time. The one-eyed mercenary quickly defended himself. What a joke. He couldn't afford to be accused of doubting the third young master. I don't think you dare. Golden Tooth laughed loudly. Otherwise, even if I have to risk my life, I will beat you up. Yes, yes. The one-eyed mercenary was more than 10 times stronger than Golden Tooth. If they really fought, he could probably kill Golden Tooth with a single slap. Because of third young master's information, Golden Tooth was like a sacred object that couldn't be violated. The one-eyed mercenary apologized profusely. Apologize again and again. The old mercenary, Golden Tooth, saw that the people in the tavern were attracted by the news he brought and were all crowding around him. However, he was not in a hurry to tell them. He slowly picked up a crispy peanut with his chopsticks and chewed it with relish. The mercenaries who were eager to know the truth were left out in the cold. He waited until the mercenary's neck stretched out before he put down his chopsticks and slammed the table. He said vividly, "Do you think that I, Golden Tooth, got my name for nothing? My information is definitely the latest and most accurate. It has already spread slowly in Whitestone City. If it was in big cities like Shangjing, it would have already spread. Think about it, how could third young master's betrothal gift be simple? What kind of person is third young master? TSK, he prepared for so long, what he took out would definitely be huge. I say, you guys still don't know everything. If you knew, wouldn't you be scared to death on the spot? I, Golden Tooth, am very well informed, yet I only know a little bit. However, just a little bit is enough to completely shock me. What's going on with third young master's betrothal gift? Please tell us." The one-eyed mercenary tried to curry favor with Golden Tooth by pouring wine for him. The part that cannot be revealed is the country's secret. It is definitely not something people like us can know. Even those with power and authority, or third young master's close friends and relatives only know a part of it. The most secret is what third young master secretly communicated with the 2 emperors. Golden Tooth drank a cup of wine and his face was flushed red. He slammed the table complacently. If I, Golden Tooth, did not accept the mission, I would not dare to speak carelessly. Do you guys know who gave me the mission? Could it be third young master? The mercenaries were all excited when they heard this. You guys are dreaming. Third young master is a very busy person, and he is also busy with his wedding. How would he have the time to give me a mission? Moreover, this kind of thing does not suit his noble status. Golden Tooth sneered, looking down on the mercenary's intelligence. Yes, we were thinking too much. The people in the tavern roared with laughter. Indeed, third young master did not know Golden Tooth at all. Why would he give him a mission? The person who gave me the mission is third young master's teacher. Speaking of his name, I'm sure you all know him. He is Xianxia Jia, the most famous eagle eye in the soaring dragon continent. Golden Tooth put on an expression of reminiscence. Yesterday, Xianxia gathered all the mercenaries in the Shangjing Mercenary Guild, including me. He invited us to a meal and gave us a mission on the spot. He wanted us to spread the news of third young master's wedding. Before coming to Whitestone City, I had already spread the good news in the 4 cities. What? You mean the reaction? That would definitely cause a sensation. Everyone in the audience was reluctant to let me leave. If it wasn't for the mission that forced me to take action, I wouldn't have come here. I would have been drunk by the Maple City mercenaries. Alright, pitiful mercenaries, let me tell you. The light of hope is here. It was brought to you by the world's greatest and kindest third young master. If any of you can enter the Dragon Knights or the Dragon Blood Guards, never forget to be grateful. Don't forget third young master's gift. Tell us in detail. The one-eyed mercenary and his companions hurriedly cleared the table. They also ordered the tavern owner to bring up a plate of the most famous charcoal demonic beef shank for Golden Tooth to enjoy. What about people like us who have no potential and are in our 30s? If we fail our mission, we'll become penniless. I'm afraid we won't even be able to pay the registration fee for the Dragon Knights. Another bearded mercenary sighed worriedly. Actually, there were quite a few people who thought the same. Mercenaries were people who lived on the edge of a blade. No one knew when they would die. Once they had money, they would spend it, gamble, and whore. They had almost no savings. There was no need to talk about the difficulty of the Dragon Knight's test. The worst thing was that they wouldn't even have enough to pay the registration fee. Tui. Golden Tooth suddenly flew into a rage. He pointed at the bearded mercenary's nose and scolded, "How can you use such filthy thoughts to question Third Young Master's good intentions? Who said anything about a registration fee? Do you think Third Young Master would ask for money from mercenaries who are worse than beggars? All he has to do is say the word and someone will pave a path with gold coins for him to walk on. Who said anything about a registration fee? No, not a single coin. It's completely free." "It's really completely free?" The mercenaries were stunned. This was the first time something like this had ever happened. There was no such thing as a free job in this world. In other words, Third Young Master would bear the cost himself. In order to form the Dragon Knights, Third Young Master had not only provided opportunities and flying dragons, but he didn't even charge a registration fee. At this thought, the mercenaries couldn't help but blush. It was indeed rude of them to guess Third Young Master's character from an old point of view. A noble person like Third Young Master was naturally the most generous person in the world. It was the greatest disrespect to imagine him as a greedy vampire. No wonder Golden Tooth was angry. Ahem, I was wrong. I really didn't know it was free. Besides, I wasn't being disrespectful to Third Young Master. I was just thinking too much. The bearded mercenary quickly slapped his own mouth. The other mercenaries also apologized, expressing that they knew Third Young Master was the most generous person. It was just that their words had offended him. People without potential, or people of our age, can't enter the Dragon Knights. What should we do then? Someone asked. Listen up. Actually, Lord Xiaoho has already told us that no matter how strong you are now, Third Young Master won't look up to you. Innates are nothing in Third Young Master's eyes. But no matter how useless you are, Third Young Master won't look down on you. He is the greatest, second to none. Just because you are useless doesn't mean you don't have potential. Third Young Master has his own methods to accurately measure a person's potential. Of course, it's important to know your own limits. If you have strength but no potential, don't be too disappointed. After all, everyone is already quite old. If you had potential, it's possible that it's already gone. It's normal that you can't compare to the younger generation. If you can't enter the Dragon Knights, you still have one last hope. That is to enter the Dragon Blood Guards. Golden Tooth firmly affirmed you clan's Third Young Master's greatness. Dragon Blood Guards? The mercenary's eyes lit up. To be more precise, the Dragon Blood Guard is both the easiest and the hardest to enter, replied Golden Tooth. How is it the easiest and hardest? The mercenaries in the tavern looked at each other in dismay. Wasn't this contradictory? The easiest is that it's said that anyone can enter. Moreover, this door is always open. It's always recruiting, there's always hope. Golden Tooth first raised his left hand, then his right, increasing the power of his words. If you say it's the hardest, then it's really the hardest. According to Lord Xiaoho, Third Young Master hopes to give every warrior in the Soaring Dragon continent a chance. Remember, it's everyone, including us. If anyone among us can pass the test of willpower, no matter how strong they are, then there's hope to enter the Dragon Blood Guards. Compared to the Dragon Knight's requirements for potential and geniuses, the Dragon Blood Guards only require one thing, and that is perseverance. Lord Xiaoho told us that Third Young Master had set this rule. Even if it's a mediocre person, as long as he is willing to do one thing for 10 years, as long as he has a firm will, then he can join the Dragon Blood Guards. Because even if it's a mediocre person, as long as his willpower is recognized, Third Young Master can give him a dragon blood pill and let him become a strong warrior. When he said this, the entire tavern became deathly silent. Everyone almost suffocated. The mercenaries' suppressed breathing and swallowing sounds were especially loud in the tavern. After an unknown amount of time, only after Golden Tooth had finished eating the charcoal demon ox did the mercenaries regain their senses with great difficulty. Before Golden Tooth left, he revealed a piece of shocking news. Third Young Master has reserved 3,000 spots for Dragon Knights, but the number of elites from all the families in the Soaring Dragon continent doesn't even reach 300. In other words, anyone among you has a chance. Or, your children, even if they're only 3 years old, can be brought over to take the test. Maybe they'll become a Dragon Knight in the future. Everyone, Golden Tooth, have brought this news to you. I don't have any requests, as long as you always remember one thing. Third Young Master is the greatest. You must always remember to be grateful, and never forget your roots. Even after Golden Tooth left the tavern and continued to the next city to spread the news, the mercenaries were still dumbstruck. Was this a dream, or was it real? The Soaring Dragon continent was shaken by this shocking news that came out of nowhere. Yu Clan's Third Young Master officially sent betrothal gifts to the Shui clan, Xia royal family and Tianluo royal family. The three families also agreed to the Yu clan's betrothal. The Shui clan's eldest miss, Xia royal family's Princess Sisai and Tianluo royal family's Fallen Flowers were betrothed to Yu clan's Third Young Master. Among them, the Shui clan's eldest miss would be the first wife, while Princess Sisai and Princess Fallen Flowers would be the second wives. The news of the marriage was already shocking enough, but the promise that Yu clan's Third Young Master made when he sent the betrothal gifts made the entire Soaring Dragon continent even more excited. Third Young Master's original words were, "In order to express my respect to the Shui clan, Xia royal family and Tianluo royal family, I am willing to form a Dragon Knight army and lead them to the wedding." Yu clan's Third Young Master promised to recruit members from the Dragon Knight army to the entire Soaring Dragon continent. Even the allied races of Tong Tian Tower. What made people go crazy was that as long as one could pass the test of potential and willpower, no matter what level of strength, identity, or age, a warrior of the Soaring Dragon continent could apply to join the Dragon Knight army. Once they entered, other than receiving the best training, there would also be a wyvern that was not lower than innate level 5 and not lower than gold-ranked waiting to be contracted by an ordinary mortal. Becoming a wyvern knight was just a matter of time. If this news was not enough of a surprise, there was more to come. This was because even if the candidate's potential was trash and could not reach the standard of a Dragon Knight, there was no need to despair. The kindest, most generous, greatest and most praised Yu clan's Third Young Master had even promised such a condition that everyone could not help but be moved. As long as the candidate's willpower was strong enough, even if their strength was trash, Yu clan's Third Young Master would still give them a chance. Even if they could not join the Dragon Knight army, they could still join the Dragon Blood Guard army and become a glorious Dragon Blood warrior. This was the promise that Yu clan's Third Young Master made when he made the betrothal, a decision that could change the fate of the entire Soaring Dragon continent. While the people of the world were shedding tears and praising the Third Young Master, they would never know how shamelessly the Third Young Master swindled the two-headed black dragon of the Beast Valley. How greedily he extracted the dragon whistle, dragon blood, dragon teeth, dragon claws, dragon horns, dragon scales, dragon flames, star stones, and moon gems from the pitiful old dragon. Right now, the Soaring Dragon continent was in an uproar. Even if someone told the world the truth, no one would believe it. This was because in the eyes of ordinary warriors, Yu clan's Third Young Master was the epitome of generosity and greatness. He was a sacred and inviolable existence. Tianluo Palace. What Yu Yang did not expect was that His Majesty suddenly summoned him today. Usually, even if he requested to see His Majesty, he would use the excuse of being unwell to refuse. What was going on today? Yu Yang was puzzled, but also expectant. After all, His Majesty wasn't someone he could meet whenever he wanted. The female official on duty led him to the stairs of the inner palace and silently retreated. Just like last time, there was a door separating them. If it was someone else who treated Yu Yang like this, he would have already broken the door and rushed in. However, acting like a hooligan wouldn't work in front of His Majesty. Here, he had to pretend to be an obedient child. Maintaining his smile, Yu Yang put on an expression of "It's not strange to be courteous." I heard that you, Junwu Yu, Shui Donglu and the others created a Dragon Knight Legion, bringing about a martial atmosphere in the whole soaring dragon continent? His Majesty asked. Actually, I'm not that great. Yu Yang looked humble, but he was actually very proud. It would be strange if this idea that he thought of with so much effort had no effect at all. Yu Yang took out a proposal and walked up the stairs, as if he wanted to push open the door and enter. However, he didn't in the end. Instead, he used a teleportation ability to send the proposal into the inner palace. He then said seriously, the seniors and Elder Nangong all think that if the soaring dragon continent wants to rise, we must maintain our competitiveness. Searching for elites, forming a Dragon Knight Legion, using honor and opportunity to bring about a martial atmosphere is only the first step. The proposal is not bad, but I don't know how effective it will be when implemented. His Majesty muttered to himself for a long time, as if he was carefully looking through the proposal. In the end, he said, I quite agree with the idea of forming a Dragon Blood Guard Legion. It was impossible for everyone to be an elite. There were some people with special talents, or those with strong willpower. Most importantly, there were those who were loyal. Indeed, there were opportunities that could be tailored to each person, allowing them to display their strengths in various fields. Many seniors have thought about this before, but in the end, no one did it well, including the prison emperor. If you decide to do it, I will support you. I only hope that you can do it to the end and do your best. Since His Majesty has ordered, I will definitely do my best. Yu Yang smiled and bowed. I won't participate in the plans of the Dragon Riders and Dragon Blood Guards. His Majesty paused for a while and said, with your ability and the cooperation of everyone else, even if it takes a long time, I believe that you can still do it. After all, with your reputation, it would be a little difficult to drive the whole Tong Tian Tower, but it would not be a problem to drive the whole soaring dragon continent. Don't. Your Majesty, please don't just stand by and do nothing. Yu Yang was anxious. He was hoping for His Majesty's full support. On this side, East Heaven King and West Heaven King will cooperate with you. If it doesn't work, I'll send you another special envoy to be in charge of this matter. His Majesty seemed to have made a decision. Then what are you busy with all day? You stay in the harem every day with nothing to do. Don't you feel bored? Yu Yang sweated profusely. It's none of your business. His Majesty was furious. Just treat it as a small favor for me. Yu Yang hurriedly bowed and showed a sincere attitude. I've been very busy recently. I don't have time at all. If His Majesty said this, even if you asked the whole soaring dragon continent, no one would believe him. Everyone knew that the Tianluo Emperor, Huasu Ri, was the most leisurely emperor in the world. He stayed in the imperial harem every day and rarely went to court. He also didn't care about government affairs and left all the internal affairs to his ministers. There was a joke in the soaring dragon continent that went like this. It was said that there was once an important celebration at the Tianluo Plaza. His Majesty Huasu Ri's body was slightly unwell, so he woke up late. He didn't even have time to change into his splendid attire and was brought out of the palace by a female official, preparing to participate in the celebration at the plaza. As a result, she was stopped by the official who was in charge of maintaining order. The official asked His Majesty for a VIP invitation. When the female official showed the rising sun jade pendant that proved His Majesty's identity, the official thought it was a bribe and sternly refused. For the safety of His Majesty, I can't let unidentified people enter the square. You must leave immediately. Otherwise, I will call the palace guards to arrest you. Although this joke was a little exaggerated, it was impossible for the officials in charge of maintaining order not to recognize the rising sun jade pendant that represented the emperor's identity. It was even more impossible for Tianluo to allow a blind official who didn't recognize His Majesty to be responsible for maintaining order. However, speaking of reality, the situation was more or less like this. In the Tianluo kingdom, at least 1/5 of the officials and 1/10 of the city masters had never seen the Tianluo Emperor, His Majesty Huasu Ri. It was said that there were more than 100 Tianluo officials who mistook the Tianluo Heavenly Imperial Guardians, who often appeared to manage the kingdom's affairs, as the emperor. From this, it could be seen how little His Majesty Huasu Ri, the emperor of the Tianluo kingdom, was really too low-key. Compared to the Dixia Emperor, Jun Wuyu, the Tian Luo emperor, Huasu Ri, was really low-key. Although Jun Wuyu had never printed his portrait on the gold coins and arrogantly let everyone know what he looked like, at least 80% of the people in the Dixia kingdom, including the commoners, knew what the emperor looked like. Especially the rise of Yu Yang, who had indirectly made Jun Wuyu famous. Even many people in the Tongtian Tower had heard of his name. When Yu Yang heard that His Majesty was busy, he couldn't help but laugh. He thought, if you're very busy, then there's no one in this world who's idle. His Majesty seemed to have seen through Yu Yang's thoughts and lightly scolded, I'm really busy. If you don't know, then don't make wild guesses. Yu Yang was curious, then what are you busy with, Your Majesty? His Majesty muttered to himself for a long time, then let out a faint sigh. I'm researching if there's a way to replace the summoning grimoire. Isn't that just wishful thinking? Yu Yang was obviously not optimistic. If these words were said by Jun Wuyu or the old cunning fox, Yu Yang would have thought that they were crazy. Replacing the summoning grimoire, it was really a fool's dream. If there was something that could replace the summoning grimoire, why would the Heaven Realm's heaven-ranked warriors need to stare at other people's grimoire and drool? The secret of the summoning grimoire, even with Yu Yang's Heaven Eye's divine vision, he still couldn't see any traces of it being created. He couldn't see the truth at all. He estimated that even the legendary gods couldn't create a summoning grimoire. Only those unimaginably strong ancient gods from ancient times could do it. Now, the Tian Luo Emperor Hua Suri actually said that he wanted to research something to replace the summoning grimoire. Yu Yang was already giving him face by not laughing himself to death. Both of them looked at each other, speechless. After an unknown period of time, His Majesty suddenly sighed softly, the summoning grimoire is too mysterious. Among the Heaven Stairway rankers, there have been people researching it for generations, but they haven't made any significant progress. Later on, the Heaven Stairway rankers changed their way of thinking and proposed a bold idea. Even if they couldn't reach the level of summoning grimoire, they could develop a substitute for warriors who couldn't contract a grimoire. Yu Yang was shocked. Were these Heaven Stairway rankers eating too much? There was actually such a crazy research? From His Majesty's tone, this kind of research had been going on for a long time. Knowing that it was futile, why did these people still persist? With a little curiosity and probing, Yu Yang asked, how long has this research been going on? His Majesty answered, 8,000 years. Yu Yang was speechless. Spending 8,000 years to research a project that would never succeed, was this stubbornness or foolishness? I said, I don't have time to care about your matters. These few months, I want to sleep. You can go back. If you need anything, you can look for the Eastern Sky King. His Majesty was about to send Yu Yang away. Wait, let me help you. Yu Yang's heart moved. If he could have a breakthrough in this area, then he believed that it would be of great help to his realm. You don't have this kind of patience. His Majesty refused. Tell me about your ideas and progress first. Yu Yang insisted on listening. If he really couldn't do it, he would give up. Since 8,000 years ago, it has gradually become a fixed idea. We hope to connect and communicate with the soul through a certain item. At the same time, this item is the carrier of the contracted beast. You also know that the carrier of the contracted beast is very common in treasures, especially those above gold rank. For example, the holy rank and god rank treasures directly have a spirit. We are thinking if there is a way to lower the requirements and quality of this carrier. It is impossible for ordinary warriors to use gold rank and above treasures, and some young children do not have enough mental power to control it. If we can research a kind of carrier, it is silver rank or bronze rank, and it can also contract beasts above gold rank, then wouldn't it? When His Majesty talked about this kind of research, his interest was immediately aroused, and he talked non-stop to Yu Yang. I see. Yu Yang felt that in the inheritance of knowledge, there was also a part of the sealed knowledge about this, but it was not a complete part. He guessed that Sister Xianxia had also studied the substitute of the grimoire before, but due to time constraints, she did not study more deeply. The carrier of the contracted beast is the first difficult problem. However, the most difficult one is the soul communication. His Majesty sighed deeply, this is too difficult. Soul communication. Yu Yang also frowned. For innate rankers and above. this was a difficult problem. However, for ordinary people, soul communication could only be an extravagant hope. Perhaps in their dreams, there were very few people with pure souls who could successfully contact the soul under the influence of some inherent skill or ability. Even if ordinary people let others guide and communicate with the soul by force, it would also cause damage to the soul. If a carrier with a gold rank or above beast was allowed to communicate with the soul, the will of the beast would probably directly destroy the fragile soul of an ordinary person. Other than the inestimable treasure of the summoning grimoire, there was no other way to bear this. If one really wanted to contract a beast with the soul and the body must be completely combined, so that the beast and the master would be completely one. In other words, if this could be done, then the beast would be a guardian beast, an existence that would live and die together with the master. Ordinary contracts were only physical contracts. If the beast was slightly dissatisfied, it would betray the master. Or if there was no connection of will, the beast would never learn and progress without wisdom. You go and do your own things. Maybe, this is the wrong way. His Majesty advised Yu Yang not to put his heart and soul into this. Should I make another summoning grimoire? Yu Yang fell into deep thought. There was a light in his mind now. Although he did not know what it was, he had a strange feeling that if he could grasp this, he might have a further understanding of soul communication. His Majesty was a little strange. What did this brat want to do? Did he really want to help him make a replacement for the summoning grimoire? Was he crazy? Yu Yang sat on the steps without a care for his image, thinking hard, trying to grasp the floating inspiration. In the end, he lay on the steps with his hands as a pillow, crossed his legs casually, and looked at the sky with his unfocused eyes. His whole mind was immersed in the sea of thoughts. Whether it was the inheritance of Sister Xianxia's knowledge, or the realization of Queen Vivian Li's realm, or the wisdom and enlightenment brought to him by all the warriors in the world tree, and finally the various kinds of knowledge that he had learned before he transmigrated. What kind of thing could be used to become a replacement for the summoning grimoire? What kind of existence would be able to do this? His Majesty was afraid to disturb his thinking, so he did not speak and waited quietly. He could not help but feel a trace of expectation in his heart. Could this brat really solve this problem that had been unsolved for 8,000 years? Could a replacement for the summoning grimoire really appear? If he really solved this problem, how could he praise him? The most important thing was that if he completed this task, then according to the ancestors' teachings, where should he go? Forget it, it was better to let him go back quickly. It would be terrible if this brat really managed to research it. His Majesty coughed slightly. It's getting late, go back first. You should be busy with the Dragon Knight Legion now, put this aside for now. Wait. Yu Yang suddenly jumped up excitedly. I have an idea, but I don't know if it will work. You can't be? So fast? His Majesty exclaimed. He immediately suppressed his emotions and returned to normal, asking, You thought of a way so quickly? What kind of idea is it? I won't tell you first. Wait for me to make a sample, I hope it will work. God, if it works. Yu Yang ran out like a madman. This brat seems a little untrustworthy. Although His Majesty said this, he had an inexplicable confidence in Yu Yang. The night was as cold as water, and the moon was curved like a hook. In the peaceful Tianluo Palace, a huge explosion suddenly occurred, causing the guards on duty to jump in fright. Could it be another enemy attack? The two generals on duty immediately rushed to the place where the explosion occurred to investigate. They discovered a black shadow flashing past and were about to capture the thief, but the heavenly Imperial Guardians appeared and said that it wasn't an enemy attack, but the third young master was doing an experiment and ordered the two to leave. The third young master was a grandmaster in creating puppet beasts. He was ranked just below the ghost genius Yugong. This was a well-known fact in the Soaring Dragon continent. But, what kind of experiment was he doing this time? The explosion was so powerful, it seemed that it was an extraordinary experiment. They didn't know if it was a success or a failure. The two generals on duty did not dare to ask any more and quickly left. They couldn't inquire about the matters of their superiors. Furthermore, there were still 2 battalions of guards on duty waiting for them to appease them. Outside the Tianluo Emperor Hua Suri's bedroom, Yu Yang flew in with his tattered clothes. The female official on duty was dumbfounded. She didn't know if she should stop him or not. She stared blankly at Yu Yang flying past her. She saw the door close and close, but it was too late to stop him. She immediately turned around and pretended that she didn't see Yu Yang enter the room. "What are you doing?" "I'm already resting." His Majesty was furious. This brat actually ran to his bed. This was too much. "Don't sleep yet. Wake up and help me look at this." Although I didn't succeed, I found the right way of thinking. I feel that there is a lot of hope. Come, take a look, give me some advice. Yu Yang was so happy that he forgot himself as he handed over the black thing in his hand, as if he was presenting a treasure. His Majesty didn't know whether he should accept it or not. In the end, he snorted angrily and waved a pure white energy from the tent, keeping the object in Yu Yang's hand. He then gently pushed Yu Yang a few steps away, causing the entire tent to be covered with a layer of fog. This is simply nonsense. Who allowed you to barge into my bedroom? If there is a next time, you will be severely punished. His Majesty first scolded Yu Yang for his rudeness. I was just too happy and forgot about it. Although Yu Yang tried to explain, he didn't seem to regret it at all. Then can I beat you up if I'm in a good mood? You're just quibbling. His Majesty made him so angry that he almost suffered an internal injury. However, His Majesty still knew what kind of person Yu Yang was. Although this kid's life was a mess, he was still quite serious and focused when it came to doing big things. If he was in a good mood, it would not be strange for him to break into the palace at night, because this kid was such a person. Then, Your Majesty, please forgive me this time. Yu Yang apologized again. His attitude seemed to be very sincere. There was a big explosion just now, and he didn't have time to wash his face. He immediately ran over. His face, which was blackened by the explosion, looked a little embarrassed, but also a little focused and persistent. When His Majesty saw this, he couldn't help but feel a little understanding. He only became like this because of his own ideals. If it wasn't for him, he would have already hugged a little beauty to sleep. Why would he need to come to his place in the middle of the night to be scolded? Towards this kid, His Majesty really wanted to be angry, but he couldn't. Seeing that his nose was twitching, as if he smelled something unusual, His Majesty immediately coughed and diverted Yu Yang's attention. I won't pursue the matter of breaking into the palace at night, but this must be the only time. There won't be a next time. Thank you, Your Majesty. Seeing that His Majesty wasn't angry anymore, Yu Yang immediately introduced the results of his research. If I wanted to make an existence similar to a summoning grimoire, it would be impossible even if I used up all the power of Tong Tian Tower and Heaven Realm. That is a field that even the gods can't reach. So, I thought, why do we have to build a castle in the air from the beginning? We don't have such high technology to build a pavilion in the sky, so we can build it on the ground. Of course, this is just an example. I mean, we can use our current technology and ability to make a substitute that we can achieve. His Majesty's interest was aroused by his words. Indeed, if it was too difficult to do, why not change the way of thinking and set a lower goal? Yu Yang moved a stool. He sat in front of the bed. He talked non-stop about his experience. As he spoke, he also called the female official on duty outside to bring tea and to drink. The female official heard His Majesty's call and came in with tea in a daze. When she saw Yu Yang sitting in front of His Majesty's bed, she looked as if she had seen a ghost. Yu Yang took a sip of tea and expressed his dissatisfaction with her poor service. However, the female official ran away quickly, so he couldn't complain even if he wanted to. Seeing this, His Majesty almost laughed. Did he think this was his home? This brat was really honest and impolite. However, at this time, His Majesty, who had aroused Yu Yang's interest, did not open his mouth to drive him away. Instead, he studied the semi-finished product in his hand and listened attentively. Yu Yang was like the US President's inaugural speech that he had seen before he transmigrated. When he was excited, he waved his fists wildly. If we want to make a grimoire or something that can contract multiple war beasts, that's just a dream. Even the summoning grimoire created by the ancient gods only allows each person to have one guardian war beast. Therefore, before we have such a powerful ability, we shouldn't think about how to surpass or approach it. However, we can reflect on one point here. Since the guardian war beast of the summoning grimoire exists, and each guardian war beast has different attributes and characteristics, what does that mean? It means that everyone's potential and characteristics are different, at least in the soul side. In the body side, or the acquired things are the same, but those acquired things can't change a fact. The more His Majesty listened, the more he liked it. He also felt a flash of inspiration, but felt that it was still lacking a little. He couldn't help but cooperate with Yu Yang's speech and asked, "What fact?" Yu Yang waved his fist. "I don't dare to be 100% sure, but I am 90% sure that I can prove one thing. That is, everyone's soul has the potential to contract a grimoire. At the very least, most people have this possibility." His Majesty couldn't help but exclaim at Yu Yang's shocking statement, This is impossible, what do you have to prove it?" Yu Yang smiled very confidently. Although his face was black from the explosion, he was still full of charm. A kind of confident light shone in his eyes, bright like stars. He stood up, waved his fist heavily, and strengthened his tone. "First of all, let's think about why some people can contract a grimoire and others can't. Maybe many warriors will say that it's because of bloodline, but more people clearly understand that it's mainly a person's potential. This potential is linked to various aspects. Bloodline is only one kind. In other words, people who can contract a grimoire must be relatively outstanding in all aspects. Let's look at it this way. If everyone's soul can contract a grimoire, but only a few people can show their potential." With this, His Majesty immediately understood. A kind of confusion that he couldn't understand for a long time was instantly dispelled. It was as if a window had been opened. His Majesty felt that everything in front of him was suddenly clear. Maybe the things that he couldn't solve after so long were suddenly understood. "You're saying that it's because the human body restricts the contact between the soul and the grimoire. It's because the human body blocks the communication between the soul and the grimoire? It's because the human body's potential is insufficient that most people can't contract a grimoire?" His Majesty's voice became excited. He finally found a direction. Once this mystery was solved, many things became simple. "That's right." Yu Yang clapped his hands and said, "Another question, why can only people under 20 years old contract a grimoire? Of course, in the heaven realm or other races, this restriction doesn't exist. Like the Golden Elves, they can still contract a grimoire when they are hundreds of years old. This is because of the influence of the acquired." His Majesty immediately thought of the most important answer. "Yes." Yu Yang praised, "For example, if almost everyone has the potential to contract a grimoire in the infant stage, then as time passes and the acquired growth, if a person's potential is not excavated, it will be greatly consumed and buried. It may also be buried by acquired knowledge and thoughts. Why do the younger generation of the big families have more chances to contract a grimoire? First, because they have an outstanding bloodline and enough potential. Second, because they are nurtured properly. Third, because of self-confidence." That's right, self-confidence. Ordinary people don't have the confidence to contract a grimoire. Undying faith is the first foundation of an innate elder. People without enough self-confidence would definitely not be able to contract a grimoire. Of course, those who have self-confidence but no potential or too strong obsession, acquired greed or some desire would cover up their innate potential and seriously cut off the communication between the soul. This is also the main reason why they can't contract a grimoire. The last reason is because of intelligence. Intelligence can be divided into two parts. One is knowledge and the other is IQ. If you lack the former, you can make up for it through learning, just like how beasts can become holy beasts or divine beasts. If you lack IQ, then you are congenitally deficient. Naturally, you can't communicate with the soul. Now I understand a little why the seniors put the level in 8. His Majesty suddenly realized and cried out involuntarily, "Warriors who are enlightened are called innate rankers, and those who are one level higher are called innate elders." It turns out that they want us to work hard in the direction of innate. We have understood the reason. Actually, many people can contract a grimoire, but because of the acquired influence and the various influences during their growth, most of them sadly become mediocre. Yu Yang said happily and moved his stool forward a little. "Now that we have found the problem, we can start to research. My idea is to make something like what you said, something that can communicate with the soul, and something that can be used by ordinary martial artists. This thing, strictly speaking, is not a summoning grimoire. It is just a summoning item, just like a summoning crystal. However, it has one of the biggest advantages, which is that it can communicate with the soul. The contracted beast is similar to a guardian beast, and it is the closest to the user's own attributes and most suitable for the growth of the body. This black metal ball is the substitute you mentioned? His Majesty looked left and right, but couldn't see anything special about it. What black ball? It just hasn't succeeded yet. Yu Yang was stunned at first, but then he realized and explained, its function is like this. It is an instrument worn on the wrist. Ordinary warriors, or the younger generation who can't contract a grimoire, can't communicate with the soul. We don't need them to do this. We have made a special design for this bracelet. In terms of communicating with the soul, we are like seeds. We put our consciousness on the bracelet. This bracelet is equivalent to a puppet summoned beast. Its function is to awaken the user's summoned beast in the body. You mean, this thing is a mechanism? His Majesty was so smart that he understood immediately. That's right. Yu Yang moved his chair forward a little more. If this thing is a crossbow, then the summoned beast is an arrow. As long as the user gently pulls the trigger, the arrow can be shot out. He doesn't need to know how to make a crossbow, nor does he need to know how to make a crossbow. He doesn't need to know anything, as long as he knows how to pull the trigger. According to what you said, it is really possible. The problem is, if this is the case, then you will have to work very hard, because everything is given by you. His Majesty was a little moved. If this was the case, then Yu Yang would have to pay the most, because this was purely a time-consuming and laborious work that did not benefit him. I thought you would criticize me and say that I will control all the warriors in the Soaring Dragon continent in the future. Yu Yang secretly wiped his cold sweat. You are full of lust, do you also have ambition? His Majesty wanted to be serious, but he couldn't help but laugh. Hey, I am a gentleman. Yu Yang's biggest wish in life was to pretend to be Lu Xiahui and let beautiful women sit on his arms. You? Forget it. But, do you really not need a reward? His Majesty suddenly had a headache. If this research that could change the whole Soaring Dragon continent was really successful, what should he give this brat as a reward? He didn't lack anything. Making a puppet beast is very easy, but testing its potential and planting a rune imprint to communicate with the soul is indeed quite troublesome. I suggest only making it for beautiful women. Your Majesty, when the time comes, we will split the beauties in half. If you are stronger, you can have 60% and I can have 40%. Think about it, a large group of beautiful women surrounding you, drowning you in a sea of breasts, that feeling. Yu Yang couldn't help but fantasize. What did you say? His Majesty was angry. What sea of breasts? He knew that this brat did not have good intentions. Your Majesty, you hide in the harem every day, don't tell me that you don't like beautiful women. Forget it, we are both men, I understand you. I'm sorry, I only said it because you are my bosom friend. I can't be bothered with that guy like Jun Wuyu. That's right, you might belong to the type that likes to play alone secretly. You should communicate more with others, otherwise, if you continue like this for a long time, your mentality will definitely be unhealthy. Yu Yang patted his chest, expressing that a man should not be secretive. He should dare to say in love, and if he liked beautiful women, he should say it out loud. Get out. His Majesty was furious. He couldn't help but rush out of the tent and kick this brat out of the hall. He actually dared to say that he was the type that likes to play alone? He was simply courting death. The beast bracelet still needed to be researched. Although the direction was right, there was still a long way to go before success. Before that, no matter how daring Yu Yang was, he would not dare to harass His Majesty again. His Majesty was probably very angry. Otherwise, he would not have rushed out and kicked Yu Yang away. Although he had Heaven Eye's divine vision, Yu Yang knew that it was rare for him to be muddle-headed. He pretended not to see the figure that rushed out and pretended not to know anything. Yu Yang originally wanted to stay here and do some research for a few days to produce some results, but the old fox pulled him away. This was an important time to promote the Dragon Knight army, how could they miss Yu Yang? Thus, one day later at dusk. What is that? It looks like a dark cloud, but its movement is too strange. It's not a dark cloud at all, it's a bird. My God, no, it's not a bird, it's a wyvern that covers the sky. The mercenaries who were resting in the plaza outside Tong Tian Tower saw a dark cloud surging over. When they got closer, they realized that it was thousands of wyverns. All kinds of wyverns covered the sky and covered the earth as they flew over. Even if they did not have any intention to attack, the mercenaries were so scared that they almost peed their pants. One wyvern was enough to destroy a mercenary group. How many wyverns were there? So many that it was impossible to count. There were at least 10,000 of them. If they were to attack, they could probably destroy a big city, or even a country. The most terrifying thing was that among these 10,000 wyverns, there were hundreds of them. They were all gold-ranked wyvern kings. These wyvern kings were not only gold king beasts, but also had high intelligence. Each of them had the strength of a human warrior above the innate realm. The row of wyverns at the very front had knights on their backs. Some old, some young. Some male, some female. Most of them were tall and sturdy female warriors. Many mercenary group leaders recognized these female warriors. They were the Heaven Realm female draconians under Third Young Master's command. They were powerful but very humble women. They were powerful but regarded themselves as servants and never fought for anything. However, they only recognized the Yu clan's Third Young Master as their master. Other than the Third Young Master, no one else in Tong Tian Tower could command them. The female martial artist riding on the fierce poison flying dragon king was Queen Qige. Not far from Queen Qige, stood a wise sage on the back of a plasma wyvern. The mercenaries also recognized him as Ivy Academy's acting principal, Shui Donglu. He was a great sage who had become an important pillar of the innate alliance not long after becoming an innate. He was also one of the Yu clan's Third Young Master's teachers. Although Shui Donglu was not well known in the past, his strength was extraordinary and his wisdom was as vast as the sea. Tong Tian Tower had many outstanding talents, such as the Yu clan's Third Young Master, Shui Tan Lang, Yan Pejun, Feng Qi Sha, Hai Defu, Yi Kong, Li Chia, Li Gu, and the others. They were all his disciples. Roar! Just as the mercenaries were looking up at the sky, wondering who had done this. High up in the sky, a dragon's roar suddenly rang out. A black dot was descending rapidly. A strong wind blew against his face. There was a kind of intimidating aura that no one could defend against. Not only the mercenaries felt it, everyone felt a strong sense of suffocation. The dragon's wings were as wide as 30 meters. When spread out, it was even bigger than the wingspan of 3 normal wyverns. Its golden scales looked like the sun, so dazzling that people could not open their eyes. The roar was like a bolt from the blue, causing the aura brought by the tens of thousands of wyverns to lose its splendor. The one that came out from the clouds was a platinum-ranked level 10 golden giant dragon. It had already been thousands of years since an emperor-like beast had appeared in the soaring dragon continent. Who would have thought that today, other than the tens of thousands of wyverns, a golden giant dragon would actually descend? Furthermore, it was in the form of a mount. In the entire soaring dragon continent, who could ride a golden giant dragon that was heaven-ranked? Of course it was the Yu clan's Third Young Master. Other than the Third Young Master, who else had such strength? Other than the Third Young Master, who else had such qualifications? Giant dragon, it really is a golden giant dragon. The mercenaries were excited. They were surprised and happy at the same time. They wanted to cheer, but they were worried that the noise would be disrespectful to the strong. When the golden giant dragon with the strength of heaven-ranked appeared, the tens of thousands of wyverns immediately split their formation and automatically lined up. They lowered their heads and showed humility, paying their respects to a higher-level being. When the heaven-ranked dragon lady saw Yu Yang appear on the dragon, hot tears flowed out of their eyes. Descending from the sky with a dragon, this was the heavenly dragon emperor in their hearts. They waved their shining weapons and shouted in unison. They shouted crazily, paying their respects to their master and celebrating the return of the legend that had been passed down from generation to generation. Heavenly Dragon Emperor had returned. He had originally disappeared in the legends. However, today, he had returned with a completely new appearance. Descending from the sky with a dragon, he had returned. The shouts of the Heaven Realm Dragon Lady interweaved with the roars of the wyverns. The sound was earth-shattering, reaching the 9 heavens and shaking the entire earth. Below, regardless of whether it was a beast that could fly or a beast that could not, all of them automatically descended to the ground in front of the golden giant dragon that was ridden by the Yu clan's third young master. With a respectful and fearful attitude, they paid their respects to this powerful being and expressed their humbleness to the super ranker that was riding it. They did not have the qualifications to pay their respects to the super ranker. This was because the emperor that they paid their respects to was only the mount of the super ranker. The ordinary merchants and servants were already paralyzed on the ground in fear. Under the intimidating dragon's might, even a casual glance would cause the weak ones to tremble in fear. The mercenaries were a little better. They were used to living on the edge of a knife, so even though they were afraid, they were more excited. Countless mercenaries couldn't help but kneel down and pay their respects to the godlike young man standing on the back of the heaven-ranked golden giant dragon with a kind of devotion that they had never felt before. What was a strong ranker? This was a true strong ranker. A true strong ranker. Everyone looked up at the sky. The golden giant dragon was shining under the sunlight of the setting sun. The light surrounded the man that everyone knew. Maybe, the legendary omnipotent god was like this. No, it must be like this. The Yu clan's third young master rode a heaven-ranked golden giant dragon like an emperor. He led tens of thousands of wyverns out of Tong Tian Tower and returned to the Dixia Empire. The Dixia Emperor, Jun Wuyu, personally led everyone to welcome him. The 4 great clans' rankers have gathered again. Nearly 100 clans and magnates have come to welcome them. A series of explosive news exploded like a chain of cannons, spreading at the fastest speed. For a moment, almost all the cities, all the taverns and all the public places were discussing this shocking news. There were no false exaggerations or false rumors, it was just an announcement from the 3 great guilds. The Warriors Guild, Mercenaries Guild and Thieves Guild all had the same news. Yu clan's third young master is preparing to build a Dragon Knight Legion. There are no restrictions on gender, status, strength, age, and so on. There are no restrictions on anything, just to find and develop more elites. Almost every tavern had a free advertisement posted on the door of the 3 great guilds. Quickly come and join the Dragon Knight Legion. What are you waiting for? The next elite is you. You may not know how much potential you have, you may never know what realm you will reach in the future, but it doesn't matter. As long as you are willing to take a step forward, you will have the life that you have always dreamed of. Even if you are trash, as long as you have an unwavering will, the third young master will give you everything. You don't need to pay anything. As long as you have a heart that will always become stronger, you will be the next Dragon Knight or Dragon Blood Guard. If you've lost your ambition, why don't you let your children have a go? Maybe the next glorious Dragon Knight will be your children, fathers who want their children to be successful. There is a good path in front of you, your sons, they need this opportunity. Similar slogans could be seen in almost all public places. It would be a lie to say that they were not tempted. There had never been anyone as generous as the Yu clan's third young master. Not only did he test people's potential for free, he even gave them a flying dragon and the glorious Dragon Knight identity. Most importantly, there had never been anyone like him who could give ordinary people a chance to turn over a new leaf. Even if he could not become a great Dragon Knight, it would be good if his children could enter and become one of them. Even if they could not become a great Dragon Knight, it would be better if their children could enter and become one of them. Who would pity the ordinary people who were struggling to survive? Who would give those bloodthirsty mercenaries a chance? Who would take care of those refugees who were waiting for death in the slums? Since birth, other than the Yu clan's third young master, who else would give others a chance to turn over a new leaf? Who had the ability to do this? No one, only the Yu clan's third young master. Only him. In the soaring dragon continent, not only was there a martial culture, there was also the will to survive, belief in destiny and so on. Anyone who walked on the streets could see that the originally lifeless passers-by's eyes had a light that had never been seen before. It was a light of hope, a light that came from the bottom of their hearts. In the Dixia Palace, Great Hall. You guys are putting me on the stage by doing this, I protest. I don't have much free time in the first place. Now that you guys are doing this, I am even busier. Yu Yang was not as great as people thought he was. He was very unhappy with Jun Wuyu and the old cunning fox's actions of promoting him. If it was not for Princess Sisai and Fallen Beauty's sake, he would have beaten these 2 old fellows up. Other than the most important occasions, you don't have to show up during normal times. You can do your own things. The old cunning fox quickly comforted Yu Yang, who was about to go berserk. It is said that to become a god, it is very important to have many people's faith. Jun Wuyu also helped. Damn, do you think becoming a god is as easy as eating cabbages? Yu Yang was speechless. Isn't it just a matter of time? Jun Wuyu chuckled. As his father-in-law, he did not argue with Yu Yang at all. Little Yu Yang, doing this is very meaningful. When Grandma Wuting spoke, Yu Yang had no other way. He truly respected this teacher, so he could only raise his hands and surrender, expressing that he would listen to everyone's arrangements. In order to reward the obedient Yu Yang, Princess Sisai kicked him lightly under the table. When Yu Yang went to look at her, she turned her head and purposely turned her face to chat with Yu Bing. However, the clever Yu Yang could still guess the message she was hinting at. Looks like Tigress would come to accompany him tonight. He was rich. As a super ranker, it was necessary to rely on a clan. No matter how lonely or eccentric a dictator was, he would still have loyal supporters behind him. As the saying goes, it's better to be the head of a chicken than the back of a cow. Although there was some truth to it, it was only for those inexperienced and arrogant youngsters, or those who were alone and helpless, to have such thoughts. If one was in a big clan and was used to using family advantages and connections that ordinary people did not have, their thoughts would be completely different. Almost all of the clan's disciples hoped to be able to form an alliance with the strong. It would be best if they could become the subordinates of the strongest and have a big tree to rely on. Especially those clan leaders, and nobles who held the fate of a clan in their hands. The problems they had to consider would definitely be more profound than ordinary people. According to Fatty Hai's words, being the cow empress might not sound good. But what was the cow empress? That was awesome. Although Fatty Hai's words were a little meaningful, it was the truth. After complaining to Jun Wuyu, Old Fox and the others, Yu Yang knew that he couldn't be lazy anymore, so he accepted it in his heart. As a super ranker, there would definitely be countless people to rely on. Moreover, gathering everyone's resources and developing would be much better than fighting alone. It was better to have a group of loyal followers than to have a group of jealous competitors. He would take the best and leave the rest for them to eat. If this was not enough, he would be too stupid. Accompanied by Jun Wuyu, Old Fox and the others, he met with the representatives of the various clans in Tongtian Tower, such as the Golden Elves, Tauren, Dwarves, Orcs, Toadmen, Dwarves, Netherworld Tribe, Demon Abyss Tribe, Eastern Goblin Tribe and so on. Under the witness of many warrior guild and innate alliances decision-makers, under Elder Nangong's leadership, they signed a series of cooperation agreements. In fact, these were the agreements of the various clans in Tongtian Tower. On the surface, the clans took the initiative to send their most outstanding disciples or juniors to serve in Yu Yang's Dragon Knight Army Reserve, to cheer for Yu Yang's wedding. In fact, this was a show of goodwill, and also a way to entrust their most outstanding disciples to Yu Yang, a super expert. It didn't matter if they were called Dragon Knights, as long as they were under Yu Yang's name. Or, it would be more accurate to say that everyone had the same chance to compete under Yu Yang's watch. As for the extent to which the descendants of the various races could erupt and to what extent they could grow, this was not something they could control. I hereby announce that the Yu Yang Yu Titans Dragon Knight Corps is officially established today. Mr. Nangong loudly announced after Yu Yang signed the contract. He also held the contract high in the air. He represented Skysplit Tower and the Innate Alliance, becoming a witness to history. Pa 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 pa. The envoys and representatives of the various races all applauded excitedly. The significance of today's signing ceremony was extraordinary. He believed that 10,000 years later, the younger generation would also be grateful for the great deeds done by the predecessors. Before Yu Yang signed the contract, there had never been a race that was able to obtain such recognition from the other races of Tongtian Tower. Even Queen Vivian Li, Prison Emperor Zhang Feng and Princess Mian Yi Meng mainly accepted their own clans. Queen Vivian Li's recognition was the lowest. She 100% believed and recognized that only the Serpent clan was accepted. The others were either subservient or completely ignored. Princess Mian Yi Meng was the same. She only accepted the descendants of the Heaven Stairway and ignored the other clans. As long as the Prison Emperor Zhang Feng was slightly better, she would accept him normally. However, the most important thing was to accept humans, especially the human warriors of the soaring dragon continent. Just like Yu Yang, he firmly believed that no matter if it was the Sea Clan or the Demon Clan, the Oxhead Clan or the Human Clan, the Gufeng continent or the Aojia continent, the first floor of Tong Tian Tower or the 10th floor of Tong Tian Tower, they would all be treated equally on paper. This was also the first time in history. Of course, the various clans knew that the soaring dragon continent would receive the most attention, but they could completely understand. Absolute fairness was impossible. To be able to treat everyone equally in all aspects was already an unprecedented feat. Could the Golden Elves and the Toadmen really be treated equally? Even the most powerful fatty Jiada among the Toadmen, Yu Yang's Titan Guild's representative, when he saw the Golden Elves like Lin En, Anna and Bao Er, he would still be able to suck up to them. The natural advantages of some clans could not be ignored. For example, if a rat man who was used to being a servant wanted to be treated equally with a heaven-ranked giant dragon, would that even be possible? I won't say any unnecessary words. I also don't like to speak empty words. Those irrelevant things will only waste our time. In this regard, I will only say one thing. As long as I, Yu Yang, have an outstanding talent from any clan, they will all be able to grow. I don't care how many geniuses Tong Tian Tower has, how many heaven rankers there are, because compared to the entire heaven realm, Tong Tian Tower is very weak. Weak to the point that it can be described as insignificant. All special envoys and representatives, please go back and convey my voice. All the ambitious youngsters, come, let's conquer the heaven realm together. No matter how long it takes, there will be a day when Tong Tian Tower will become the best in the heaven realm. If you think that this kind of life challenge is meaningful, then come. Aha. Yu Yang's words sent the representatives into a frenzy. Haha. Jun Wuyu and the old fox looked at each other and laughed. The new prison emperor had finally reappeared in Tong Tian Tower, not only in the soaring dragon continent, but also in the whole Tong Tian Tower. The rise of all the races was already without a doubt. In the beginning, the allied races actually wanted to wait a little longer. However, no one expected Yu Yang's cultivation level to rise so quickly. In the blink of an eye, he became an innate supremacy. Other people, even the most outstanding genius, like the prison emperor, who was a genius that only appeared once in 1,000 years, would need a few hundred years. This brat, on the other hand, quietly broke through to the innate realm. After 3 years, he successfully broke through to the elder innate realm. It was said that he was about to reach the legendary god realm. Although there were no precedents, no one doubted that an abnormal genius like Yu Yang would not be able to reach the holy elder realm. If they waited for Yu Yang to advance to the god realm, what would be the point if they foolishly ran over to attach themselves to him? At that time, forget about Tong Tian Tower, even the heaven realm above would have people fighting to flatter him. If they attached themselves to him now, when Yu Yang advanced to the god realm in the future, then all the races that attached themselves to him would be heroes. Their status would be completely different. Conquering the heaven realm was a long journey. However, with this opportunity, would there be any need to worry about the rise of the various races in Tong Tian Tower? He believed that it was only a matter of time. After sending off the envoys from the various races, Yu Yang met with the tyrants of the various sects in the soaring dragon continent. Different from the former, these people had already tacitly agreed to be the Yu clan's subordinates. There was no need to say anything to them. He directly gave each of them a wyvern. Each family would be given a quota. Wyverns were summoned from the Wyvern Valley using the dragon whistle anyway, so it didn't cost a single cent. Furthermore, these wyverns also desired to follow a ranker, and not grow old in the sealed Wyvern Valley. When Yu Yang brought Queen Chigu back to the Wyvern Valley, he didn't even need the dragon whistle to summon them. For the few hundred wyverns with potential, Yu Yang directly used the Heaven Realm's Quasi-Heaven Wyvern King's magic crystal and blood to help them level up to Wyvern King. As for the dozen wyverns with the most potential, Yu Yang generously bestowed them with real dragon blood, allowing them to directly level up to gold-ranked wyverns. When the wyverns heard that if they performed extremely well, they would be bestowed with ancient dragon blood, they went crazy with excitement on the spot. With the ancient dragon blood, wouldn't they be able to level up to the legendary heaven-ranked wyverns and flying dragon emperors? With the temptation and hope, the wyverns were naturally happy. Originally, even without all of this, they would still serve Yu Yang under the command of the Heaven Realm Dragon Woman. Furthermore, there was the ultimate temptation of the ancient dragon blood. Similarly, when Yu Yang tempted a giant gold dragon in the heaven realm, under the temptation of Yu Yang's fist and ancient dragon blood, the originally powerful giant gold dragon in the heaven realm yielded and became a mountain name. There was nothing bad about it. Normal beasts didn't even have the chance to become Yu Yang's mount. It would be great if it could truly become its master's mount. This was what the giant gold dragon thought. But it also knew that it wouldn't be easy. Because, among Yu Yang's beasts, any one of them was much stronger than it. If it dared to say that it was Yu Yang's mount, it would be strange if Hui Tai Lang, Tao Tai, and Star Scorpio didn't eat it up. Yu Yang didn't need to deal with too many affairs. As the master, he didn't need to do anything. Otherwise, why would he need followers? After signing the contract and making the promise, Yu Yang left the hall, leaving behind the giant gold dragon and Princess Sisai to soak in the hot spring in Jun Wuyu's palace. Maybe knowing that a certain wolf and tigress were going to take action at night, Xianxia, who didn't like to go out and only liked to read quietly, also expressed that she wanted to go with them. This almost shattered Yu Yang's dream of being alone. Big brother, I'm just trying to make a living. Is it easy to pick up girls? Don't stare at me like that, right? At most, I'll treat you to supper next time. While Tigress was changing her clothes, Yu Yang told Xianxia everything, saying that Tigress had finally fallen in love with him, so please be magnanimous and let him live. It's not like I'm in your way. Shui Wuxia expressed that she was just passing by. With you around, Tigress won't be able to let go. If she wants to take advantage of you, it'll be hard. Yu Yang would only tell Shui Wuxia this kind of truth. Anyway, their minds were connected. As long as they wanted to feel each other, it didn't matter if he said it or not. What happened to Xianu? Shui Wuxia smiled as she asked a question that everyone had almost forgotten. It's a long story. It won't be finished in 3 days and 3 nights. Yu Yang scratched the back of his head. It was fine if he pushed Xianu down, but he even got Pandora involved. Speak slowly, sir. This little girl will scrub your back. Is it comfortable like this? Shui Wuxia put on an appearance of trying her best to serve him. Princess Sisai, who was draped in a bath towel, came out and sighed. Aya, third young master is really lucky to have Miss Shui personally scrub his back. It's really enjoyable. She looked calm on the surface, but the sour taste in her voice could turn the whole hot spring into sour plum soup. Tigress, Xianxia, don't think too much. Actually, it's like this. Yu Yang explained the situation in the Valley of Desire in detail. Of course, he only briefly mentioned the process of pushing her down. So it's like that. Princess Sisai imitated Yu Yang's tone and said. Then, she rewarded him with a coquettish hang and finally let him go. Pandora is quite pitiful. Let her come out and soak in the hot spring. We can also have a chat. Shui Wuxia raised the last question, which was about the Reaper Mantis. After going through the Valley of Beasts, the Reaper Mantis sister had entered the door of rebirth and evolved into a human. Now, her strength had increased by countless times. She had surpassed holy beasts and was close to the realm of divine beasts. But, she still owed a name. At that time in the Valley of Beasts, there were only her and Yu Yang. It didn't matter if she didn't need a name. Now that she had come out from the Valley of Beasts, Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai felt that she needed a name. Only then would it be enough to show her respect. Yu Yang's few suggestions were all rejected by Princess Sisai. In the end, it was still Shui Wuxia who said, the Reaper Mantis sister has always been the luckiest. When she was born, her siblings were all killed. She was the only survivor. After meeting you, she was reborn and grew stronger. In the end, she even had the chance to enter the door of rebirth in the Valley of Beasts. Not only did she obtain a human body, she also broke the records and obtained the enlightenment of the God's radiance and the wisdom fruit. The Reaper Mantis sister, she is so lucky. Princess Sisai was amused. That's called luck? Shui Wuxia shook her head. Of course, this luck is because she followed the right master. With Yu Yang, she has everything so lucky. So, let's call her future. She is a lucky person who has a future. Thank you, Mistress Wuxia, for giving me a name. The Reaper Mantis sister flew out and landed on Xue Wuxia's shoulder. She kissed Xue Wuxia's face gratefully to express her gratitude. Little thing, you could have imitated anyone, but you just had to imitate Grey Wolf, who likes to flatter. Princess Xianxia laughed. Is Hui Tailang a weird wolf? It seems like its life is in danger. Xianu, who was taking over Xue Wuxia's job of scrubbing Yu Yang's back, suddenly said. Of course, this was not what she wanted to say. It was Pandora. Although the disaster divine power and goddess of misfortune's divinity had changed, her prophecy ability was still there. When Yu Yang heard this, he jumped up anxiously. What's going on? How could it be in danger in a place like the Soaring Dragon Continent? Oh no, it's going to Berry Sword Valley. Could it be that there's some undying existence in Berry Sword Valley? Xue Wuxia and Princess Sisai looked at each other and said in unison. Could it be that Lord Lai Hua? Yu Yang was so anxious that he threw aside the erotic hot spring trip that he originally wanted to take advantage of. The two girls also knew that the situation was urgent and immediately helped Yu Yang to put on his clothes. They didn't even care that their towels had slipped off their bodies. Yu Yang opened his arms and hugged Xue Wuxia and Princess Sisai. He said apologetically and hurriedly. I'll make it up to you guys to have a hot spring bath in the future. Today, we have to save Hui Tailang first. Under the guidance of the Reaper Mantis sister Future, the two girls and Xianu entered Yu Yang's grimoire world. They put on their clothes and equipped their swords, quickly preparing to fight the enemy with Yu Yang. As for Yu Yang, he used the three-realm compass and teleported to the outskirts of Berry Sword Valley as fast as he could. The tunnels dug out by the mountain drilling earthworm were twisted and turned. Many places, because of the abnormal energy, went in a big circle. It felt like walking into a maze. If it was in the past, Yu Yang would have excitedly tried to sense these areas with abnormal energy, trying to find out the truth of the past. But right now, he was so anxious that he couldn't care less about his surroundings. Like an arrow that had left the bow, he flew inside. What's going on? What happened? Eagle-eyed Xia Huijia, who was in charge of guarding at the end, was startled when he saw Yu Yang rushing over. Where's Hui Tailang? Yu Yang found that other than the energy in the center, there was a terrifying energy whirlpool in the middle. He did not see Hui Tailang, so it should have entered the energy whirlpool. Xia Huijia knew that Hui Tailang had entered. In fact, he was eating chicken drumsticks with Hui Tailang the day before. He thought that it would be fine. With Hui Tailang's strength, it should not be a problem to explore the Berry Sword Valley. However, he did not expect that after a day, Yu Yang would come looking for him. His face was full of anxiety. He had never seen Yu Yang like this before. His whole body immediately tensed up. I'll go in and open the way first. Yu Yang quickly stopped him. It's dangerous inside. If you go in, your life will be in danger. You stay. Xia Huijia pulled out his sword with a clang and stopped Yu Yang with a solemn expression. Without Xia Huijia, the Soaring Dragon Continent would be nothing, but it definitely cannot be without the Yu clan's third young master. If you don't agree to let me open the way, I'd rather die in front of you. Alright, be careful. Yu Yang looked at Xia Huijia and saw that he was extremely insistent. He could only nod his head in agreement. Just as Xia Huijia turned around and was about to rush into the energy whirlpool, Yu Yang suddenly launched a sneak attack. A palm strike landed on the back of his neck. Xia Huijia focused all his attention on the energy whirlpool, completely ignoring Yu Yang's vigilance. Moreover, even if he was on guard, with the difference in strength between him and Yu Yang, he would not be able to withstand a sneak attack from Yu Yang. Actually, if Yu Yang didn't lie to him, he could also forcefully knock him out. However, he was worried that if he used too much force, this eagle-eyed man would be gravely injured. Xia Huijia's body suddenly froze, and he slowly fell to the ground. Yu Yang waved a palm wind and cleverly blew his body into the tunnel 100 meters away. He took another deep breath and suppressed the worries in his heart. He restored himself to the unmoving state of mind of an innate supremacy and entered the energy vortex in his best state. The energy vortex completely penetrated through the restrictions of space, chaotically connecting several dimensional spaces. There was almost no way for Yu Yang to make a choice. Using his fastest speed, he entered the first dimensional space. he discovered that the world inside was not that big. Furthermore, the entire space was mutated by an unknown energy, becoming extremely terrifying. It was like a barrel of gunpowder. Even the slightest abnormality would cause a destructive explosion. The second-dimensional space he chose was a broken space, probably formed from the sky of the burial sword valley, but it was in a state of destruction. Yu Yang quickly escaped from inside, his clothes completely shredded by the broken space and the energy vortex, turning into ashes and disappearing. Yu Yang explored 6 mutated spaces in a row, but found nothing. In some of the spaces, he found some remnants of ruins, perhaps those were the buildings of the burial sword villa back then. Yu Yang didn't have the time to study these ancient buildings that existed under the ground. He knew that they might be destroyed the next moment because of his intrusion, but he couldn't care so much. Nothing could compare to Grey Wolf's life. Although Yu Yang usually scolded and shouted at Grey Wolf, kicking him a few times even if he was unhappy, in his heart, Grey Wolf was definitely not as simple as a guard dog. To a certain extent, he and Grey Wolf were very similar, at least in terms of tenacious survival, they were very similar. As a man from another world, Yu Yang, in order to survive, in order to stand out, he had put in a lot of hard work. Perhaps other than Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai, no one else knew. Even Jun Wuyu and the old fox, although they knew that Yu Yang was very hardworking, they still felt that Yu Yang was an inestimable peerless genius. He didn't need to train like others, but he could still improve crazily. In reality, Yu Yang was only lazy on the surface. The hard work he put in behind people's backs was definitely more than anyone of the same age in the world. The laziness on the surface was just a disguise to deal with the world. He was indeed a genius, but he improved so quickly and improved so quickly. The most important reason was because of his hard work. On this point, Grey Wolf was also the same. At first glance, Hui Tailang seemed to be the most lazy beast. Other than playing petty tricks and flattering people, it was usually sleeping soundly. However, it was the most outstanding beast among all the beasts other than Shaowenli. It was also the first to level up to become a divine beast. Actually, the hard work that Grey Wolf put in to grow and struggle in battle was something that ordinary beasts would never be able to do. Like Yu Yang, it had a very strong sense of crisis. It was always worried that if it didn't work hard enough, it would lose everything that it had now in the future. Even though it had become a mythical beast, Grey Wolf didn't show off, nor did it become arrogant. In order to improve, it never saw itself as a high and mighty mythical beast. It didn't see itself as a world-destroying demon wolf that could swallow the world, but as a guard dog that would lose everything if it lost its master. It was precisely because it always placed itself on the edge of safety that it would never feel satisfied with its current situation. There was no contract, but one man and one beast, the two of them had a sense of dependence and resonance. Seeing Grey Wolf, Yu Yang seemed to see another version of himself. That kind of struggle for survival was exactly the same. Grey Wolf was even more so. Seeing its master was like seeing hope for the future. If it didn't have this master who gave it everything, then the model that it admired and the goal that it always chased after would disappear. The entire world would become a completely different world. Only the Yu clan's third young master, who looked down on the world, would there be Grey Wolf that looked down on all beasts. While Yu Yang was anxiously looking for Grey Wolf was also thinking about its master. Rumble. Grey Wolf's mouth was swallowing a 5,000 meters long, 800 meters wide, and 300 meters tall war beast, volcano whale. Even with its ability as a world-destroying demon wolf, it couldn't swallow such a huge creature. The volcano whale's level was as high as Heaven Stage Level 6. What terrified Grey Wolf the most was that the volcano whale's strength in this sea of fire was far more than Heaven Stage Level 6. Once it returned to the Sea of Fire, it would be the beginning of its own failure. Grey Wolf, who was already heavily injured, had no second choice. It could only use the ability that it was born with, the most extraordinary ability, and that was the world-destroying devour. It swallowed the front end of the volcano whale's head into its stomach and used the strength of its neck to raise the volcano whale, which was thousands of meters long, high up, not giving it a chance to return to the Sea of Fire. This was the only way to restrain this volcano whale that could easily devour him. The volcano whale naturally struggled with all its might, but Grey Wolf remained motionless like a mountain. If there was no third party, only him and the volcano whale, Grey Wolf had enough patience to exhaust this enormous volcano whale. Even if it was slowly digested, it could still succeed after a few hundred years or even 1,000 years. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. A smug laughter reverberated throughout the entire sea of fire. Every burst of laughter caused the sea of fire to stir up 1,000 feet of flame waves. The owner of this laughter was a giant that was nearly 1,000 meters tall and was completely made up of ultimate flames. It was even taller than the Titan giant that Grey Wolf had seen before. It was the owner of the volcano whale, perfected Lord Lai Hua. Although his human body had been completely destroyed, perfected Lord Lai Hua's powerful soul and extraordinary will that was comparable to that of a god easily reconstructed the ultimate flames that his body had cultivated. The entire sea of fire was not only his innate ability, but also his domain power. In this sea of fire, he and his summoned beasts were invincible existences. If it wasn't for the fact that he was bent on subduing Grey Wolf, perfected Lord Lai Hua wouldn't have just summoned a volcano whale to fight. There's no point in struggling. Submit to me. Even without a human body, perfected Lord Lai Hua still had the strength of a level 8 innate supremacy. His remaining strength was not inferior to that of the 9 Glory Clan's heavenly empress who had led the crowd to destroy the Tower of Babel. In some aspects, he even surpassed her. Grey Wolf's mouth, throat, and stomach were filled to the brim with the volcano whale's mouth. The excessive devouring made it unable to make any sound. I already understand your persistence and your intentions. Yes, I don't want to hide my preferences. In short, I admire you very much. Think about it, you and I are actually the best combination. You're the world-exterminating demon wolf, and your main attribute is fire. I'm perfected Lord Lai Hua, who was once only a step away from becoming a god. If I become a fire god in the future, you'll be the mount of the fire god, the strongest fire god beast in the world other than me. Your willpower and wisdom surprised me, but I also felt a natural joy and admiration for you. You were able to come up with a countermeasure against the volcano whale in such a short period of time, and you still dared to swallow it boldly with me, your master, watching from the side. Sign a contract with me and be my war beast. I will give you the best in the world. No matter what you need, I will satisfy you. I dare say that you're the beast of fate that resurrected me from the flames. You're the opportunity for me to become a god in the future. Perfected Lord Lai Hua persuaded while patiently imprinting the contract on Grey Wolf's forehead. Grey Wolf had no other choice but to resist with his willpower. Maybe you're not used to being under people, or maybe you're testing my patience. Ha ha ha, let me tell you, after I escaped from the seal, I've stayed here for 10,000 years, and I've never had a trace of boredom. My patience is beyond ordinary people. Moreover, I'm sure you know that people with sovereign will won't change their minds easily. Come, let's sign a contract. We're really the best combination in the world. Perfected Lord Lai Hua persuaded over and over again with incomparable patience. Grey Wolf refused over and over again. When perfected, Lord Lai Hua attacked his mind with his powerful mental strength. He used his longing for Yu Yang as a shield to resist the impact of the other party's sovereign will. If only his master was here. With him around, even if he just randomly kicked over, it would be much easier to replenish a little energy. This guy was too long-winded. His mouth was like a toothless old woman. Master was still the best. He scolded and beat as he pleased. He did things straightforwardly and without any hesitation. If his master was here, he wondered if he would be very angry. He had caused trouble again this time. If he had known that this guy was so powerful, he would have escaped earlier. Grey Wolf knew that his master, who was busy with the wedding, would not come in a short time, but he still wanted to see him suddenly appear in front of him and give him a big surprise. Even if he was already a divine beast, he could completely take charge. But that kind of habitual dependence, it was still indispensable. End of chapter 883. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.